是一件非常开心的事情。从刚开始的梦想就一直在追梦嘛，打了这么多年，大概是这样的 ，dream， 梦想。这支队伍可能是我在里边算是年龄最大的嘛，然后跟之前的队伍比，之前可能我在队伍里就属于一个选手，但是现在在这个队伍里属于一个队长的身份，然后可能责任越大。其实从最近的自己的状态来说，很有可能是自己跟他们最后一次并肩作战了，因为自己的年龄啊，包括自己的竞技状态，可能没有像之前这么好了，但是肯定会拼了命打好这次比赛的。晋级到 EWC 对我来说的意义，因为这是第一届 EWC 嘛，我也非常的荣幸的能参加到这个 EWC 当中。
This land is calling.
大家好，我是来自 AG.AL 的 DO。今天我们要玩一个小游戏，叫做第4奥带。我会选择一波冲进去拿 Ace， 因为这毕竟是一个团队游戏。然后个人主义的话，在这个游戏里面虽然是有吧，但我觉得更多的还要看团队配合。黑色城镇，因为黑色城镇比较大吧，然后狙击发挥的空间比较大，直接猛冲进去。因为我觉得我们队伍毕竟有年轻人，就要有年轻人的样子，就要去用雷杀吧，因为用刀杀的话有点不太尊重对手吧，还是用雷杀比较好一点，赢死对头。因为对我们来说，我们也是属于第一梯队的，没有什么所谓的强队吧，我觉得。而且死对头的话，因为我们都是有来有往，有胜有负嘛，所以还是更想干死对头吧，更喜欢速战速决吧，因为能速战速决，证明实力有差距。然后打到下日赛的话，肯定是打得有来有回嘛，差距不是很大。如果打比赛的话，我会先选择禁掉自己不喜欢的地图，不拿手地图吧，因为如果对面真选出来了这张图，自己熟练度不是很高，然后可能发挥会导致队伍输掉。我会选择先开枪，因为看见人再开枪的话就晚了。更喜欢丢烟吧，因为现在这个烟雾机制修改了，瞄不到红名了。烟雾也相当于自己一个掩体吧。一上来就猛攻吧，先气势压倒对面。
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Hello and welcome everybody. My name is Sandstorm and I'm here with Loy and JJ from Team Stallions. We're going to talk to them a little bit about their journey making it to the Esports World Cup and see how it goes. Boys, welcome. Can you talk to me a little bit about your journey qualifying for the EWC? Walk me through it.
Naglisod mi sa group stage. Kapit nga pildi, tas confident pa rin.
Nalisod mi kay pildi mi sa group stage pero nibawi ra mi sa semis.
Did you expect to make it all the way to the Esports World Cup here to represent your country, to represent Team Stallions?
Oo, nag-expect mi nga makadaog mi kasi palagi kami nag-practice.
Gibuhat na mo tanan.
Dua. Napaisa ka sa
Kailangan nagtutukan doon sa shutter and they do get that round.
What does it mean to you to have people from your city, from your country supporting you? Does it add pressure or does it make it a little bit less?
Sila mong pampagana para makadua, makasud.
So what kind of challenges did you and your team face on your way to EWC?
Usay, di makasinabot pero masulbad ra.
Prepare mi para sa sunod na duwa.
Now, can you tell me about your team's growth since the name change and since the rebrand?
So una kay dili kami disiplina, tas karon org na disiplina na.
Ang team rin nalahi pero wala na usab na mo maura ka pa napakita.
Can you tell me about your journey and how do you feel about your journey so far? How do you feel about your team from the beginning of the year and reaching now Esports World Cup?
Malipayan kay na kabot ng mga pangandoy na professional player.
Malikod!
And that is a storybook ending sa Ubik Maniac. Magkikita-kita pa tayo sa Grand Final.
So after all those, I want to say like late nights, every single day, grinding, practicing, you feel happy, I want to say over the moon, ecstatic that you managed to reach this level. Tell me, what does it mean to you to represent your country on this level?
Happy kayo kay among bansa, among community.
Very happy for you too, and congratulations on an incredible journey. And you know, I want to give you this chance. Is there anything that you want to say to the people supporting you in Cebu specifically?
Salamat sa nagsuporta sa Team Stallion. Lalo na kay Ate Lizel at Kuya Chris. Good luck all.
Yeah, good luck to everyone, honestly.
Yeah.
Watch out. These people from Cebu, from Manila, from Philippines, they're coming for you. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations. Salamat. And that's a wrap. We'll see you guys in the next one.
If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space ready for my place. I wish he'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. And
在我职业初期的时候，一直希望自己能够有机会打上首发，所以当初也是非常的努力和坚持，然后才有了机会作为一个首发成员出场。在一切不顺利的时候，是我从一打职业开始的那颗渴望冠军的心，让我能够坚持朝着这个目标一直前进，直到实现它为止。
BaiSha，加油！
曾经没有想过以 AG.AL 冠军和 EWC 参与者参加到这次比赛。电竞世界杯是我职业生涯以来，打过的规模最大的比赛，然后也是代表国家的比赛，希望能够打出好成绩。一定要有一颗追梦的心，要向着冠军冲击，然后坚持下去。
I'm just trying to take it all in, buddy. Looking at the crowd there, the SMB arena. Look at this thing. It's incredible. And there's one more day, one more grand final happening here in the main stage. You've been here since the very beginning.
I know, and I mean, we've written so many pages in the history books of Esports World Cup. Serral, 3-time world champion in StarCraft. Chess, Magnus Carlsen was here.
I know.
And now we're getting to wrap it up with CROSSFIRE, another first in Esports World Cup history. $2 million. That's insane.
$750,000 going to the first team place. But think of all that money, all the different futures it can change as well. Every placement, it's incredible. And it all happens. CROSSFIRE, EWC first year here. I can't wait to get things started.
One final ride. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
After 4 days of competition, it leads into the final day 5 of competition with $2 million up for grabs, $750,000 for first, and the chance to be the first ever CROSSFIRE EWC champion. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to CROSSFIRE EWC 2025. Today is a historic moment, something that the competitors have been dreaming about for quite some time. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble. Today is going to be historic, and I'm glad that each and every one of you out there in the chat get a chance to join us and watch the competitors make their dreams come true. Boys, today is going to be incredible. I can't wait to get it started. So Neo, Kyle, let's do it. Neo, it's been a long run. 5 days of competition, right? Grand finals is here, or at least the finals are here, right? $2 million. Quite literally life-changing.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've kind of built this narrative throughout this entire tournament, talking about how, especially from regions where, you know, cost of living, generally speaking, is a lot lower, 750 grand for first place goes a hell of a long way. So this tournament today, it's really make or break for it in the sense a lot of these teams, especially a lot of our favorites, so they're not to go on to the final. If we see, you know, even more upsets as we've seen all the way throughout this tournament, that's where the change-ups could come through. I think we already know that a Brazilian roster shuffles inbound right off the back of a poor tournament, maybe even conversations about the West as well, but today looks really exciting. We've got a lot to do.
Absolutely. And Kyle, for you, you've been here since the very beginning, right? CROSSFIRE, you've got it in your DNA. It's a big moment at EWC.
It really is. This is the biggest prize pool we've ever had in the history of CROSSFIRE, so I'm excited to see who's going to go for that crown today. And honestly, we couldn't ask for a better set of teams. You've got 3 powerhouse Chinese rosters and an amazing underdog gunning for it.
Yes, the underdog is exciting, and it's Stallions, of course, representing the Philippines. 16-year-old Kano looking to make history in an epic way. It's going to be a big day for sure. A lot of matches to get through. 3 best of 3s, 1 best of 5 being that of grand finals. The players, of course, started arriving to the venue a little bit earlier, and they were getting pumped up via our Jamil Motorsport player arrivals. And of course, we've got to focus in on Stallions and BaiSha. Stallions, again, that underdog that Kyle mentioned, Neo, right? Looking to make history in a big way.
I mean, it's one of those things now for the Stallions roster. The tournament they've already had, even if this was to be the end of the road for them, or of course this and the third place match, they can be so happy with what they've done. This is a Stallion side that we said it's sort of, you know, the plucky underdogs. They make playoffs in any fashion. We're pretty happy. That's a good run from them. It goes a long, long way for a very young roster who still have actually a lot to do in terms of proving themselves on an international level. But they've had a fantastic run. I mean, you've got to look towards Tanks, the coach, right? He's sort of the father figure of this very young side, and he has been really influential in setting them up for success. So I love what I've seen from Stallions. They've been fantastic. You can see how much it means to them as well. Every time we've had Kano as well come on onto the screen, 16 years of age, doing homework when he gets back to the hotel after the day of matches. So it's been fantastic. I've loved everything we've seen so far. And, oh man, if they were to go on to win it, one of the most shocking results we would have seen from any CrossFire event ever.
It'd be historic, wouldn't it? 7 weeks of competition, 25 different games. We've had 3 to 4 finals taking place each and every weekend here at the Esports World Cup in 2025. And the club championship race was epic. It came down to the wire, but ultimately it was the Falcons who was able to secure a victory in a big, big way. They do it in back-to-back years. Currently at 5,000 points. Actually, they might be able to even beat their record from last year, which was just wonderful. Big thing, though, this year around. Team Liquid put up a tremendous fight. At one point, Team Liquid was, in fact, in first place. Falcons, they were starting to sweat. We started creating narratives. Would Team Liquid be able to beat the Falcons? Would Twisted Minds Vitality be able to catch them? Well, in the end, it was Team Falcons who were victorious. They take home $7 million. But it's not just the Falcons walking away, right? It's Team Liquid with $4 million, Vitality with $3 million. We're talking $20+ million in prize. But when it comes to the EWC Club Championship race, I mean, Kyle, again, historic money, a chance to really redefine what your organization is about.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, you look at all gamers who's still in this event on there as well. They have a chance to go up another spot and another $500,000 for the club championship standing. So that would be massive if they could not only win this event, but do that for the all gamers crew as well.
Would be massive indeed. AG.AL, I believe, one of our only running teams when it comes to the club championship race so far, at least as of now in CrossFire, I should say. A couple other events still taking place. Last 2 days of EWC, by the way, it's breaking my heart. I've been here for a while now, and it's like, oh, it's been so fun watching each and every one of these rosters. As we go through the pages, I'm like, man, like Navi, for example, put up a wonderful fight, right? Rock Esports did a great job. Alcatia fighting tooth and nail. That was one of our big upsets yesterday, though, right? With Stallions dethroning them, and just a great event as a whole, and one of the biggest stages esports has to offer. But as we start to focus in on CrossFire, let's take a look at our Kadia top plays, because there's been so many great moments, plenty of MVPs crowned, and more importantly, plenty of clutches that have been found. Let's start talking through them, Neo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, we started things with the Alcatia Stallions game, and this was on paper set to just be a Brazilian 2-0, move forward, but again, this side just seemed to have these roster troubles where they're not clicking. Fefe struggled to outcall on the flip side, and he really got kind of figured out. And again, coming back to what I was saying about credit to Tanks, but these individuals that stepped up, I think, you know, you're looking at kind of that combination of KLB, KLP. Loy also brings us such a lot to the table. On the flip side, this was one of the best clutches of 1v4 on missile by snare, and everything was looking so good. As a West League fan and my unbridled bias to the West, I was so happy with what I saw, but it all fell so flat.
Yeah, it did. It was really disappointing, right, to see Rock lose back-to-back maps. Really had a lot of high hopes for them, and Rock, again, just making it top 8 was wonderful. For them to take a map off of Evolution Power was sensational. King Zero, though, has been a big talking point throughout a tournament. Naturally, they do end their tournament run yesterday against AG.AL, but they still had plenty of great moments.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, that first map in the series was honestly a spectacular performance from King Zero, but also it's kind of the all gamers fashion to drop that first map, and then they flipped the switch in the last 2 maps of every series. They've been phenomenal.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's been a long run. 5 days of competition. This is day 5, the final day when it comes to CrossFire as a whole. The format's been brutal for a lot of teams. We eliminated 8 teams alone in the group stages. 8 teams move forward to playoffs, and well, here we are now into our finals. It's been single elimination all the way through. It's not going to change today. Still single elimination. Of course, we will have our 3rd place match, though, that will be taking place. From 8 teams down to 1. Who will be the champion? Well, that's the question on everybody's minds. Again, the pressure's been at an all-time high. We've been crushing keys nearly every single day outside of day 1.
Yeah, and still nobody's been able to survive the flinch of the machine as well. So I wonder now, with the bit of experience of these sides in terms of the key crushing, maybe whether they can figure it out. I wanted them to aura farm their way through it. But either way, today can get really exciting. I mean, one thing that you brought up earlier, which is worth mentioning, if AG win this, I think they jump 2 spots, which then means they jump $1 million in prize pool for the club.
$1 million in 2 spots?
500K if they just get 3rd, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
And $1 million maybe if they win the whole thing. And AG are a side that we can't sleep on. Yes, they seem to lose every map 1 and then reverse sweep it, but they've got good experience in winning tournaments. They've done it plenty of times. So worth checking, but it could be really exciting for AG. They're one of the few sides that are still in it in the last week of competition. Yeah. So I'm excited to see what they can do, man.
So unofficially, AG needs to win this event to jump up a couple of spots. I know unofficially.
If they just win 1 game today, they jump up 1 spot, that's for sure.
Okay.
So even if they are to lose their first game and win the 3rd place, that could be enough.
That's pretty awesome. And of course, jumping up even additional spots means a lot more money because, you know, we talked about it yesterday with Stallions winning that the quarterfinal matchup was the difference between going home with like 75,000 or 125,000 plus, right? It's like a $50,000 match.
Yeah, and today they're basically $100,000 matches. If you make that final, it is a massive check going to your team either way, even if you lose in the grand finals later. So I'm excited to see if Stallions can at least make the final here.
That's it. Well, Wendy, it's been awesome watching her throughout all the interviews. I love her like spirit. You know, hi, I'm Wendy. It's great. It really is. And she had a chance to walk the boulevard and break down what's at stake for today.
Hi, it's Wendy here. Welcome to the final days of the CROSSFIRE at Esports World Cup. Today we got 1 Filipino team and 3 Chinese teams to chase for the championship. And BaiSha need to face against with the rookie Filipino team STS. And of course, the other semifinals gonna be the 2 Chinese teams to compete with each other. It's cruel, I know. But today, not only the semifinals, we got 3rd place, we got the grand final, we got the chance to see which team got the chance to choose the 3 keys under their trophy to climb to the top of the game. And if you got some questions about the keys, let's wait to see this video.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Protecting the keys is important not only because you can use them, right? So, or at least protect it, put it in the totem, but also you can use the fragments of the keys crushed. And, well, like you said, I think it was you, Kyle, right? No one's been able to avoid the flinch. And, well, it's true here. I think every single time we watch a key crushed, they're always recoiling in effect.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a good feeling, but the shock and surprise is always fun to watch as well at that final moment, especially when it's happened to teams multiple times, like King Zero. You could see them every time. The little bit of recoil there, always fun to see.
Yeah, it's enjoyable getting through. Like I said, now there's a bit of experience, I think, for these sides. They've crushed quite a lot of keys. So hopefully now heading in towards today, if any more, and they do need to be crushed, they've sort of figured out how it works. His reaction, obviously,
this is the
very, very good as a whole. He was very excited as well to do it, which is quite funny. And also, I love now as well the teams that are progressing towards playoffs. They sort of all start preparing. You can see them all cover their ears just as the button's being pressed. So they figured it out. But as a whole, it's been very fun.
It has been. It's one of the unique things about the Esports World Cup. You know, this whole key system, crushing them and obviously protecting them. I think it adds a little bit more weight to your matches. Yeah, that's either the best one or Kano. Both of those are great. Here it is, the prize pool. We've been talking about it. The biggest prize pool in CROSSFIRE history, $2 million, $750,000 for first. And again, you look at that drop off, right, from first to second, quite significant.
Yeah, honestly, I think even making that grand final is massive, but yeah, a huge difference, a $400,000 upgrade if you are that champion at the end of today. So definitely a lot to fight for.
A lot to fight for indeed. And Neo, like Kyle said a little bit earlier, right? It's like $100,000 basically every step you go up.
Yeah, it was pretty ridiculous, and you know, it makes you think. I can't even imagine. You know, with some of these teams who have got a lot of kind of young guys who've come through. I mean, we spoke about Kano, right? 16 years of age. There's a few sort of in that region. I can't even imagine what I would have done at 16 with, you know, 20 grand. Like, you know, I can't even imagine the amount of skins I would have bought. You know, it would have been fantastic. My inventory would have looked incredible in every game. But I can't imagine what I would have done with that sort of money. Of course, PC upgrades, all the rest would have been great as well. But I think for the clubs themselves, you talk about what they can do with money as a roster as a whole. Yes, we can talk about things like roster changes and salary upgrades as well, which is great, but we're talking about facilities, boot camps, we're talking about, you know, extra practice coming through, which is a really, really great deal for all of these sides. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how today plays off, because there's so much on the line now.
Yeah, 20,000 at 16. I would like to say I'd invest it, but I probably wouldn't have. I would have spent it on something dumb that wouldn't have mattered. But Kano's smarter than me. I'm sure he would do a lot better with his financials. The bracket, though, is stacked. We're down to our top 4 teams. Yesterday, we lost 4 as well. We've been basically eliminating 4 teams every single day. It's been quite brutal, as Wendy said, but that's the way the competition goes. For Team Stallions, they managed to beat AL.KATSIA. BaiSha beat Q9, Evolution Power against Rock, and while AG.AL beat King Zero Esports. Still a great run from King Zero, I'll give them credit. But now we're down to our top 4. Now, from my eyes, Kyle, I see Team Stallions, BaiSha. That one, obviously, Team Stallions, the underdog. It's great they made it here, but it's a question of how far they can continue to go. But BaiSha has to be the heavy favorite in that matchup.
Yeah, the downside with Stallions, this is really the one Chinese team I feel like they're going to have an extremely difficult time against. You think of the EPs, the AGs in the world, they've taken maps off of those in the past, but BaiSha, they're a different beast to go up against.
That's right. And for AG.AL Evolution Power, now that is an interesting one that can go the distance to map 3.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at Evolution Power, who, you know, reigning champs from CFS coming in towards this tournament, but also, you know, start of the year, really, really good run domestically. The second half of the year was also rough for them, so they've thankfully rekindled a bit of the flame under this side, but it's a really interesting game. AG seem to start all this series really slow. EP start them all really fast, and then occasionally trickle down and start to lose a bit of that fire. So it's a really hard one to predict. You've got the number 2 and number 3 team in China playing off against each other, but as we've seen with both of these two sides, I think BaiSha are also very, very similar. As tournaments progress, they warm further and further. They warm up, you know, continuously more. So I do worry for Stallions quite a lot, but that second game, I really don't even know what to predict.
Yeah, you know, when it comes to Stallions, their run's been wonderful. Defeating Na'Vi, taking them out of the club championship race when it comes to CROSSFIRE, and then defeating AL.KATSIA. That was already a big upset, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, AL.KATSIA's got to be their biggest match we've seen from this team so far. Na'Vi's a team, you know, on paper, you'd expect them to probably win that matchup. But for me, that AL.KATSIA match said everything about this team's potential, because that's when they were able to crank it up to another level that we haven't seen from this team so far in the tournament. And if they can do that again today, they've got a real chance of taking this series.
Yeah, and Evolution Power just cruising through this Rock series. But again, to give credit where credit is due, from the Western side of things, Rock did what they needed to do.
Yeah, they just petered out so quickly, unfortunately, that Rock side, and it's definitely something which I'm sure is going to be a tough loss to get over, considering how it started, right? They were flying map number 1. Subbase looked incredible, and they really were starting to look like the Rock that we know and love. Everybody hitting their shots, everybody looking fantastic, but they petered out so quickly, 10-1 across both map 2 and 3, so it's a heartbreaking one. It's one that for damn sure keeps you up at night. Yeah. It's going to be a tough one to sleep. I'm sure last night was a rough one.
You know, this was an interesting series, Kyle. King Zero started off with, I believe, a 10-1 victory. And then AG.AL said enough is enough, and they came back fiercely in the next 2.
Yeah, honestly, it was the ZY difference. When he turns up to play, it's just a whole different game. You look at the final map, he had, I believe, around 20 kills, and that's what they need from him in the series they're going to be facing today, because EP, a much more challenging opponent to go up against, and AG today can't afford to have those first map jitters.
First map jitters is a real thing, and losing one map could very well set you back too far in order to come back. Now for AG.AL, that wasn't the case. BaiSha's also been down a map. They've managed to come back. Things have been great. Now the thing is, though, with 4 teams remaining, spicy takes are starting to get even spicier. Let's move into our Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib Doctor Notes and get some spicy takes from the boys on the desk. I always ask it because I don't want to choose. Who wants to go first? Kyle, Nia, which one?
I'll take it. I'm happy to throw it out here. If you want a real spicy take from me, I'm going Stallions EP final, and Stallions take at least a map in that final.
That's incredible. Stallions going all the way to grand finals. But when we do get to grand finals, let's get even spicier. Who wins, EP or Stallions?
I think I'm going to go EP going back to back.
Okay.
Despite that actually technically being an upset, with them even beating AG being a bit of an upset in that sense. But yeah, I'm going to go Stallions to steal away from BaiSha. I don't know if I'm fully convinced of that side just yet.
That's a little bit of a hot take. I like it. Kyle, can we match the energy?
For me, it's going to be, I think, EP 2-0 AG. I don't think it's going to be a close game at all. I feel like EP is played on another level. They showed it in the group stage when they beat BaiSha, and I feel like all gamers, they're just not going to have a chance in that series.
Not a chance at all, Kyle. I like it. So 2-0 for Evolution Power against AG.AL. Stallions defeating BaiSha, which would send shockwaves around the world. Stallions already done that. That would be even greater. And like I said, going to grand finals, that secures what, $350,000 guaranteed. Of course, you'd be shooting for the $750,000 for first, but still plenty of money to be earned, and all 4 have already earned it. Speaking of which, let's talk about our power rankings, the Aramco power rankings, because we've been pretty accurate so far. Our top teams, at least our favorites, have done fairly well.
Yeah, 3 out of the 4 here as well. And, you know, for Arcadia, like we've been kind of saying, that them losing to Stallions, such a mammoth upset. This is an Arcadia side that everything is right on paper. They are this Brazilian super team that have been so dominant regionally. But again, where they fall short in the playoffs, it's been a bit of a consistent story for them. And sure, it's fine when we talk about this being a consistent story for like Q9, because even them making playoffs is great. But Arcadia, they should be competing for trophies. They should be lifting trophies, and it still seems to be eluding them.
Well, it is a shame that they are finished off in quarterfinals. I felt that they had more gas left in the tank, but Stallions took them in the first series of the day. We look at our dark horses, Kyle, and we had some early exits from them, but we also had some contenders who did go decently far.
Yeah, I mean, from this group, you had Rock and Stallions both making it to the quarterfinals. Obviously, Rock falling short in yesterday's match, but Stallions, I think they're the dark horse that continues to deliver. We've seen it all year long. They did it at ACL with the top 4 finish, and now they've got a chance to do even more in this event.
I look towards as well with our sort of dark horses. You got Liquid, who criminally underperformed, should have won that group without even really breaking a sweat. They were given such a luxury road to the playoffs. And then Falcons, who we put them as dark horse because they were in the group of death. They were sort of the 3rd string. If they were in any other group, they make it out. So that we kind of had to give them that credit. With our big underdogs, I'm actually really impressed in particular with KZ and Q9. I think they're 2 sides who sort of from a dominant region, from China, of course, who look really, really strong, but making deep runs, they don't really have the depth just yet. But even being in the consideration and being in that conversation of playoffs for those 2 is really, really good. I think for VP Twisted Minds, this is now a region that's reeling. And I think I really do wonder what the shakeup's going to look like over there as well, in particular for Twisted Minds. We expected a hell of a lot more from them. So it's in a similar vein that maybe towards kind of Liquid, for example. They should have made out of groups. They shouldn't really have broken that much of a sweat. Massively underperformed, finishing dead last, in fact.
Sure. Well, for Stallions, one of our underdogs looking to go all the way. They've done very, very well already, even if they're eliminated by BaiSha. But that's it, isn't it? It's BaiSha versus Stallions, the #1 team versus the underdog that is looking to make history in a big way. It's going to be an epic battle.
It feels nice. It's our first time, though, and it's our dream to to compete in the top 1.
我们的目标是进入决赛，因为还需要赢得一场比赛才能进入决赛。我们会拼尽全力。
I think BaiSha is a strong team, and I rate them 10. Innen is the tougher one to face because he is strong and smart. To win this match, we need to be prepared and be mentally stable.
我们会对 STS 做充分的准备，因为他们的队伍年龄非常小，枪法非常准。我们要准备一些应对措施。要赢下他们的话，我们必须就是要做更充分的准备，把战术准备得更充分一些。
I think we will win with a score 2-1.
我觉得是2比1吧，2比1。
Good luck to BaiSha and to us too. That's all.
希望会是一场精彩的比赛，我很期待和他们交手。
You can tell they're taking it serious. Stallions versus BaiSha, the first match of our grand finals day. Who's going to take it? Well, it's up to the competitors to decide. Boys, let's start talking about Stallions, the underdog that has overperformed everyone's expectations. Young players on the roster coming from the Philippines, looking to make history, and they very well could be doing that.
Yeah, the little team that could. It seems to be the Stallions narrative, right? They just keep punching up. They keep looking so good all the way through. I've been really impressed with just the level they're bringing. I think obviously No's taking a lot of the praise just because he's a relentless entry. Mechanically so unbelievably talented, but there's so many names you can throw out here. Loy's looks so consistent all the way through. I think he brings a lot of stability towards this side, and that is the issue I think with these sort of younger, really kind of mechanically orientated teams, is that they actually do need a stable factor. They need somebody who can be a bit more of a sporting element, and Loy is bringing that a lot. So I've been very, very impressed with him, and KLB's just been funny to watch all the way throughout, getting involved with the crowd as well. He's really been fired up all the way. So this is a team that there's a lot to like. There's a lot of ways we can praise them, and I think a guy that often doesn't get in those conversations is Tanks, the coach. I think he needs to be, as he already kind of calls himself, sort of the father figure, the wise man of this team, but he needs to be able to calm them down, especially coming in towards the games like this, and his preparation, whatever he's been doing, working a treat, because they have really been counter-stratting every big team they've played.
Kyle, Stallions now find themselves opposite of BaiSha. This is very well the first time they have made this deep of a run, at least from the Philippines side of things. BaiSha, though, they've been here before. Talk to me about that pressure that Stallions is going to have to keep under control.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is learning how to shut down a player like Xiao. We've seen him be hot and cold throughout the event so far. On top of that, though, you've got two of the best players in the world in N9 and 577 on this team as well. Insane entry fraggers you have to deal with, and they have the young guns of YDSS and LE as well. So I feel like this is going to be a really tough team to shut down because they have one advantage no other team I think really has in this event, and that's every single player can clutch on this lineup.
And we talk about N9, 4 CFS titles, a man that has been playing since 2015, and he's relentless in the way that he competes. You know, to be competing that long and still be at the upper echelon of CROSSFIRE is truly impressive.
Yeah, and not only, you know, competing that long, but competing that long and then getting MVPs every single tournament. It's actually ridiculous. He got an MVP in their opening game with that dominant performance over Falcons. So he's just looked great all the way throughout. He doesn't really ever seem to lose his edge. And I think at times we can see players who've been around for a long time, especially being at the top for a long time, it's tough to motivate yourself when you've won it all. And he has basically won it all. But technically speaking, this is a new trophy for the CROSSFIRE scene. So to be the first champion of EWC goes a long way. And these two have been great all the way through. I think it's a fantastic sort of head-to-head. N9, that kind of leadership figure, but also mechanically incredible. And Loy, like I just said, so good as a bit more of a foundation towards his team, supporting, but also brings a lot in terms of the numbers department. He allows these youngsters to actually be a little bit reckless and to shine in a sense. They need somebody who can back things up if plan A goes out the window, and that's where you look towards Loy.
Kyle, why is Loy an N9? Actually, let's talk about something more impactful, because during the interview, you can see the respect that these competitors have for each other, both saying it's going to be a 2-1. For BaiSha to give that respect to the Stallions means a lot.
Yeah, I actually think this team was really intuitive as well. You saw it in the interview actually yesterday. BaiSha expected to play Stallions as well. They've been preparing for this team. I think even looking back to ACL back in April, teams have had their eye on Stallions because this is a team that knows how to thrive under the pressure, and people are starting to take notice.
They are taking notice, and so are we, the world, in fact. Again, the first ever time CROSSFIRE is here at EWC, but won't be the last time for sure. This event has been phenomenal, and the moment moment is upon us for our first matchup. It's Stallions versus BaiSha. You have one team that has won championships before. They've been there, they've done that, but they want to do it again. For Stallions, representing an entire region, the Philippines, for the first time, have a real shot to go all the way, win the money, but more importantly, cement their names in CROSSFIRE history. Now, all that's up is, of course, to them to decide what their destiny will be. Let's send it to the stage for Stallions versus BaiSha.
And No gets away with it.
Capture the defuse. There's a one frag grenade.
"16 teams arrived in Riyadh with a dream. The 4 that remain today, the final 4, the strongest 4, fought day and night to silence every doubt and prove once and for all who truly stands as the best in the world. Witness our juggernauts one last time, for in the showdown of the year, those who rise above today will carve their triumphs into eternity, while their fallen foes will bear the weight of that memory forever."
You give me chills. Woo! Welcome in to CROSSFIRE here at the Esports World Cup 2025. It is our final day of the competition, where one of our 4 teams will raise this trophy later on. Evolution Power, BaiSha Gaming, AG.AL, Team Stallions, who will walk away as the victor with all that glory. $2 million on the line, $750,000 going to our champions. You have a front row seat in our theater of dreams.
And remember, nothing is granted, everything is earned. And our first clash of the finals begins now. Welcome, galloping onto the stage, it's Team Stallions! Riding in with firepower, precision, and unshakable confidence, they've stormed through the brackets, clutching every round that mattered, proving that they have what it takes when the bomb is ticking and the crosshairs are locked. Now, just one best of 3 away from the grand finals, they are ready to spray down the competition.
And against them, BaiSha Gaming! From day one, the waters began to stir. The apex predators of CROSSFIRE have stalked these depths with cold precision, but even sharks can bleed. In a grueling clash with Q9, BaiSha had to dig deep, tested like never before, pushed to the edge. They stumbled against Evolution Power, a hiccup, yes, but one that lit a fire. Now standing in their way, the unlikeliest of challengers, Team Stallions. A Cinderella story, an underdog run that has captured hearts. But this isn't a fairy tale. They're both not just here to participate, both teams are here to take it all. Who will qualify for the EWC Grand Final? The penultimate chapter starts right now. Paper thin, Achilles, Casters, it's showtime.
It all comes down to this one final day.
One final chance to earn glory and earn your way into that grand finals, lest you find yourselves in the 3rd and 4th place matchup. Kicking things off, Stallions going up against the Titans of CROSSFIRE, BaiSha Gaming, multi-time title winners, looking to add another to the collection.
Yeah, it's the dark horses in Stallions versus the tournament favorites in BaiSha. What a run that this Filipino team has made so far. Are they going to be able to find some more magic, work some more miracles? It's been a tough road for them to get here, but they looked relatively convincing against Al-Qadsia. So now you're seeing it BaiSha, who was able to handle Q9 pretty cleanly in their matchup in the quarterfinals, continue on their run, continue that legacy that they have created in CROSSFIRE.
Plenty to discuss here in the team huddles as they get ready to go into this one. A chance to earn your way into that grand finals, but also at that massive prize pool at the end of it all, $750,000. To put it into context, I mean, BaiSha, for all of their dominance across the years, it would basically be like adding 20% of the total earnings right on top. And for Stallions, so imagine how much this could mean to take down the #1 team. No one really thought that they would make it this far into the tournament, so already have been just blowing expectations out of the water, and now they have the chance to really shatter them if they can take down the tournament favorites in BaiSha, who have had their stumbles on their road to this point, had to make it through that lower bracket within Group C to be able to be in this position. Faltered versus Evolution Power, and have had some very close maps throughout. We'll see how things do fare, though, as we get ready to jump into the action. Taking a look now at the map draft. It's going to be Eagle Eye, Black Widow banned away, with BaiSha selecting Ankara to start.
Yeah, not too surprising here. Sub-base going to be picked up by the Stallions. One of the teams that has really favored that map. Port going to be the decider. So quite an interesting setup here. BaiSha leaning into that map that's so widely used by not just them, but a lot of teams in the China region in Ankara. But a map that Stallions have shown some creativity. We saw that yesterday against Al-Qadsia. You know, they came through with a squeaky win, 10-8, but they sure at times looked like they had some incredible reads, some incredible just util usage and individual moments that have carried them through. They're going to need all that and more here today against N9 and his squad.
And even though sub-base something that BaiSha in the past is widely favored, I do like this kind of tackle here from the side of Stallion, saying, all right, that's where you faltered. That's where Evolution Power is able to turn the tides of that series back in Group C. We think we're very much going to be able to do the same, but for Ankara to start, that's where BaiSha found their opening success. So should it be favored coming into this one? But one of the things that we have been seeing from a couple of these Chinese teams has been that soft start in the series, slow to really find their shots, to find their groove and get the reads on the teams, whereas for Stallions, it's kind of been just hot play from the outset. We'll see if that continues as we jump straight into the action. Our first semifinal now underway.
It's going to be a lot of tape. Oh, that's the early kill there for Xiao.
Well, it looks like he's not skipping a beat. He's one of the players that did take a while to try to get warmed up. N9, however, AG.AL down. Too many targets around that corner. Is looking for the quick flick there. Xiao unable to find that one, but draws down with a pistol and will be able to find no after all. So will just be player advantage maintained here for BaiSha.
Yeah, that's really key there. That Xiao able to lock down that connector angle in towards B. That really makes the decision here much more difficult for Stallions to try to suss out the map, try to find their ability to create an extra flank. It looks like they're just going to decide that grouping up, going for a bigger hit, is going to be the better answer. But BaiSha can hedge their bets. They can split 2-2 across the map, try to lock this down.
3 players on the approach, swinging through the vent, now making their way out onto the side, but it's going to be 5-7-7 to collect all 3 heads. And just like that, opening round goes the way of BaiSha.
Some stumbles in the individual moments for the Stallions, and this is just incredible. Spray down, point blank range. Makes it look easy. Great start here. Only 1 death, just N9 for BaiSha in that first round. And KLP almost got a read there through the smoke. But
really pushed out towards Hotel. Our BaiSha right now.
Very forward presence outside of B. A widely just left the 5-7-7. I mean, after 3K, figure he's probably going to be pretty good to go ahead and hold that line. But if Stallions get the read that the stack is on this side of the map, just be a quick pivot. C4 now going to be collected here by JJ. Couple nades out. Ends up going a little bit wide there, so 5-7-7. Not going to get clipped by that one here. Just continuing to keep the smoke cycled on main.
Yeah, and because of that early aggression, Stallions couldn't pull the trigger on maybe trying to change directions quickly. Instead, they're going to wait this out and kind of anticipate that maybe this angle's been left less defended. It's going to be on YDSS. Going to play his life here. Just playing off contact. Doesn't want to stick around too long. Even gets tagged up big time. That grenade was perfect.
That he does. Quickly need the back pedals, worried about this short angle. Lai's got that covered now. TRG in hand, and it looks like with a little bit of push and pull and under a minute remaining, Stallions now going to cut back across, 4 players into mid. Scale forward up towards that A main position, but where they want to go, looks like it's going to be this B site that does have the stack from BaiSha.
Let's see what they can do. Lining up for a mid hit. And 9 going to be first contact.
Nades now starting to fly. Works his way back over across in towards the site. Lai going to be able to find one. JJ Hay trading out 5-7-7. That opens up the A site approach. I don't think that Stallions have the read on this one quite just yet, but it might not matter as they're able to find 2 more kills. Now a 4th as N9 gets taken down. And that is going to be a very good round. They look to close it out and will be able to as they tie it up 1-1.
Just a Stallion specialty. Doesn't matter what they're facing, how many players are in their faces. They're willing to challenge, and they knock it out of the park there. Just a bunch of quick kills for them as they make their way towards B. BaiSha has the read. They're in the right places in terms of having their players in position to deal with the hit, but Stallions just better. I mean, that's been, whoa, hold on.
Deep smokes out here, just trying to get Lai on a deep line. Chow as well. Stacked up for that extra little layer with the snipers, and he's going to continue to scale forward, just be able to try to find a catch here. For now, not giving him any angles, but see if they remain cognizant of this potential here.
Certainly should be aware of this as Stallions. This is a possibility.
And with that frag grenade going in, info can be relayed from Lai. Nading into that connector position, he should have a good idea that there's going to be no one on that flank, but now it's going to be a target-rich environment. They're trying to spam him out. Goes for the peek, and immediately he's going to be rewarded with a kill. Needs to try to cover here the escape, but he's actually going to be sticking around for a little bit longer. It's a spot there on a KLB. Can't quite line it up, and KLB wisely decides to back away, but Shao is not done quite just yet. Continuing to scale forward, looking for a little bit more, but this time the shot ends up going wide. They're still going to be duking this one out. KLB sticking around, really wanting to try to displace him. They know that they likely have him tagged up. At the same time, N9 going to be taken out, but 5-7-7 swooping in to mid is just able to massacre 3 players. And Xiao eventually has managed to find KLB. BaiSha reestablishing a lead.
Another big round from 5-7-7. Comes up with another triple. Just shutting down this attack before it has any hope of starting. They get caught checking the upper angle there. He's just ready to swing in. So map control and the presence that Xiao Xiao is able to establish there funnels Stallions right into 5-7-7's open arms. He is known as the Great Wall for good reason. Man is just fearsome. Those rifles up close and personal. Having that HK now as well seems to suit him just fine.
Good damage on the YDSS. Frag grenade able to find some value there. As Lloyd just going to be backing away.
And we're taking a little bit of a breather here. Just again, YDSS, like you said, playing that quick retreat position. See it from the corner of his screen there.
Playing close, needing the back away as there's the spot, and yep. Quickly is able to tuck back. Himself out to safety, tucked now into the cubby here.
This isn't a committed position from the Stallions though. C4 still down, over back by spawn, so this is more of a feint, a bluff See if they could catch anybody off guard. Maybe they had a plan to try to catch YDSS, but never really came to fruition, other than just, again, taking damage with the grenade. So they at least give themselves some space to work with. We've seen that they're happy to take those fights, even on the strong side of the map. See if they can find some success, but YDSS just gonna hold close outside of his smoke. Flash there, no reaction. Tough to read, 40 seconds.
Still a good amount of util available to the Stallions. Been a big dump of it for the side of BaiSha. Don't have too much to try to save this off. N9, look, they try to hold this line. Swings out a little bit wider, is able to find one, but Loy will trade him out and trade it up. As the kills come in, but HP bars right now absolutely wrecked on the side of Stallions. Frag grenade up and over the top, not going to get the connection there onto Loy, otherwise it would have been his demise. Manages to get that C4 planted. Now it's Lai in 5-7-7. No, lost. Just Loy, or just Lai now. Try to clutch this one out. Trying to scale forward, pistol in hand, clearing every which angle. Needs to try to clear out this balcony though. We'll ride it up over the top, holding close, finds the first. No now, on the opposite side. Gets to the C4, taps it, but he's gonna have to commit to this one sooner rather than later. There's a swinger on the back, and no, will get the jump. The Stallions keep us neck and neck.
Yeah, the mid pressure again proving successful for Stallions. Able to just make things so scrappy there. No finds a huge headshot when he's low HP. That changes the destiny of this round. Lai just trying to figure out where the hell he went. No idea that he had wrapped all the way to that back balcony. Oh, and KLP takes down Lai early.
Great kills to be found here as YDSS also dead, just trying to come to the rescue, trying to trade something out, but Stallions watching their angles.
Man, they just are so fearless. They'll just come at you, guns blazing. BaiSha just left, trying to figure out what the heck happened to him. Got a pretty open B site. If they can figure it out, they're going to take their time here, talk things through. A couple early kills. Don't want to squander this advantage of Stallions.
Still playing this very patiently. You know who's around the corner. You know who you're still up against. You talk about the Great Wall. I mean, these are the three, in all likelihood, greatest players on the side of BaiSha, not to discredit the two on the floor. Just from what we've seen at this tournament alone, widely in their victories has been these three leading the charge. On the peak, nothing going to be spotted there.
He's going to have to come up with some big kills, it feels like.
It's now starting to go out. Smoke on a one angle, the approach over here towards the site. N9, pressure on the leader. Tucked away as here comes the swing. JJ's so ready for it. Instantly finds the headshot. KLP's got the cover. Xiao is going to be taken down, and just like that, it is a flawless round for Stallions to now gain the lead.
God, their individual mechanics just on display. Just so fast and reading those positions so well. They have done their homework. They're looking very well suited to square up against BaiSha, at least so far. This young gun upstart team showing that they've got what it takes to hang with the best of the best. Early push out again though for BaiSha. This time not going to be countered initially by the Stallions. Need to wait for somebody to get out of place, so KLP can watch this mid angle. Somebody from BaiSha gets a little overeager, tries to ego challenge it, but for now, patience being shown. Clearing that back door. They know they're doing their homework. They know that N9 likes to tuck in at that B door. So they're being pretty aware of some of the tendencies, at least, of their opponent. Meanwhile, 2-1-2 split. A little bit further pushed out at B, so let's see if they're ready for this A hit. 5-7-7 has been just nasty. Certainly want to get a good flash onto him or something.
Trying to swoop in. Some damage, but nothing more. Loy finds the kill. Nade's now coming through. N9 having to hold his position. He's able to find one. Sets up for the flashbang. Sends it. Tries to stave them off. Loy coming in, trying to reinforce. He's able to find 2 quick kills as Loy and No both get taken down, but JJ able to trade that one back, and now we go into a 2v2. Ooh. Nade looking for that kill. JJ so very low, but still breathing for the moment. A Shao now on this flank, swooping in through the vent, getting ready to swing in. At the moment, I don't think that his position is being read at all. There's a swoop in as YDSS wins his fight out front. The fuse to come in, and that's going to be BaiSha keeping it tied up.
Stellar flashes from N9 there to buy a little bit of extra time for the reinforcements to arrive, but being pushed up forward into Hotel also gives you the avenues for quick rotations across the middle part of the map for BaiSha. That's going to be such a difficult ask there for JJ and KLP. Surrounded on 2 sides, having to guess. So busy trying to fight from that spawn angle. Again, just that mid-check by KLP. They want to keep that part of the map open for themselves. There's N9 at that door that I was talking about in the last round. They love to try to counter your aggression there. Especially because you don't know if somebody's going to be playing from the stairs of Hotel. You can set up that crossfire. Very careful, very patient coming through these doors, and so far, Stallions have mostly done that. Just looking, seeing if you can get lucky. That's gonna, all those shots are bringing 2 players over here at the front of Hotel for BaiSha. Saying at least if you're gonna try to keep making noise over here, have some kind of answers. There's 2 players in vents over on A, but actually Stallions backing off of it, so let's see how they want to regroup and reassess. A mid-hit potentially on the cards. It's been very successful for them. Just get up into the GR spawn, cause havoc. They're gonna, oh my god, they're gonna surround the Hotel.
Go over the top, able to find that first. Leader of Stallions dead. Crossfire set up here from YDSS. Swooping forward, running out of bullets, and cannot get the pistol out fast enough. So it's just going to be the one kill there on the JJ as he does go down, but Loy tagged with damn near no HP. No, however, able to find Shao, flushes him out. Attempted a quick scope there, but KLP can't quite make it happen. Now on the back foot is Stallions with Lai watching from the deeper angle. Loy with 4 health, C4 in hand. The time is getting away from him. A 1v3 from this position be absolutely miraculous, but it looks like BaiSha going to be set to go ahead and move up once again into the lead.
I think so. Seems like there's little hope here. Loy can do much. In fact, he's even just potentially conceded the round. Doesn't look like he's gonna really try to go any further forward. And again, BaiSha now starting to get their wits about them. YDSS winning a big fight over by Hotel. That's a Xiao as well, hitting that first shot. Really stymies that attempted pinch play into Hotel. You know, it's a decent read from the Stallions, to be honest, but they just can't quite convert, can't quite execute on their mechanics, which have looked really sharp here today to start.
Perhaps some encouragement there from Tanks. No time, no pause. Just right back into the action. And now you've got N9 slotting forward here just outside of the door. YDSS backing him up. Michelle ready for a counter swing should things start to go awry, but looks like they will just give up this position, not finding any contact. Just playing this one slowly for now. Side selection for Stallions, so wanting that 5-4 at the very least here at the half.
Get it. Oh no. Gonna take just a little bit of damage. Couldn't catch any shots onto YDSS. Long range assault rifle spam battle, slightly favoring BaiSha initially. Some grenades out. Just trying to dissuade them any further B pressure. Grenade just a hair early from BaiSha. It's looking like some kind of A hit potentially. There's still plenty of time on the clock. They don't have to commit, but man, if they get this read, they're correct. Just 5-7-7 here.
Tucked in behind the stairs, and they flush him out. Not even much damage going to be suffered there from JJ Hayes. Just trying to go ahead and instantly flip their way back into the site, but that just ends up losing his life. And 9 arriving, can only find the 1, and now it's 2v4.
1v4.
1v4, yeah, quickly. As I say it, they fall. Damn near perfection there from the side of Stallions, keeping things neck and neck. A chance now to have that round lead at the half.
Yeah, not only do they get the right read on the map, they're also watching for the lurking player this time, and they shut that down on the backside. Just really good on-the-fly adjustments being made here by the Stallions. Just so well prepared. They're gonna keep this neck and neck.
YDSS, more aggressive angle, dropping down, is able to find one, but falls to his demise. Still gonna be a trade up.
Worth.
Yeah, says I'll take my life in my own hands here. Not give you the satisfaction. Still winnable position though here for Stallions. Just find one on this entry, bring it back to parity.
They're setting up for a crossfire here if they come through that long B angle. Xiao watching short, so should be able to kind of collapse on this hit as long as N9 doesn't give us life up easily.
This could just be a cut in towards the spawn though, and then maybe a cross in towards A. By holding at the window, however, he's able to find JJ. Takes him down, nades now exchanged to spot there from N9. Xiao up close and personal. Dispatches KLP, and it looks like BaiSha wanting that round lead for themselves, and they will have it. 5-4 here at the half.
Oh man, it is so close. Both these teams just showcasing some great stuff. Individual moments from Stallions, some big plays from the likes of 577, Xiao, having some great moments for BaiSha. But it's this macro game that they play so well, this BaiSha. The protocols there, just buy a little extra time for Xiao to wrap up from underneath the bridge. Now, similar scenes here. We know that the Stallions loves to be aggressive in those vents on A. It's their kind of favored setup for that site, at least initially. So it's going to be JJ and No over there. Oh, BaiSha just go on a bit of an exploration. KLB watching that time. Oh no. Oh, he peeked out at the wrong time.
That's a critical failure there. 577 does get traded back though from Loy. Rotating around, but let's just be a timing, and it is. YDSS perfectly poised to get the jump. Gets him in with the advantage, and KLP dead here on the site. C4 now quickly being planted, and that is going to be the call here for a timeout after the round. Not liking the way that this has started, it would seem. Have to assume that it's going to be from the Stallion side. As it will just be some smokes cycled here to just keep JJ held back. Make it damn near impossible for him to try to scale forward. Does so anyway. Loses his life for it. Xiao gonna be taken down. No able to find the one, but now needs to find 3 more. He's already getting tagged here. Just the spray through the smoke. Softening up that health bar.
It's no time.
Yeah, it just doesn't have it the round. It ends up getting away from him. Lai will put him down with a headshot. Right back in, stretching that lead now is BaiSha.
Yeah, just some individual micro mistakes here cost the Stallions. You're not going to be given those opportunities. You know, KLB thought he had waited long enough that he could try to push towards those double doors, maybe change his angle, but he guessed completely wrong. And then YDSS able to just get underneath the eyes of his opponent. Yeah, 577. So clean there. Lai will break the side open for him. That's huge for BaiSha. Stallions still have some chance, still have some hope. That's what they're going to be talking about during this timeout. How could they find their way back into this? I think it's just probably calming the nerves a little bit, just saying, whoa guys, you know, like let's not get over aggressive here. Let's not give away too much. Make sure, and if you're going to play those individual spots, you know, to play for that information, be a little bit safer about it. Let's make sure that we're all on the same page. we want to approach these rounds. You lose 2 players essentially for free there. Even though there was the 1 trade. Still just not going to be enough against a team of BaiSha's caliber.
Yeah, this is kind of that point where when you're on one of these dark horse runs, when you are that team that people didn't expect to make it this far, you can start to falter because now you're clashing against the best in the business, the best team out there for CROSSFIRE. Taking down some big teams on the way, but small fish by comparison. The more you think about can we do it, the more that doubt can start to sit in. So maybe just like you said, a timeout call. Try to just right the ship here. Keep them going.
All right. Let's see what they can do. Such a critical moment here for them on that timeout. If they can get a few rounds in a row, it's right back to parity. It's right back to 6-6. BaiSha this time not being nearly as aggressive in the early part of the round. You know, wondering if maybe Stallions coach had thought, let's just throw some punches at them. Let's see if they can handle our aggression. So far, though, it's peaceful. It's not going to last long.
No, it is not. N9 on the swing. He's able to find one and just spray and pray, strafing across. There's 577 there to collect the kill. It seems like no matter what was discussed there, might not be paying off. 3 players now on the approach, all from the same angle, flashed up, contained. Here, back of sight. Nade's still ready to fly, but bullets will beat them first here, as that's going to be KLP taken down. They're just getting spammed to all hell. Everything in the kitchen sink going to be lobbed in. Loy eventually able to find that headshot, but there's the wall bang to take out KLB, and Loy, there's nothing more that he can do. The time is already gone. Can just back away as BaiSha get even closer to closing out this opening map.
Man, the entry is just so good for BaiSha. Seen it a couple different times where they're just so on point, just completely smothering out whatever defense their opponents have brought. And you had 2 players there over on A that were just quickly dispatched. Made it a 5v3 with the other players a mile away on the map. Just trying to flood your way back in, and BaiSha not going to give you those opportunities. They're just too good. Push out this time. Nice shot from Xiao. Can he find the second? No, Loy's got him.
Good little collapse in there, but 577 fighting on a different front is able to find no, and that opens up this stretch straight in towards the B site.
Well, they've gotten here in time, but BaiSha, again, has that numbers advantage, so they'll take their times. Want to watch for those frags. N9 super low, so careful. 1 stray bullet, 1 frag finds his mark, would have spelled his doom. Still 2 frags left for the Stallions. This is still pretty doable.
Loy just got flushed out though. Trying to stay tucked in that corner, but BaiSha are aware of every little angle, it would seem. KLP able to come away with 2, but nothing more. BaiSha Gaming building up this streak, going on a run now as they look to bring Ankara to a conclusion.
Now you're starting to feel like maybe the Stallions are a bit winded. Just can't keep up with BaiSha's great macro, great coordination. Communication looks on point. They're reacting well to the aggressive play of the Stallions early in that round. Xiao just so reliable for at least 1 with that sniper here. It's making it so difficult because you have to commit so much extra to get the trade. And BaiSha just responding. They know that they've given up map space with that aggressive push out, and they're happy to take it. I mean, I love the way that N9 calls this team. He understands push and pull so well. He's gonna try to walk in.
The answer is yes, and they have. JJ, he's already been dealt with. As is no. KLP gonna be caught, util in hand, sprayed down, 577 finding another. Zhao watching for the deep flank. Will get flushed out as Loy is able to find it, but now the 2v4. YDSS playing point, sending out these nades, trying to stave them off. And work cut out for them in the clock now ticking. Lie at the ready for the swing. Drops down, and there's 5-7 behind the box. And it's good enough. One more round to go. It seems like Stallions losing that steam that they had very early on in that opening half.
Yeah, see some of the players trying to find some energy again for the Stallions. They're trying to rally the troops here, but man, oh man, BaiSha just gets aggressive out of nowhere. You just don't expect it with this team. They're usually so cautious, so patient, and they just walk right in, and it catches the Stallions completely by surprise. I mean, yeah, they're kind of watching the angle, but it's just so aggressive that, you know, your ability to react to that gets stymied because you're just left scrambling, trying to rely on your own instincts. Oh, okay. All right, good trade there, favorable.
A little bit trying to start things off. Before, however, being brought forward, the B site for the moment open. Loy rotating around, gets himself in position to try to slow up the rest of this approach. Stallions can kick it into gear from here. Still in with an opportunity. JJ does well to find at least another kill there. Is now, I think BaiSha realizing that they are encircled. Try to fight their way through it, but still able to find the shot on the one, but Loy holds his own. Cleans him up. Stallions not done quite just yet.
Yeah, now they're able to get a good read on what BaiSha is trying to do in the round. They're able to get the two players into the spot where they can trade. Get the 2-for-1. It just gives them so much more freedom on the map as the GR side. So still 4 more rounds to go just to send it to OT. BaiSha this round gonna be a little bit more patient. Wait out Stallions players. It's gonna be No who's gonna tuck into that corner here. Around this door. Loose with another smoke there. Just trying to keep that angle covered in case somebody pushes forward. Gonna spread the map here. Just sneak it all the way through the tunnel. Nobody the wiser just yet. Just a matter of can the Stallions get the read. Seems like they might have, but they might be overcommitting.
He'll be on the swing, able to find the one. Traded back, but No is at second layer. Simon with the advantage. C4 now recovered, N9 just trying to strafe away. Slowly does manage to make his escape. Loy, however, pinching in over towards mid. May just be able to find the catch, and he does. Jumps up over the top, immediately finds that headshot. Trade back from YDSS. Bomb now going to be recoverable, at least for the moment. KLB and No get ever closer. He manages to back away, but they know that they have them contained over towards this B side of the map. Being said, though, they're still going to be rotating in towards A.
BaiSha there for a moment, maybe thinking about trying to go 1-1 across both sides of the map, and instead, they're just going to take a complete pause here. Try to think about this situation. If they had pulled the trigger on that B hit, they might have been able to get the C4 down. I think they're trying to wait out the extra rotation here and then maybe try to go over to A, but Stallions going to keep an extra player over. JJ sitting towards A. Timing here. It's going to come down to some rifling.
Make the call to cut over towards this A site now. It would be brilliant, but I don't think they're going to be able to really realize that one, but double face forward. And it's 5-7-7 collecting both kills. Suddenly, JJ now needing the clutch. C4 planted, 5-7-7 the healthier of the two. And they just double face, and they will gun him down. Third kill for him, and the map win goes the way of BaiSha.
Oh, just a little bit of a slip up there. You can't give BaiSha any opportunities or they're gonna capitalize. 5-7-7, didn't take any damage, and they're not able to clean out YDSS fast enough, even with 2 players shooting at him. Nicely handled here by BaiSha. The favorites are gonna go up 1 set to nothing, 10-5. Just can the Stallions come back on their sub-base pick, the map that they have really tried to hammer home as a favorite for themselves when it's been let through. They lost to Na'Vi on it the last time out, though. Still feeling comfortable. See these teams just, even if they fall on the map, they're willing to give it another go. And they were able to best out Kadzia 10-6 pretty convincingly, so seemingly had a good bounce back on it. Seemed to have fixed what had been going wrong early.
And also worth noting, you know, the Na'Vi game ended up having to be settled in overtime, so it was by a very narrow margin. They ended up losing that one. There's a good start here for the Stallions. We really saw that drive, that grit that they've been showing throughout this entire tournament, but just started to dwindle. This BaiSha racked up round after round, so 10-5. Not going to be kicking yourselves too much, I think, over a scoreline like that, given that this is BaiSha's map pick, but it's all the more pressure on your own selection on that sub base. It's a must win. But that's going to be BaiSha punching their ticket, the first team into the grand final. So Stallions from here needing to pull off the reverse sweep. They've shown that they have the tenacity, they have the ability. We'll see if they can put that to practice when we come back for map 2.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
We are back and about to go into our second map here in our first semi-final. BaiSha Gaming coming out strong. End up winning Ankara 10-5. Stallions now on the back foot, needing to pull off a reverse sweep if they want to make their way into that grand final.
It's their map pick. They've been good to seemingly take maps off of some of the best teams in the world. They were able to do that against AG.AL. Are they going to be able to find the will here, the strength to take down BaiSha on sub base? That's the big question. Matt, both teams are very familiar with, but Evolution Power handled BaiSha pretty cleanly on this map, 10-5. Then BaiSha was able to win it in OT against Q9 yesterday in the quarterfinals. So, not going to be much that's unknown in terms of some of the strategies and tactics, and just a little bit of util being thrown there, just catching smidges of damage onto the BaiSha players outside of the machine, but right back into defensive positions. They're gonna be able to get a read how BaiSha wants to approach this round, starting on the BL side, of course, as it was the map pick of the Stallions. So you want to try to set the tempo early on this map, BL-sided map. Just into somewhat of a default. 2 on B, 2 on A, 1 in mid. BaiSha has all the time in the world here to kind of figure things out. He's looking for any re-aggression, double checking. Sure that no position is unaccounted for, but YDSS so far up here at the C4.
Nades over towards this A side, trying to sell a little bit of a fake. 577 somehow winning this fight, but Loy just managed to take one down beforehand. KLB gets the trade up. YDSS now dead. Shao able to find one. C4 on the floor, but N9 finding the entry on the opposite side, brings it back to parity. Swoop out, gets the spot there on the KLB, and just has to back away. C4 now can be planted. Committing here to this B site.
Well,
perhaps no. Okay. Or maybe a reposition, but the re-wrap here from Stallions puts them right exactly where they need to be. Now suddenly, he's not going to be at risk. Goes jumping across, and he just doesn't register fast enough where these players are at. N9 needing to clutch up. Finds the first. Here on the opposite side, a shot being sent through. Repositions, but it's only 30 seconds, and I just don't think that KLP is going to be giving you this opportunity at all. Just staying tucked back. You don't have enough time to try to re-wrap around. Just needs to hit the shot. As it goes ringing out. A real chance to try to get the plant in here. Has to basically just win this one out with the fight. Find the kill. The shot's flying. Gets the dink. Takes him low, but KLP finds a headshot nice and clean over the top of the box, and Stallions will take the opening round.
You just have to kind of wonder here about the calling there from N9, usually so sharp with it, but the decision to rotate over towards A cost them. They just aren't expecting that that's where also the Stallions are gone. You think you're catching them off guard, and Stallions are saying, well, let's just cover A just in case, and then we have plenty of time to play retake over on B. Since we've given that up, and BaiSha not going to take the free plant of the C4. It does not pay out. I mean, it looked like N9 was going to have a chance there, did tons of damage, but KLP right over to the pistol. Good for the finisher. Good start for the Stallions. That's huge to get those GR side wins on this map. Usually.
That's a big one. See, though, can they expound upon it, find themselves a follow-up? YDSS getting tagged up the outside of B. Maybe the team just trying to create some noise, draw some attention away from this A site. C4 still committed forward here at Woodroom. Now getting ready to swing in towards the stairs. Shout sending out a shot, unable to find that connection there. It's 577. Trying to push his way through here, get into the site, but the stack for now, pretty unmoving, but YDSS does find an opener and gets himself a second as well as JJ will get taken down. 577 up and over the top, already a bit too late as N9's collected that one. It's gonna be a frag grenade right in front of Noto to put him down to 63. As BaiSha are looking to respond in flawless fashion here with a round win of their own to tie things up. Just trying to flash his way in, but Widely has been contained back on the C4. The time is just going to be gone. Nothing more really to do to try to hold his own. Maybe pick up some kills, get some aim training in. But otherwise, this round is gone, and that's going to be BaiSha keeping things neck and neck off the rip. Spot on N9, but cannot win that fight.
Man, YDSS there just finds the perfect timing through mid. He is just good for two. That opens that site wide open. Creating tons of pressure on both sides of the map are BaiSha. Both at long A, long B. That forces the Stallions to spread their forces thin and opens up the avenue for YDSS to get in there. Just crack things open. Nicely done by BaiSha. Now you're gonna see back to their kind of normal default here. Just one player in mid. KLP with that sniper. He's gonna be watching the hall. BaiSha wanting to try to cross through here though. Fully stacked up for this. Just gonna try to test the A defenses. Their executes have been on B every round so far, but more smokes, at least making them rethink this momentarily.
Saw those tracer rounds there for a second, but can't get anyone through the smoke here. Double frag grenade out though, in towards wood, and that's gonna be Lion N9 tagged up here, top of stairs.
It's a good adjustment for the Stallions.
AJ. Oh, able to find one, no with another. 577 answering back is looks for that second kill. Find it though. That does leave Stallions quite well favored for the moment, but N9, quick creep forward, finding one. Frag grenade now up and over the top into window. Gets a bit of damage there. Boy, however, scaling forward very quickly, catches him off guard. C4 is in play, but now it's down to 577, still trying to make his way through the stairs. Nades flying into his face. Turn from the flash. See if he's gonna be able to cover this though, but they know exactly where he's at. And Loy has got the kill, so just like that, Stallions right back into this one.
They're just so fast. The coordination this time from the Stallions, really, really nice. Just aggressively responding to that A hit. Just trying to get ahead of any preparation that BaiSha can get up in their post-plant defense, and it works a treat. It's them their second. The A hit doesn't come to fruition. This time Stallions wants to clear out some space towards the wood double doors. They've done that. Got a huge lean in this direction. This means that BaiSha is going to try to re-clear that space. It's going to be that much more difficult, but they're backing off a little bit.
Rewrapping back across here. Like maybe a 5-player cluster into wood.
Trying to get a response. KLP is
just keeps getting very close to that silhouette, but won't be able to find him.
Just a little bit of a change up on how they're thinking about B so far for the Stallions, but plenty of time to change up the formations on that GR side. Meanwhile, BaiSha really wants to weight this down. They want to make sure that they know exactly what they're getting into as best as they can. ALB smoke there, right at the stairs. He's a lone player. Oh, KLP finds the shot.
Critical 1, 577. It's been such a demon here for the team. So that's going to be the tactical pause called here by BaiSha. Nades out. Damage going to be avoided. The push now getting ready to come through. Holding the door there with the pistol. KLP going to be good for one. Lai able to breach through. It's going to be Shout dead on the entry. YDSS now trying to fight back. He's able to find one there. The wall bang hit, but KLB cleans it up and 3 players surviving. Stallions continuing onward as they look to send this to a map 3.
Yeah, they're just doing a great job controlling that space around the double doors. And that has made it really difficult for BaiSha to get their entries like they would like. So Stallions just a step ahead of BaiSha here so far. They're gonna take a timeout for the first time in the series, figure out exactly what they want to do. It's been rough sledding for them. And getting beat to the punch, caught in some bad situations. Stallions are capitalizing. They've still got that energy, still got that fire for sure. So BaiSha is gonna have to now get in there and try to match.
See what the adjustments look like here, because yeah, a little bit of a rockier start. Quite winning out a lot of these tools here that you typically expect BaiSha to be able to find, as well as just getting util dumped very early on in these rounds.
Exactly, and I mean, it's been good adjustments from the Stallions on what they've seen round over round. They've been really on point with the flashes and the frags especially. Good timely smokes as well. Kind of slow up that hit. I mean, that smoke from KLB at the stairs in that previous round pushes them back into KLP, and he finds it, the opener, the TRG, and that really just slows up BaiSha. Explore machine over towards B. Got control. Do they want to just try to turn up the tempo a bit and try to just challenge? Send out that lurking player. This time it's going to be Lai. Here we go.
KLB ends up getting taken down here on that entry. Lloyd stuck in the corner there behind that pillar, but he is going to be able to survive. And the answering fire here, just so much time spent trying to flush this one player out, and everybody else falls to the wayside. Great round here for Stallions to win, closing it off the back of that tag timeout from BaiSha.
Oh boy, starting to look really good for Stallions. You nailed it. It's Lloyd just sticking behind the pillar. There's just nothing else that BaiSha can do. They all just get so tunneled on clearing him out. Now this starts to get dire. BaiSha potentially, you need to get some more rounds here. I mean, you'd love to get 4 in a row, obviously, but that's seemingly going to be very, very difficult. Response is BaiSha here, again wanting to stack up towards these double doors. Just try to wait out, see if they can get the Stallions being a little bit impatient. But actually that's been something the Stallions have been great on this map, is not overcommitting, not getting overly aggressive. You'll see them go for a little bit of util early. We've seen one push out towards double doors, but otherwise they've been happy to play their default. Happy to rely on their protocols and their reactions. It's been working really, really well. It's time a deep smoke to cut off that mid angle, but actually KLP was a little bit further ahead of it. He's near the control room. So if they test that, they might get a rude awakening. Minute on the clock. Gonna double down on that smoke. Has you thinking A the whole way. Just with how much they're committing towards mid here.
Really running this one down though, 45 seconds. Just now starting to try to scale their way forward. IDSS on the re-wrap, dead. JJ holding that line, and no, doing very much the same. They just shut the door here on them, and 9 able to respond with one more kill as KLP will get taken down, but KLP still living, still breathing, and Xiao Xiao now to try to make it happen. Finds one, but the C4 is still a world away. Still 2 players to try to deal with. He's got to be able to recover this bomb, and Loy is right there covering it, watching it, defending it. Another round win. That tag timeout not doing much, it would seem, here for BaiSha, but it's doing everything for Stallions.
they're just getting outguessed. You know, they try to push through into mid and they just get cut down. Stallions with a slight adjustment in their positioning, moving over to the control room. It catches BaiSha off guard. I know out in the open is dealt with, not before almost taking 577 with him. So early player advantage now finally claimed by BaiSha. They've been having a rough go of it in that department. Xiao sees the leg, gets the shot.
Best opener that they've had in quite some time, being able to collect these kills. Still need to stretch this into the round lead to try to run this one back, and it looks like already timeout's going to be called this time from the side of Stallions. JJ Hay going to be tagged up. Down to 13. It seems like BaiSha finding a window back into this one, but still a long ways away from trying to close this deficit. Second round win for them, potential for a 4 and 5 half, but still need to put in a solid amount of work to make that happen.
Yeah, this is just a round where Stallions decide that they're going to try to turn the tempo up a little bit, try to start pushing the extremities of the map, just show a different look to BaiSha. See if you can catch them being a little bit complacent. Instead, BaiSha is able to respond in kind. This is back to where Loy was holding that pillar so well, setting up for the crossfire angle for JJ. This round and 9. Good for the last one. BaiSha. Never know. I mean, a great GR-sided team, of course, on sub base can be tricky. Tactical pause is taken. It's going to be Stallions wanting to talk about, you know, how they want to approach these last couple of rounds and probably how they want to think about their BL side coming into the early stages of it. Maybe just reminding the players a little bit some of the ideas and some of the things they saw in their prep for the match today. So have to see.
This is again a map that has been a bit polarizing for the side of BaiSha. They've absolutely had, you know, some dominant performances. You think back to them playing against Falcons, that 10-3 that they were able to pull off, but then some rougher ones for themselves, not being able to get a close over Evolution Power, only gaining 5 rounds for themselves in that outing. So I think for Stallions, know that there are weaknesses here. Really want to try to exploit them. If you can get yourselves a 7-2 half, you're going to be feeling very good about extending this over towards port.
Oh God, for sure. Nothing too crazy now. A little bit of change in who's playing what position. They're going to move KLP over towards the A stairs initially. So change up in what weaponry you might have to face off against for BaiSha and at what angle it's going to be coming from. It's going to be the big thing. Tank's done such a good job as a coach here for the Stallions, getting them ready for this match today. You're just left scratching your head here a bit as BaiSha. You know, okay, we're not too bad at this map either. Be able to come through with the clean 2-0, but you're getting tested big time. This has been kind of the Stallions' MO. They're always seemingly good for a map against these Chinese teams. Going back to the ACL, so KLP be tested a good flash.
Flash try to force him back, drops down off the box, but now can rescale because there's no forward push here from that. BaiSha still widely contained. 50 seconds remaining. It looks like it's going to be a re-wrap back to the machine room to try to get their way in towards this B site. But you got 4 players basically ready to try to save this off.
Might have waited just long enough.
Now the third. A little bit of damage there from Loy. For a little bit more. YDSS able to hold his own for one. Xiao going to be taken down. JJ Hay able to find that kill. Loy gets another from on high. Still pushing forward. The time starting to tick. Before needing to be brought forward as Lie, needing to try to fight his way up into the front lines. Is able to do so. Eventually the death ball here from BaiSha will be able to persevere. Woo. They closed it out, but it's such narrow margins.
Yeah, I mean, again, this time they're able to be a little bit quicker, take care of Loy's off-angle position, keep JJ Hay pinned, able to get that execute to go. So, oh my God, I thought that for a second, but he's behind the wall. The X-ray does us dirty sometimes.
Yeah, not given the full story there. Not rewarded with it. Just got a full back off there from JJ Hay. So a little bit of a push coming in. 577 maybe trying to draw some attention. Saying, hey, we keep favoring this B side of the map. Looking over here.
He even throws the smoke over there, so that's going to keep the extra player, at least for now, over towards B. Try to make their way through. Last time they threw a similar situation. Some flashes.
It's getting lobbed in here. KLP again flashed out, but hasn't really had to move too much quite just yet, but eventually will fall. No, with a quick reply back. He's able to find two before getting traded out. And KLB, let's find YDSS. C4 to be collected. Lie to try to hold forward here into the window room. KLB on the approach, going to be spotted, dispatched. So now comes down to Loy. C4 planted, he's going to reroute, wrapping across now towards the stairs. 577 though, cross angle behind the sub. Looking for him, shots exchanged. Loy somehow not able to come away with that one. The shots just whizzing past. Maybe plot armor here for 577, but he keeps himself alive, and BaiSha, they run back this half.
Wow. This time they're testing the A defenses fully. They've been conditioning that they weren't gonna commit to those hits necessarily in the previous round. They're able to just barely get it done. Like the decision there to re-wrap and isolate that fight with 577. They're making some attention up towards the control room, but just can't quite get it done. IDSS on the box initially. Actually gonna avoid any damage, any spam because of that. At least get some decent info early. Will come at the cost of a dissipation of an early smoke or BaiSha. YDS went up in the rafters, but right now he's not looking behind him at all. He's going to rely on Xiao.
He's going to be the one eating the damage here. Wants to get another shot through, flashbang up and over the top. YDSS turning back, but he's just going to get caught with util in hand. Far too late to try to get that smoke out, but still with the pistol, drawing down. He's able to help find some kills here. And just like that, it feels like Stallions should have every catch, every opportunity, but they're unable to take him out of the equation. The rest of the team just swoops in, guns down the Stallions. And that's us now tied up at 5-5.
Because they can't convert on those early kills. Oh, it's so heartbreaking. They do so much damage to a couple different players. It's Xiao.
Oh, no.
No, challenged it. Oh, no is right. Oh, goodness. KLP.
Good way to get caught. Lie. Yeah, 4 HP here. Still holding this angle. Still favoring himself for the shot, but ends up going a little bit wide. 577, however, going to try to play himself into this position, but actually it's just flushing him out for Lie to try to collect, and collect he's Xiao. Woo. Second kill found. Will eventually get taken down, and 9 now there to try to hold the line, but YDSS is in on the flank, and it goes unread. BaiSha, 2 rounds now in a row, back into the lead, and 4 rounds away from a grand finals.
Oh my God. Just buying so much time as Lie there. He gets hit on the way in. Down to 4 HP, and he's still able to hold the line. Some great bait and switches there being set up by his teammate at the point of attack. God, you love the coordination that BaiSha has. Oh, that was a spot there. KLP wasn't scoped in. If he was, who knows, but just saw Xiao. Xiao challenges and gets punished.
Still does eat a good amount of damage, so has to go for the reposition. This is way onto the site proper.
They're actually doing a clear a B in front of it, but this deep smoke gives them a little bit of comfort to press forward a bit. BaiSha trying to win this battle out in the hall.
7-7. Just got a bit of backup here from N9. Nade's going to be lopped in, and look at that damage. JJ and KLP both tagged up, nearly dead. Double frag there, doing wonders. 5-7-7, unable to find the spray. Strafe into him. No, will be able to trade it back. KLP still going to be fighting. Then N9 gets into the back lines, but can't find anything more. Despite the early advantages here, looks like Stallions might just be tying us up once again. Still some fight here in this squad. Unless YDSS can come up with the 1v3.
Loy's not going to be on this side of the map. If he were to keep going there, no, he's wrapping. Loy's the real danger here. Full health, close to. KLP and No so weak. KLP had been spotted there at that corner outside of the control room.
He's reading it, but can he find the shot? No, KLP not giving him that chance. Defends his teammate there at the back, a missile. Stallions, they tie us up once again.
Oh man, maybe another OT in the cards. Wait and see. KLP so banged up from those nades. Got a spot onto him, the spray just missed. Looking for these early shots, hoping that YDSS have been behind the box. YDSS has been playing on top of the box. Xiao actually finding No out through double doors. From the long angle of Halls there. That's a huge loss for the Stallions early. They're going to challenge this. KLP thinking about it. He's got it. What a response.
Now that A site widely opened up, looking for a really quick shot there. Quite able to make that one happen, but still good early advantage here for the side of Stallions to try to regain control. Get a foothold here on the map. Nade's going to be lobbed in here. YDSS trying to scale forward. A bit of damage going to be found, but no, ultimately has to try to back off. And as he re-wraps up into the rafters, immediately finds a headshot kill there onto KLB. Takes a bit of damage, finds some back in kind on towards Loy, but cannot collect that kill. KLP, however, going to be flushed out as 5-7-7, able to find that one, and suddenly it seems like BaiSha might just be shutting the door here on this push. Especially as JJ gets taken down. That's a C4 now on the floor. Loy with everything to do. And 9 though, at 8 HP, looking to just try to get a very deep rewrap here. Big flank coming through. Does this get red? For the moment here, Loy not going for the C4 plant, just now recovering it.
Being extra cautious.
He might just be reading this now.
Be a timing.
Starting to realize this one. There's the drop down and there's the kill. Loy gets it done. Keep Stallions head above the water. It is now they're the ones favored to potentially just close this one out and send us over to that third and final map.
This is confidence that they have to just keep taking fights. Even when they're low HP, they still feel like they can win in the micro battles. They've been right. Xiao does see one player crossing. KLP already on the A site. 5-7-7 challenges it and pays the price.
KLP really starting to come alive here. A couple nades out. Some tag damage down to 49, but still the player advantage there for Stallions, and Lloyd strafing in the window, and he just tears apart too. BaiSha can barely believe what the hell is happening to them here. As YDSS just jumped. All 4 remaining players right there, lying in wait. Stallions are going to get themselves up to 8. 1 away from at least locking in an overtime.
Oh boy. Let's see what Lai can do, but this is already done. The C4 is already down to half. He was never even going to do much in terms of...
Not realized, no, neither of them did. And that'll just be KLB. Taking on that one step closer.
They're just starting to play together. They're catching BaiSha off guard in a lot of these moments where they're not expecting the Stallions to already be where they are, even though Xiao Xiao sees KLP bounding past. They're not in any position to stop it. There's no one on A initially for them. That means that they have to send 577 down there to try to do something about it, but KLP's just been sharp. Xiao Xiao can't find that first shot. A lot of control here on mid, though.
Oh, straight spam damage there on the N9 through the smoke. Flips him down to half. 2-4 pass over here to KLP. Stallions getting clustered up over towards this B site. Be desperately hoping for this peak here out of YDSS. Might just be giving it to him, and he has. Gets the kill, slides away. Damage not going to be found. That double face completely broken down.
Oh, man. Lie. Going to be tested here on A. Has to come up huge. Turns the flash, but he's just getting rushed down. Oh, 577, though.
Able to find 2 quick kills before getting taken down. Brings it into a 2v2. Tucked there from N9. Smoke here at the bottom of the stairs. Frag grenade in, gets a good amount of damage there on to No. They don't have any more. Really try to flush him out. C4 now gonna be planted, quickly scaling forward here. 2 shots in, that's gonna be No, eliminated. KLP, can he be the hero?
Oh.
He's fully flashed up on the peak, is able to find one. Swapping the weapons over to the M14, looking for Xiao to try to take him down, but Xiao will be able to find him. That map point not going to be locked in quite just yet. BaiSha managing to rally back.
It's 577 again with a big 3K to keep BaiSha in this map. Oh, man. You need him to step up, put up the wall, and he does. Goodness gracious. Again, YDSS. Tight angle. KLP still not able to get the read on it. Just looking to shut down any quick hits from the Stallions. Instead, they're just really diligent about clearing that corner at long B. I mean, round after round, I'm seeing tons of frags being thrown in that direction to make sure that there isn't that quick rotate, that quick lurk angle, you know, opening up the avenue to maybe tuck a player inside of the machine room. We've seen how devastating that can be. So credit to the Stallions. They've done a great job of nullifying any map pressure BaiSha wants to create. They've done a good job, again, preparing themselves for this map, for this game plan. They just leave KLB over there. They're still gonna go on a bit of a different check. No C4 being picked up, so this isn't a committal. This is just, can we get the space, and then we can have the late trailing players get through there. Oh, sees the head.
It's spotted, but can't quite get the shot in. Knows how forward they are now. There's a flash connecting YDSS here on this top left side. Smoke still covering.
Worried about 577 there for a moment.
Oh, KLP might have noted him. Takes a bit of damage there on the nade. Turns back now over towards the doors. Reposition the spot onto one. Flashbang to try to cover himself. Holds them back for the moment. It's been great time buying here as N9 is able to find one. YDSS eventually going to be taken down. The C4 now wrapped around, dropping down the stairs. 577 able to find another Loy. Eliminated. Like joining him as frag grenade a little bit too deep to really try to find some value there. That means these players from Stallions get themselves forward on to the site for the plant. N9 able to find one, trades out JJ, but not before 577 ends up getting taken down. No, dead, all down to KLB, and it's just too many targets facing him down. 8-8, we are tied. BaiSha right back into this one.
But the timing there for 577 couldn't have been better. He had just enough time to get out of there with those two players coming through the deep double doors. He throws that flash to buy a little bit of extra time. Not much that you can do at the end of this round. BaiSha opts to group up when they have the numbers advantage. Just try to take players down one by one, and that is the right call. Let's see what happens here. Every round, it's been KLP looking for this early kill. YDSS doesn't give him the angles usually. Let's see if he can suss this out. YDSS on a timing. Just going to back off. He's been playing it about the same every single round. KLP, keep trying to push space. Been feeling so confident. The sniper rifle. Xiao on the low angle this time. Trying to catch him off guard.
A little bit of a late register there, but staves him off, forces him back. Try to play into that one here, at least not yet. It's scaled forward though. Stallions, big surround here on this B site. Now eating a bit of damage and now eating a death. Slide in, N9, not gonna be fast enough to be able to find that one. It's gonna be a double kill here for KLP. No, notes that flank coming through. 5-7-7. Is it a 1v5?
Well, yeah, that flank, once they could take control of that control room, 5-7-7 had to back off. They had already taken control of Long B as well, and like you said, sets up the pinch. There's just nothing that BaiSha can do. It's so well coordinated, so well set up by the Stallions. Okay, consolation prizes, but
some padding of the stats, that's about it though. Nothing more, as he will fall. And Stallions reach map point. BaiSha Gaming now, they want to close this out. It's gonna have to be in overtime. They know that they're capable. The Stallions have just been looking a bit different, a bit more lively here on their own map pick.
Love the fight. Stallions still got that energy. KLP, that angle again, doesn't catch Xiao, just not quite able to pull the trigger fast enough. This mid control, so tenuous. Need 5-7-7, big again potentially if that angle is tested. It's been well dealt with in terms of timing and utility and numbers. So there's a lot of smokes that are gonna come through his way to try to help him out if that's where Stallions went through, but I think now it's just a pause. Try to see if you can get any extra damage done early. Just gonna be Lai over on the A site at the stairs right now. Gotta hold that control room. You gotta be quick to help through mid. So it's gonna be a big piece of the puzzle here for BaiSha to send it to OT.
Critical point here. Stallions, can they make it happen? Staring down this line, but not going to be rewarded with any kind of peek there. KLP reposition. 5-7-7 trying to hold window position. Base of stairs. Very aggressive hold from Lai. Doesn't really have any reinforcements. 45 seconds now remaining in the round. And 9, a check in towards mid. Nothing going to be spotted there. YDSS just here around the corner as the push starts to come through, working their way down towards missile. YDSS swings in, able to find one. Loy going to be taken down 5-7-7 on a bit of an island, but still fighting back, finding one. Looking for the second, cannot manage to find that one, but Lai now arriving. Cleans up one, but no finds two. That brings it to the 2v2. C4 collected, 15 seconds remaining. The plant now going down, but N9, that deep wrap just now arriving in Woodroom, is able to find it, and it's all down to KLP, and he finds the first shot. Xiao is dead. N9 needing to win this, and he does. The defuse will come in, and we're going to OT.
Oh boy, wild stuff. Wild. The fact that N9 is able to clutch that out, unbelievable. KLP has been so good. But N9 there, even changing directions, gets that kill at double doors. And then just gets the timing right as KLP's checking his direction. So into OT we go. Switch of the sides, both teams with 5 on their GR, 4 on their BL. Chance here for either BaiSha to close the series or for Stallions to extend it to that map of port. BaiSha is very cautious as usual. It's that same setup, 2-1-2. But is JJ Hay in mid here this time? Usually it had been one of the snipers, either KLB or KLP. They're gonna set them up on the flanks this time. A different look. Some smokes are out. This is making it look like they're thinking about A. But nobody's moved a damn muscle on the side of Stallions. They're wise to these games.
Not falling for this one. In fact, they're actually starting to shuffle their player forward to try to reinforce this position. KLB getting the spot, but passive is back away as N9. And 577 able to find a kill apiece. YDSS just to bring them here into a player advantage. JJ Hay now getting gunned down. It's all on the KLP once again to try to clutch it. Knowing who they're up against, you have to show some respect to this guy, but oh, N9, he spotted him. The smoke not covering enough. Opening round of overtime goes the way of BaiSha.
It's not a bad read at all from the Stallions. I can't fault them in that sense. They just get overwhelmed on the entry. Yeah, that spot out for N9, huge. They had a good idea. The macro reads were okay. Let's see if they can answer back. Get it back to 10-10. Shot. Similar starts. Always looking for that aggressive push out. You are going to move KLP back over to that mid-hall angle. That's where he was so annoying. Going back to that first half. He's just so good about finding those shots down there. So you have to be really careful with your timing. Smoke over at B. Push down the ramp. Try to cut through control room as well.
What a shot. Now we'll start things off here as they look to get this up to match point. Loy flushed out from back missile. 577 the window alongside line to try to hold this line, and hold it they shall. KLP once again has to do it all, but this time it's a 1v5 and he's got 20 HP. You have to imagine as he drops down out of the vent, it will just be to his demise. Time was already gone. Nothing more. Just sit here in this position. Move out to your death. 11-9. BaiSha looking to punch their ticket into the grand finals. The first team to do so here at EWC.
Just great setups there. Finding that first kill at the bottom of the stairs, taking control room control, just smothering the defensive setups out. And I think they're starting to get a read on these defaults. You're gonna have to try something different as the Stallions, and they do. This time they're getting aggressive at the machine shop. They are pushed pretty far out.
Oh boy, no. Trying to lob that one in. Prince back is able to find the kill there on a 577, but N9 quickly trades it out. Into a 4v4 now. JJ Hay behind missile. He's trying to keep himself alive, but you've got Lai approaching here on this flank, but it's N9 to be able to find it, and it looks like this might just be it. KLP again. Always the last one standing. Always the one trying to get the clutch. But the closeout is there. 12-9, BaiSha Gaming just looking immaculate.
Oh, what a BL side. And that's a stunner. That has the Stallions speechless. How do they respond now? They have to match. They have to do 3 in a row themselves. Both teams were better on their GR sides. Look at N9, 23 kills here, 19 for 577. Like you were saying, you're looking at the bottom three in terms of the positioning. 3, 4, 5 on the map for BaiSha to be the difference makers, and they have been.
I mean, it's just the definition of lead by example. Seeing a captain play like that, it's always a good sign. Like you said, though, for Stallions now needing to get 3 in a row, take us into a golden round to try to get this over to port.
It's gonna be tough. Some pretty good defensive setups. That mid control is so important for both teams. They were on these sides. Some smokes are gonna come down. Trying to flirt with an A hit. Trying to at least sell a little bit that they're going that direction, but BaiSha not really fooled here mostly. This is their stronger side, but still not convinced.
And 9 just ready to try to play off this information, give it him BaiSha.
Patience.
Just keeping it nice and quiet. So many players here. There's the swing, but it's going to be KLB able to hold his own. Shout kills back a singular kill there, but YDSS similarly going to be eliminated. Shout gives himself a second, gives his team another kill before he finally gets traded out. Player advantage here at the moment as Loy will end up falling. Pinch coming in. JJ tagged up. Everybody dangerously low here.
There's still 2 frags.
They need to try to keep themselves in this, but no, again, taking a bit of damage there through the corner. Falls to a sliver and now falls to the hands of 577. Lai's got JJ Hay, and that's it, it's over. BaiSha Gaming continue their reign of terror here in CROSSFIRE as they punch their ticket into the grand finals.
Oh man, what a match, what a step up in OT for BaiSha. It looked like it was gonna be grueling, but once they got there, they took control, they showed that experience, but hats off to the Stallions. They played so damn well today. They played so incredibly well throughout this event.
No, they absolutely have. A huge performance from a team that wasn't given that much credit coming into this one. You can see camaraderie and friendship here between these players. It's been an incredible run for Stallions, and granted, it's not over yet. They still have one more series to play. They have to play in that 3rd and 4th matchup. See if they can get that 3rd seed. See if they can get that $210,000 prize pool for themselves. So there is still plenty to play for the side of Stallions. But for BaiSha Gaming, they've got their eyes on the prize, the trophy, the max cap prize pool of $750,000. They continue to look favored in that one.
Yeah.
No matter which way you slice it, it's going to be a very familiar grand finals for them because it's either AG.AL or it's Evolution Power who sent them to the lower bracket earlier on in the tournament.
Yeah, what a rematch that could be. Either way, it's gonna be a banger for sure. 2 of the best, one way or another, are gonna end up in that finals, and I think it's gonna be very hotly contested. But I mean, you're just seeing the class here from BaiSha in terms of starting to get good reads on the map, things like that.
Well, obviously the grand final is going to be happening later today at the end of it all, but for now we'll go ahead and send it down to the stage and hear from BaiSha on how they feel being qualified into that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Evolution Power and AG.AL are waiting for the next semifinal, but now we have our first grand finalist. BaiSha Gaming have done it on this stage against the Stallions. I'm joined by N9, and oh my god, it's Wendy for translations. N9, congratulations, you made it to the grand final. You were able to take down Stallions in a 2-0 fashion. Can you talk to us about what you were able to see, how you were able to defeat them in a 2-0 fashion here on the stage?
第一个问题想问到恩奈的是，你们这场比赛拿了一个2-0，是一个很干净利落的比分。那这场比赛你赢下来，你觉得你们是拿到了什么样的一个关键点，能够打赢他们呢？
因为我们知道他们平时就喜欢找我们对枪嘛，然后今天其实我们有些针对性的战术吧。
So they they like to play the aiming practice with us in the practice time. So we just focus on their play, their aiming, and plant the specific strategies towards them.
Well, I mean, they definitely worked out in your favor with a 2-0 scoreline. Now, you made it to the grand finals. You will face either Evolution Power Gaming or AG.AL. Who do you think out of those two will you be facing in the finals?
你接下来的对手将会是 EP 或者是 AG.AL 中的一位，那你觉得会是谁呢？
感觉 EP 更有机会吧，因为我觉得 EP 最近状态其实比他们好一点，但是双方这两个战队其实实力差不多，还是要看当天比赛的状态。
So basically, I think EP got more chances because their form in recent days is better than AG.AL, but talk about the strength, it's equal. So let's depends on their forms, absolutely.
Would you, if it was Evolution Power Gaming, would you be looking forward to revenge from what happened in the group stage?
如果是 EP 的话，你有准备好向他们复仇吗？
准备好了。
I'm ready.
Well, that he is, and you know what? Are you also ready to crush your opponent's key?
那你现在也一样是准备好了，可以去碾碎对方的钥匙了吗？
准备好了。
I'm ready.
Well, so are we. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to crush a key, but before that, we're going to head on over back to the studio because now we have our first grand finalists, and we wait to see who will join them in the next set of games.
Thank you very much, Sandstorm and Wendy. That was it 9 from BaiSha Gaming. Clutching up when it matters most. They get the win over Stallions 2-0. And it really was the clutch that set them over the edge. If N9 doesn't win that 1v1 against KLP when the score was 9-8 on sub base, I really do think that Stallions would have most likely won that series.
Yeah, if they'd gone to a third, it could have been really spicy. But I think really well played from BaiSha, just making sure they were keeping within arm's reach all the way throughout. But I think Stallions has done a lot throughout this tournament to really earn respect, right? They're going toe-to-toe with some of the best. Already scalped a big team to start off the playoffs, and now going and kind of pushing BaiSha the distance. That's no easy feat. A lot of teams have fallen very, very flat against them. So we already saw respect being shown by N9 coming in towards us, saying, I think they'll take a map off us, right? Which is in itself already a hell of a lot, but it wasn't the case here today. But this is a Stallion side that should go away from this tournament with their heads held high.
Sure, and they can still get third place, mind you, which is a significant amount of money. They've already earned, a significant amount of money, plus put Philippines back on the map, right? You mentioned, Kyle, that the Philippines hadn't won a championship, I believe, since 2018, when they had a battle against North America, which is even crazier than that, right? So the fact they make it this far, I believe, is one of the best performances from the Philippines region in, well, like I said, since 2018.
Yeah, honestly, this team has the makings of something really special moving forward, especially considering their first run at it was only the grand finals last year. So 3 big events they've only had under their belt. They've got a lot of time to work with too. This is a young team, and I can see a couple of years down the road, potentially this being a championship team. So I think there's a lot of room for growth, but already being top 4 in the world, not a bad place to be this young.
Yeah, not bad, right? Of course, we've been talking about Kano being 16. So much longevity in life left in him as a competitor. I really hope this roster stays together.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a side that this is only the infancy stages of this team. They've got really high prospects going forward. And of course, from a slightly smaller, slightly weaker region as a whole, I'm really excited to see what they can bring going forward. You know, in a similar vein to Rock, they've got a bit more of an unorthodox style. They're very quick in terms of their pace. They're quite relentless in the aggression, and a lot of teams do struggle against that. So I'm really looking forward to what they can bring. If they can kind of use this as a catalyst to success going forward, heading towards CFS at the end of the year, and really once again go back-to-back in playoff performances, this is a Stallion side that have a really bright future.
Yeah, I was talking with one of our production assistants while that game was actually going on, and she said, of course, BaiSha just cold-blooded killers. You know, when you look at them on the stage, the way they stare through your soul is incredibly, incredibly different from anybody else, really. They've got that fighting spirit, and, well, of course, so does this player here, 577, who's always making impactful plays.
Yeah, honestly, this guy is honestly a little bit underrated, I would say. A lot of other people on this roster often get the spotlight, but he's always the anchor when they need him to come up huge. And this was one of the most important games they've had so far in this event, and he delivered in full form. 115 ADR in a semifinal is just insane.
It is insane, and 577 has been insane throughout this entire tournament. You can owe the success to BaiSha for multiple reasons, but 577 has to be a heavy favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is sort of the scary thing of what makes this BaiSha side so tough to play against. against. If somebody doesn't step up, that void is filled immediately with no hiccups. The synergy of this side and the ability to pull on so many different facets of firepower is what makes them so brutal to play against. I mean, you were saying, right, these guys, they don't really need to show any emotions because if we're being frank, BaiSha in a semi-final, that's a regular event for them. That's an everyday thing. This is just another day at the office for BaiSha.
Sure.
Them getting towards a final, it's expected, right? Anything less is an underperformance. So this is the beautiful thing about BaiSha. They are so ready for these situations where it's probably where they had the edge on Stallions. Stallions have made a semi-final for the first time ever in their career on an international event. This is them probably, you know, giddy with excitement, maybe even nervous as well, playing against the best of the best. That comes with experience. That comes with, what, 10 years of experience like N9 has, right?
Sure.
Plenty of time for them to find their form in the future, but man, this BaiSha side, they're so fun to watch.
That's right. Well, not in regards necessarily to Stallions with this statement, but there are certain teams that play to survive. There are certain teams that play to thrive and win a championship. BaiSha is one of them, and well, they do it so very, very well. I mean, after all, when it comes to China, there's a lot of pride in that region. China has been one of the most dominant regions, right, Kyle, when it comes to CROSSFIRE for quite some time. BaiSha is at the top of the food chain, and they plan to stay there.
Yeah, and honestly, the region as a whole made quite the statement at EWC. All 5 teams qualified for the playoff bracket. That actually hasn't happened in a bit of time for China, so their dominance is really across the region back on top. And not only that, they still have 3 teams left in the race here.
3 teams left in a race. Let's take a look at our updated bracket as BaiSha move forward, secure at least a guaranteed top 2 spot, which, mind you, is already a guaranteed $350,000. Obviously, they want more. They want the $750 for first. BaiSha Gaming defeat the Stallions. Stallions will be our first team in our 3rd place matchup. We await their competition, whether it's Evolution Power Gaming or AG.AL. We had a chance, obviously, with Sandstorm and Windy to talk to N9, and asked N9, hey, who do you think will win that series? And thinking EP is going to be able to edge out AG.AL, which fits the narrative of what we were discussing on the desk a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I think it just current form, this Evolution Power side looks so dangerous, man. Already took down BaiSha in the groups. That in itself is a really massive result, but they haven't really slowed down. Of course, the key crushing here, we're looking to see BaiSha, who have had a few already so far this tournament, whether they can kind of go through reactionless, and that was pretty tame. That was okay. Yeah, they're sort of figuring it out now. They've kind of got the innate timing on it, but no, I got to agree with what N9 was saying. I think, you know, at the moment, Evolution Power look like the better side in form. However, we saw in the regular season for Evolution Power a slow second season of them. AG have always been the second fiddle for the last, like, 3-4 years these days, right? Where BaiSha have generally come into tournaments as the strongest team. So I think AG, they're getting to the point now where they're kind of used to people underestimating them a little bit. Despite still being a top 3 team in the tournament, people just say, okay, maybe top 3, but not the best. They're never seen as the crown. So I'm really hoping that they use this as fuel. They are littered with stars on that side. Use this to be like, people keep underestimating us all throughout this tournament. Let's prove what we can do.
But also, let's talk about it, Kyle. The competitive hatred AG.AL has for BaiSha, right? They've got this rivalry that's been developing for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, they really do. These two teams have a storied history going back almost 10 years, back and forth. BaiSha, obviously the front runner in recent history, but years ago, All Gamers was that #1 team that couldn't be beaten, and some of those players have carried through to today, most notably ZY and ZQ. This duo has been around for a long time, and they still look really good.
Yeah, ZQ's been clutching up consistently. ZY being the team captain has led the AG.AL roster to a top 4 performance. Obviously, they won a little bit more. But what makes this Evolution Power Gaming such a favorite?
I think, again, coming back to momentum, I think just throughout the tournament, they actually had a really, really bad regular season in their second split over domestically in China. But I think they've managed to really kind of shake that off and coming towards what is the big international tournament, the biggest prize pool we've ever had in CROSSFIRE, and really rekindle the flame, looking a lot more like the CFS Grand Finals back in China, of course, towards the end of last year. This is what EP do best. We've got, you know, so much experience under the kind of the leadership of Mino. I think he's a guy who is very, very good at adapting on the fly, very good at making rotations when required, and having a guy who I think can read the game sort of quite synonymously with what's going on around him. Really quite impressive. But then at the same time as well, they've also got stars coming through. XQQ, of course, we kind of spoke about him quite a bit. I mean, Rookie of the Year off the back of last year. Incredible run. Yep. He's got a really tough task, but he's looked fantastic. So it's a big thing where they've got the stars that can shine. They've got the leadership behind them. They can also do a lot of the preparation. There's so much to like.
Well, we talk about, obviously, our Jamil Motorsport player arrivals as we start to witness AG.AL walk through those very doors, getting ready. to obviously take on Evolution Power, a favorite in the series, but not such a heavy favorite that a defeat from Evolution Power's side would at least surprise us. Now for EP, well, we have this rivalry also starting to show between themselves and BaiSha, and it's only natural. BaiSha being the #1 team seeded coming into this tournament, to make sense, everybody is gunning for them. Obviously, AG, as you mentioned, Kyle, has been in this rivalry, right, with the side of BaiSha for 10 years. Well, at least for the past couple days, EP has been in a rivalry against BaiSha, and BaiSha want revenge.
Yeah, I don't blame them. That group stage match is probably haunting them. It came down to a golden round finish, so nobody wants to be in that situation where a best of 3 comes down to just one singular round. But, you know, looking at this matchup, it's not going to be easy for either side here.
Sure, it's not going to be easy, and the pick and bans are really going to decide who's going to have the advantage or not. For AG.AL, they are currently undefeated when it comes to Black Widow and Compound. Granted, Black Widow played the most. Compound only played once. But when it comes to Eagle Eye 2.0, it's a bit hit or miss. They have won one. They've lost one on Eagle Eye 2.0. Granted, not the biggest map pool to kind of choose from, at least when it comes to our tournament. I'm only picking it from group play, and then obviously their one matchup just yesterday. But I do appreciate AG.AL having a deep map pool, but Evolution Power does too. I think you don't make it the top 3 without not having a deep map pool.
Yeah, I mean, even, you know, we look towards that previous series, like BaiSha floating sub base shouldn't really happen. It's their weakest map in the pool right now, but they still win it. So this is sort of where we're at with these top 3, where we're talking about how they can actually play to a very high level every map. And sure, there's strengths over weaknesses. Obviously, look with BaiSha, you look towards Ankara all the time. You're looking in towards this EP-AG game. I think what makes it kind of interesting is actually when they've played over the last kind of couple of years or a year and a half, so a lot of, course, being domestically, the Vita's been changing quite a lot. They've actually been trying to test each other in terms of where this map pool goes. Generally speaking, AG have the edge domestically, but it's a whole different kettle of fish when we talk about international games. We already saw it happen where Evolution Power were the best side in China at the end of the year, and I think it's the same thing here. They've looked like the better side, so it feels like maybe a lot of these statistics and stuff go out the window when we just talk about current form here in the moment, and it's sort of on the day who steps up, and that's where EP have been doing their best work.
So you're off for the next segment, I do believe.
I am, yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this, put you in the hot seat, okay? Prediction-wise, it seems like you're heavily favoring EP. Do you think they're taking the series, and what's the series count?
If you had asked me before this tournament started, I'd say AG 2-0, right, off the bat. But I think the way EP have been playing recently, I really like what I'm seeing. I still think it'll go the distance. I'm going to go in 3, but I'm going to lean EP for this one.
EP, and then do you want to be even bolder? Who do you think our Sony MVP will be?
Do you know what? I'll throw Zay out there.
Okay.
I really like what I saw out from him. I always throw out Mino. I think maybe even not numbers-wise, but I think he does so much for the side. But yesterday, he looks fantastic. So, yeah, I'll throw him out there.
Okay, Zay, and then maybe Mino as a close second. Obviously, you have to put him in contention. This is going to be a wonderful matchup. And again, the winner moves forward to play against BaiSha in the grand finals. Literally winning this match is the difference between playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars or earning, of course, a couple $100,000. You're still in a great spot, but regardless, you want to be the one playing for not only the first championship when it comes to CROSSFIRE for EWC, but also the bulk of $2 million. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're moving down to the bottom of our bracket. It's going to be Evolution Power versus AG.AL.
It's Wendy here with ZQ from AG.AL. Right now, got a few questions for him. One, did you predict that there are possibility to play the semifinal with the Chinese team? And do you think it's good for you? 想问一下宠儿的第一个问题就是，有没有想到过我们这一次的这个比赛会是跟一个中国队伍打4进2这个样子？然后同时，你觉得这个对你们来讲是好事吗？
打之前肯定有想过吧，因为我觉得我们 CFPL 的赛区实力特别强，然后我觉得对我们也是好事。然后因为大家都是中国队，然后就不管谁输谁赢，保送一个进决赛，我觉得特别的好。
Oh, well, we did predict that these things gotta happen because our CFPL is very strong region. And absolutely for us, I think it's a good thing because no matter which team win a game, we can secure one Chinese team to go into the grand finals. So the second question is, as the AG.AL of the team, anything you want to say to your teammates before the match? 想问一下宠儿，在比赛开始之前，作为队内的指挥，有什么话想对自己的队员说的吗？
希望大家这场4进2就保有包袱吧，然后放平心态，然后全力以赴就好了。
Don't carry a lot of stress on that and try your best to play the game. So last things, anything you want to say to your fans? 有什么话想对支持你们的粉丝说的呢？
谢谢你们一直以来的支持吧，然后会尽全力打的。
Thanks for your supporting, and we'll try our best to do that. And thank you for joining us with the pre-match interview. And that's all from us. Bye-bye.
Thank you, as always, for the interview, Wendy. Getting the stage set up. AG.AL looking confident despite everyone seemingly putting them as the underdogs in the series. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Kyle and Sneaky. Welcome back to the desk. Unfortunately for Stallions, obviously, they go down. They have to play for third place, but they put up a valiant effort.
Honestly, not a bad result for the Stallions. I mean, we expected the team to actually just get into playoffs and maybe edge it out in the quarterfinals, but making it into top 4, being competitive against in a sub-based map where BaiSha has also experienced, I think Stallions can look back at their run in EWC and still stand proud.
Sure, without a doubt, and we're proud of them, without question. We'll be seeing them in the next series that's going to be coming up. But now let's focus on the series before us. A chance to go to grand finals is here. All it takes is to win 2 out of the 3 maps that are about to be just upon us. Let's go ahead and talk about it. Evolution Power going against AG.AL. Evolution Power is one of those dominant teams. In fact, one of the only teams to beat BaiSha Gaming in the tournament.
Yeah, honestly, EP, they've looked really strong throughout the year. I know a lot of people had AG as the favorite coming into this event just because they looked better in the most recent season of the CFPL. But if you look at the last year, EP has actually been the stronger team overall. They're the defending world champions from 2024. They were second place at ACL. So honestly, still a very strong roster, and AG has their work cut out for them.
Yeah, when we talk about Mino being the AG.AL, he's led this team this far. I have no doubt he's going to continue to lead the team team even further. Evolution Power Gaming, a dominant roster and could very well go back-to-back in championships.
Oh, for sure. I think one of the scariest things about Evolution Power is every time they enter international competition, they're probably the team that could beat the #1 seed, just like how we said, the only team to beat BaiSha Gaming in groups, which I didn't really expect because, you know, I was expecting Evolution Power to kind of show more of their stride going into playoffs, but it seems like they want the better seeding going into this tournament, and it actually benefited them. This game against Rock wasn't even close in map 2 and 3.
Yeah, and Zay getting a lot of attention, at least earlier, right before Neo ended up exiting the stage. Why is Zay so good, and why is he potentially in a Sony MVP running for MVP?
He's just a really, really strong anchor. If you put him on a key position, he's always good for at least 2 kills before going down, and that kind of consistency is really hard to come by.
Consistency is key, especially if you want to be a champion. You've got a lot of star-studded players. Mention Zay, we'll mention Mino. Is there anybody else we need to look out for Evolution Power?
I mean, if we speak on consistency, it's got to be YZK, right? I mean, the guy does not have a bad game. Like, I have not seen YZK have a bad game in a while. Maybe he's going to have 1 or 2 in CFPL, but the rest of it's going to be, he's going to have the standard 13, 14, 15 frags. He is the steady rock that Evolution Power needs in their team, considering how high variant some of the players are, like Zay, like YH, like Xiao Shiqi. I mean, all 3 of those members can have 20 or 1 frags, but every single time YZK is there to be the steady presence.
Well, it sounds like you got 3 very strong competitors. Naturally, you have to include all 5. Let's talk about, though, the competitor on the opposite side of Evolution Power. It's All Gamers, who I've been looking very, very strong. Coming into this tournament, we put them in our power rankings to be one of the teams to move forward to grand finals. But throughout the competition, though, they probably haven't looked as strong as we were expecting, Kyle.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of it just comes down to that inconsistency we've seen in a lot of their series. Their first map in almost every series has been very shaky, losing a 10-1 earlier in the group stage, then also dropping a 10-3 to Stallions. They've had some tough goes of it in that first round, and that's where I want to see them really come out strong here. If they can have a confident first map, there's no doubt they could win this series.
Yeah, big fan of this roster, though. I mean, Do, for example, I believe has been Sony MVP at least once, I think during the group stages, if I'm not mistaken, but ZQ and ZY, the deadly duo, right? Team captain as well as the clutch master himself of ZQ.
Yeah, I mean, ZY, once again, generational performance for him in order to qualify for this semifinal, and ZQ being the brains of the operation, the man who came back for replacing Bao, and this team just looks entirely different. You can really feel the impact of Uncle ZQ on this team, imposing his knowledge with some of the younger players here, especially 1222, man. Oh my God, that kid's so good.
Yeah, I was just about to point him out because we were talking about him a couple days ago. 1222, a dominant player in his own right. When we were discussing him, I think he was pulling like a 15-20 elimination game.
For sure. I mean, one of the academy players, if I'm not mistaken, here for the side of AG. He's been through the system, so he knows what it's like to play in that AG roster. That he didn't really have a hard time adjusting to the team, honestly. So it's really impressive that they're finally, he's finally showing his potential in this tournament.
Well, one thing though, I do have a concern for AG.AL. They play against Stallions, they drop a map. Now, that's not the biggest thing in the world because they did win the series overall, but Evolution Power, of course, is a team that did beat BaiSha Gaming. BaiSha Gaming beat Stallions 2-1, or excuse me, 2-0, relatively convincingly. Map 1 was convincing. Map 2 was a bit rocky though, and if it wasn't for N9 clutching up in the last moments, I believe against KLP, we never would have went into overtime. We would have been going into a game 3. So for all intents and purposes, when I think about that result, I start to think, again, Evolution Power looks a little bit stronger just based off the performance against BaiSha Gaming, who ultimately beat Stallions.
Yeah, I mean, the big difference in this semifinal is both of these teams come in undefeated. It wasn't the case in our previous semifinal. Both of them took an early loss and had to bounce back. So I actually think these are probably the 2 stronger teams if we look at the stronger between the 2 semifinals. So I'm expecting a lot more out of this matchup and maybe a bit closer one as well.
Sure. Well, we've taken a lot of time talking about Mino as the AG.AL. We've also talked about ZY on the opposite side. Let's go ahead and take a look at their stats in our head-to-head graphic and start to hone in on why why this matchup is so impactful.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, judging from the head-to-head, right, it's ZY and Mino. Mino obviously being the brains of the operation here for the Evolution Power side, but can also output the exact same number of frags as his teammates. But at the same time, ZY, I feel like the KD is a bit clickbaity because, you know, the headshot's good, ADR is good, but at the same time, I feel like he could have an explosive performance despite his KD.
Yeah, for me, Mino is not really the one who's going to have issues in it. It's the other three you mentioned, those hot and cold players. Mino, he's always there with YZK. They're the anchors of this team. But if one of them doesn't perform, this could be a crazy opportunity for someone like ZY to lead the charge for AG.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially for AG, right? You're going to have all 5 players working at the same time. I mean, we've seen it time and time again where Do or ZY, ZQ just dominating the competition, and you have 1222 to back him up as well. I mean, it's gonna have to be all hands on deck for the side of Evolution Power, and if any player from their side even just slightly tapers off, I mean, AG, that's the opportunity to strike.
Yeah, I think we're at that point in the tournament, right, where anybody starts to underperform, the other team is going to capitalize. You can get away with it in group play. You know, you can kind of like have a person who's maybe slacking off a little bit in weaker competition, maybe from a weaker region like the Western region or so. Granted, all respects to Rock, but when you think about now where you're currently at, everybody has to be fired on all cylinders. If they're not, you're simply not going to become a champion. It's going to be our second matchup of the day in our semifinals. Winner moves forward to grand finals. What are we talking about? Again, the first ever CROSSFIRE champion on top of $750,000 for first place. But even second place is $350,000, quite literally life-changing money and a great result going into the future competition. As we're about to head to the stage very quickly, predictions. I know, Kyle, you're going with EP. You already said that earlier. Sneaky, I haven't heard yours.
Yeah, I'm going EP as well. I feel like the magic of EP going into playoffs, and it's happened every single time, right? CFS 2024, they have actually made a run somewhat in some of the other tournaments in CFPL as well. They also have a really good playoff form. So I feel like they're just going to replicate what they did in those prior tournaments, and we're going to see that playoff EP.
Okay, well, let's find out if it's going to be EP or AG.AL. Chat, let us know. Get active out there in the stadium as well. Support your favorite team. If I'm not mistaken, AG.AL's got a big fan base out there, and they're going to be cheering their crew on as loud as they possibly can. A big matchup. Who's going to grand finals? Who's playing for third? Well, let's find out.
Evolution Power, they advance forward into the semifinals, eliminating Rock Esports. AG.AL advance forward, taking the final position in the semifinals.
如果下场对战上 AG 的话，我觉得我们还是要做好准备吧，因为他们毕竟非常的强嘛，然后就一步一步打。
Despite Ray is going to look to try to intercept them and turn this into a nightmare, and he has done it.
我觉得最难对付的应该是他们队的 YZK 跟小77吧，因为他们两个的局特别的烦人，手感好的话，我们队伍会比较难打。
Spamming away, gets some damage there on the sink, forces him to reposition, but Mino still will be able to clean it up.
别队这个队伍，我觉得现在来说的话，可能是徐能、YF 这2名选手吧。 是他们队伍的一个顶梁柱，我觉得挺难对付的。
我希望大家能给观众带来一场精彩的比赛。
At the beginning of this competition, we were saying how much we craved excitement, drama, action, and we've had it all in abundance. That last match up there from BaiSha Gaming, making sure they saw it through in overtime in a second map, but it wasn't easy. Speaking of the rest of the competition as well, they've had some hiccups along the way. Evolution Power causing them problems, but they've been seeded first in this competition for a reason. They find a way. They will make sure they get to a grand final. They've done that, but who will they face? Which team will qualify against them head-to-head for glory?
That's right. And when it comes to China, their reign of dominance knows no bounds. We are guaranteed to have 2 representatives of the same region, of the same country, flying the same flag, but only one of them will be able to hoist that trophy and be crowned the champions of the world. And now I think it's time to introduce them because the players are ready, the stage is ready, and so are we. Introducing to the stage, it's Evolution Power Gaming. From the very first whistle, they have evolved with every challenge. Through every clash, they have powered with relentless force. And now, standing undefeated in spirit, they are ready to show the world why Evolution is unstoppable when fueled by power. This is Evolution Power Gaming.
Facing them, AG.AL! Undefeated, unshaken, untouchable. They've stormed through the playoffs like a well-oiled war machine. No hesitations, no doubts. Virtus Pro, Stallions, they didn't blink. But the road here wasn't all smooth. Against King Zero, it was war. They lost their own map pick, went the distance, but they stood tall. Now they return. Not as underdogs, not as challengers, but as a team forged in flame, ready to finish what they started. They must vanquish one of the best in the CFPL in the world. AG.AL versus Evolution Power Gaming. Who will reach the grand final? Let's find out. Laz, Elfish, casters, light it up.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one. Another monumental matchup on the stage here for the Esports World Cup CROSSFIRE. It is Evolution Power Gaming and AG.AL taking one another on yet again, Laz. It is such a storied matchup. These two teams have such a history against one another. Two of the biggest organizations in the history of CROSSFIRE, and they meet once again. Now, there is definitely a discussion to be had around which way this is going to go, and I think it's a very tough decision to make.
It really is. Yeah, again, like just, the good point of this is both teams within their respected region, and the fact that they played each other countless times, internationally and in their own leagues, but there's so much that they know, and again, playing each other, but it just feels like it's tough because it's more of a coin toss in this kind of a situation, because you can argue one thing for AG.AL is that a team historically on top of the rankings, the best team in the world, never took a defeat, feels like they've kind of slowed down, but on the other side of the coin, it feels like Evolution Power, they've been kind of on the upward trend where they've been playing well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel like All Gamers definitely are a team that, has had a little bit more success domestically this year than Evolution Power, but then we look at the international results and that has favored Evolution Power. So it may be a format dependent thing. Obviously, in CFPL, there is different maps and, those kinds of changes to what we get here on the more international stages. You go back and look at the matchup that they played in the playoffs of CFPL Season 26, which was back in July, so that's only about a month ago. That was a 3-1 win for AG, but there's a couple of maps in that pool that we don't have here. Like, they just don't exist in EWC. Exactly. So I don't know that necessarily you can read too much into that. They were able to beat them on Gusu City and Power Supply, and it's like, well, you don't get to play those maps here at EWC. So, you go back to the tried and true. Obviously, there's a lot of All Gamers fans in the crowd. Shout out to those guys. You can see you all here supporting All Gamers, but yeah, my 2 cents is that I think Evolution Power have been a little bit better when it comes to these kinds of international competitions of late. Obviously, the desk, reiterating that they were able to win it or go into the grand final at ACL, and they were able to win at the CFS grand finals last year in 2024. So that's a bit of a better record lately than All Gamers. And I think you could also argue that Evolution Power had to come out of a much stronger group here at EWC than what All Gamers did as well. But to be honest, again, I really feel like this is a 50-50 matchup. I think this one could go the distance. I reckon we're going 3 maps. Let's find out. That's really all that we have to say at this point. I think it doesn't matter what our prediction is. Let's just wait and see what we're going to get. And XQQ has already spotted out one of those defenders. He has got an incredibly tight angle there to try to find a pick, but not going to be given one by the defenders of AG.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Elfish. I mean, I definitely think this could go the full distance. I mean, a lot of mixed results from both these teams. Even I'm thinking about, CFS last year. I mean, it was EP that was able to get that 3-1 victory against AG, where, you can make the argument about the maps that are played here at this kind of a level, where they are the maps the same across the board. But that's been some time ago, right? I mean, we kind of wonder, can EP actually perform the same way? And does AG now have enough, a little bit more of excitement to get themselves back into, a grand final and putting themselves into a little bit more revenge against a team like, BaiSha, where they just really want to get that victory here, especially for the first time as EWC champion.
Yeah. A lot of respect from Evolution Power being given over to All Gamers here. A lot of the time, what you'll see from these Chinese teams is in the opening round of any given map or half or whatnot, you'll see a bit of a faster play just to try to unsettle their opponent. But that's not really the style that Evolution Power tends to bring. You may expect to see that from All Gamers when they do move on to their BL side, but for now, yeah, just a very patient approach from both teams across the map as all gamers now start to set themselves up for a B take. Work their way in through Warehouse. It's 2 players ready for Evolution Power, and a pretty nicely timed Flourish is going to get the info here for EP. EY is, or ZY rather, is doing all of that damage, and the hold is strong so far. AG with a favorable trade to start off this semi-final.
Yeah, really nice hold from ZY. The fact that he's able to find that, pretty sure that was a triple kill. And now it just feels like, you know, all gamers should be able to get themselves this opening round, especially with the 20 seconds remaining here. ZYK with critical HP, but does have the bomb, but again, has to be able to clear 3 players, has to get more map control. Not going to happen. So AG are going to be able to find the opening round, and this is the kind of thing we talked about, is that, you know, considering these guys play each other so much in CFPL, that's kind of the thing where we go, look, like, what are these little differences going to be? What have they been able to study here throughout, you know, EWC? What are some of these gimmicks that they know of each other? That's where I think it's going to get down to these, like, minute details.
Yeah, most definitely. I wonder if as well the crowd will play any kind of an impact. All gamers typically are one of the most popular teams in China. I would say it's really BaiSha and AG that have the largest fan contingents. And when we go to the CFS events in China, you know, those are typically the 2 teams that have the biggest cheers. And as you can see, you know, there's a lot of AG fans in the crowd as well. So I think we can call it a home crowd advantage almost for AG, even though we're not in China. 1 minute and 50 on the clock here. The pause called immediately, so that's a very, very early pause out.
Yeah. Does make me kind of wonder a little bit if there's just something critical or just some frustration early on, but it just seems a bit too early, so I kind of wonder why they would want to do that, but we'll find out if there's any info on this. But let's get EP together here, kind of just waiting things out. ZY, though, playing a very dangerous game here. That smoke's about to dissipate, it's about to go away, so now he is going to run. Get himself a bit of a field day with the double kill earlier on in the first round, but he is that single person to hold this defense, and now EP, they're just going to send it in.
Yeah, and that's going to work. Contact play, and the timing's perfect. All gamers need to find an answer, and ZY is not going to be the one to do it. 1-2-2-2, also low as Do and ZQ try to come across to render some assistance on this B side. Do just a bit of a whiff there with the USP, might have been able to make the difference. Look at how low YZK and YH are, but EP will get it done this time.
Absolutely, again, magnificent that we're seeing here from EP. Like, it just feels like they're really winning a lot of these gunfights, and that's kind of the thing that I've always kind of been wondering for a team like All Gamers, is that, you know, when I first joined CROSSFIRE, like, again, they were the big dogs, they were the best team, and you know, you could not, you know, get past somebody like, you know, Do or somebody like that. But now it feels like it's kind of really slowing down, and some of these other teams across the world have been able to cause a lot of upsets. They've been able to compete against them, and now AG are kind of figuring out a way of getting back to that identity of just, you know, getting rounds and getting victories. But nonetheless, EP proving a lot of history between these 2 teams playing each other and doing a great job already on a little bit of the offense on this so far.
I wonder if, is it a tech timeout or a tech timeout? It's a tech timeout. It's crazy to call a tech timeout this early.
Yeah, and is this from, like, and again, is this from EG? Like, I'm kind of got a little bit of a question mark on this. Yeah, it was AG. AG.AL. They call this one, so I wonder why. Well, I feel like you don't see that every day.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I mean, when that pause was called, they were up 1-0. So definitely raises some questions.
Well, and then just like, you know, again, for anybody that's just tuning in now and kind of understanding, you know, CROSSFIRE, it's like, you know, you have that minute and a half where you can have the conversation, but to do that one time and then it's gone, it's just like, even if this game gets really close, which we kind of expect it will, now it's like you've removed that chance for the conversation. To kind of make any adjustments you need to when you're in that tie situation.
You only get the one.
Only the one.
Well, smoke's down for the moment here. Revolution Power. So I don't imagine we'll be really seeing a whole lot of moving and shaking out of them just yet. It's not early in this round. Just wait out some of that util. And AG, for their own right, really not up to anything too funny. You know, they've just got that 2-1-2 split. Quite confident in their defense at the moment. It's early days. Don't need to be doing anything too unorthodox. Progression smoke thrown out on a long. That is going to start to give AG something to think about. They'll be wondering if maybe an EP player or two are creeping up behind that one. And so they're going to go and change up their positioning as a result, sending a player to go have a little bit of a look down long. Good information gathering there from Jue. All gamers can now pre-rotate their way over to B if they're so bold. Maybe they can even just move 12-22 back over to B, backfill into mid with one of those A players, or even just have the 3-2 split, which it ultimately looks like is what they're going to do. ZY goes hunting for info, gets one and more than that, gets a kill as well, and that's perfect. All gamers with a really nicely played round. I mean, this has been perfection from them on the global risk side. That is quintessential information gathering and using that info to win a round.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the thing is too, like, you know, this veto is, again, I think a big, you know, bit of an interesting talking point too, just because we saw that EP were the ones that actually went for this pickup port where, you know, I mean, you know, you can look at the statistics and things on paper, but I kind of question it a little bit just because, again, you know, for all gamers, they're a team that, you know, is actually sitting at a, you know, about a 66% win rate on this in comparison to a team like EP where it's actually quite low. Like it's a 25% win rate. So clearly there's maybe some mind games or, you know, again, the adjustments of Mino or whoever's calling right now for EP that they think they have a bit of a better idea. So I've been kind of wondering a little bit on this, but AG have been able to put themselves in this lead thus far. We'll find out what Evolution Power can be able to bring into something like this, but it hasn't been the most convincing as of yet. Waiting for XQQ to be able to find himself some activation. He's been a little bit quiet, but plenty of games still to be done. Nice little bit of a triple player setup here into Warehouse. I really like this, again, because even ZY, he gets the shot, he can retreat, then his two teammates, again, at least can play that instant duel right away.
XQQ gets himself a nice opener, but two players forward holding here in the Warehouse. It's, in theory, supposed to go well for AG. Now ZQ's going to have to come up with a bit of a miracle solo to try to save this round. He'll get a nice kill onto YH. The A-hold has gone really well too. Jue has kind of popped off, so a couple of individuals making the difference right here for AG. ZQ can't manage to survive. The B site will be taken, but he's done a bit of damage on his way out, and so this will be potentially winnable for Jue if he can take some positioning. Tight angle, the fight onto Zay. Gets both low. Everybody just a sliver away from death. It still favors Evolution Power right now, but Jue with a couple of quick shots could get it done. Evolution Power giving him absolutely nothing, but that time started to tick away, and Jue is going to have to make his move, pushing forward, looking for the trade. It's not going to come through. Jue gets it done. All gamers up 3-1.
Honestly, I feel like EP, they were playing that so well. They're playing the system together. They were just trying to go for that instant trade. They both knew they were low. They knew they had to just go for the double swing onto it, but the fact that they kind of, you know, tuck the tail, they just hide the corner a little bit too long. They allow Jue to be able to push up like that. It just gave him that, you know, split second to get this first kill. You see it right here, and they're allowing him to readjust quickly. So nicely done, and all gamers continuing the reign of terror right now with a 3-1, and EP. Now things are getting a little bit chaotic. This is where things need to be adjusted quickly, and they're not even going to mess around. They're going to go straight into this B site. They've had enough.
Not having too much success on this B bomb side. ZY still surviving here as well. He's going to be given the opportunity to get that pistol out, maybe even have another crack with the TRG. EP are just not scaling into this site well enough, and now the flank coming through. This round is an absolute nothing burger for Evolution Power. AG are now kind of starting to dominate.
This kind of goes back to the question I was begging here, Elfish. You know, I was really wondering a lot, like, why, like, is EP picking a map like this? Historically hasn't been the greatest for them, and a map that AG does have a decent win percentage on. Now we're starting to see them really firing on all cylinders. And like you said, it just feels like all this, you know, defensive holds are just perfect. That last one was flawless. And look at how fast they're pushing down long. Like, they are not messing around. They just want this control, and they should be able to find this one kill at the bare moment, and they do. But now the question, can they trade it out? And no, it's not looking good at all.
2-2-2 low though. Looks himself off, tries to get back out to safety, but it's going to be really difficult to exit long alone. Probably needed a little bit of assistance. Unfortunately, do not really able to render a whole lot. He didn't have a flash available. If he had a flash, he might have been able to get him out to safety. Now that defense on the A side falls on the shoulders of Do, and ZY coming across. Looks like AG, ooh, I was going to say want to kind of play a little bit more of an aggressive round out here in the 3-on-3. See if they can kind of catch Evolution Power off guard, but it's not worked out with the pick happening in middle. Kind of given up the game. Evolution Power take the B site. Now it'll be a two-pronged retake from Do and ZY.
I don't like this though.
I don't mind it. It depends on the timing of Do's activation. See if he can win this duel against XQQ. That'll really open this up. He's been able to cross. The shot was missed by XQQ. Now this is where things start to get a bit awkward. Do with the spam through the wall is going to catch Zay. Time a factor here. Do needs to get through and get this kill, and he can't do it. There was a moment of hope, but Evolution Power will hold on this time around.
Yeah, that was a decent attempt. I mean, that's the thing. Like you said, the two-pronged attack from the front and the back. Do, if he would have been able to find that second kill, that really could have just turned things around here for AG. But nonetheless, a job well done for EP, despite even that player getting spammed. I mean, I think that was by accident.
That was a bit of a mishap. Well, I mean, obviously he's spamming on purpose. You're not expecting necessarily to get a kill there, though. Like it was a lucky kill for sure. But it's the kind of thing that could have led to a retake for AG.
They're doing it again.
EP feeling confident. It's going to be a quick hit in onto the B site, and ZQ can't get out of there. ZY was unable to hit himself a shot, and that's where this site is just going to falter.
Yeah, they've really just put a lot of emphasis for this B site. They really just have not entertained A at all. And now they're able to find some double kills, and Zay's just been able to push through this perfectly, and now Do by himself a 1-on-4. It's not looking good.
Yeah, I think EP's kind of reading into the fact that AG is running the double sniper setup, and they're deciding that they're not going to let AG play the game that they want to play, right? When you have the double sniper, you want a slow game, you want a pick-based kind of style. You don't want your opponent rushing into your face. You could see ZY was just completely caught off guard there, trying to set up at Warehouse. Couldn't really even get a shot off. So I wonder what the response will be from AG here. Do they just put a rifle back in the hands of ZY instead of the TRG? Let's wait and see.
Well, the one thing we do see from them is the fact that, like, at A, they're getting, 3 players committed down long every time. They've been really trying to fight for that map control. But, yeah, I agree with you. I think this is a moment where we have to see what they're going to do a little bit differently at the B site. Do they want to play a bit more aggro? Do they want to triple it?
Well, they have played a bit more aggro, and they have put the rifle back in the hands of ZY. So it's a different setup from AG. They've recognized that Evolution Power's getting a lot of success working quickly through this area of the map. So they've dedicated an extra player over here. They've forward smoked as well. And again, Evolution Power now has to sort of sit back on their haunches and kind of wait for this round to play out. And these slower kinds of rounds, the ones where the take attempt has come through late, have been the ones where all gamers have actually had a little bit more success. So I like this from AG. They've slowed the pace of the game down.
It is good. Yeah, just kind of putting a bit more of a guessing game here for EP. And like you said, they're going to have to wait things out. But AG putting a little bit more pressure on the point. Not bad at all. XQQ still looking to find himself maybe this opener against ZY. He's just on the other side of the smoke. Decent nade that could land. Well, it actually only catches 8 damage. I was thinking that could have been a little bit better, but EP once again just sitting back, waiting things out. A little bit of a push from Sway, though. This could be interesting, because if the pulp flash comes in from Do, he could go for a swing. It's a little bit risky, but instead he's going to play the drop position a bit more safe. I don't know if I love it with this rifle, in my opinion, but oh, he's going to commit now. This is good. This is a big play. You can already see the rotate starting to come through. You see 1-2-2-2. He's getting himself in the better position. So now you have a triple player set up as a defense at that B site.
I mean, it's a good push from Shui, but he's got to make sure he doesn't run into XQQ. Timing here will be a huge factor. Flash coming across now, though. ZY can't see anything, and this is where Shui has to activate. He does catch XQQ as he tries to reinforce the offense on the B bomb site. ZQ holding strong, and there's no more attempts here for Evolution Power as AG holds strong again. There's no one to back up that initial entry, and AG find themselves their 5th. 1 round left in the half here. They're feeling pretty good about their proceedings, but I think they do need the 6th here, Laz. I mean, you know, 5-4 is actually not bad as far as Evolution Power is concerned. AG will definitely want 6.
Yeah, they definitely need that 6. Just making it a little bit better of a situation getting the BL side, I agree, but I have been impressed how well AG have been playing on the GR side. Like, you know, pushing down at the right moments, and these microaggressions is exactly what you need to do. You can't just sit back and wait. You need to make the play as well. And it's been very calculated. It's been very smart. It's panned out pretty much nicely. I feel like almost, you know, 90% of the time here for AG, all things considered. Couple little mishaps, and now you can see the triple player at B is going to be a little bit more pushback. You still have ZY that's committed again up close and personal. But AG are kind of hesitating. They're thinking this might be the final chance that they maybe go A for the first time ever in this half. Kind of crazy to think that.
Well, again, another one of these slower approaches, which typically have been favorable enough for AG because they've been able to activate somewhere on the map and get the info. But this time, they don't really get the info until Do fires that shot. So it's going to be a late rotate coming through. Luckily, the A-side defense is just good enough. Shui with a huge multi-kill, and Do with that opener. I mean, that's an easy round for all gamers in the end. That's gone perfectly to plan.
Yeah, flawless, all 5 alive. I mean, they just held that down perfectly. I mean, like you said, it felt like EP kind of, again, a little bit slow the draw. They had, you know, 1 or 2 players extend a bit too far without their teammates. No utility to really back up that execution. So a little more lackluster than, you know, what I'm seeing from EP so far in this tournament. But now things get interesting. Now we switch over. The first half is done. We're down to the second. Can AG close this, or does EP really just put up the full wall defense?
Well, this is where you've got to, as EP, show us exactly why you picked Port, because again, we know it's a GR-sided map. You pick into it. You're going to start on the BL side. That's all well and good to grab your 3 rounds, but you do need to be able to close it out on the global risk side, and that's where they are now. They've really got to lock in and shut this one down. Otherwise, we go to Ankara, and that is famously a huge map for AG. I mean, we talk about Ankara and the Chinese region and whatnot, but I think a lot of that actually stems from All Gamers, actually. Not just the Chinese region, more so All Gamers. It has been their map for a very, very long time. So that would be EP feeling the real weight of All Gamers map pool going into map 2 if they lose this one. Obviously, it's not looking good right now, but if EP can start things off nicely here on the GR side, then start to get themselves back rolling. Mid control taken here by AG, and an opening pick from XQQ on to Jue. Now, I wonder if Jue did spot this player holding close. Maybe not.
Possibly, but
it's gonna be a tough one to clear.
Yeah, it is. That's a nice little bit of an off angle here too from YH.
ZQ with the C4 at the bottom along here as well. There's going to be a flash through onto 1222 and ZY. Kind of need that swing to come all together at the same time. The difficulty is going to be if ZQ swings, he probably dies to XQQ, and then he's going to be really tough to trade. YH gets a 1-for-1, and you've kind of lost the engagement.
Yeah.
There's ZY just trying to creep his way out. This round is just, yeah, bad scissors, paper, rock, really, from AG after losing that opening player. 1222 will try and conjure a bit of magic. Let's see what Do can manage as well in middle. Nothing. It's kind of just a round which looked like it was over from the beginning, and it's kind of slowly but surely headed in that direction. So an easy pickup for Evolution Power, and it sets us up for what ultimately will, I imagine, be a pretty close map.
Yeah, and honestly, the one thing I think that was a bit of a misplay here from AG is the fact that, you know, 1222 was sitting on catwalk as well. That's when he should have been throwing the pop flash. That's when he should be throwing some kind of utility for the player on the top tower. Then that allows the other player that was on the back of long to be able to commit to the swing, and then that's when they could have cleared the player on drop. That could have been an opportunity where they got rid of that threat, but instead it was ZY that actually just committed to the drop by himself with no utility, and that's where everything just kind of fell apart here for AG. But again, not bad from EP, just playing a very simple protocol, but that's where, again, you cannot make these kind of mistakes at this, you know, this stake of the tournament.
Yeah, AG happy to set up and wait and see whether or not Evolution Power are going to push into them. Again, pretty unlikely. Evolution Power is not one of those teams that tends to play a super aggressive global risk side. They often lean into the double sniper, which again, we can see them here. And, you know, that's not really going to mean that there's going to be too many riflers running around doing anything too crazy. You're happy to just kind of like sit in your spots and wait for someone to walk into your crosshair. YZK. Not seeing much in middle just yet. AG taking a little bit of forward space there with 1-2-2-2's position.
A lot of AG fans in the stadium today. Love to see it.
This will be a B hit from AG.
Or
will it?
Or potentially maybe even the mid slip here,
Mid
right?
to A. Mid to A is actually a possibility.
It's a little bit scary too, just because again, it's a very much a choke point here. This is a bit of a really tough corridor you have to go through. But look at this reposition that actually could allow them, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, they're going to get it in behind YZK. Zay also coming across to try to reinforce, but the smoke's up, and he can't see any of these players pushing through mid. Timing has not worked out for Evolution Power at all. Do with the double entry, and Zhui as well leaves just Minnow alone against Du now after winning that duel against Zhui. Looks like Du wants to take the fight, or at least he wants to collect the C4.
Oh, wow, Du.
He's going to go B. This is crazy.
This is absolutely insane. He's going to get the timing.
It's a galaxy brain move from Du. Completely unexpected by Minnow. But, you know, at least for Minnow, he's able to get early information that this is probably not going to be an A plan. Trouble is, he's on the complete opposite end of the map as the bomb plan goes down. So he's got as long of a rotate as you could possibly be making. Du's going to go hunting for this fight. Oh, was he spotted?
I don't know if he would have.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
He just missed it.
Minno's still clearing angles.
Okay.
Now Du has been seen. He's going to go through, flash through as well to try to delay Minnow, and I think he's almost timed himself out of this round. He's going to go for the wrap in through Warehouse. He's still got to find Du, who could have repositioned. Du, aware of it?
Oh,
no!
Du?
Turns around at the wrong time, but time's such a factor here for Minnow. He's just got to charge this one down, and unfortunately, he's not going to catch up with Du in time. He is playing that time game to perfection. Ring around of Rosie, and Du says, hello, Minnow. That'll be a round for AG.
That's more like it. That's what we like to see, right? This is where I talked a lot of emphasis about Du and what he's able to bring into the server. He didn't even have to really shoot anything, right? I mean, he's just sick maneuver, his placement, and just the fact that he can just McJagger himself around that kind of a situation. Absolutely phenomenal. Amino, you know, was just, again, was trying to play Duck Duck Goose, could not be able to find him at all. So AG will be able to pick up a round, and like you said, that was a huge IQ play from Du. The fact he made the cross through silently, played that to picture perfect, honestly.
7-4. Still the job not yet done by all gamers. But getting there. That one was a lot closer than it felt like it was going to be for a moment, though.
Yeah.
So I still think this is going to be a bit of a grind for AG to get through.
It absolutely will. I mean, that last round too, like, let's not forget, that was right down to the 1v1 as well, right?
Similar approach in this round from AG, setting up to watch that long push, mid push, B push, nothing happening. So inevitably, push comes to shove. AG is going to have to decide on one of these sites. They really don't seem to play like a, you know, they don't call out a spawn, right? They really do like to mid-round AG.
Exactly. Just getting a feel. Take the time to clear every single angle as well, and
again, similar approach. So
I don't even mind this.
Take the warehouse control. You have someone in mid. You have someone at bottom along.
They're going to slip away too.
It's going to be another mid to A.
That's a perfect distraction. So 1-2-2 right now, making the bit of a bait. ZY should be able to catch that rotate maybe, but ZYK needs to pull up something big. He can't. Now it's Mino sitting in the big pit. Does so much work. He's able to find that double kill, and now his teammates, they're here. They're ready to assist on this, and AG, they crumble quickly.
I'm not sure why it took so long for those players to get out warehouse. It really felt like the timing was a little bit off there for AG. You know, you need to be taking the fights at the same time, but it was kind of like one after the other. So a little bit mistimed from AG, and they do get punished by EP. Fast on the rotate there as well. Back into round number 13 here as we get underway with yet another.
I do like the idea of this, you know, going through the mid-quarter like that. I don't even think that's a bad idea. I think it's just, again, some of these, like, little decisions that right when they get through it, that's been the problem. Like, it would have been nice if they could have cleared out the GR spawn a little bit faster, but EP did a good job just reacting to it because XQQ was playing that top, you know, corner position on the bridge, so they kind of knew that they were giving it up, and again, their setups were able to respond nicely to that threat.
Once again, trying to Give a bit of time for Du to work this mid angle. He's not seen anything. EP have gone back to 4 rifles rather than the double sniper setup, which I actually think is a good choice given the way that AG are playing. Like AG are playing a bit of a more like kind of chaotic Wolfpacky style here. You know, and in those instances, it often is a little bit better to have the extra rifle for EP. Allows a little bit more flexibility. You find it a bit easier to take fights when you're on the rotate with a rifle as opposed to a sniper rifle.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, especially with just having the M14 being on the GR side, it just adds so much more value. Able to clear out a lot of angles and get some good spam damage as well. So not a bad idea here from EP, kind of mixing up the inventory. I do like it. But now with 50 seconds remaining on the clock, EP have gone to the 2-1-2 setup.
It's an A fake. They've got smokes up on A and they've got 3 players over there.
He's not biting on it though.
Yeah, exactly. I think AG, they do need to sort of show some presence, right? You need to take a fight here if you want to try and pull a rotator across. This is not enough to full Evolution power just yet. You've still got 2 players to try to clear out on B, and XQQ has spotted those players in warehouse, so the jig is up right here. AG might have to make a full rotation over to A and hope that Dwayne can get this entry, which is not going to go his way. YH should die to do, and that will open up a path in toward the site for AG, but they're going to have to scurry across because those smokes are going to start to fade shortly. Do though, in a good spot on top of the site to try to lock down any aggression from Evolution Power, and that'll be the bomb plant just in time for AG. So nice mid-round from them, back over to the A site. It wasn't plan A, but it has worked so far, and we're in a 4-on-4 post plan.
Yeah, I mean, you know, should be able to clear this angle perfectly, but you know, he's not even clear it. Oh my goodness. He did the quick one. And now AG just loading the kill feed, and this thing, once again for AG, is just panning out nicely. And like you said, perfect mid-round call, just making the readjustment, just knowing that XQQ went for the push.
I really like that angle from ZQ as well, the bottom along behind the box. Like, it's just one that people, they don't seem to really worry about or think about. You know, it's not something that comes into play that often, but I think you can really get away with it like once a half or maybe twice a half. Perfect timing from him. 8-5. AG looking pretty good so far on port. EP struggling to get YH up, but he's managed it. And again, you know, exact same setup from AG. A player watching the push out from B, 2 players watching the bottom along, 1 or 2 players kind of just looking for a pick in middle.
Exactly.
AG have run this literally every round. It's like their default setup. Do on 1-2-2-2, do up on top, 1-2-2-2 down the bottom. And after they wait for a little bit of aggression, you know, maybe 30, 45 seconds, that's when they start to explore a little bit. Starting to work their way deeper into middle. Could be an A split based on the setup so far with the players at the bottom along and a player in middle. But, you know, I feel like it's a fool's errand trying to figure out what AG are doing based on their setups, just because, as we've highlighted a couple of times throughout this map, the mid-rounding has been so influential for AG that they are calling based on what they're seeing as they're making their execute, right? Exactly. They're like, okay, we're going to go mid to A or we're going to go mid to B, but depending on maybe how we get a kill or whether there's a flank or something like that, we'll reroute. And that's exactly what happened last round. It worked out perfectly. This, again, looks like it's going to be a B finish. But that flash kind of dissuades them, and now they're back in toward middle.
Yeah, and this is, again, the situation where we see these fakes. If AG can, you know, kind of bite them a little bit, but EP haven't really fallen for it. They've really just kind of held their ground a lot.
You'll think from here it's going to be a mid to A with the do at the bottom along.
That's a big kill.
And it looks like that is going to be the case here, but they need some more frags. ZQ with a big spray down. Catches Minnow, who's in rotation from B. Gives the numbers advantage over to AG. As they get caught here and will get caught. That is 9 for all gamers. They are now dominating map 1. Evolution Power struggling in this semi-final.
That just, again, what an amazing amount of spray control, just getting, you know, through at the GR spawn, getting that double kill. You see it right here, that ZQ, you can just see he just holds it down, finds the double, leaving Zay by himself in a really bad and troublesome position. And now all gamers, like you said, have put themselves on the map point, but the question is, to be able to finally get across that finish line, because again, we know that this is an opportunity where EP easily can come back into this game. But same setup from AG. EP actually committing to a very similar setup. YH is going to be boosted up onto Catwalk, just playing the quick little bit of a exit strategy if needed. aggressive picks here with the snipers. They're actually going to put a lot of respect here for round number 15. EP have actually put a little bit more of an emphasis here that Zay's actually put himself into the underpass stairs. Not bad. So they've kind of banked on the idea that AG might just try to commit to this B lobby control.
Yeah, this is a bit of a different setup for EP, that's for sure. That AG will be ready for it. In their way forward, contact play style. XQQ has got 1-2-2 in middle. And ZY has to get the trade for Zhui. It's not quite gone to plan here for AG unless they can get YZK, which is not going to happen. Yeah, a change in approach from Evolution Power. Much more forward hold, and AG this time just kind of walk into it. They haven't been given the opportunity to do whatever they want around the map for a minute and a half. Evolution Power actually making them fight for territory this time around.
Yeah, and I think it's the fact of the readjustment, like we said, right? The triple player in B main is perfect because it's a small little bit of an adjustment, but it's huge just because now they've removed an aspect of the map that, you know, AG was getting control for pretty much for free. So the fact they put that little bit of a defense on it, you can see how fast, you know, everything just fell apart. And now EP mixing things up just a little bit more again, so you actually have the triple player in the A setup. Double here for B main. You don't have anybody close into underpass or like close into that mid corridor, so they're kind of giving it up essentially. And now finding Zay is going to get himself back into position on bridge, but AG staying true to the game plan. They have not mixed things up. They've gone right back to what they do every single round we've seen, playing it safe. And just more like you said, you know, Elfish is just kind of reacting to the situation of the specific round. They're not really having a specific idea of what they want to do necessarily. But this is going to be important to find the skill. Good trade back. It's still a minute and 30. They don't have to commit to this B site, though.
Yeah, that's really good for AG, actually. Map control taken. The one question mark will be YH. He's going to be the X factor here. If he's going to be cleared out or not. Because if AG decide that they want to hit B without clearing him out, he'll be a fast rotate. He'll be a huge thorn in their side. Same can be said if they try to rotate through mid to A, which we've seen them do a couple of times. But, you know, it would be very easy for YH to go down for free here. If 1-2-2-2 checks him, or if ZQ checks him, he just goes down for free. And that's 4v3, so advantage gained for AG. Couple of isolated setups this time around for EP. I don't like that setup as much as what they had in their previous round where they were kind of fighting for warehouse control together. In this instance, Minnow was fighting warehouse control solo and YH was holding mid solo, and that's been dealt with so far by AG, but they line up and ZQ doesn't get the memo, can't find the trade onto Zay. So all of a sudden this round just kind of falls apart for AG. Do will not get the timing onto YZK, and that round is over and done with. That was probably the round that AG would have felt they could close.
Yeah.
And we'll go one more.
Yeah, the fact they were able to take Mino out pretty quickly and get that little bit of a nice start here for the 5-on-4. And then it just really the insult to injury, just losing this bomb right here that Zay's able to find that double kill, dropping the C4 and just putting it again in a problematic spot. AG, they're starting to get a little bit of that pressure against them, but they have some room to work with. But this is where I feel like, for me, I'd love to see like the tempo change. I'd love to see AG just doing something a little bit differently, just enough, right? I mean, again, they're still playing the same way. EP have been the ones that have really adjusted their game plans throughout this entire second half, in my opinion. Like we see the triple B, now we're seeing this setup at A that they have specifically. Like they are really just trying to maneuver around the map.
But again, you know, EP backed into that sort of initial approach that they had, which was the rounds where AG was given a lot of space to do what they wanted. Those were the ones that AG were able to convert on. 2-round buffer here for AG, but they'd love to get it done nice and clean, 10-7. This time working their way forward into warehouse. You know, maybe even waiting to see if EP is going to walk and wander into their setup. But again, I think that's going to be wishful thinking for AG. They're going to have to do the hard work.
This could be good, though. You only have the one player committed to this, right?
Flash over the top. XQQ, though, good enough to hit one. Can't get the second through. Still does need to be traded down and eventually will fall. 1-2-2-2 gets himself another as well. As AG have the site, they have the numbers, they have the plant. They have a massive advantage which they can use to close out port. 10-7 is brewing as Do will catch YH in transition, and now Mino and YZK are stuck behind a smoke. They're trying to toss some util through, see what they can get done, but it is absolutely nothing really. YZK with one singular kill, but that is not going to be enough. Do on the flank will finish it off. 10-7. AG will take map 1, and that is Evolution Power's pick of port as well. This is the AG that we've come to know and love, and maybe 2025 will be somewhat reminiscent of 2023, where it was a year dominated by BaiSha and AG. Back then, at the Summer Championships, it was an AG versus BaiSha final. And then in CFS, it was a BaiSha and AG final. And that's where we're headed at the moment again. BaiSha have already made it through to the grand final here at EWC, and AG are on their way to meet them.
They definitely are. And like you said, there's just so much conversation about this AG team because, you know, in terms of getting, you know, a first place trophy, it's just been so long. It's been years since they've been able to do that. But look, we're still in the semifinals, but getting the pick like this, that is definitely going to feel very good as you can lead yourself into the following map, which is going to be, you know, again, Ankara, where, again, we talk about these Chinese teams and the gameplay and the evolution they can bring into it and just the mixture of game plans is something to behold. But I just love the way that AG were able to react to a lot of situations. It felt like their BL side was kind of, you know, simple yet super effective. It really just felt like EP, were doing some good things on the GR, but that's where they needed to make a little bit more adjustments.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it wasn't as if EP just kind of capitulated or fell apart, but you kind of got the sense that this was always AG's game to close, right? Like, I don't know, maybe EP have kind of run out of steam. They've had a pretty good tournament so far. They've had to work hard, particularly in Group C with BaiSha and Falcons there. But yeah, have they met their match? Have they once again run into AG and struggled?
Yeah, that's the biggest question. A lot of these teams have been able to struggle their way to get here. But look, we do know for a fact that we are going to just take a short break and we're going to get ready for Ankara. We'll see you in a bit.
Second map time here for Evolution Power and All Gamers, and it is Evolution Power that have unfortunately dropped their map pick and are now facing not quite elimination from the tournament, because there is a third, fourth place match, which obviously Stallions is currently awaiting. But yeah, as far as they're concerned, it would probably be elimination, because they would be a team that has high expectations for themselves, and they'll be thinking we should be a grand finalist, particularly after how the year, or at least the last 6 months, have gone for them. AG has other ideas though, as we do move on to Ankara. It is AG's map pick, and as I gotta say, I think AG is looking pretty committed today.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, I've been really, really impressed with their gameplay. I feel like we're seeing a bit more of a revitalized AG. This is the kind of the vintage AG that I remember, you know, kind of getting in Crossfire with, and this is the thing where now they win the map pick against, you know, EP. Now they get to go on their map of Ankara. This is a map where, you know, they've been able to best like 10-6 against BaiSha. They've been able to beat these guys before. You know, I think when you're beating teams like BaiSha on a map like this and everybody else in the CFPL and sitting at a dominant record of like 11-3 solely just in the CFPL, you're going to feel really good about this going into the second map.
Yeah, absolutely. This is AG's map after all. But let's find out how it plays out. AG starting off on GR side once again. Evolution Power going to try and take it to them on BL side with quite a bit of presence being shown outside of A already. Dre is kind of isolated in this engagement on his own, assuming it does come. We do have 1-2-2-2 though coming to back him up, and I love the high-low setup. I think it's just so strong.
It is so good. We don't see it enough, that's for sure, but this is really nice.
It's a great hold, actually, for AG. Like, look at how far forward they've held on B and in mid. That's why they can dedicate this many players over toward the A defense, and they have gambled correctly, because that is where Evolution Power are really trying to probe. But no engagement just yet. You've also got Do in the vent, ready to take a swing with the TRG, and that is the power of the high-low setup. Too many targets to fire out for XQQQ, and Do will also get onto the line here and try and take that fight to Evolution Power. Nice quick scope in onto Mino. Will get the job done pretty much. That's the perfect setup for AG. You talk about scissors, paper, rock. Well, in this case, AG was scissors and Evolution Power was paper.
Yeah, definitely. It was wet paper too, because that was an easy round, and I love everything about that. We talked about the high-low setup. We talked about, you know, Do playing in the vents, and the fact that Do actually commits to a swing like that. He's just like, you know what, guys? It's all good. I'm going to go for a swing. I'm going to find the double kill. He almost essentially got 2.5 kills. He got the wall spam as well right at the end. So, honestly, best execution here on the GR side I think we've seen so far in this series, in my opinion. That worked out as best as it could have. And, you know, for EP, they were actually getting a decent read to check that high-low setup, but really it was the fact that, you know, 1-2-2 could be able to get that initial kill.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a read on both sides. You know, like there was something there that AG were prepared for, and Evolution Power also were kind of like, spider senses tingling.
Yes.
Good hold from AG. Again, 3 players dedicated onto the A side. This is not normally what you would see. Normally you would see a 2-1-2 or a 2-3 split even, with just the 2 players over toward A. So again, a little bit of an unorthodox setup for AG. Definitely expecting some kind of aggression over on that A side of the map, and again, they probably be proven true in that assumption. Evolution Power are not showing any interest in B at all. The only difference in this round is that AG haven't got the mid and B control that they had in the previous round, so they don't actually have that information. Last round they knew that there was nothing going on elsewhere, so they could maintain that 3-stack on A. This time, they've got to start to be thinking, not seeing much on A. At what point do we rotate this third player off?
Exactly. You can kind of hold on to it for a little bit longer, but that's where, you, like, hopefully they can have, like, someone like, you know, ZQ to be able to get the rotate back through. I can't even believe that Dre's able to find that. Like,
XQQ's just not expecting him to re-swing on, like, 25 HP, but he does it anyway.
Exactly. And now this is where EP, they have to get going. Oh, but ZQ a little bit of an overextension on this one, so now it actually has created a little bit more space. But let's not forget, there's 30 seconds remaining. You can see that Jue's actually pushed all the way through A main. This is still a decent position. He's picked up the TRG. This could actually allow him to get this kill, but no, YH gets the better of it. Now this is a rotate game. AG might get caught here with the timing.
Yeah, 1-2-2-2 in a horrible position, and he's going to have to try and dig himself out of it. I don't know how he gets away with 2 there. He's just caught in no man's land, and he's still finding the fights that he wants. It's 2 now in the 1v1. He just has to live.
That's all he has to do.
YZK cannot win this round.
No, it's impossible.
The round is over.
Okay. Do once again, man. He doesn't even have to shoot a gun. He doesn't have to do anything. He just plays the timer. We saw it before in the first map. He was able to just, you know, dance around, get the bomb timer all the way low. Does it here, just plays the time perfectly. So, man, again, we talked about AG. You know, they left that little bit of an opening. I felt like the hole was going to just, you know, start to sink the ship a little bit, but instead it's actually 1-2-2. You know, despite being in a bit of a bad position, finding that double kill. It was a little bit of a lifeline that they get. So you got to thank this guy too. And let's not forget, 1-2-2-2 is definitely the player on this team with the most MVPs. Like, he's got himself, I think he had like 15 or 16, you know, this last season here for CFPL. So just madness.
Yeah, I mean, he's the one that really turns that round back on its head. Evolution Power trying to make inroads and just not having any success so far. Again, heavy stack on the A site here from AG. Heavy presence outside of the A site for Evolution Power. It's kind of like a handshake agreement that only 50% of the map is to be played.
Isn't that the truth? Was it one time we saw, I think it was EP that went for the commit, yeah.
Just cut a line down the middle of the map from GR spawn to BL spawn, and it's like, we're only going to be on the left side of that.
It definitely felt like that. No doubt about it.
You know, maybe EP can kind of like work through the left side of mid, but other than that, they don't really seem to be interested in B. This round, though, that's changing. A little rotation happening.
And, you know, for both these teams, I mean, you know, we talk a lot about this map being more BL-sided. Definitely the same case for both these teams statistically. A lot better on the BL side. Like, even for a team like, you know, AG, it's only about a 52% win rate on their GR side. So as many rounds as they can build up is going to be nice. But, you know, right now for EP, they got to make sure this lead doesn't get too big. We saw it in the first map, actually. You know, AG were the ones that called that time. I think that was the second round in, or third at best. But EP really in a crunch time that they need to be able to find this round in their favor. They actually abandoned the original game plan. Now they're going to reconfigure it. They're going to commit to this. This could be problematic. Jue, though, able to find that opener, still hunting for a little bit more. Look at the repositions. This is perfect. EP are slow to the draw here, Alfish. This is not good at all.
It's allowing that rotation to come across, but just not quickly enough. So Evolution Power are able to bust their way into the site. Let's see what Do and ZY have to say about it. It's going to be a quick retake attempt. It's not quite worked out to plan. Do running out of bullets there. The USP. So he's going to have to go for a second attempt at it. He's really been given nothing by EP. They've changed up their positions as well. So kind of just running his way out of the site, seeing if he can hope for anything. One kill's not going to be enough. So Evolution Power have their first round on the board.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay. You know, I was thinking it was actually looking pretty good. Jue was actually the one that was still playing very aggressive on the stairway there. You know, I liked the idea that he went for that first fight, but the fact that he kind of overextended it right there, I felt like if he played the green box or just kind of bait the time just a little bit more, that kind of allowed AG to get that rotate through. That's kind of the one thing about this map, you know, when you're on the GR, that's really difficult, is the fact that when you're going at B, you have such a long rotate, and as soon as those smokes get thrown onto fence, you really just have to sit around and wait. So again, you have to be really critical on the placements and buy as much time as you can. Got a little bit frag hungry. I don't blame him. He's had himself a pretty decent performance in this best of 3 thus far, but we'll see if they can clean that up a little bit here as we're still early into round number 4. But EP definitely have themselves, we go right back to that theory we made, or the gentleman's agreement, I don't know, but kind of feels that way.
Yep. Yeah, again, another A finish, isn't it? But surely something's got to crack at some point. AG have cracked in the sense that they've changed up their defensive setups in the last couple of rounds, no longer having the heavy stack over on A. It's a pretty nice grenade. Soften up YZK and Mino.
And actually, AG have not played this map yet so far in the group stage, so this is their first time doing it. EP have played this. They lost to BaiSha 10-5. They're going to see if they're going to use that learning lesson. They're all just underneath the stairway. 1-2-2-2. Can you be able to find that activation? Yes, he will. Him and Shui, they just slaughter everybody in their path, and they just take them out. And now AG find themselves another round in their favor.
All going to plan. It's a nice pre-rotate from AG. You have 4 players essentially there to defend the site. And now there's 5. Okay, all 5 AG players. They're going to play aggressive out of A right here. They're going to take that fight to Evolution Power, who do seem to be pretty prepared for it, but maybe not prepared enough. They have walked into the blender. The blender's name is AG.AL.
It really is, and yeah, okay, the time not going to get called. EP, definitely a required time here.
Yep.
I love this. Like, again, AG, like you said, the last round is a perfect rotate. They have the, the really good setup, the double player left and the right side. This time they put a lot of aggression onto it. They hit the NOS, they just go full into it. I mean, even if, YZK is able to get this plant, that's fine. AG, they're going to take it any day of the week. They have the number advantage. Do has still some utility available with 1-2-2-2. So this should be a decent position. But again, they just have to make sure they play this as the unit. If they start to go single-handedly 1 by 1, that is a problem.
Oh, YZK is going to get a nice open plan. Oh, he almost goes down to ZY.
Yeah, this is bad, though. He doesn't have a lot of room for the post plant. Good job from AG. Again, just adding that extra pressure. That's what they need to do, because YZK, sorry, would have been in the position where he had to get the plant, get in a post position where he has to go for constant different fights and different angles. But thankfully for them, they're able to pounce onto that pretty quickly.
So we have an Evolution Power attack timeout, which of course feels pretty necessary at this point.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, I agree. I mean, this is where, AG are starting to play their game. This is where I talked a lot about, I thought the relevant stat of this is like, for CFPL, where again, all these guys are playing the same competition. And the fact that, AG.AL have, an 11-3 record, just in the league, that's really impressive. Like, the fact that you've only taken 3 losses, and okay, let's just talk about that quickly, is it was King 0. You lost to EP 1 time.
That was in playoffs, I think.
Then that was playoffs, that's right, yeah, very good. And then again, BaiSha, where they did actually get stomped pretty hard, like a 10-2, and that was in the grand finals. So, but considering the fact that you have yourself like dominant wins against BaiSha, Q9, King 0, everybody in the league essentially. I think they've almost played everybody and beaten them on it, and pretty decent score lines. That's a great thing, and that's where EP, I think they knew they had to win that first map.
I agree. Got a lot of work to do to come back into this series. But EP is also one of those teams that is no strangers to really long, drawn-out series. I mean, again, you can go back to the CFS Grand Final last year. All maps, all the way in the best of 5, went pretty much 13-10 in the final map. They were able to close it out there. You look at their game against BaiSha in this tournament, 3 maps, golden point on compound to close it out. So no strangers to working hard to find these victories. But it is going to be a huge uphill battle now for Evolution Power, as AG work their way into another round here. Round number 6 on Ankara. Already having a little bit of a look outside of B and not really spotting too much. So I dare say we're going to see an extra player start to make their way over toward A. Doesn't feel necessary yet for AG. They've got that smoke at main. They're not expecting the pop from AG or from EP until that smoke fades.
Yeah, they're playing very defensive, so they don't have a lot of way to just get that intel. Flashes now, so Jouet's got the little bit of an inkling on it. But now he's got the HK in hand. He's still, again, this is where he's trying to reaggress. I don't know if this is the right idea. Oh, I can't believe he got the opening. I can't believe is able to find a triple in that kind of a position. There is no way that should be able to happen in AG. They just stomped the grounds.
Yeah, I think it's a really good play actually from Jouet, because he knows that he's got players backfilling his position. If you're watching the mini-map there, as he's trying to get aggressive down the stairs, he's got players, 2 of them coming through from GR spawn. So even if he does go down, there's still going to be multiple members on this site to defend. And there's ZY coming back out through that smoke. Obviously, was charging down the opposite stairs, and It was just a nice pincer strike, really, from AG. The rotate was quick. And Evolution Power just don't seem to have anything at the moment on Ankara. We get closer and closer to the BaiSha AG Grand Final that I think we all want.
Yeah.
Run it back, 2025. Yeah, like I said, Summer Championships 2023, AG and BaiSha were clearly the two best teams there. And this is the equivalent event of 2025. And I think we can say that AG is clearly the best team right now in this matchup. EP are folding like a wet noodle.
Yeah, and I think the one thing, you know, I'm glad you brought it up in the first map, but it's a good thing to remind people too, is that, you know, we've been able to see a lot of the crowd shots here in the arena where, you know, there is a lot of AG fans. And that's the thing, is when you have a crowd that's cheering for you and not, or against you, I should say, like in the sense for EP, that does get to you, right? Like you're kind of playing in this position that you're the villain. You're not the team that they want to keep moving on. So you have to kind of, again, work with these external factors. And AG, they're riding on the high right now, right? I mean, we're talking about a 6-1 as we're in round number 8. That's exactly, you know, what, you know, they're working the crowd. We get to see these little signs. Everybody's excited. We'll see if they can keep riding on it to close this thing out. But this is an amazing scoreline from AG. And their game plan has really been mixed well. It feels like EP, they're just kind of, you know, not really having much in the chamber.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've run out of ideas, really, at this point. You could see that the strategy for Evolution Power was to try to exploit the A site. They put a lot of presence there. That's where they've tried to finish, you know, multiple times, and it just hasn't worked out for them. So now they're going to try and explore over towards B, which is not gone too badly for them. So what YZK can do in this duel, he'll eventually be pushed away. 1-2-2-2 coming back for the fight. YZK will fall, so just all over the map, Laz. Like, it's not even really close at this point. AG are kind of just death matching.
Yeah.
And EP are, you know, not really holding a candle to that in the aim department.
Yeah, that's very true. And like when you have someone like Du that's sitting at a 9-1, Shui's just getting shots, like 1-2-2-2 is again like putting up this star performance. You know, he was definitely a player that I was really expecting to see a lot out of him. Just again, like his last, you know, CFPL season, like just able to get so many different MVPs and so much impact in the server. That's what I wanted. And I think the other thing that, you know, the desk talked about that was really important is that we got to see a lot of the highs here for Du, but we got to see a lot of the lows. And right now, like, he has just been playing the best game we've been able to see from him in quite some time, in my opinion. But like the fact that he's just going for these swings, he's trying to mix up his style a little bit with some passive, you know, plays, but also the aggression. It's really, you can tell EP are getting thrown kind of in the thorns here. Like, they don't know how to get out of this maze.
Oh, this is the first opener that EP have had. So maybe there's a second round in here for them. Still got 3 players on the A side to try to get through, but wisely electing not to try to contest that. I think here's where AG do have to kind of take a bit of a risk somewhere, and I'd be hoping that it would be a push out from the A site, but it doesn't look like they're really going to go up to much shenanigans. 1-2-2-2. Solo holding forward. He gets the best 2 here, and that's not going to be enough. So this round is looking like it's just going to peter out a little bit for AG. I don't know why EP have stalled here. Are they waiting for the push to come through elsewhere? Shui could potentially isolate a duel onto Mino. Obviously, this is a favorable duel for Mino, but you know, this is where, like, if you would have just accelerated as 5 as EP, you'd have a plan and you'd have time pressure. But now they're kind of giving AG a chance to sort of brawl their way back into this round. The rotates come through, the kills come out.
They're taking too long.
Yeah.
Like, they could theoretically pull back on this if they want. Like, there's still 40 seconds, but again, it just feels like they're really hesitant on taking the site control. Joey will go down, but it's a lot of second guessing and really just trying to, again, evaluate everything. And now ZQ, does he clear it? He does.
Yeah, lack of confidence from Evolution Power being displayed. So
absolutely.
It's 2-on-3. Looking pretty shaky at best. ZQ, the one that's
not even clearing
really dictating this game at the moment.
Not clearing
he should not be allowed to get that done. Now it's a 2-on-1, and Zay is cowering on the side. He's been spotted behind the boxes. ZQ missed his jump up. That could be awkward. That could win the round for Evolution Power. ZQ trying to win the duel. Bomb not planted for Zay, and ZQ will win the duel as well. Just nothing going right for Evolution Power today. That is an illegal round to lose.
I can't believe in that situation too. Like EP, you could see all the different positions they're playing with the X-ray on. Nobody was paying attention to him.
Yep.
Everybody put all the focus onto ZY, and this allowed him to find a double kill like that, and then there was just such an awkward encounter for them to go for the trade. Such a misplay from EP, but AG will take it any day of the week, and now we talk about an 8-1 scoreline.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a confidence batterer for Evolution Power as well, unless they can stabilize something here in the second half, which they may be able to do. Mino, nice little bit of work from him. 2 for 2 still, but a lot of tagged up AG players. And my concern for EP is if they just get absolutely battered here by AG, they go into that game against Stallions, who, man, that's a hungry team. Like, who knows what could happen?
Yeah, and it is a good point you bring up. You know, there's been so much competition, and you know, in the fact of the group stage of how everybody got here, it's a lot of games, and today especially is a big day where we're talking about many different best of threes, and then the grand final for a BO5. You know, we always talk about the gas tank, right? We talk about, you know, keeping strategies preserved as much as possible, and that's what I kind of wonder if, like you said, maybe EP's just running on fumes. Like, this does not feel like themselves. It feels like they're kind of watching themselves from like a third-person perspective and just kind of going like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, if they end up in that game against Stallions, that'll be a rematch of one of the semifinals that we had at Asian Champions League. Ubek did actually ultimately lose to Evolution Power there, but it was a pretty close game. I'm sure they'd like to have a second bite at that cherry. See if they can cause another upset here at EWC. Obviously, we're not quite there yet. There is still a world where Evolution Power could come back and win this game, but that's a monumental task at this stage.
Yeah.
Shui and ZQ have just pumped the brakes here, waiting to see if Evolution Power are going to go hunting for info anywhere. They're not going to be given a 1v1, which is what they'd been looking for. So now they have to make their own move. And Zay's in the position to shut this down, but equally ZQ, if he just hits one shot, with the end of Zay, timing will work out for Zay though, as he does catch that second player with a grenade in hand, and so Evolution Power will get themselves a second round at least.
Yeah, that was really nice from Zay. Just again, you know, perfect timing on it, and that's really what it came down to, because you could see the utility was getting thrown. AG were trying to do the right things. They even had that player kind of pushing up as well just to potentially clear it. And that was Zhui. So I like the idea from AG. It just, you know, the timing was just a little bit against them, but nonetheless, EP, they pull a lifeline here and keep themselves in this game. Now you just get to see a little bit more of a barrel fight onto this one. And they find themselves, you know, successful in the fact that they've only lost Mino and done quite well. Pick up another. This isn't too bad. And AG, they're starting to slow down
That's a really nice round from XQQ.
Yeah.
You say AG slowing down. I think, honestly, you just look at that and say that's a nice individual play from XQQ. Yeah, like, you can't really do much about that. He's just kind of popped off. Is what it is.
Yeah, that's fair. All
right, about to do pop off a 1v4. Well, I'm not sure why XQQ's just kind of like gone wandering there on his own.
Yeah, I mean, you can see EP now, like with him going down, like you can see how fast they're kind of pressing onto this. You have double player on the bomb. You have that ZYK or YZK, sorry, that's like pushed on long. So I get it. They're trying to put a little bit more pressure onto this, but
do the type of player that can get this done, though.
He is, absolutely.
You know, if he would be able to get that pick onto YZK, I think that would be the first piece of the puzzle. Obviously, the smoke here on the C4 does make life a bit more difficult. I mean, this is the tough crossfire to break.
No pun intended.
Yeah, he'd need to get up to some kind of shenanigans. If he would have walked his way in through middle, that would have been a better play. Now YZK starting to move across as well.
Exactly.
Dude's aware that there will be players on this C4. There's no way that there isn't.
Yeah.
I think he's waited a bit too long here.
I agree.
He's about to get flanked. So even if he does somehow break this crossfire, YZK would be there to finish him off. And that'll be another round for Evolution Power. So
very good.
Not over yet.
No, and that's EP. They're gonna have to, you know, scrape the barrel with a bunch of ideas and just hope that, you know, players can pop off like you said. And when a player like XQQ is able to put up some individual prowess like that, you'll take it. But a long road ahead of us. You know, 5 rounds to push it to a tie game scenario, which then creates more of the conversation where this could go. Mino, unfortunately, has not been able to have himself the performance that we have seen so far at EWC. I feel like he's actually played quite well. So things a little bit more stalled for him. AG now going to get a bit more aggro into this mid control. A double player setup on B here from EP. The triple onto A. And AG is taking it nice and slow. Evaluate all their options. Not invest into anything too quickly. Oh. Where's Dew? He's underpass if I'm not mistaken. Okay.
I mean, this is an
opening.
It's a walk into B for sure. Heavy stack on A. Saw a lot of that from AG on their defensive side, but this is the reason why it tends not to be the case, because there is a hole in the defense over toward B. And XQQ's missed his opening shot. He's been punished for that one. Now AG have the sight, and Zhui is cutting off the rotates, or maybe not. Maybe he's being cut off. Ooh. YH is going to get the freebie. Doesn't take him too much time at all. So 4-on-4 for the retake. Very doable for Evolution Power, but maybe slightly all gamers favored here as the smokes are up and denying any entry into that site. That's burning a lot of time off the clock here from EP. 1-2-2-2, close. Wants to put that M14 to good use, and he's helped out by Do as well. ZQ up above. Chimes in with one more, and that is pretty much going to be that. That's 9 for AG. One more round, and they secure another match against BaiSha in another grand final.
You know, again, I just love seeing like this macro detail in the sense of you know, the AG keeping the utility in their pockets, like keeping the smokes like that, allowing it for the post plant. You could see that EP, they just kind of were like, they hit a stop sign. They just didn't know when to go. The light wasn't going to turn green. You know, there's nothing they could do. So that timer for the bomb just went down so low, making it so problematic. So keeping that utility available has just allowed AG to be on map and series point now. And EP, 6 needed for an overtime. I don't even know if it's likely at this point. We just feel like all gamers have just been able to get all the rounds.
Yeah. Yeah, very tough ask for Evolution Power. AG have just come in and delivered today, as they tend to do in these high-profile matches. And there is a reason that they are held in such reverence, even though, you know, sometimes their group stages look a little bit slow.
Yeah, that's just their thing.
Might be another good read here for AG if they're gonna push their way into A. It's just the 2 players defending this time. Smoke over to B. YH having already gone down is a real problem. Zay needs to be traded. So far has not been. That's incredible. Zay gets 3. And he might have just won the round here for Evolution Power, but he still needs to hold on. Unfortunately, he can't. And so Mino is a solo. It's a 1v2. And the veteran of this roster has to save the day one more time. ZQ spotted out, headshot comes through, but he's got no idea where Do is coming from.
No, this is a full guessing game right now, and Do, he's got the information exactly where Mino could be.
He's thread the needle as well, he's behind him. Oh, he's been spotted out. Now information given over to both players. Do confidently wants to take that swing, but he'll go down, and Mino saves the day. It's not done yet.
Yeah, that's great from Mino. I just made the comment about him being very quiet so far, but look, he pulls up the clutch factor when they need to. That keeps them alive. And AG were almost able to find themselves the victors in that kind of a situation. But this right here from Zay, just the 1, 2, and 3. Yes, please. And shuts down the aggression. Now AG might have to consider different options here, but that was still a very close affair.
That was it on a silver platter. I mean, shout out to Zay one time as well. If he doesn't get the kills that he does, he can't even set it up for Mino. But AG still have so many opportunities to close this one out that I don't think they're going to be too concerned about that.
No, these rounds have just been way too close. So it can't really be frustrating from AG. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't think they've called the timeout yet in this map. I think it was EP that did. So
3-player setup on the A side this time. Forward hold in the vent. YH and YZK.
Yeah,
should be good for 1 or 2.
They have to get the first kill, though. That's the problem.
Zhui going to swing this solo? That would be a mistake. Yeah, that's not ideal. Just trying to throw a bit of grenade damage in there, and it's just resulted in his death, not to mention everybody else's. That's not ideal for AG.
No, it's definitely not, but really good work from Zay again. Like the fact that he puts himself in the position where he's able to get this double kill. And just being the thorn of the sides here for AG so far in the later portion of this game, which has just allowed them to, you know, get these round by round situations, making it a bit of a closer affair. Now this is where, you know, all gamers are going to probably use this as a bit of a talking point. Like we talked about, Do just realizing, look, I got 34 HP, it's a 1-on-3, bombs down in the middle of the site. Not a favorable spot to be in, but they can have that discussion and kind of correct some mistakes here. But this is the thing, I'm not even against them going for these A-pops, but I just feel like, you know, they could have, you know, adventure somewhere else. They, you know, or even if they're going to clear out vent, like even just put a couple more players in A main, do something a little bit differently. It's such a tight corridor that you have to fight. They're going to allow this open. Oh my goodness.
Not sure how Do's still alive. 1 HP. Maybe the 1 HP wonder. Not quite. He actually did tag Minnow there, but it was
just gonna say
through the wall. So a nice flick, but not enough this time around.
Man, if Minnow would have went down there,
oh yeah,
that I would have been on the edge of my seat. I mean, I kind of already was, just because, like, again, Do, just the way we're seeing him play, it just feels like, what was that word we used yesterday? Metamorphosis.
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 Metamorphosizing.
Metamorphosizing. Yes, yeah, that's the thing. Turning into a butterfly.
EP got a bit of a ways to go before we get to that. Now the setup outside of A for AG. Guess there's a reason they're not called BG.
Yeah, and the other thing for me, like, you know, I think for all gamers, like, you know that Jay is playing a very solid game right now. Like, he's 12-12, but the amount of impact he's putting in the server is huge. He's been able to buy them a lot of rounds back in their favor. So it's like, why not avoid the problem? You can put your game plan to another site where you know he would have to be on the rotate. I don't know if it's being stubborn or maybe they just think that, you know, they're making just like these little mistakes, but I just feel like, again, he's been really winning a lot of good gunfights that just remove that kind of that problem out of the equation. They might do that right here and right now.
Minnow, 1 for 0. Zway's hunting for that trade. He actually finds XQQ and they know where Minnow is. They've got to be swinging him together. ZQ, well done on the trade. One's starting to fall apart again for AG there, but they've just traded effectively enough, and ZY is in a really nice spot to cut off the rotates. YZK, though, kind of just catches him out. Missed shot or two there from ZY. It gives Evolution Power another chance back in at this round. Do and ZQ to try and punish, but Do is in no man's land, really. He's not going to have any impact on this round unless he comes back up to Ram. ZQ's going to have to hold the fort until then. He gets himself one. Do watching the hotel push now with a quick shot on to Zay. And it's just YZK left alone here for Evolution Power as he tries to push his way forward, get the fight that he needs. But time is a factor, and I think ZQ's won this one. He's just got to go charging forward and deny that defuse, which he will. Even when the kill comes through, Evolution Power, their chances will go up in smoke as AG secure the 2-0 and secure yet another grand final appearance, this time against BaiSha. As again, I reiterate, it feels like we run it back with 2023 Summer Championships. The equivalent event as Esports World Cup back then. It was a BaiSha All Gamers final. It went all the way to 5 there. It may go all the way to 5 today, but once again, All Gamers and BaiSha in the grand final of a CROSSFIRE event.
Yeah, what a stellar performance from all gamers, really. It just felt like they were the ones in the driver's seat. They were the ones that were in full control. It pretty much felt like cruise control, to be honest. The fact that they were able to get the map, you know, poured in their favor the way they did, that's when it really felt like, you know, to me, that's when the knife just went a little bit deeper against EP. And this is where EP were trying to keep themselves alive, but it was just too much. They were in deep waters, those hot waters that they couldn't get out of.
Yeah, certainly. And obviously still another game for Evolution Power. They've got to start to think about the third place match against Stallions. Obviously, you know, we don't normally run third, fourth place matches in CROSSFIRE. It's normally, you don't make the grand final, you just get equal third, fourth. But here at Esports World Cup, although the club championship has finished, there is implications there. The US dollars obviously on the line as well. 210,000 for third place, 130,000 for fourth place.
Nice.
So, you know, it's still, what quick maths there, that's a $80,000 game, right? So quite a bit to still discuss here for Evolution Power as they'll be thinking about that game against Stallions and then Yeah, for the grand final, obviously, All Gamers and BaiSha are going to be getting ready to take one another on. So still a lot more CROSSFIRE yet to come, but obviously we will be looking forward to that grand final quite eagerly. And we've got an interview ready to go as well with All Gamers down on the stage.
Thank you so much. Yes, AG.AL progressed through to the grand final. I'm joined now by ZQ and the wonderful Wendy. Hi, Wendy.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi. ZQ, congratulations. Firstly, you are into the Esports World Cup CROSSFIRE grand final. How do you feel right now?
想问一下你们终于是打赢了EP，能够进入到我们的总决赛了，现在心情如何呢？
还是比较开心吧。
I'm so happy right now.
Yeah, you can see the fans as well, incredibly happy too, and obviously, rightly so, being in the grand final. Talk to us about the matchup against Evolution Power. You guys were very effective, quite dominant. What was it you had to do to ensure that you had the victory?
来想一下今天这场比赛吧。你们在对阵EP 的过程当中，非常高效、非常碾压性的拿下了整场比赛的一个对局。那有什么东西是你们一定来做到了，才能够有了现在这样一个结果呢？
今天主要我们进了4强，没有包袱了吧身上，然后今天大家放得比较开，然后也没有特慢热，所以就今天比较顺利。
Since we are at the top 4 now, so we don't have the stress. So actually we just enjoy the game and we do not need to enough warm up and we just enjoy this match right now. So that's the point.
Excellent. And I must ask you as well, of course, the grand final. Let's look ahead to that. BaiSha Gaming are waiting. You have a track record against BaiSha of becoming runner-up many times. How do you make sure that at the Esports World Cup, you get that victory and you become the champions and lift this trophy?
那下一场比赛你们将要对战到的是白沙，在以往你们和他们的对战记录当中，你们很多次都是屈居于亚军的位置。那来到了这次 EWC 的舞台之上，什么东西会让你们能够拿到冠军呢？
就不怕输吧，我觉得。
Not afraid to lose. That's the key.
Not afraid to lose. Lastly, behind us, we can see the key crusher as well. Here, you now get the chance to crush the Evolution Power Key. Are you going to relish and enjoy that opportunity?
接下来你也看到了，在我们的身后有那个碾碎钥匙的液压机。那你现在有机会可以去做这个，你准备好了吗？
准备好了。
I'm ready for this.
Of course you are. Once again, massive thanks to ZQ. Congratulations, AG.AL. Thanks, Wendy. Appreciate it.
Yay, thanks.
And let's head back to the studio. Fellas, we have ourselves a grand final. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Adam Savage and Wendy, for a wonderful interview. AG.AL with the most dominant win we have seen yet. Just powerhousing through Evolution Power. That crowd buff goes hard.
Yeah, honestly, just an impressive win too. And it didn't even come from the hands of the star players here. We had Jue step up, his biggest game of the event so far. Du popping off in excellent fashion as well. It was great to see this whole roster really coming together for this one.
Without a doubt, I am so pleased, and the emotions in the crowd were high, especially that map number 1, which went to 10-7 on port.
Yeah, I mean, we were all kind of expecting more of a closer kind of game, but now with AG, with the crowd behind them, it kind of feels like home being in this arena, man.
It definitely does, and man, I was out there in the crowd. I know we were all 3 sitting out there. We wanted to experience the energy. AG.AL bringing out their mascot, bringing out the panda, which was super cool. This the cutest mascot, by the way, I just want to say, and the way they've treated us is quite nice, but really, the energy out there was incredible. Only matched by that of Falcons, right? And here we are, even some of the players throwing out some gifts to the crowd. Everyone was having fun. But for real, though, when it comes to Evolution Power, they take a heavy loss. They weren't expecting to lose in the fashion they did.
Yeah, honestly, it even caught me by surprise. I mean, we look at every other series All Gamers has played so far. They usually came out with a really bad first map. This time, clearly not the case. They were ready to go from the very start here.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's all about locking in for grand finals. You know, we can talk about group play. We can talk about clearly, you know, the performances yesterday. Grand finals is where it matters. Locking in when it matters for AG.AL. And you gotta say, man, that win proves to me, and they needed a win like that to prove that they are ready to go toe-to-toe once again with the BaiSha Gaming roster.
Yeah, especially as of recent, right? I mean, Evolution Power has gotten more of the spotlight compared to AG.AL because, you know, they have gotten farther in international play. And yeah, it seems like everyone kind of forgot about AG.AL for a bit. But now, with them beating EP in this dominating fashion, I feel like the spotlight is back on them. Sure. But at the same time, the pressure is on it to be locked in for this final.
So Zhui has so much success. The entry fragger, he pushes through, gets some of the most top fragging games that we've seen. Why do we think he just now starts to show up? Because for him in this series, he was truly instrumental in the success against Evolution Power.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of it just comes down to that regional comfort. You can tell he knows this EP team very well. He was able to exploit a lot of their strategies, and he was just ready to go. And it must just be that CFPL matchup where he's able to shine.
And I gotta say, I really do think the added benefit of knowing BaiSha's already in grand finals, we talked about that competitive hatred, that rivalry that they had, the rematch from 2023. They wanted it once again, and now we have it. AG.AL fueled by fire.
Oh my God, this has got to be a story written in fiction, man. I mean, ZY versus N9, one day born apart, I don't know, maybe in the same hospital.
You did
I have
set
no
that
idea.
up, yes.
But hey, here's the storyline, man. Yin versus Yang in the grand finals. And as a fan of CROSSFIRE itself, I feel like a lot of fans are going to be like, oh, it's another AG versus BaiSha final. But as someone who has been following CROSSFIRE for the longest time, I'm not really that, I don't subscribe to the belief that matchups can be boring. In my opinion, this could be the most exciting final we could ever watch, because the last time that we had a AG versus BaiSha matchup, which was the 10th anniversary for CROSSFIRE, that was one of the most exciting finals ever in terms of mechanical ceiling and excitement, man.
Yeah, there's nothing normal about this final, and the reason why? It's Esports World Cup. This is the first time CROSSFIRE has been featured here. This is the biggest prize pool. Yeah, it's BaiSha versus AG.AL. You've seen it, but you haven't seen it in the fashion and with the stakes as high as they currently are. Let's take a look at our Sony MVP of the game. I'm wondering if it's Zhui. Obviously, he performed incredibly well as he did, but it's going to be ZQ, and this is just as fair. ZQ, such a talented player with this duo, of course, of ZY, they can accomplish anything.
Yeah, honestly, really impressive to see this guy popping off in this match, namely because at the end of last year, he was a retired player. We thought we might not ever see him again. He comes back in for EWC, 111 ADR, 1.5 KD, very impressive performance, and there's no doubt now why this guy is back on the team.
And I don't want to underestimate how impressive that is. You retire, you come back, and now you're in grand finals with a guarantee prize of $350,000.
I mean, you couldn't be happier, right? I mean, ZQ kind of got a 6 or 7 month vacation, maybe even a year or so from the team, you know, just to try and relax, just to try and reset. But of course, ZQ, he saw the state of the team. He was like, yeah, I need to step in. I need to save this team, and save this team he did. And especially in the balance patches or the modern gun era of CROSSFIRE with the EBRs and the HKs, I feel like ZQ on the EBRs he's got to be one of the biggest beneficiaries of this gun.
Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, honestly has to be the case. I think ZQ and ZY, while they did lead throughout, ZQ to me, he's the closer over ZY right now. ZY was actually very quiet in this matchup. You could tell in that home turf battle, he wasn't really stepping up to the plate in the same way we've seen in some of his previous games, whereas ZQ, you look at those final moments in the last map, he's the one alongside Do making sure things get done.
Yeah, you got multiple aspects that make this AG roster so successful. By the way, seriously, the cutest panda, the cutest mascot I've ever seen. Like, that is adorable, man. And I hope to take one of these home, seriously. He's even got the glitter eyes. I could stare at those all day, every single day. We had a picture with the mascot, too, which I was, like, super fun. It's uncharacteristic. I normally don't do stuff like that. But getting back to the brass tacks, Evolution Power, they take a heavy loss. And in the fashion they do lose, one of the things they've got to do now is go back-to-back. They have to now face off against the Stallions roster that has had time to recover from their loss against BaiSha Gaming. And yes, they did take it hard. Maybe you didn't see it on the stage, but backstage, there were definitely some tears flowing from some of the competitors. They felt it hard, and now they've had time to recover. Meanwhile, for Evolution Power, they don't have time, and they've got to watch their key get crushed right before their very eyes. So now it's a double whammy. You just took a heavy L, you're getting your key crushed, and now it's like, hey, get back on that stage and play for third place.
I mean, it's the competition of who is the sorest loser at this point, right? For third and fourth. I mean, judging from Stallions, they were very, very mad that they did lose that prior series because it felt like they could win.
Sure.
In that entirety, but I mean, could be the same here for EP. But judging from their faces, it wasn't really that much. But looking at the keys, man, it is going to be Evolution Power. Oh, he doesn't want to look at it.
Well, you know, we did hear it from a little bit earlier. It's like they come from the same region. There's a lot of respect, right? When you're playing another team from the same region, yes, you want to beat them. You want to take them down. But there is a sense of pride, right? Like, you're from my region. I do have tremendous respect for what you do.
Yeah, honestly, it's tough to see any Chinese team go, especially after EP looked so phenomenal in the group stage. I mean, they took down BaiSha. I was hoping maybe they would make it back to meet them again in the finals, but all gamers, this was just the best performance we've seen from this team all tournament long. So I'm excited to see what they'll do up against BaiSha now.
Yeah, that was a championship performance. Let's face it, right? They have a best of 5 in grand finals. Naturally, though, we have to shift our attention into the third place matchup because there's still plenty of money to be earned just by winning yet an additional series. You're no longer protecting your key, right? You're not going for grand finals, but you're going for a lot of money. We're talking Evolution Power Gaming versus Team Stallions. EP coming off a heavy loss, now have to go into a Team Stallions roster that has had time to recover and think through things, and more importantly, watch what AG just did to EP and what made them so successful. For Team Stallions, they've already accomplished so much. A top 4 performance for the Philippines is more than anybody ever expected, including Sneaky, one of their biggest fans out there. But the reality is a top 3 finish would send them through the roof and truly make them a powerhouse roster going into next year's competition.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Stallions, this is just the beginning of this team, right? This team is super, super young. I mean, just like how we did say, Kano is like 16, literally. So the future is definitely theirs. It may not be now for them, but you know, it could be 2026, 2027. That could be the era where Stallions start their reign. But, you know, they're still, the reality is right now, they're just not ready.
They're not ready, but they might be ready for third place. And I really do think the mental impact of taking that loss from Evolution Power, who in their minds were most likely guaranteed, maybe not guaranteed, but at least a heavy favorite. You have to as a competitor. You've got to believe you're the favorite to move forward to grand finals. Again, taking that loss, once again walking back out on that stage. It seems like these matches can go in a blink of an eye when you're losing like that. And they're going to have only a short amount of time to recover. A lot of pride in the China region, right? I mean, these Chinese teams are incredible and the best region in the world after all. So even though Evolution Power does lose to a higher seed of AG.AL, they don't get to go back to back. And I think that's what their dream was about.
Yeah, they were really hoping for it here, but at the very least, I think they do still have a solid shot at that third place. It is going to be a little bit of a rematch between these two teams as well. They did play each other in the ACL semifinals where EP did win that 2-1, so I'm curious to see what these teams have learned from that previous meetup.
Yeah, and I look to Mino, right, the AG.AL, to really bring this team back on the same page and say it's okay. We took a loss, it is what it is, but our job's not done.
Oh, for sure. I think Mino, for the longest time, I mean, being the veteran of the team, he's seen his team win and lose so many times, and I feel like this is kind of just a familiar territory for him. Yeah, guys, we lost for today, but we still have to perform on stage for our fans and, you know, punch our best against the Stallions team, because of course you do want a full podium just full of Chinese teams if you are a Chinese fan.
That's it, and it's already been a phenomenal event whenever it comes to the Chinese rosters. Of course, for Stallions, though, their coach, they're going to be leaning heavily into him to provide that expertise. He's a veteran after all. He does have some age to him, right? And with age comes a little bit of experience with handling emotions.
I think that's what they need, though. When you have this young lineup, you need that person they can look to and kind of solidify what this team can become. And I think showing what they can do in this third place match is a great close to what's already been an incredible event for this team. And I wouldn't say I fully doubt them here either. Yes, it's going to be a hard match, but this team has shown a lot of resilience already at EWC.
Well, we know our grand finals. It's set up between BaiSha Gaming and AG.AL, a rematch from 2023, a storied history between the two organizations running back 10 years. It's a rivalry. It's going to get loud in the venue. But before we go into grand finals, we have to, of course, focus on the podium, the third place team. Who's it going to be? We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars potentially on the line. Difference, at least whenever it comes to the prize pool. Stallions have already made a phenomenal run Top 4, is that where they end, or will they manage to get a 3rd place finish? For Evolution Power, can they recover in time for their next series? Coming up next, we've got our 3rd place matchup. It's Stallions versus Evolution Power. Don't go anywhere.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
guys, Wendy here with Mino. So right now I got some quick questions because they need to do the back-to-back matches. So any way to adjust your performance or the mindset because it's a back-to-back stage. 所以你们现在马上就要去打一个背靠背的比赛，第3把了。然后想去问一下，如何能快速的去调整你们的心态呢？
因为第3名还挺重要的，我们要把第3名留下来。
Third place matters a lot, so we need to let third place as my pack. And of course, the question number 2, your opponent is gonna be the team Stallions. And what's the key point you prepare for that match? And how many confidence are you get at the match？ 所以想问一下你的第2场比赛，因为马上要打的是 STS， 是一个新的队伍，你有多少信心拿下他们呢？你觉得制胜点会是哪里呢？
我觉得他们枪特别准吧，然后我们肯定是跟他们干就完了啊，干就完了。
Team STS, they got the very great aiming skill, but the only thing we need to do is just fight. Of course, the last question is anything you want to say to your fans right now who's supporting you? 有什么话想对一直支持着你们的粉丝说的呢？
很抱歉没拿下这场比赛吧，没进到决赛嘛，然后后面这场比赛我们会拼尽全力拿下。
I'm so sorry that we are not managed to go into the grand finals to get the victory about this match, but we'll try our best to do our next matchup to get the 3rd place. And thank you for all, and thank you. That's all from us. Bye bye.
Thank you very much, Wendy, for the interview. That's Mino, of course, coming out from the side of Evolution Power. Looking a lot better than I was expecting them to look, quite honestly. They're still feeling great. 3rd place matters. Look, 3rd, or the difference between 4th place and 3rd place. Obviously, being top 3 means a lot more than being 4th. But also, there's an $80,000 difference going from 4th to 3rd place. That's a lot of money, and even 80,000 is quite literally life-changing. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, of course, joined by Neo, and Sneaky's back on the desk. Welcome back in. This is a consolation match for 3rd place, but a heavy one indeed. Of course, we have Stallions returning back to the stage to go against Evolution Power.
Yeah, I mean, Stallions, despite their loss earlier, right? I mean, despite all the emotions still running high, they got a bit more time compared to Evolution Power here in recovering after their last series. And in my opinion, I feel like Stallions had a more impressive showing than AG in these semifinals.
Oh, AG.
Or not AG.
Evolution Power. I was about to say, yo, Stallions.
Sorry, my bias came out.
Hey, the bias is strong out here. AG looked good, but I do agree. In terms of Evolution Power, though, they definitely looked a lot better. And again, going from a loss like that against AG straight into a series with Stallions, who have everything to gain. They've already proved so much. Now they're going into this and saying, well, why not? Let's go for more if we can. For Evolution Power, 3rd place does mean a lot. Yeah, $80,000 difference, but let's face it, they didn't want to be here.
Yes and no. I mean, they still are the 3rd best team at this event. So ultimately, it's sort of where we expect of them. AG and BaiSha have for a while been head and shoulders above EP. I mean, well, they basically always have been, right? So the fact that EP won CFS in December, that was a shock, but we can never expect them to win events. They're not at that level yet. They're not at that caliber yet. So honestly, them fighting for 3rd, I think is ultimately fair. That's sort of where we predicted them coming in towards this event as the 3rd best team, or at least between them and Alcadzia. But as a whole, it's a very interesting thing when you talk about kind of, is it better to be the side that has just played a game and come straight in towards another one, or is it better to be the team that's had a bit of a break, a bit of a time to rest, reset, but also kind of maybe do a bit of information checking, what sort of map pool they like to have, what kind of strats? And normally, I'd always think it'd be option 2, right? More time to prepare, more time to get ready. But from when I've been testing this over the last sort of 6 months and really honing in on this, every single time, the side who's just played going straight into another game, because they're warm, they do just play better. And I think actually that might help EP here.
I was going to go against what you were saying, but then again, you apparently did testing over 6. I can't argue with testing, bro. If you got the stats, it's a lot better than what I got, which is just theory crafting. But we're going to have to put it to the test one more time because Stallions return to the stage. A great roster, again, doing so very well and mixing up really the top domination teams, right, when it comes from China. I mean, after all, we had 3 Chinese teams out of our top 4. Now, all of a sudden, you mix in a Filipino team. They come in and they look great. And let's face it, they very well could have sent BaiSha to a map number 3. It came down to a 9-8 scoreline on subbase. It was KLP versus N9. KLP did not get the job done. He loses the 1v1. We go into overtime. BaiSha wins the series 2-0, but it just comes to show you how good Stallions was against the top dog.
Yeah, I mean, with this kind of roster, with this kind of youth on the roster as well, it's like they're already placing pretty high in these international tournaments and also owning some of these Chinese teams. I'm like, oh my God, this is only the beginning. And the fact that, you know, there's still so much of this roster that can offer, I cannot even see a ceiling for this roster just yet. I feel like they could get better and better and better as soon as the more that they play this event.
Right.
But with Evolution Power, you know, they're a bit more stable of a team, but at the same time, EP does have some sort of a weak spot for Stallions because, you know, the owner Emzin, he loves the young players, of course. He loves his academy players, so he kind of saw his academy players with Stallions. But, of course, being the enemy, you're going to have to see them as not friends.
I promise you there'll be no weak spot when they're in the server. They are going to come all guns blazing. They don't give a damn about that. They can throw that out the window. This is a point to prove. They do not want to lose the Stallions here. Same way that Al-Qadsia fell to them and it was a big upset. EP can't let this slide, right? This is a Stallions side that have done very well in this tournament, but there's no way that Evolution Power will be happy. If they lose here and finish 4th overall, that is a big upset for them. But also, I think just statistically, they shouldn't be losing to Stallions any day of the week.
Well, Stallions took a heavy loss, and again, the emotions were high. Wendy had a chance to catch up with the Stallions after their loss to BaiSha. Let's see what they had to say.
Hi, it's Wendy here with No from Team Stallions, and I got several questions for him because they need to prepare for the third place match. And question 1, absolutely no time to upset because the third place match is on its way. So how could you guys adjust your mindset before the match 1?
Reset and fix our problems, what we did earlier, and yeah, just reset, that's all.
Okay, got it, just reset. And so basically you are the rookie and the young team of CROSSFIRE. Now, I believe so many people know you guys so well according to this Esports World Cup. So anything you want to say to your supporter?
Thank you to support us, even though back in the days we were not able to compete here. I compete the best and now we compete the best. I know that you guys are proud. Thank you.
We're all looking for your match. We're all looking for your matchup, really. And that's all from us. Bye-bye.
The young GOAT himself, Kano, coming back onto the stage, only 16 years old and accomplished more than many competitors in CROSSFIRE have able to accomplish. Think about that. That's pretty spectacular, but it takes two to tango. We've talked Stallions. Let's talk now once again Evolution Power coming back to the stage that they just lost on. They will no longer have a chance to go to grand finals, but it doesn't mean this matchup is for nothing. A top 3 performance not only cements where you were, like you were saying, Neo, right? Came in as the 3rd seed. They'll finish potentially as the 3rd seed. But the most important thing, again, $80,000 up for grabs just by winning the series.
Yeah, it goes such a long way, right? This is an Evolution Power side that I think have been in a bit of a weird spot this year. They won the first season domestically in China, then finished, I think it was 6th, if I'm right in saying. They didn't even make playoffs. So they've been looking to try and rebuild in towards this year, and I think this has already been a fantastic tournament from them. They're looking to kind of keep the reps up heading in towards CFS as well. So they've already done more than what I wanted out of this side. I want to see them going back to be competitive.
Sure.
The fact that they've even managed to finish top 4 is fine, but they've got to get over this last hurdle, get the bronze medal, just confirm that in place, and then for the rest of this year, we can be happy with how it's sort of ended out.
Yeah, at the first EWC tournament for CROSSFIRE, 3rd place isn't a bad result, especially given the fact 16 teams came in. Your top 3, I think that's a pretty great result as far as I'm concerned. Of course, when we're looking at players, though, there's always a dominant player on one team versus the other. Let's take a look at our head-to-head and see truly who is going to be matching up, because, well, for me, if I had to put a head-to-head, I want to include Mino. I think Mino is going to be definitely someone to look out for. If you had to compare Mino, though, on their side for Evolution Power, who would you put for Stallions?
It's got to be KLB, right? I mean, it's the brains behind the operation. The fact that he's very also similar to Mino, where he is also leading and fragging at the same time. So there's a lot of similarities, actually. I did notice between Evolution Power and this Stallion squad. So I feel like the head-to-head between those two, despite the age gap, still pretty good.
Still pretty good indeed. Well, KLP, I hope he doesn't beat himself up too much for losing the 1v1 against BaiSha. Let it go. Short-term memory. You're going into a matchup that means so much for your region. Like I said, for Stallions, you've already accomplished what many thought you couldn't. A top 4 performance amongst the Titans of CROSSFIRE. Now, can you go a little bit further and get top 3? You've already set yourself up as a serious threat going into next year's competition. As Sneaky and Neo have been saying alongside Kyle, look, this roster is still young, and they have plenty of potential to be a dynasty roster potentially in the future. But the question is, when it comes to the competition today, how far can they continue to go? Opposite of Stallions will be Evolution Power. It's not going to be easy, but they got to go for gold. Let's see who can get the job done.
Ladies and gentlemen, one match stands before us in the grand finals, but still an opportunity to leave this competition and this tournament with your heads held high. Two teams will join us in the SNB Arena for one final time for pride and for podium.
Absolutely right here. Let's not forget, though, as well, an enormous amount of cash on the line here as well. Both teams guaranteed $130,000. But one team walks over $210,000, $80,000 more than their opponents. It's all to play for here. One more time on the main stage, they'll go head to head. Who will walk away? Can they go that little bit further after a successful week and walk away in third place?
Let's bring them on down for the final time. It's Evolution Power Gaming. Their roads to the grand stage may have been cut short, but Evolution Power Gaming has never stopped moving forward. They've evolved with every step this competition, powering through every battle, and today they fight for redemption and for pride. This is their chance to leave Riyadh with their heads held high and carve their name in the top 3 of the world.
Opposite them, it's Team Stallions. They re-enter the stage with their heads held high, representing the pride of Cebu. The dream team from the Philippines have given their everything and walk away from the EWC as titans of their region and keepers of our hearts. The battle for third place will be fierce, with Evolution Power equally as strong across a week full of unforgettable moments. We honor them as they take the SBC Arena stage for the final time and prove they have the mettle to gallop into the sunset in third place. Achilles and Paper Thin are your casters for this epic showdown. Here we go.
Here we go indeed. Final placement here in the top 3 played for between Evolution Power Gaming and the Stallions. The massive jump in prize pool on the line. 80K the difference, so still plenty to play for. Don't have that shot at lifting the trophy yourselves, but still can be walking away with pockets full.
Yeah, I mean, an interesting ban here in sub base coming through. The pick gonna be Eagle-Eye 2.0 here for the Stallions, then Compound gonna be picked by Evo Power. Port will be the decider. So we can get there. That's another map that the Stallions do really favor. Played pretty well on Port here in this event, but it's gonna be interesting because the Stallions looked pretty solid at times. I mean, obviously pushing BaiSha to an OT on sub base. So they clearly are in okay form. It's just, you know, who's gonna be able to recover here. Evolution Power Gaming coming down to a pretty blowout series, to be honest. They got shut out, and, you know, to bounce back from that mentally gonna be tough. Whereas, you know, the Stallions, I think, shown that they're pretty in it. They're gonna be getting a little bit of that extra time to rest up and kind of figure things out.
Leaning back into Eagle-Eye, where they're able to work their magic versus AG.AL on that first map. We're able to take that one 10-3. See how they do fare here against the likes of Evolution Power. Have to suspect that this is a team that's going to be looking to bounce back, finish strong. Very much said, could be same could be said here for Stallions. A fantastic run for them to make it this far, and if they could make it into the top 3 and take down another Chinese squad along the way, I think that would be a very successful tournament overall. Yes, not lifting the trophy, having your key crushed, but still putting up a better performance than anyone could have expected.
Exactly, and you're looking at an extra $80,000 USD for it as well, so that would be a nice prize to take home for yourself. So looking for Stallions here to bounce back against another very strong team from China. Obviously, Evolution Power has shown that they had what it takes to take down BaiSha earlier in the event, but the form here today didn't seem quite there, but trying to get the troops rallied, trying to get themselves engaged as we get ready for Eagle-Eye 2.0 to kick off this third place decider match. Find out who's going to be taking home that extra prize pool. Smiles all around for the Stallions. So everybody Looking like they've got a good mentality going into it. And like they're ready to get the job done. And I think you could see that the Stallions had some really good anti-strats, especially on sub-base, prepared for BaiSha. So you're gonna need some more good ideas. Continue here. Looking to get it started on the right foot on their map pick of Eagle Eye.
Go into the action. Let's see who can draw that first blood here. There's a bit of a iffy showing from EP in that previous set. AG.AL, clearly the stronger team of the two, but now going to be looking for that rebound. But already, it's going to be JJ Hay finding Mino off the rip.
Yeah, Mino likes to hover around that bridge area. That's a great pick to find here. Can open up a lot of space on the map for you as the Stallions. So you can take their time. This is all just a show of force over at B so far. See if they opt to grab the C4 and make a change of direction or not, but right now being held back at A by a deep smoke. Just a matter of if No is going to try to challenge Zay up here in the hotel, and just going to back off. Throw some nades of their own.
Smokes out, but look at this rotation.
Yep.
Everybody from Evolution Power away from this A site. It's just going to be space given up. These smokes seemingly have fully convinced them that that's where the C4 is going to be headed, but now it's just going to have to be a retake scenario for them as A gets ready to come through relatively for free. As XQQ can find something, but that first fishing shot doesn't find anything at all. And that's going to be YCK now taking down KLP. It's further expounding on the lead already established. And this is going to be Evolution Power off to a bit of a rough start.
They're going to try to come from the flank angle. Somewhat.
Everything's watched.
Yeah.
KLP claims another. They able to find a single elimination here. Gets himself a second. Now needing 3 more would have to be an ace clutch. Gets his way to the third, but cannot make a full go of this. So opening round here on their pick goes the way of Stallions.
Yeah, just a really good fake sell. Something they didn't do a ton of against BaiSha. So you can see here, they've got a lot of patience early in the round, saving those smokes for critical moments, using 2 to sell the fake, and then having another one delay the post plant. Make sure that the retake was going to be that much more difficult for the side of Evolution Power. YH way out front here.
First swing here, trying to get that timing, but will end up falling. Gets a good amount of damage on the Lloyd, but can't quite confirm that kill. Zay will still be able to come up with the goods, holding down this hotel angle for now.
Oh, grenade actually catches Loy there. Nice work here by Evolution Power. Counter. Oh no, finds the headshot onto Zay. Evens it up 3-3.
Critical one to come through. XQQ as well, down low on HP. 30 some odd health. As C4 going to be scooped up here. Mino, quick pick, able to get away from that shot. KLP does not take him down.
More towards mid. XQQ right around the corner here. The sniper already tagged up. Finds the first, finds a second.
Finds a second, looking for that third. Can't make it happen, but he's done wonders here for the squad. Mino there around the corner, looking for that quick scope, but the spray out. Mino will be able to find him with the AR, and that is going to be us tied up now 1-1.
Yeah, Coach Nice letting them know that that was a nice one. Good job. See if they can keep it going. Early pick. Not quite there, but they did so much damage. They're able to find the grenades. They're able to hold the line at hotel for the initial kill. Solid defensive protocols for Evolution Power Gaming. Zay gonna change angles as soon as he sees No there. I'm sure No is aware. He's probably tucked in behind the desk. So couldn't find an early pick. Just waiting out these smokes a little bit. Seeing if No is going to try to get back on that angle quickly. Re-smoke of that. Zay's just being patient. Getting this out for that quick flank potentially. This time around, They're going to go for the big hit. Fake being sold, but one flank angle being created by JJ.
Decision. Oh, what a repeat here from XQQ. A bold one, but comes away with that elimination, and now Loy going to be taken down as well. Flank still coming in. Zay wrapping around the back. They'll be able to intercept them in case they try to rotate out. Still 1 minute and 15 seconds. 4 down on the ground here for now. Looks like trying to explore in towards mid in this connector. Right now, Evolution Power, they've got very solid coverage here on the map. No one's about the clash, and there you have it. Zay gets the jump. Now it's 5-2, and about to be 2-1.
JJ going on a deep explore. This might catch him off guard.
Just a bit, but yeah, kind of needed KLP with that distraction to buy a little bit more time. Finds the first, but YH, yep, plants his feet, finds the kill, and that's going to be EP finding the lead.
I mean, JJ there in mid just couldn't find his moment to try to cut through the link towards the site. Just never felt comfortable. It just got shut down so quickly with those sniper rifles. This time around, no util there to try to set up the hit. They try to catch him a little bit off guard, but timing and patience good. This time they're gonna try to check this angle again. No, often on that early job of trying to contain Zay. Zay eventually found his way around their backside. So it's a big problem, something that they want to address here early. Keep those flanks a little bit more clear. Oh.
There it is, there's the spot, and XQQ. It's good for the opener once again. Loy on the floor, no, trying to scale forward here towards the hotel. Zay again, just keeping himself saddled behind this desk. Bush gets ready to come through. YZK here to try to back him up, and Zay striking first, and there you go. The follow-up peek, the follow-up kill. Another 2v5 scenario. C4 in hands here for JJ Hay, needing to try to breach this position. He'll be good for one shot there on the Mino, but now bomb is down on the ground. KLB in around the back, going to be spotted out. He's surrounded, swing coming in, and XQQ will be able to take it down 3-1. Evolution Power looking a bit more jazzed up, maybe treating that previous series as a little bit of a warm-up here as they try to lock up a third place finish.
For sure, they're just doing a great job of holding their angles, being in the right places at the right times. Good backup for Zay. Having a tough time are the Stallions. Some of those early snappy kills.
I think it's going to be a quick hit.
Yeah.
Zay kind of sensing this plays back a little bit further, but he's going to be spotted, shoulder peeking out, and that headshot is able to come through. So Loy this time not going to be the first death, will be the first killer. YZK pivots across, and Loy is out for blood. Maybe looking for a little bit more, almost gets timing there with the util in hand, but draws back down and finds himself a third elimination. Loy's going crazy here. Really helps get them back into this round. Still going to be a 2v3, however. As Stallions wrap around here in towards the B site.
It's one way to deal.
Flank being watched for no on the swoop. That's going to be a leg spotted out. Headshot found. XQQ now having to do it all. Finds the first. Sees where the nade's coming from. Finds the second. KLP dead. Smoke going to be lobbed in. No, spotted. Gets an immense amount of damage through. QQ should have known that he's crossed. He doesn't read it though. And no, will be able to find him from up over the top.
Yeah, just turn up the tempo here. Stallions, something they're really good at. Just running and gunning. This time around, they read the positions early, and Loy coming up huge on these entries. Smashing doors in for his team, giving them a huge advantage in the round. SQQ still almost good for one.
Oh, nade. One's a little bit shallow. YZK on the peak. Still able to find the kill there despite all the grenade pressure up and over the top. Amino trying to come to the rescue. He ends up falling to the wayside, as will YH. Zay is now trying to get involved, but oh, misses the moment there as KLB turns back. And just like that, yep, attack pause is going to be coming through. Wheels starting to come off a little bit here, so wanting to try to right the ship, as that will be us tied up once again at 3-3.
Yeah, I got to talk about how you can shore up this B defense a little bit more. Look good early. This time, you know, it's hard when the pace is so strong from the Stallions, when initially they were actually a little bit slow. They turned up the tempo. That's where Evil Power is having a tough time keeping up. Gonna see if they can figure things out a little bit. Maybe get those more steady crossfire positions, be a little bit more careful about those bridge timings. That is where all eyes and attention are consistently for the Stallions. They've done their homework. Something that Evo Power showcased last time they played this map. They love to sit on this bridge, try to set up these crossfires. If your opponents are a step ahead, a little bit more aware of it, you can actually counteract it by getting on both sides of it. Making it pretty difficult. Probably talking a little bit about how they want to position it. Make sure that these kind of things don't keep happening. But pretty even start. Good couple of rounds though on the BL side. Giving you some hope here as the Stallions. You can absolutely get this done today.
Certainly can. I mean, did see them firing at least in that first map versus BaiSha Gaming. We know that they are capable of it. We know that they could certainly pull this one off, especially after the weaknesses exposed in the previous series. Keyless are these frames. Third place still could fill that void here for either of these teams. So 3-3, we go back into the action. KLP, XQQ is going to be able to find a headshot.
At the read. Let's look at that angle through the crack in the wall. It's out. Gonna get some attention on the other side of the map. Evo Power actually playing pretty far back now in terms of where they're at over on B, but on A, that's where the heavy stack is. That's where the lean is. Boy, somehow, some way, just gets another.
Moving forward. They got a pretty good idea of his position now, so just kind of trying to be dialed in on this as much as possible, trying to flush him out. Swoop coming through. YH is going to be able to find the one, but No is there to trade it back. Forward, just going to be repositioning, finds himself alone here on the site. C4 still disconnected position for the moment. Not necessarily sold on this one quite just yet. Because my God, if he hit that through the smoke off the jiggle peaks, it would have been monstrous.
He's going to wait for a timing here. Either come back through the link or wrap all the way around through mid.
Damage can be found there. No. Falling low. This frag grenade just could be his demise, but no. He fights back, finds the headshot. Catching the re-wrapping XQQ. Now suddenly on the back foot here are the players of Stallions. BaiSha arriving on the flank is able to find the first. KLB getting tagged up, trading back some damage here alongside Mina, who eventually gets flushed out by JJ. Exactly where Zay is at. He's gonna now try to rotate, re-wrap up through mid, through the connector perhaps. C4 not yet planted, now going down here on the ground. Time starting to work against EP here. Finds the first, but there's the jump from behind. Great positioning. Stallions able to go ahead and reestablish a lead.
Yeah, even after that early pick found, it's Loy again, who is just doing a phenomenal job on the entries. That is making things really difficult for Evolution Power Gaming. There's that late backstab from KLB. They're right back into the lead. Anticipating that maybe Zay was going to try to play a little bit further forward again, so use a little bit of util there just to check. Deep smoke keeps them at bay. That's kind of part of the name here as BL on this map sometimes, is just waiting out some of those early smokes. Just trying to find your time to get in there with your own. You might have to cede a little map control, but even that utility.
Oh, Zay. Spotted there on the bridge. Pushing another smoke forward there, just keeping that angle. Denying that vision away from the snipers. Maybe even just quickly scaling off of this. I mean, look at the push that he's going on. If he continues on this route, he might be able to have an even bigger backstab than he had in the previous. Well, he's going to be held back. Nades now starting to fly. The exec here onto the A site, about to begin. Some damage, tagging up KLB here on the approach. Still 66 health to try to work with XQQ, finding one. The scale forward, shut down. XQQ with a second shot, but now everybody on the A site displaced and picked apart. JJ does get tagged up, but still breathing. Spots the flank here around the back, quickly tucks away as Mino now goes down, and it's all on Zay. Frag grenade not going to be finding the damage that he was looking for. Shots flying through. JJ's position now confirmed. Finds it, turns up towards the site itself, and no. Down to 30. Pretty even health amongst the two, and he misses the head. Doesn't spot him through the window. Without that registration, no, it gets the upper hand, finds the kill, and that's the lead now stretched.
Yeah, and it's going to be at least a positive half for the Stallions. Could even take this up to 6. They're looking so good on these entries. Everybody just so on point. That time throwing a ton of util. Zay just can't get there in time. XQQ finds that opener again. This time against KLB. Zay's tucked in. He's in the stairs. I don't think they have any idea that he got here. This is crazy. It's so hard to do this.
Oh, and just over the top. They peek down. Got him dead to rights, but Loy again. Huge kill. It's XQQ gone. Gets rid of the top frag, but they still have to worry about this flank. Little ratty lurk here from Zay. Looking for his opportunity. Pounds up onto the half wall. Hasn't turned back though. And Loy, he's actually spotted him out. They've actually avoided catastrophe, and now they're swarming. Look at this, trying to get us around here on this player. So Zay now has to play defensively. Smoke down to try to cover him. Loy up close and personal, just barrel stuffs it for the kill and finds himself a third before getting taken down. Loy's just doing wonders at the moment here for the Stallions. As now the slow creep forward. No, just scouting things out. Says, yep, all clear on the B site front. C4 to be planted and EP to get the bad news.
I mean, Zay there. Oh, you're going to be kicking yourself for leaving that when you did.
He could have found the C4. He just didn't check around that mid position long enough. Actually get the spot out, and no, immediately shuts down any cheeky attempts. A fantastic round here for Stallions. He said we're already guaranteed the lead. Now they're looking to stretch it even further.
Yeah, 6-3 in the half. That is a phenomenal BL side on Eagle-Eye. They are so well drilled, but it's Loy. Loy is all over the place right now. He is winning so many battles out in the open for you. He's so well prepared. The crosshairs right where they need to be every single time. That is just crazy good stuff, but man, Zay, just a little more patient or just sticks in that hole for a while longer. Wait for the Stallions to really commit to something. Oh well.
The thing is, Loy isn't even the top fragger right now, not even for his team, let alone the lobby.
That's crazy.
But the impact kills that he's found have just been so pivotal in turning these rounds. See if that's going to continue here. As for now, XQQ just dialed in, trying to see if anyone goes on a peek, but they're not really giving him any chance at all.
Yeah, it's a 3-2 split. Looking to see if you can piece any of this together. It's hard sometimes. Teams will just keep themselves tucked in positions where you basically have to commit. YZK. Checking the push out. There's a smoke still there. Maybe after that, Stallions will think about going somewhere. Up in the tower goes XQQ. Good for that rooftop player. LP watching it as well, so the team's kind of at least respecting some of that high angle. Sniper, oh, XQQ again.
Does get rewarded for it. The fall damage. Dropping down here. Frag grenade over towards that connector while YH tries to scale forward. Loy, however, still fighting. KLB finding himself a kill as well, looking for a second here potentially. Places himself in with a flashbang, swings the corner. Mino now going to be taken down as there's the finisher on to XQQ. And Stallions continue onward here in this second half.
KLB there, just holding the line. What a nice flash. Gets it so it lands at his back so he doesn't get caught by the bad side of it. He's just willing to swing out, take the fight, and take the fight he does. Knocks a bunch of them down. Beautiful. 3 kills in the round for him. Puts him up to 6.
Oh. A chance to really fire off the shot there. Early damage suffered. Repositioned, checking that no one's lurked their way up behind this box. Nothing spotted, but it just feels like right now, Evolution Power are widely relying on execute to try to find some kind of opening.
Even when he does find those opening picks, they can't seem to collect themselves afterwards. Start getting out fragged. Oh God.
Spot on the 1. Just drifting back across to the opposite side, just fully re-swinging over to try to reinforce a B. But Loy again. Finding Zay. YH starting to try to creep his way forward, is able to find one. Mino gets another, no, gonna be taken down. A 4v3 with YH low on HP, but now here comes the backstab. Loy around the back, finds himself another couple of kills. As JJ Hay gets involved, and it's just XQQ to try to clutch it out. To try to close this gap. This is the first shot, draws back down to the pistol. KLP just kind of trying to draw attention here. As all the shots are just going wide. He cannot hold his own. And Stallions are 2 rounds away from running away with this opening map.
A timely backstab there, right as they're trying to retreat and regroup, reset, try to rethink their strategy. And Loy comes up with the goods. Gets 2 there, absolutely devastating flank. What more can you do? Well, that's not great.
No, it's not. Stallions are hungry for it. Gotta suspect that even having surpassed a lot of expectations, still gonna be feeling a bit down and out after the earlier performance, not being able to really draw blood against BaiSha. Seemed pretty fired up overall, but at the moment, struggling a little bit here as XQQ wins that fight out against No. JJ Hay trying to drop down, trying to be the hero, but eventually will fall, and it seems like there's still yet a bit more fight here on the side of Evolution. KLB, what more can he do? Boss is gonna come through. Stallions wanting to be able to pump the brakes a little bit and ensure that they close out these final 2 rounds.
I think just getting a little over eager there, going for some big plays. They could maybe just fall back a little bit, try to bait Evolution Power into some crossfires or something like that. Zay out here. He'll be not quite ready enough. Headshot does come through. Zay brings it up to 4th, and yeah, it is indeed a timeout for the Stallions. They want to reassess things a little bit. I really like this timeout. You were in cruise control for a while. This round looked really sloppy. So just tighten the screws a little bit. Make sure you're aware of the tower angle there as well. But just kind of everybody getting caught out in transition, trying to rotate back over to the A site. It's a bit of a timing issue there as well. JJ here goes for the big spray, jumping down. It didn't work out. And still got a lot of rounds to wiggle. Still some room. But fans in the audience sending their energy to Evolution Power Gaming, trying to rally them. Stallions have been really, really good to start here. This Eagle Eye has looked fantastic.
It really has. On that stride, but he's starting to falter a little bit here, so call of the timeout. Make sure that the game plans are sound. Make sure that everyone's on the same page. 2 rounds away from drawing first blood. Taking that first step towards that 3rd place finish and getting that big jump up in the prize pool of $80,000.
So far, so good.
Tell the pressure's starting to mount, but
exactly.
Trying to shrug that off here, stay focused in on the game.
Exactly. It's tough. Even if, you know, you feel like some of the pressure's off, you still know how much money is in that prize pool. You still want to show the world that you're going to be a force to be reckoned with for the future of CROSSFIRE. Oh, KLB as the opener.
Trying to lead by example, staying tucked away. Lloyd does end up getting taken down, and while he's just tucked in, he just gets massacred. No, trying to lock down this connector position, but XQQ just a little bit faster on the jump. Leaving KLP now. Trying to be the hero. He's fast on this rotate around the back. C4 just now being planted, but XQQ so far, he's completely eluded capture. Out of the open, will be able to find one, but then, yep, XQQ on the reposition is able to strike to quickly shut it down. No clutch to be found. Evolution Power denying a value from that timeout, at least for the moment.
It looked like it was going to be a good round here for the Stallions. Initially find that first kill, but things just start to crumble around mid. Really getting the timing there, getting flashed up, having to hide behind boxes, and Evolution Power Gaming just reads the Stallions very, very well there. Really aggressive positioning.
That opening shot, can't find it, so quickly overwhelmed is KLP. No, able to find one, finds a second. Eventually does get flushed out, brings it now to a 3v3 with Zay out into the open and caught. JJ Hay able to find that elimination, gets a ton of damage on the YZK, but can't quite confirm that kill. Has to avoid getting taken down himself, but he cannot. YZK eventually finds him. Now it's a 2v2. C4 brought forward, flank coming in. A little bit faster this time, but XQQ, as he turns back, cannot find the shot. Loy strikes once again. KLB over the top, gets the spot. Just trying to deny this plant and allow for his teammate to get in position, but never mind. He'll just be rewarded with it. Eventually finds the headshot. And with that round win, Stallions one more away from taking this map.
Man, just Loy doing things. Big things to buy a little bit of extra time there. These rounds are scrappy, they're wild. Everybody trying to find those flank angles, trying to find that extra little something. Oh, we got the spot there. Nice work from XQQ. Quick up into the tower, saw the peak, punishes it instantly.
Saw our lack of awareness there to give up that angle for free. Not having it watched. Not watching it himself. KLB able to find one, brings this into a 2v3, a little bit more of a winnable situation, but still need to fight their way back forward. And that they've been going on these long rotates around these flanks. Got XQQ dialed in on this angle here. The pre-fire there from KLB, tries to breach that position. Some damage found, Loy continuing to try to deliver, but cannot get through the full forces here of EP.
A nice flash there from XQQ to set himself up. Throws it over the wall. It's right there. Staying in it. Gotta run some more rounds together. Maybe 3 in a row just to get to overtime here for Evolution Power. Stallions just need to hold on for one more round. This time they're setting up double. No JJ Hay. Right on top of each other at that A elbow.
Look how pacely, though, they're pushing forward here towards this position. KLP tucked away for a brief little moment there as YH turns to the left. JJ Hay going to be taken down. And now it's all on KLP. And he can't find anything. KLB, the only one really able to find any value thus far, and now he is dead. There's run back from the side of EP, looking realer and realer with every moment that goes by.
A nice check. XQQ playing his life. Takes a ton of damage, but
3 players on this push now.
Yep.
Making this high impossible. Finds the first. Smoke at the ready, but just being encircled, wrapped upon, and quick reaction, but still not able to find that kill. YH shuts him down, and EP continue to try to claw this back and get themselves into overtime.
Yeah, just some little things they're mentioning here. Just a complete absence of presence in mid. Evolution Power got the read of that quickly and just kept scaling forward. Able to take that link angle and just smother out the A site. 2 more to go, and we'll see some overtime. Stallions trying their best to avoid that. This time they're playing much safer, going back into a more standard default. 2-1-2, making sure that mid is accounted for. So the response here from Evolution Power Gaming is to just stack up and start making your way forward. They're not going to face any resistance until they get towards that B site. At least not yet. Seems like this is how the Stallions just want to play. Seeing Util here. He's stalling things up momentarily.
Boy, can get a decent bounce on that frag. He might have been able to find a good amount of value, but a couple players now shifting out of the corner. It'll just be a light little touch there onto YH. These players still clustered up. Only with no vision. Oh, they just got a couple players there, potentially in his line of sight. Zay does manage to take him down. No shutting down the entry, finds XQQ. Rather out into mid. KLB now trying to hold his own, but YH is a bit faster on the trigger. Takes him out of the equation, and Zay notes this flank, holds down the bridge. These rounds continuing to get further and further away from Stallions. And with another kill, KLP desperately trying to find something, but all he is going to be met with is death, just like the rest of his squad. One more round to go now to put us into overtime.
Oh boy. Evo Power coming right back into it. Just some great decision making in the macro sense. Able to just keep scaling forward. They're finding the gaps. You know, to be fair, it was left intentionally by the Stallions in this round. They're able to exploit them so effectively. This one probably going to slow up a little bit. I think Evolution Power Gaming knows that there isn't much fear inside of this young Stallions roster. They would want to maybe just come at them early in the round, so just slow things up a little bit. Never know when they're going to try to go for a more aggressive position. You know, maybe they're going to try to push Hotel a little bit deeper because they're not expecting another B hit 2 times in a row, seeing if you can get away with that. Stuff like that is in your mind. They're just going to throw smoke over on the B side, but everybody playing pretty cautiously. Another smoke over at B. It's going to pull maybe JJ a little bit away. No. He's remaining in mid, and this is 100% the right call.
Solid enough read. 2 players about to take immediate contact out. No, holding close. Trying to swing back, but Mino able to chase in, finds the headshot, shuts him down immediately. And just like that, it's just an absolute death ball as a kill feed explodes. And it is all EP all day long. What a run back now completed. They send us into overtime here. Looking to take this map away.
Oh, not like this. The Stallions just couldn't hold it together.
Where's Sneaky? Get him out of the building.
Yeah, Sneaky, if you're in there
Off
watching,
the property.
Get out. You're banned.
Yeah. 200 yards away. Team has a restraining order.
Stallions back onto the BL side. Team's going 6-3. So these are big grounds to get on GR for EP if possible. LP up at the tower. And again, but
just a hair off being able to spot these. Jump peek there, but
I don't know if he saw it.
Could have been one hell of a flick had he been able to. Yeah, quite register there as Zay is pushing at a Hotel, pistol in hand. His hound's down, no, finds that kill, gets out, 9 HP. Looking to stick around, says, all right, well, I might as well just try to give my life for a bit more damage, if not a kill, but won't really be able to find it. KLB and KLP able to find a kill apiece. Brings them now into a player advantage situation.
What a reaction from the Stallions there. Zay knew he was going to be under pressure, tried to swing the angle, saw the player coming up the stairs, couldn't convert. Now the Stallions just going to stall just a little bit. Minute on the clock. Throw out smokes all over the map, make it tough to read what they're doing.
You know, just here Side of the house, spot on the one, gets the adjustment for the headshot, but KLB trades it back. Now a 3v2. 4 going down, YH swooping around, is able to find one. YZK gets another, Loy dead. KLB needing to do it all. Gets a spot, gets the kill. YZK picked apart, and he will find the finisher. First round of overtime goes the way of Stallions, finding their first win in quite some time.
Yeah, getting that player advantage early allows them to get through here. Otherwise, this is probably a very different round. KLB coming up huge in the 1v2. Sweeps across for the final. Absolutely filthy. There's just no fear. Stallions there make the gutsy call to push up mid to B. They're able to get it to convert. Winning some of those early battles. XQQ.
Look at where EP have rotated to. Damn near everybody push forward here towards this A site. Nade's now flying. Minnow just recovering that vision a little bit too late, but as they try to retake, they get completely swept under the rug. Now all down to Zay. He's been fragging here in his own right, but this is just gonna be a bridge too far. Loy to shut it down. Stallions to move up 11-9.
Good read, but they still can't stop it. I mean, on this BL side, the Stallions are just ferocious. They just keep going, and nobody can find their kills from their angles. For Evolution Power Gaming, 20 kills now for Loy. He has firmly solidified himself as the best player on the Stallions. Over on the other side, XQQ at 24, Zay with 18. Last round of the BL side here. Such a crucial one for Evolution Power to get. They can, who knows? But they just don't look as sharp. Trying to hold these angles. They don't look as sharp. Trying to play more of those static positions. It's like both teams are happy to run and gun a little bit more on this map. 3-player lean over towards B. Evolution Power trying to line up and smoke out some of these players if they come through. That seems the way. Oh, Esports going, goodness sake.
Quick little peek there from Zay. He's gonna continue to rescale here. Does go decently red. Once again, down the 9 HP. Smoke at the top of the stairs here at the hotel. Give himself the best possible opportunity. Trade out for another, but already done fantastically here for the team to get that opener. Another cluster forward. YH gonna be spotted and sprayed down. No, able to collect it. Much damage gonna be taken in responses. XQQ's position now gonna be under duress. Repeaks, finds one, no, dead. Loy on the approach coming through connector. Gets the jump, but actually, no, XQQ still alive and still clutching. 3 kills for him. A round win in overtime for the side of EP.
That is unbelievably massive for XQQ. He looked like he was maybe gonna get flushed out there from the flank angle being created. He somehow holds firm. Absolutely insane stuff from him.
Loy on the approach, ends up going for YZK. I think that if you got XQQ in your sights, you always aim for him first.
Yes.
And we get that side swap. Stallions needing to try to get 2 in a row here.
Massive stack on the A side. This has been where most of the pressure came from for Evolution Power. Often where you're going to see a lot of the pressure on this map. It's just a little bit easier sometimes to get things going on A, but with Zay, not seeing anything over at Hotel. Dumping the util though, but are they going to fully commit, or is this a pivot to B?
Ooh, YH might have caught a glimpse there. KLB back around the corner, the push down coming through, and YH is able to breach that. AG.AL now trying to hold his own, but Mino able to drag across, finds the kill. Loy fighting back for 1. And now a 2v4. They make their way in through top mid. Push into the window, the spray and pray, and YH will be able to find it. Tied up 11-11. Evolution Power not looking to let Stallions get away with this.
Love the play call here. Just a little bit of a fake. Throwing all the smokes and flashes over towards Zay. It's all just a run up the gut because you have Zay over an Hotel who hasn't seen a damn thing. They felt a lot more comfortable going in that direction, and that's a great read for Evolution Power. Zay doing a tremendous job there for them in so many different regards. Obviously, he's having a whale of a time with the frags, but it's the way that he's been able to hold down this Hotel area. This time around, though, they're actually going to smoke off inside of there. Zay takes a bit of damage from a follow-up HE grenade. You come back over. This one going to be a little bit tougher. Seemingly, it just depends. How does No react? They might have found the timing. He swings off a bridge. Just get in here. They're being a little bit cautious about it. Wary of a trap.
Double stack setup here. A high-low. Try to slow up this approach, but for now, EP not fully committing to this one. Waiting for the timings. 3 players clustered up. Util in hand. Up and over the top goes the smoke. Pinch over from bridge still being attempted here. The slow slot forward from No. Has to just back away. Final bits of Util getting ready to come in. XQQ still a world away, starting to now pivot and join in with the rest of the team. To face forward here into this main approach. It's going to be the side of Stallions coming out on top. XQQ, his position is known. I just don't think the time is going to be there. Firm control here of this bomb, but they want to peek into him one after the other. Could still close this one out. It's about to drop 30 in 22 rounds played. 23 as this one gets ready to expire.
Should just go. Just gonna have to hit crazy shots here. Not gonna have the time to plant.
Slowly creeping up. Can just go for it right here. Opposite side of the gondola.
Wow, they did have time to plant.
Comes through. Nails the first shot, and suddenly there's an opportunity. Sees No's position, and he gets the hit. What a clutch from XQQ. Absolutely unbelievable. And you saw it right there. That one finger raised, because they know that that's all they need to close out this map now. One more round. And this guy is just on a different level at the moment here versus Stallions.
The 30 bomb. Oh my God. I thought he was just not gonna quite have enough time, but KLP answers right back.
He does, but it's a hell of a lot more than that. Needs to take this into that golden round. For KLP, it has been a very rough go of things. Still in the single digits. Good first step here for Stallions. How much more can they find is the question. XQQ dialed in, trying to see if anyone peeks out here at A, but as JJ Hay goes jumping across that window, not going to be able to find anything there.
A little bit of information given away there. Bit of spam. XQQ trying to lead the charge here. There's just too many players that are going to be here.
There's the jump peek, and how much info JJ Hay got? Hard to say, but XQQ, he's just ready for that angle.
But he's the only one. That's tough to read. A lot of times he plays on his own or Evo Power. So they actually send players back over towards B.
Into the corner. ALB. Backside, No. Trying to hold down connector, but counter spammed through. The wall bank shot is there from YH, and Mino is able to find JJ Hay. This might just be it, as Loy will fall. Evolution Power. They run it to OT. They run it back, and they take this map for themselves. Eagle Eye is claimed, as they are now one more map win away from locking up third place.
What a game. What an absolute banger to start our third place matchup. And XQQ Shows us, I think it's the biggest kill count we've had in the tournament so far.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Unless we had something larger over on the B stream. Didn't quite get to see all of the statistics from there, but you'd have to think that that's the biggest fragging performance that we've had so far. And to see it this late into the tournament as well. Impressive from XQQ. Significantly hotter start here for the side of Evolution Power. Still, granted, was a bit of a struggle, but they take Stallions a map pick away from them. As we now get ready to go over to Compound, I do believe, where all of this could be settled. Stallions still clearly with some fight in them, but struggling to get over that finish line, struggling to close it out, having it go to OT, getting that lead, struggling to get up to 12. The experience here of Evolution Power just shining through a little bit more, but we know that Stallions have that raw talent. We know that they have that ability to still be able to come back into this one. Be looking for a bit more aggression, a bit more decisiveness from them on Compound. We'll see if they're going to be able to deliver on those expectations as we come back after a quick little break.
If all that it's saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tans. Just a piece of this is the numbers again.
We are back, and it's been a grueling loss here in the first map for the side of Stallions. Their pick of Eagle-Eye goes the way of Evolution Power after a tight-knit overtime round. It's going to be the Chinese squad holding their heads a little bit higher now, having match point under their belts. So we look to our next map here to see if this is going to be a 2-0 fair and get third place locked up nice and quickly, or if Stallions will be able to extend this to a third and final.
Yeah, this is a map that the Stallions struggled on against AG.AL. It was the decider there. They lost 10-5. Had a tough time finding their footing. It's, I believe, the only time we've seen it from them this tournament. So and we didn't get to it in their match against Al-Qadsia. So they clearly feel somewhat comfortable on it, but it isn't their first choice of maps.
We've seen that plenty of times throughout the tournament where teams feel comfortable on it, but it doesn't necessarily go their way. Looking at you, Rock. Sorry. Just a brutal port to watch.
Yeah, dude, that's just kicking a man while he's down there, my friend.
Hey, they're walking away from this with more money than I got. So
that's true.
They're doing all right. But first to defend here for the side of Stallions is Evolution Power, just quickly looking to try to take some control over mid.
Playing pretty static here early. Nothing too crazy being shown by the Stallions in their GR setup. So player out front a little bit, but on both sides of the map, but that's it. Still hanging on to a ton of their util as well. So they're waiting, try to find some timings with their smokes. And their flashes. AJ Hay let loose it a little bit. KLP finds the first one. Good start for him after a rough map one. See if he can keep it going. Down long A, and he follows up with a smoke there to cut off that angle. Now they can lean mid.
Really rocky first map for him. Only player on the team for the longest time who wasn't in double-digit kills, so getting off to a hot start. Trying to shut down this momentum from EP. Going to be critical. It's KLB for the moment, just bouncing back and forth, and still will be able to find one. Nice little shots there. Repeaks to get himself a second. Big moves here from the AG.AL is look to try to push our way back into this one. XQQ still standing for a brief little moment. Gives him a bit of hope, but quickly does get snuffed out. As that is going to be Stallions finding the opening round.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds where that opening pick is such a difference maker because you're able to follow it up with a smoke right away and then just sit back towards mid and towards B. Make those quick rotations. Great job by KLB. Holding the line. Huge stuff from the AG.AL for the Stallions. Comes through with just massive impact in that round. The leap down with the USP into the repeak. Disgusting stuff. KLP this time, they're going to tuck JJ Hay in behind this box. So they're anticipating that there's going to be a play here from Evolution Power to try to flush him out of this angle.
It's be a damn good flashbang. Swing out, okay, first shot, not going to connect JJ Hay now. Going to try to get played in, but Zay does manage to hound him down, finds KLP at the same time. So while it is an opening kill going the side of Stallions, the trade up is there. C4 now being brought forward, continuing on this A main route. Flank attempt going to be coming through. XQQ here in mid. I don't think he's going to be able to see this one. He's missed it, and Loy can just slot right through the window. Turn back from Minnow. A bit of damage exchange there. Still not being granted this line of sight though, and now XQQ, he's re-wrapped in to join in with the rest of the team, so completely misses the chance to get the jump there on Loy.
Great recognition by Mino that that would be possible. He just can't punish it. Trying to get through onto the site. Loy's here. Got some backup from No. Try to smother out this choke. QQ going to try to create that extra angle. They're going to need him to go big.
Crossfire set up here. No, able to find Zay. As he gets himself another. That's going to be YZK taken down. Minnow and XQQ, however, joining in together. Their forces combined, looking strong, but KLB, quick peek out. Put down onto one. Flashbang sent through. Before on the floor, gets the spot out. And oh! What a one tap! From XQQ, lightning fast.
Dude is just feeling it today. Every clutch he's in, it just seems like he's winning it time after time. Unreal stuff from XQQ. Gets the spot. Woo!
Takes a second to think about it as well. Good Lord. That's going to be a brutal one. Stallions likely feeling like they were going to be very well favored in that round.
Yeah, the CROSSFIRE setup was brilliant. Noah was holding the line really nicely, but it's XQQ who just took his time coming up through his own smoke there. They're going to keep putting some pressure down. It's JJ Hay on his own this time. Shifting the sniper positions around a little bit are the Stallions. He's going to know there's some shots ringing through. They're trying to pre-fire this angle just in case, but just gives them a little bit of mid-control. Leave a player behind to watch. Flank just in case. Very, very quiet about this initially. Double setup.
Bit of a high-low of their own. Speaking in behind his teammate. In case this push ends up coming through, but if they smoke it off, might just have to be some fishing attempts through. Let's see if we can find a kill. Nope, never mind. Just gonna be an unassisted peek as YH loses his life. Boy, flashed up, refaces in, is able to find one more before getting taken down to KLB. Quick scope finds Zay. 2v4 now. A 1v4. As a swoop in. XQQ still deadly, still demanding respect, and still in with a shout to potentially try to win this one out, but it's not looking good for his odds. Spots one. Both finds it, draws the pistol out. Ooh, and JJ Hay narrowly gets that kill. 4 health surviving. It's Stallions back into the lead.
Oh my God. I thought for a second he was going to do it. Thought the 1v4 was going to happen. But man, oh man. Just a quick enough reaction from JJA. And it is going to be 1 round up for the Stallions. Flash out here right in front of KLP, so he has to respond with a flash of his own just to make sure he's safe. But it's a little bit of a pause here to talk for the Stallions. Figure out how they want to start getting through some of these rounds. Mino going to take some damage there. JJ at the other end of things here at Long A. They're going to keep their way forward. It's been part of the game plan for them. Try and keep these players in a busy.
Free-fire, just spamming that angle. JJ Hay going to be good for 1. Some damage dealt to the others, but a 4v4. Shots over there towards house. XQQ having to reposition, but they're on the hunt. They're looking for him. They're going to be able to find him. Loy, a great little chase. Cleans up that kill. As Mino now tries to occupy that space. Peek out, might have been able to find one, but Lloyd does go ahead and tuck back around the corner fast enough, so it's going to be the tag timeout call now. I suspect from the side of Evolution Power. See if we can still somehow rescue this round.
Yeah, they're just not finding much purchase. Trying to brute force their way into some of these sites. You know, Flash doesn't catch on to JJ and lose a player out in the mid. Every angle you're trying here is being matched. These snipers are a real issue. Find ways to disrupt them with some util maybe. ALB has been nasty over here. Oh.
Lobs it in. Mino going to take it down. Zay and YZK able to find one apiece. 2v2. They're both tagged up, still relatively healthy to try to make a go of this. Players from the side of Stallions playing split. Just waiting for No to get into position, try to attack at the same time. Way through. Some shots out here. ALP swinging forward. Now going to be spotted, but turns back, finds Zay, and gets the cleanup as well. Defuse to come in. Stallions to maintain the lead now 3-1.
Yeah, I think it just needs to be a change in game plan here. The initial ideas for Evolution Power not really working on their map pick. They need to stabilize quickly. can't let the Stallions start running away with things. Let's see what Nice wants to do. Just having a tough time at a lot of different positions on the map. Every time they walk through a choke, they're getting cut down 2-3 players. If it isn't for XQQ, you'd be down 4-0 right now.
Yeah. Team stuff here from Stallions thus far. We'll see if the tack timeout is going to change the state of affairs here for Evolution Power. I mean, it was a little bit of a rough first start for them on the first map, and then saw them really streak some rounds together.
Yeah, even after a Stallions timeout on the previous map, they were still just fine. They just kept rolling. Just try to get some rounds together here. Give yourself a little bit of confidence. And get back into this map a little bit. And Nice trying to rally the troops here. Probably trying to give some words of encouragement to YZK. He's had a struggle here on this map so far. Only one kill for him. I want to see him get a few more eliminations, get him into this match, and maybe you can just start taking over.
For Stallions, until it pops up and says that you are the winners of the map, it's not over.
Right.
We've seen that. They're on Eagle Eye. Still having to stay focused in here. Looking to themselves into an advantageous position before the side swap.
Decent frag. Let's YH up a bit. Oh, what a shot from XQQ.
He's at it again. 6th kill here for him. Considering a peek of the window, and oh, that's going to be a spot out there onto Loy. Question is, has Loy seen him? Well, maybe not, because he drops down right into the crosshair, and that's XQQ in with another. To go on the peak, but actually looks at the call back. Rotating back through this position, playing this safely, and I really like this little push and pull here from the side of EP. Not looking to overextend it because of the silence. Stallions come searching. They are only finding death. KLP going to be able to find one take. Say they're out of house in mid. This has allowed though for XQQ to continue to scale forward, and now this B site is completely open for the taking.
Well, that's one way to deal with it. I mean, you've been putting so much pressure at long A. Go the other direction at long B and just put your best player forward and let him just open up the round for you. KLP going to go for the long flank. JJ Hay just trying to buy a little bit of time from the door.
Double nade over towards JJ Hay, tags him up a bit. XQQ sending his as well, turns back, notes the flank, clears that out. And this round is all XQQ all day long. JJ Hay just hightailing it out of there. The C4 will detonate. That's going to be Evolution Power. Bring the gap now to just one round between these two teams.
Give the man the 5th. He's earned it.
Will deny it away. Man, what a performance from XQQ there. Still plenty more work to be done.
It's just unbelievable, and he just turns right at the perfect moment to deal with the flank. I was a bit worried there for a second when he's throwing util at JJ. For that early kill potential.
Oh, nade in. That's huge value from Loy.
Whoa.
Look at the HP bars there. Slides back, 47 health behind. Frag grenade going to be shorted. Doesn't manage to actually find anything here. It's like XQQ, maybe you're going to linger around for a little bit longer, but yeah, just going to be a dump of that nade, and now a reposition. That's an immense amount of damage dealt.
Unbelievable. Everybody tagged up at least a little bit. XQQ trying to push.
Oh, nearly the catch there on the KLP out in the mid. Quickly repositions, survives about 20. XQQ continues to deliver. Loy now taken down. KLB just peeking the corners here. XQQ saying, yeah, try that again. Smoke comes up here in his face, so he'll just go ahead, back away, joins in with the rest of the team for a moment. Like Zay maybe willing to try his luck here. reaching this position. At the same time, the rest of the team now trying to push their way up through top mid. Get a cut across. Got one here on the side, KLP looking for the shot. Drops back down onto the low ground, KLB trying to pull back to go and protect here. A bit of a crossfire, but has to re-peek in towards main. His head on a swivel, where he will lose his life, but KLP, no. Finding one apiece, KLP finding a second, but Zay dropping down into the site, is able to find the kill, but now that C4, it's right there in the hands of No, and the frag grenade does not go deep enough to be able to find him. No others to try to commit into this one, so they're just gonna have to push forward through the smoke. Bomb does get recovered. No, can't quite fish for that kill. Plant coming in and Zay holding the door. He will shut him down. And it's another round opened up, jump-started here by XQQ.
Yeah, I like the way that now starting to try to bait out the Stallions a little bit as the side of EP. They are happy to just like push a little bit further forward and then, okay, we're gonna fall back. The Stallions just get a little over-eager to try to set up that extra space.
You think about like how that round had started as well, that nade lob in, just
yeah.
I think everybody's so very low, but when XQQ is just one-tapping people, unless you're able to strike a little bit faster, it just doesn't really matter.
Just needs that 1 HP, as long as he's got that gun in his hand.
And look at the lopsidedness of the kills once we get him back up on the screen. XQQ 10, Zay at 8, everybody else no more than 2.
KLP is 10 as well. He's having a great map.
It's a big rebound, but we're not seeing that same impact from Loy like we were getting on Eagle Eye. Got those two working in conjunction. Likely looking at, you know, a 4-2, maybe even a 5-1 at this stage.
Nothing unorthodox just yet from EP. They use that smoke over at short A. There's been a counter smoke early from the Stallions. It's been a bit of a weak spot for them the last couple of rounds. Create some attention at A. REP, but just waiting this out. They've established pivot point for themselves. It's just, are they going to be able to hold on to it long enough? Is KLP going to strike?
Players pushing from mid, need to try to call it distraction, but no, Zay just swings that corner. He finds the headshot before KLP can even try to ring one off. No and Loy answering back with a couple kills, but the damage taken is so severe. Zay with a frag grenade, lobbing that one forward, won't be able to find that kill. Just get avoided, but just gonna get himself tucked in here. Mino is gonna be able to find both of the finishers here. The lead now established by the side of EP.
3 in a row. After that timeout, Evolution Power much on the same page. And these opening shots now starting to land for them. They're starting to hit their stride. They're starting to hit their momentum. Comes that mid push out.
Ooh, bit of a rare whiff there from XQQ. Doesn't get the second attempt, but I know that this mid control very firmly in hand here for the side of Stallions at the moment. And KLP challenges a bold one, and he comes away with the kill, getting the better of XQQ. So Raid Boss down here for the moment. Frag grenade lob on the corner, hits a splash onto 3. Cleanup is looking good here as the aggressive plays out into mid. Work a treat here. Swing onto the corner, and that's gonna be Zay taken down. Great response round here for Stallions. Bringing it back to parity. Either side now, able to be favored at the half.
They were just so shook, or EP on that push out. But they never respond. They had tons of util. They never threw a damn thing. And then you just keep pushing forward as Stallions. Just keep using that individual skill to your advantage. And EP the whole time just kept thinking, surely they back off now, right? Well, they just kept pressing forward. Now they've got long B control, so they're able to stack 3 towards that A site and trying to get in there. So difficult, especially if you're coming through the long choke. That far door is a death row. 4 players trying to enter in. That's the way they end up going. LB tucked in the corner in one of the cubicles. Boy, right there, they've got the window position. I mean, if you try to come through here, this better be the best util. I think wisely they're changing ideas. Look at this flank, though. Look at how aggressive KLP is.
It's a double push out. Even has backup. Not that it was needed. XQQ once again dead off the rip here. Critical opening frag found by KLP. Continuing to deliver here for the team. More pressure on the side of EP. Stallions set the stage to make this 5-4 in their favor.
You got the raid boss down. Again, you're still looking at YZK with only 1 kill. Get it going. Try to find some value here. Maybe turn this round on its head. No bouncing in the corner. Not sure if YH saw him doing that. Either way, he doesn't like it. Doesn't like the free space they're being given. Just trying to decide if he can suss out which side is actually weaker. Going to be tough to do. Stallions haven't given you much info.
It's going to be raw contact here from the side of Loy. Just managed to find 2. KLP spamming away, able to find 1 more there, and JJ Hay will have the finisher. So 5-4. Stallions, again, narrowly favored here at the half as we get ready to swap sides.
Now let's see how good this GR side is for EP. Coach trying to get into YZK's head, get him fired up. Correct some of the mistakes that he's seeing. Get him involved. I feel like XQQ is still going to be good for some damage. Zay has caught him in the kill count. Okay, coming down this angle. Worried that somebody's going to be tucked in behind that box. As you can see, it's actually a pretty aggressive posture that EP is taking on the map right now. Both of the mains outside of the sights, and just having YZK with a sniper. Locking down that mid to A angle. Can they kind of get this going? Gotta go back and pick up that C4.
Just smoke it top mid here. Vision denial on a KLP for the moment. C4 now going to be scooped up, and multiple players starting to rotate their way across towards this B site. Some shots coming through. C4 still lingering towards A, so it seems like it's going to be an attempt at a fake at their own here, perhaps. What kind of attention they can pull towards this side of the map, but now the pivot back through. 3 players, though, from EP, situated on A.
He's looking for an angle through the vents. Can't find what he likes. Try to get an extra angle created here for EP. They've got a decent read on this so far. Saw that they struggled whenever they tried to come through these A doors. A in an awkward position.
It's not gonna have much cover.
Yeah.
Now sights start turning over here towards this position. Flash grenade catching on all 5. As they turn from it, but still not making a peep. Frag grenades starting to fly. And there's just the opening volley of kills coming through. As in the blink of an eye, they all just get mowed down. And that's the first round of the half going the way here of EP, tying it up.
Just steady defense, that's all it takes. Nothing flashy, nothing special. They just walk into that death row. Down go the Stallions, tied up again. Okay, spamming through some boxes. Again, nobody pushed out that far just yet. Let's see if he wants to try to maybe later in this round get a little bit aggressive at this position. Maybe that's something that Stallions noticed in some of the tape. They were prepping for this map. XQQ. A little bit careful there. Gets out okay. Checking that box. Anticipating that maybe he had fallen back there. They're using a ton of util to clear this out, though. So you're gonna have
invested.
Yeah, a bunch of AGs left for EP.
And ready to go. Smoke onto the A side here, top mid. YH starting to reposition, smokes out, frag grenade. Nope, not going to get too much of a catch there. Why they get avoided? Play stack there in the house, now starting to drop their way down. they are going to be storming their way up towards this B site. Some flashes go in, up and over the top. XQQ able to find the first, looking for the second. Gets the shot, oh, midair onto KLB. Takes him down, C4 now on the floor. The wrap around the back, Lloyd trying to hold his own, is able to do so, finding 2 kills. XQQ now going to be flushed out, and that leaves YZK and Minnow to try to pick up the pieces. Lloyd still breathing. Last one standing here for the side of Stallions. They look to reestablish a lead. Takes time, plants the C4, but right as he tries to turn, change which angle he's watching. That's when YZK strikes. The round ends up going over to EP.
Yeah, the Stallions, I like the way they're slow walking their way up into this site. Trying to keep their opponents guessing on what they're actually going to be end up, thinking about in terms of where they want to land, but a lot of those flashes come through, don't really connect, and XQQ holds the line from the server room. He's good for 2. He's just so clean with it.
Ball's going to be called here. Stallion side. Regardless of the outcome, but the coach certainly going to be hoping that they manage to tie this one up. Swing coming in. Counter swing not going to be seen. Minnow keeps it quiet, plays this patiently. Could lead to him having the jump here as XQQ for that headshot. Nade's now out, just trying to play Minnow in on this angle. And now he can strike. Not quite managing to find 3, however. Does get taken down, but XQQ going to be good for another. Draws the pistol. Gets himself a second kill as well. And that leaves Noah and JJ Hay to their own devices now on a 2v3.
At least you saw the flank.
We're still being brought around. YH is tucked there below the stairs. Inside of this B site. Either player really getting the spot on the other here, it seemed. But never mind. YH, he has spotted it out. Swaps to the pistol. There's frag grenade. It's only a touch of damage. 3 HP lost. The swing in, a shot connecting. JJ going to be tagged up once again. C4 in hand, a minute to play with. What does the call look like? What does he try to do?
You gotta have that internal clock ticking as EP. How long does it take him to wrap to the other side? Already sent a player over there. YZK be waiting. Trying to keep track of both the long A and the short A angles.
He certainly has the time to make the rep. They're well aware of that. So it's like YZK trusting in him to hit the shot. And if he doesn't, trusting in the remaining 2 players to be able to close this out. But it will be the former as YZK takes it down. That tactical timeout looking like it is very needed. You can see here the stress starting to mount on this Stallions team.
Yeah, No is really starting to feel the pressure. Hopefully we can get tanks in there, steady the ship a bit. The boys heads back on a little bit straighter. Still hitting some okay shots here and there, but got some of these players just really feeling it. XQQ in particular. They just really stalwart. Especially when they get over to this GR side, that's where they become a real nuisance. And I think this just has to be mostly mental stuff. You just have to be getting these young guns situated, trying to find the right words to tell them, hey guys, I know it feels like, you came in today with, the world on your shoulders. You felt like maybe you could carry that weight. Don't worry, you're still in this. You're still good enough. You've seen what you can do a couple of these halves. You've taken it right to one of the best teams in the world in Evolution Power Gaming. So just trust in yourselves. See what you can get done here. See if we can go out on a high note.
I mean, all things considered, again, it just feels like this is a Stallions, widely playing with house money. It's wanting to try to lift that pressure off their shoulders, let them play their own game, have fun with it.
Yeah.
That's certainly something to try to be focused on, so we'll see if that timeout has righted the ship here, or if it's going to continue to sink. EP 3 rounds away from closing this out and locking up that 3rd place match for themselves, as well as the 80K that comes along with it.
Watching the tight angle here. YZK. Smokes out.
Also off the angle, right as the pushes start to come through. Flash grenade catching on to several. Frag grenade lobbed in a little bit deep. Not going to find too much damage. Push, however, still getting ready to come in. But YZK able to find the first. Repeaks. Finds himself a second. Draws at the pistol. Gets an immense amount of damage in. Now you've got Zay out from main. Setting up this crossfire and bounding forward. And just like that, Evolution Power beat them back.
Huge hold from YZK right when you need him most. Again, having a bit of a struggle here early, but he got the sniper in his hands and he's playing it so well. Gets up into that window and plays his life. Knows he can drop down and do more damage. Knows that he has Zay there to back him up. And Evolution Power Gaming 2 rounds away from getting third place here at EWC 2025 Crossfire. Nice shot from him.
Yep.
Oh.
Right through the shin. And it's now the ball bang there. Not able to find the kill, but certainly gets a lot of damage in. And YH takes down Loy. Hoping to keep his teammate protected there. So they just nearly missed each other through the smoke. No trying to go on this push. It's a spot out, gets the kill. Minnow going to be taken down. First step towards recovering this round and trying to run this back. Potential flank out from the A side, but YH still under so much duress is able to fight back, find that kill. No, now trying to persevere, a 1v2. Tucked in, but the nade. Oh, it betrays him a bit, but no, he swings out. Finds that headshot. Now it's the raid boss of XQQ on the other side, but the C4 needs to be recovered. It looks like he's gonna go around the world. Big pivot, but XQQ, a decent little read. Just how far is he gonna go for this one? It seems like it's gonna be all the way back through main, across the connector, potentially into mid. I don't know if XQQ is gonna get a read on this one at all.
I don't know if either of them can quite anticipate what the other is doing here.
XQQ is certainly not watching for this angle here at the moment. He's about to swoop out into the open. He's got the spot, and no, he's got it done. This player's been wearing the stress there on his sleeve for all to see, but still managing to persevere to try to keep them alive here in this series.
Some players rise up even when they're stressed. Seems to be a focusing factor, and certainly was for Noah in that round. What a great maneuver there to get into the spawn as well. They knew they needed to break open that chokehold on the A site. A lot of damage done to KLP though.
It's again, QQ just trying to play in this angle for Minnow. Trying to keep him disguised on the other side of this wall. Nades do still come through, tags him up a bit. QQ on the repeak. A lot of it going to be coming down to this rifle just around the corner should this push continue, but it looks like Stallions going to be rethinking this, at least pumping the brakes for a moment. C4 to be recovered. Rotation to come through. They're not going to be falling into this trap, at least not the lion's share of the team. A couple players still going to be lingering around.
They want to keep them away from this as much as they can. Grenade there, not going to catch. Counter grenade doesn't either. It's just trying to make yourself look stronger than you are here on the B side. Really trying to almost double bluff as XQQ, that he's so nervous about being under pressure that that he's trying to just spam through the door with the pistols. Try to keep them completely unaware that there's a player here.
Minnow gives up the spot. Takes one down with him for his troubles. There's XQQ instantaneously able to find the kill there on to No, and YZK now step with a long angle with the sniper. Eventually going to be flushed out as KLP is able to find him, but KLP himself has fallen as EP close out the round, denying this run back. Now just need the one more. Stallions, do they have it in them?
They play that well, even though the timing gave a little bit of opportunity for the Stallions there, trying to make their move. The rotations were so fast over from YZK in particular, getting there with that sniper. They're able to close it down. 16 for Zay, 15 for XQQ. She's gonna be close to putting up 50. depending on how many more rounds we play between just 2 sets.
What's he at now? 47.
Yeah.
Been a masterful performance from him. One that I'm sure in hindsight he's going to be wishing that he could have had in the previous series to try to qualify into the grand finals, but 3rd place, certainly nothing to shake a stick at in this tournament.
No.
Not with the opposition that's been here as well.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much, you know, you could argue this is the biggest CROSSFIRE tournament that there ever has been. Get 3rd here.
So far.
So far. Till next year.
Finals at the end of the year still.
That's true, that's true.
So this is going to be the new bar set. We'll level things up even further. Let's see, though. Is this going to be the conclusion? As XQQ gets himself in around the back, the spot on the 1, and he's going to play this out quietly to see if he can try to maybe breach this angle. But eventually says, okay, I got to just go ahead and take the shot. Get the guaranteed kill. Rather than gamble. Finds that one. Everybody else, though, pushing forward in towards what is otherwise an empty B site. We've got players nearby enough to try to reflood and retake this space. They know on that swing. Ends up losing his life. KLP able to find the first. To try to fly through, and no, gets involved in the effort here as YZK ends up getting taken down. Zay trying to push forward. Ends up falling to the wayside. It seems like that opening kill, that sneaky beaky play from the side of XQQ. It's not going to matter too much. Unless they can pull off this massive clutch, but they're taking the right steps. YH, he's been able to find 2 quick kills, but now he has to find the remainders. Spots on the both. He just can't get it done. 2 more rounds to go. Stallions trying to run their way forward into overtime.
Well, this is just kind of a head scratcher for me for EP. You get that huge flank. I thought that XQQ had seen quite a few players there. They should know they're leaning B, and they leave the site wide open. Trying to retake through there, very, very difficult. Again, the chokes on this map so narrow on the entrances to the sites. If you can get those crossfires set up on them, you get those long angles for the snipers like KLP, you're able to just lock things down. Kind of a wonky one there. For some reason, they seem to be really respecting that it was going to be a mid pivot, but XQQ was there. Oh well. Still 2 rounds to play with, potentially. For some pop shots. Smoke is out, so usually it's been pretty quick off the back of that smoke that Stallions wants to make their move, but they're pausing a little bit this time.
Hit on the YH. Not actually going to find contact. Must have went a little bit deeper there. That's up from no. Super suspicious about that house position. C4 now in hand, being brought back across into mid.
I think you just fall back here now as EP. Just play to smother whatever execute Stallions come up with. Stallions need to, I think, show a bit of a fake here. See if they can pull the rotations. Get into those post plants. That's where you can really just shut these rounds down.
Right up here in front, immediately dealt with. No, able to find that one. Loy going to be taken out at the same time by XQQ as YZK tries to fight for a little bit more, but cannot find anything. Zay now needing to try to be the hero here on the site. Finds the first, finds himself a second, turns back, gets himself a third, and brings it now into a 2v1. The players close by. The flashbang not going deep enough to actually get a connection here onto JJ Hayes. Go for a quick little peek back through the window. E4 now commits to the plant. Tries to separate, gets the spot here on the 1, but eats some damage on that entry. And from above, Minnow will strike him down. 10-7, 2-0 in the series. Evolution Power lock up 3rd place here at EWC.
What a bounce back today. A rough start for them today, but ending on a high note. Getting into that 3rd place position. Evolution Power Gaming certainly had higher hopes in this event, but they are going to come through with a nice 3rd place finish and some extra money in the pocket. But the Stallions, man, what a valiant effort they put up in this event. Getting into this 4th place position, defying expectations, defying the odds. Should have a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, I think they should definitely hold their heads high. Stallions have put on one hell of a show. 4th place. Still walking home, certainly not empty-handed. $130,000 going to be locked up there for the Filipino org, as it's 210 here for Evolution Power. Solid efforts from all of the teams throughout the run here across these last several days. It has been a grueling event. And for them to have made it this far certainly proves that they are amongst the best in the world. But to determine who the best in the world is, of course, we're going to be having that grand finals coming up next. AG.AL versus BaiSha. A tale as old as time. I cannot wait to see how that one is going to transpire. But for XQQ, look, couldn't quite jumpstart the engine in that previous series to try to make your way into the grand final, but this certainly made up for it. This was a phenomenal performance from him, as well as Zay in particular.
Yeah, those two really were the shining stars for Evolution Power Gaming. They were absolutely just incredible. Zay right here in the final round gets the massive 3K from inside the cubicle. Phenomenal stuff. Hard to do it better than that. And they are going to be taking that 3rd place prize.
That they certainly will. And I'm sure probably a bit higher spirits compared to the last time that we heard from them. So we'll send it down now to get an interview with Evolution Power, this time off the back of a win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Evolution Power Gaming take 3rd place and manage a podium finish here at the CrossFire tournament at the Esports World Cup. I'm joined by the entire roster and, of course, Wendy for translations. I'm going to be starting over from that side. Wendy, and of course, translate for the team. Biggest takeaway, what have you gentlemen learned throughout your journey here at the Esports World Cup at the CrossFire competition?
你们来到 EWC 整个的旅程里面，你们最大的收获是什么呢？你
收获就是跟国外队伍交手吧，然后他们枪法比较刚，然后都人性格都很友好吧。
The biggest takeaway from us is that to got the chances to face against with the foreign teams, because they're all good at aiming, so we learned a lot from that. Mino.
收获是什么？
Yes, 是的。
收获了个第3名。
I got the 3rd place. YH, 你的收获是什么？
首先第一次来到沙特吧，然后跟国外队伍就交手，就感受下来就都枪法都很强，然后回去还得加强自己枪法。
So this is my first time to go to Saudi Arabia to play the game, and I faced against so many strong aiming foreign teams, and that makes me wanna practice more when I go back. Zay, 你最大的收获是什么？
可能就是多了一些大赛经验吧。
I get more experience on the global events. YZK, 你最大的收获是什么？
我觉得学习了更多一些国外战术的一些打法，然后见识到了国外的这些很优秀的枪手们这些比赛赛场上这些表现吧。
I learned a lot from the well-aiming players and learned a lot the strategies they got, and that's all.
Well, gentlemen, definitely a learning experience, and it's been a heck of a journey for you all here. Now, I'd like to invite the Keymaster to present you with your 3rd place finish key. Of course, presented to our incredible players.
这是你们的第3名的这个钥匙。
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure to have you here in Riyadh, and it's been an absolute sight to behold to see you guys perform on this stage, in this arena. Thank you very much, Wendy, for the translations. We're going to head on over back to the studio, because, ladies and gentlemen, we have a grand final waiting.
Thank you very much, Wendy and Sandstorm. Evolution Power get the job done. They secure the 3rd place. Stallions will stay in 4th. Again, an $80,000 matchup with Evolution Power securing 3rd place. That's $210,000 going to them. And with Stallions staying in 4th, well, that's still $130,000. A great effort.
Oh, for sure. It was a great effort from the side of the Stallions, considering that they were still kind of emotional from their prior game against BaiSha Gaming, and at the same time, they're still kind of, being younger. It is very difficult for them to gather their feelings, especially after such a heartbreaking loss. So I think Evolution Power just kind of breezed through like this one. It's just like it's another day. But granted, those two maps that we did have, there was some fight left in Stallions.
Oh yeah, definitely so. And I do want to say, by the way, Neo, for a younger team like Stallions are, I feel like what their hang-up is that they're going to have to improve on going forward is getting in those moments where they're at match point. They can win a map and get over that hurdle, because in back-to-back series versus BaiSha as well as Evolution Power, they get to the point where they can finally defeat them and move into map 2. But I feel like the nerves or maybe the pressure of the moment gets to them. Before they know it, they find themselves in overtime.
Yeah, someone once told me kind of a saying, which is kind of the hardest rounds in a game is the first and the last, right? It's, getting that good start out of the gates, but also closing in that final hurdle can actually be really difficult to understand sort of, right, how do we mentally make sure that we're not thinking too far ahead? And I think a lot of times you do get a bit ahead of yourself, like, oh, we're so close now.
Exactly.
It's already in our grasp, and that's where actually you can slip up. You can get a little bit too overconfident, a little bit too comfortable, and give opportunities back. And as we just saw there, so I always think that's kind of a big thing of you've got to make sure that you can just stay in the zone. For example, growing up playing football, we'd always do this thing where we score a goal, right? Open up, and the captain would say, "It's still 0-0, boys. Carry on," right? And this is that sort of mindset. That final hurdle, you got to make sure that it's just any other round. Don't overthink it. Don't overplay it. And unfortunately, I think that just comes with experience, right? The Stallions guys, they'll get this with time.
Yeah, being as young as they are, right? So you are expected for them to have some learning or growing pains, I should say. They're just going to have to learn, and accept the moment. Like, this is valuable experience that they're able to gain on the EWC stage with the crowd, of course, right in front of them, with the pressure of the moment. But the fact that they make it to where they do shows great promise. The Stallions roster, it's not the last time we're going to see them.
Oh, for sure. This is not the last time we're going to see them. I mean, judging from their form now, they're currently the best team in the Philippines by miles, and it's the fact that they're going to have a bit of trouble with their regional matchups. But I think with AG and BaiSha, as you can see, they also have difficulties going up against each other in the regionals. So it's going to be very dependent. But for sure, they're going to have a start going into the year ender. And the trajectory is already very good.
And as well, they've kind of now booked themselves in a spot where they're not only the best team in the Philippines, they're the best team in the rest of the world, right? And that's actually a pretty impressive thing, especially with how competitive CrossFire has been getting. We've been getting kind of, we looked towards last year, of course, Vietnam with the now Falcon side being the champions. We look towards Alcadzia, of course, best from Brazil, who actually had real high expectations. This Rock is a bit of a dark horse. So we've got a lot of kind of regions that are starting to become quite strong. And the fact that Stallions now cement themselves as the best team outside of China is actually really impressive for a young side that are still relatively inexperienced in the grand scheme, especially when you compare them to people like N9, for example, right? He's got like 8 years more experience at an international level than they've got. So it's a really good time, I think, for them. They've just got to learn, and all of these things will come through. I think they'll look back on tournaments like this as well and say, right, this is where we laid the foundations for what's a very bright future. As long as they don't get ahead of themselves and don't kind of, start to get too confident or too cocky in a way, right? You've got to stay humble when you play against these Chinese sides, and that'll come with time. This is a Stallion side that have a really bright future.
And I think it's fair to say Stallions were pretty humble. You could hear in Kano's interview basically saying, like, look, I've been watching these guys a long time. I have tremendous respect, not only for the Brazilian side of things, but also for the Chinese teams. And keeping that humbleness is great. But make no mistake, Kano is still a demon on the battlefield, okay? 16 years old. He's got a great future ahead of him. Let's look at our Sony MVP from Evolution Power, our last one that we're going to be given to this very roster, and it's going to be XQQ. From what I'm hearing, this man slayed out.
And 2024 Rookie of the Year was one of the main reasons why Evolution Power even won that CFS 2024, right? His really punching above his weight in those moments, and right now it's kind of a different status now for XQQ. Now he's one of the best snipers in the league, and now he's gonna try to at least prove it once the regionals do start, because this kid, despite his high variance, his ceiling looks so good.
Yeah, the narrative's really changed in quite a positive way for XQQ. We're kind of, as we were talking about, he was 2024 Rookie of the Year, and it was, oh, this is a really good tournament for him. Hopefully he has a bright future. Now it's actually changed away from that, where he's no longer this rookie that's quite, plucky and a bit of an underdog who can make a bit of a run. This is a guy who's actually making a real name for himself and actually starting starting to enter into the conversations of being a top 2, top 3 sniper in the world. So we're seeing with kind of even games like this and tournaments like this that he just had, this is a guy who's really making a big waves in terms of the way that you play with that sniper. And the way in which he's now starting to change things up. He's very versatile in the way he likes to play in his pacing. Also very proficient with the rifle if he needs it as well, which you don't always see. And so I think some of the more veteran snipers in the game, they actually do lack a little bit in that rifling department. They're not as adaptable to the situation they require. One of the things that's great about XQQ, he can kind of do it all, right? So this is a fantastic player, very bright future, and of course, this only being kind of his second proper year of competitive play at this top international level. I'm really excited to see what he can do. You know, we've already seen individuals like Do kind of do that for himself with AG, so I think he's next up to be kind of the real kind of top dog.
Yeah, I mean, even in these clips, you can see versus Stallions, I mean, XQQ so often alone by himself, forced to clutch up. He gets in those moments and he handles it like the superstar that he is, which was critical, especially in map 1, which went down to the wire. Map 2, obviously, just as close as well. So XQQ being able to rifle, like you said, obviously being one of the top 3 snipers out there in conversation, at least, of course, debatable. And then you also throw in the fact that he can rifle her, and he's just an all-around G, basically. XQQ, well done, man. Liking what is coming from him. And for Evolution Power, they came in as the 3rd seed. They finish as top 3. Highly consistent, that's what you need.
I mean, Evolution Power, I mean, granted, the expectation probably for Evolution Power is like finals or bust. Yeah. But I mean,
I don't know if I agree with that, because you look at the regular season, they finished 6th, right?
I mean, they did finish 6th.
Yeah, so
we already know that when it comes to international play, like Evolution Power does level up a bit. But I mean, fully knowing that, you know, the expectations of everyone back home in China, yeah, I feel like Evolution Power does have that pressure as well. But I mean, yeah, they just didn't show up today. I feel like we're not seeing that exact same bite that we did see in 2024. We just needed to see a bit more from them in that prior series.
True. I guess the counter to that, though, I guess with that is that last year we looked towards actually what was quite a weak BaiSha, right? And AG was still a little bit kind of flip-floppy in terms of their level. So I think they capitalized on maybe a little bit of a weaker field, I want to say, right? It was kind of mainly Falcons, of course, then Wolf Empire, who are the team to sort of keep your eyes on. But I mean, as a whole, I think for EP, if you talk about, I think it's a kind of a difference between sort of expectations and wants, right? And we expected them to be somewhere around top 3, so finishing 3rd feels about right. Of course, they would have wanted to make it towards the final. I think they would have wanted to have gone back-to-back as well, considering they are the reigning champs from CFS. But with how well BaiSha played this year, with how well AG have looked as well all throughout the regular season in terms of consistency and consistently beating EP as well, you look at kind of where they are now. I think they're just a few steps away. I don't know what really they even need to do, whether it's maybe making a change in terms of the rifling core to try and find success there. But I think EP are just a few notches below the 2 top dogs at the moment. And that's sort of a 3rd place overall. I still think they should walk away pretty happy with this.
Yeah, I was going to ask you guys, you know, what changes need to happen for EP, because I do think 3rd place, you shake your head, Sneaky, but I do think, you know, 3rd place, you know, they're happy with it. And I do agree with your point. I agree with your point. But potentially a change needs to be made for them to defeat the likes of like AG.AL, for them to defeat BaiSha twice, right? They did it once, but they don't have a chance to do it again. Either way, they're in a great spot, and they can rest their head easy tonight because $210,000 is going to their bank account. That is a tremendous achievement. Top 3 at the first EWC CROSSFIRE event is a tremendous accomplishment. Of course, for Stallions, though, got to give them their flowers. Top 4, when no one was expecting them to make it here, they did justice to the Filipino region. Well done from them. And of course, we have Wendy on site to talk to them as they exit the venue.
Hi, I'm Wendy. I'm here with KLP from Team Stallions, and I got questions for him. You guys showed a lot of strength, not only to this match, but also the whole tournament. Although the result is a little bit disappointing, but is there any moments you really appreciate in a few days?
Napatunayan naman namin na kaya namin sa kahit anong region, pero sa last kinapos talaga kami. Kulang pa talaga.
KLP said that we are happy that we have proven to the world that we can par with the best regions in NCF. But today, maybe it's not our day, and we take the L today.
Got it. So, what's your takeaway from today's match, in which may well help you in the future?
Gigilan na lang namin sa susunod. Na to, na parang Mag-practice na talaga kami. Ibigay namin lahat sa susunod. Yan lang.
KLP said, it's just a proof that we have to be better. So going back to the Philippines, we should practice more. And with practicing, surely we will improve more.
But now you're great. You are the rookie of this game and you played so well. So we're all looking forward to your upcoming matches in the future. And that's all from us. Bye-bye.
Hey, thank you very much, Wendy, for the exit interview. KLP looks a bit distraught and disappointed, but I do want to say, and I mean this, hold your head up high, brother, because again, what you all achieved is tremendous. You were going against some of the top Chinese teams out there who have been dominating the scene for quite some time. Coming into this, you were the underdogs, but you performed so very, very well. And the fact that you get to the point where you can nearly take a map off, and I honestly think if you do take one of those maps, you go into map 2 and potentially 3 even stronger. But again, young roster, hold your heads up high. You achieved so incredibly much. Top 4 plus $130,000. No reason to be upset with yourselves. Hey, let's keep it going, man. Stallions, a great roster, a team that, again, achieved so incredibly much for the 5 members, of course, on the roster. Now, obviously, Kano, we talked about him so many times as 16s, but who else, right, was the shining star on this roster throughout the entirety of EWC?
Not gonna lie, I feel like KLP has kind of made a comeback going into form because I feel like his 2024 run wasn't really that good compared to his run at the start of the year here in CFSPH and now going into EWC. I feel like his sniping ability has gotten a lot more, a lot higher. I feel like maybe the balance changes with the guns have really kind of helped him a nudge to be a lot more aggressive and incentivize him to peek more into opponents. So I'm very happy with KLP's improvement going into this tournament. So I feel like he's a easy number 2 right behind Kano.
Like I said, another guy for me that I've been actually really impressed with this tournament that I probably wasn't as much looking to the last 2 tournaments as Loy. I think for me, he's been such a stable factor of this side. I think he plays a lot of hard roles as well. A lot of times actually gets left alone, and I think he really is able to kind of overcome some tough situations. So for me, I think Loy was somebody I think throughout this tournament who is a name that kept cropping up for me. So I'm really impressed with what I saw from him. I don't think he was massively impactful last year, but I don't think the Stallion side or Ubek when they were back then, they weren't fantastic then. They've obviously improved tenfold since then. A lot of credit, of course, has to go to Tanks for that. I think he's kind of really found what makes this team tick and of course how they can play internationally, and it's working really, really well. But whatever he's done to sort of help Loy improve, whether it's a confidence play, whether he's kind of changing up his roles or positions a bit, he looks a lot more influential in terms of how this side likes to play, their pace, their impact as well. So for me, he's somebody that throughout this entire tournament, alongside Kano, I think has been great all the way throughout, especially mechanically. Loy, just a really good head for the game.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that point as well. I feel like Loy was kind of the first prospect that we have had that has this kind of mechanical ceiling that he can go up toe-to-toe against the best Chinese teams or the best Brazilian teams. He was basically Kano before Kano.
Exactly.
Kano before Kano was a thing, basically. So it's nice to see that kind of old form, and especially with them kind of playing similar roles back in the day with him on matches, Kano on Ubek. So it's nice to see that Loy gets a lot more comfortable in his role now. But I feel like the support role is actually very good for him because it's basically you have 2 entries.
Yeah, one of the things I want to say, by the way, and I was talking with one of our other staff about this, the reason why I've genuinely enjoyed this CROSSFIRE event is the fact that the players on stage show emotion. That's not uniform across all esports. I feel like the passion here is greater than a lot of other esports out there.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things as well is that CROSSFIRE is still an esport that, generally speaking, despite actually being around for a while, in terms of the big leagues as it is now with kind of EWC, for example, it's really in its infancy stages. This is an esports scene that continues to kind of grow and grow, and I think become a little bit more of kind of a worldwide thing. For a long time, it has been quite sort of region locked in a way, predominantly over towards Asia, bit in Brazil as well, and then very few and far between in the West. And we're now starting to see a lot more people pick it up. Of course, there's a lot of kind of origins or very similarities to a lot of older games as well, and I think that's what makes it quite easy to pick up in a way as well. So for a lot of these guys as well, coming from from smaller regions. When we talk about prize pool like this, it goes such a long way. You can really see just the passion and the difference between, despite finishing top 4, 4th and 3rd, huge, right, for them. So, I mean, it's been an awesome tournament. You can see how much it means to them. And also the fact that we only get 2 a year, right? We kind of have our regional leagues, and we maybe have a couple of qualifiers where there's a few different regions, but to get a fully international tournament, only get 2 a year. Now EWC in the grand finals.
Right.
So it's few and far between, so they make the most of what they got.
Yeah, so how did the other regions catch up? You know, if there's 2 major events, right? You've got your regional competitions that end up taking place. You know, how does the Philippines catch up? How does, dare I say, North America start to catch up, right? I mean, at the end of the day, right, what is EWC about? It's about putting this game on a more global scale, bringing it to audiences that didn't know what CROSSFIRE was. Now they do. Now players start to get interested. Maybe new competitors start to rise up. Kano only being 16. How many others are out there that are undiscovered, right? So that's what I do wonder is, like, how do you improve? Well, they're going to have to figure that out because obviously for them, they're competitors and they've got fire in their hearts and they want to be at the very, very top. Now, as far as our club championship goes, it's been a wonderful race. Obviously, Falcons ended up taking everything, but there's still competitions ongoing. Jenny, what's going on?
Although the finals for CROSSFIRE are just a mere moments away, the race for the club championship has already ended, with Falcons claiming the title back-to-back, and with that, also a $7 million prize pool. Behind us, we're setting up for CS2 because both Falcons and Team Vitality have teams competing in today's semi-final, with Vitality getting the opportunity to push themselves potentially into that second slot, as they are currently only 150 points behind Liquid. This means that the CS2 roster for Vitality has an opportunity to bring an extra $1 million to the organization that has been competing here at EWC. But whether or not they'll be able to do that, we're going to have to find out. But in the meantime, you need to tune in into the CROSSFIRE finals that are happening right now.
That's right, Jenny. The CROSSFIRE finals are about to take place. The grand finals for first and second for $750,000 in first, and for second, already a guaranteed $350,000. Of course, you can't be satisfied with that if you've made it to this stage. You've gone this far, you might as well go all the way. You can only be an EWC 2025 CROSSFIRE champion once, and this is where you claim that very prize. It's going to be incredible. We've got 2 of the best teams with a decade-long rivalry about to face off against each other. A matchup that we witnessed in 2023 about to take place in 2025. Of course, I'm talking AG.AL versus BaiSha Gaming coming up after the break.
大家好，我是来自 AG.AL 的 DO。今天我们要玩一个小游戏，叫做第4号带。我会选择一波冲进去拿 Ace， 因为这毕竟是一个团队游戏。然后个人主义的话，在这个游戏里面虽然是有吧，但我觉得更多的还是要看团队配合。黑色城镇，因为黑色城镇比较大吧，然后狙击发挥的空间比较大，直接猛冲进去。因为我觉得我们队伍毕竟有年轻人，就要有年轻人的样子，就要用雷杀吧，因为用刀杀的话有点不太尊重对手吧，还是用雷杀比较好一点，赢死对头。因为对我们来说，我们也是属于第一梯队的，没有什么所谓的强队吧，我觉得 而且死对头的话，因为我们都是有来有往、有胜有负嘛，所以还是更想干死对头吧，更喜欢速战速决吧，因为能速战速决，证明实力有差距。然后打到下时赛的话，肯定是打得有来有回嘛，差距不是很大。如果打比赛的话，我会先选择禁掉自己不喜欢的地图，不拿手地图吧，因为如果对面真选出来了这张图，自己熟练度不是很高，然后可能发挥会导致队伍输掉。我会选择先开枪，因为看见人再开枪的话就晚了。更喜欢丢烟吧，因为现在这个烟雾机制修改了，瞄不到红名了。烟雾也相当于自己一个掩体吧。一上来就猛攻吧，先气势压倒对面。
在我职业初期的时候，一直希望自己能够有机会打上首发，所以当初也是非常的努力和坚持，然后才有了机会作为一个首发成员出场。在一切不顺利的时候，是我从一打职业开始的那颗渴望冠军的心，让我能够坚持朝着这个目标一直前进，直到实现它为止。
BaiSha，加油！
曾经没有想过以 AG.AL 冠军和 EWC 参加到这次比赛。电竞世界杯是我职业生涯以来，打过的规模最大的比赛，然后也是代表国家的比赛，希望能够打出好成绩。一定要有一颗追梦的心，要向着冠军冲击，然后坚持下去。
I'm here joining with 嘉伟 and ZY from AG.AL.
Hello， 大家好，我是 AG 的嘉伟。
Hello， 大家好，我是 AG 的 ZY。
So this time we're gonna play a game where you can create memes. So basically I can show you some pictures and you'll come up with the text and create your own memes. So first picture, this one.
你别送了 ，OK 吗？
我直接打分吗？4分。
The next.
啊？
我说他评分吗？我应该还原一下他当时在干嘛。你咋又送了？
有点上头了。你咋又送了？
决定好了吗？
啊。
Why you throw that again? 多少分
？3分。
So the third picture, this one. 来。
枪又码了。
5分。因为当时我确实是枪面。
是吗
？Funny parts. I like this one.
一会儿比赛加油。
3分。
But I think these memes may be thirsty. So the last pictures. Let's see.
这东西是啥
？1分。
1 out of 5. So give me yours.
我说吗？
那你说。
我记得他当时说的啥，应该
是啥？
我又烦了。
5分。
5 out of 5. I wish you the best for the upcoming matches, and that's all from us today. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this.
Welcome back, everyone, to CrossFire EWC 2025. The time is finally upon us. It's time to crown a champion. We've got two teams that have been embroiled in battle for the past decade. They faced off against each other in 2023. BaiSha gets the win. This time around, AG.AL is going for their throats. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble. We got a packed desk this time around. Sneaky, Kyle, and Neo. Boys, it's finally time. $2 million prize pool, $750,000 for first. Literally life-changing money. We've got two Chinese teams that have been battling hard to get to this point. A lot of doubts on AG.AL from certain points, but they made it through and they showed up when it matters most during grand finals. Of course, for BaiSha, highly consistent, but they have taken a stumble, especially during the group play. But whoever beat them, well, they're now out. That was Evolution Power. So as they meet against each other again, how historic is this matchup?
Yeah, massively. I mean, the scriptwriters cooked on this one. This is as good as it gets. The two best teams in the world duking it out in the first EWC for CrossFire. It's kind of as good as it gets, right? I mean, both of them have been in actually incredible form all the way throughout this year, and it's actually been about a bit of a redemption arc for both of these two sides. You look at an AG side who were the original dominant side, and BaiSha playing catch-up, and that narrative's flipped. BaiSha have been, generally speaking, the better side, bar last year, where they really couldn't crack it internationally. But I was having a little conversation with some of our talent from the CFPL, and they were saying, so BaiSha and AG have met in 6 CFPL finals. AG have won 5 of them. The most recent one, BaiSha won 3-0. So there's a lot of history there. Obviously met in 2023 as well at this event, essentially back then, the Summer Champs, in which, again, BaiSha 3-2. So there's so much history between these two sides. They've always been trying to duke it out, so who is the best? And I mean, basically year on year it flips.
And you've been talking about it, Sneaky. We have two players that are very close in age. I think only a day separating them two. So today we're going to find out who truly is the elder.
Yeah, for sure. It's just like what Neo said, the scriptwriters cook with this one with ZY and N9. Just like I said, that fun fact of being born one day apart. I mean, you can't just they write it for us basically at this point. I mean with these two duking it out, just like you said, 6 finals time and time again. These two have been kind of I wouldn't say it's a dangerous rivalry. It's more like a friendly rivalry between the two. It's like, I want to be better than you. I want to be better than you every single year, basically. So I'm looking forward to this because with this kind of stage, with this kind of prize, this is the true test where the pressure's on.
That's it. Well, Kyle, for you, N9, the undisputed GOAT when it comes, obviously, to CrossFire, what does this event mean to him and his legacy?
Oh, it would be just cementing it at this point. I mean, he would become a 5-time world champion if we were able to conquer this event, which has never been done before in CrossFire. He's already on a historic run with 4 under his belt as the only one to do that. If he topples that with 5, it would just be insane history.
Is there anybody from AG.AL that might be able to match that energy? Obviously, N9 is in a totally realm of his own, but is there anybody that comes close?
I guess that would be Du. Not gonna lie, I feel like Du would be the most consistent player. I feel like his contrast to Xiao, with Xiao being more variance, more than anything, can drop 30 in a single game, but can also drop 5. Du is like, I'm gonna drop 20 and maybe 30 if the opponent is dangerous, and I do feel hot on that day. So I'm really looking forward to what Du can offer in this situation.
Well, AG.AL, they've had a historic run to get here. They beat King 0. They went on to beat Evolution Power 2-0 as well. And well, now they find themselves opposite of their rivals, BaiSha Gaming. AG.AL, a team that has been performing excellent today. They just have one more series to get through.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot to like about this side as well. 1-2-2-2. Yacht last year had actually some really, really good series. And I think individually showing just his prowess as well. But for me, the combination of what makes this side so scary is Du, as Sneaky mentioned, but Shui alongside him. They like to work in tandem with each other a hell of a lot as well. And they create a lot of space together. They're very, very impactful. A lot of firepower brought to the table by those two. And under the tenureship and the leadership of the experience of ZY, it's what makes this AG side all click together and why they've continued to put so much pressure on BaiSha and on the best of the rest of the world. So it's such a sick team. And I think one of the best things about this rivalry more than anything is because of how good each other are, it sharpens the stone. And why this rivalries continue to get better and better, because they continue to improve alongside each other. So it's why they've kind of bridge such a big gap against the rest of the world.
What do you think ZY is telling his team right now? You know, as the team captain leading his cavalry on the full sin straight into BaiSha Gaming, what's the game plan?
Honestly, in a matchup like this, where you know the other team so well, you've got to take it one round at a time. That's really the key here. Don't overthink it. Don't let CFPL thoughts of, you know, losing 0-3 get in your head. Take this match like it's a brand new slate and bring your A game.
Bring the A game indeed, and that's what 1222 is going to do. I feel like all day today he's been on fire.
Yeah, I mean, 1222, despite being the youngest person on the team, right? The one half of the 2 rookies that they had last year, obviously the more impressive one. This is kind of the youth that the AG side kind of needed more, because I feel like the roster kind of got, you know, aged up a bit in those runs that they had, just like in 2023. And it's kind of a nice, refreshing breath of fresh air for AG.
AG looking so very talented and strong. A chance to win a championship is here. They came in as one of our favorites in our Ramco Power rankings. Well, they now find themselves opposite of BaiSha. They fought so hard to get here. The question is, what are they going to do now that the opportunity is before them? A roster that could make a historic run and be the first ever EWC CROSSFIRE champion. The good thing about it, we've obviously highlighted ZY-ZQ, right, as the deadly duo, but today Shui has stepped it up. Neo, you mentioned him, 1222. When you have players that typically don't get the spotlight, right, showing up on Grand Finals day, it only makes this roster look even more powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think sometimes as well, you know, when Du takes a lot of the spotlight, Shui can do a very good job of clambering it back in his favor. I mean, we saw last year when AG actually made some deep runs in international tournaments, Shui was actually a really integral part of what made this side tick. So I'm really looking forward to actually seeing now kind of what you were talking about, Kyle, in the sense of because they know each other so well, one round at a time, but you've actually got to throw in a couple of curveballs. And this is where pace changes are going to be a big deal for AG. It's actually what's made them quite scary in the past as well. BaiSha, it's not that they're a known quantity, but generally speaking, a lot of their rounds like to be played at the same pace. Like, you know, we know in Ankara, for example, we're going to get event pop, right? It's just a standard BaiSha play. They have a few pocket rounds like this. AG do like to mix it up a little bit. And I think I would like to see a lot of proactivity from this side. Get up in their face, take map control, start to put a lot of pressure on them out the gates early. Come back to what I said earlier. That first and last round, but the first in particular here, so important. If they can set the tone and say, we're not scared, there's no respect here, we are here to win this, that's how AG are going to make their waves in this series.
And also something to mention, AG is going to have that crowd buff. They get loud out there for AG.AL. They did it in their previous series, and they're going to do it once again. But let's talk about the #1 seed in the tournament. We're talking BaiSha. BaiSha once again find themselves in Grand Finals, a team that is looking to go all the way, and they're very, very close. The question is, can they close it out? They've only dropped one series in the entirety of our 5 days.
Yeah, honestly, BaiSha has looked hands down like the strongest team coming into this event. They had a little bit of a hiccup, obviously, in the group stage, but since then, especially when we look at their semifinal, this team has been unstoppable. And I think a lot of that is from an elevated performance in Xiao. In the group stage, he was a little bit quiet, but Xiao in playoffs has been an absolute monster.
Xiao has been, man. And N9, again, we talk about his legacy, but we've also had some other players from, of course, this BaiSha roster, Sneaky. he's starting to perform well.
Yeah, I mean, YDSS especially, right? Ironically, BaiSha bought this guy from AG not too long ago to get an upgrade on this team to replace SIN, and it's been the best purchase they've had since the start of the year. I mean, YDSS was one of the main reasons why they won ACL, why they had such a good run in S26, and why they're having a good run today. I mean, he can snipe, he can rifle, he can go aggressive, he can go passive. Just like I said, he's the Swiss Army knife of this squad.
Swiss Army knife once for AG.AL, now obviously for BaiSha. So how much of an advantage does that give BaiSha, right? You have an ex-AG.AL team member now fighting against that very roster he was a part of not too long ago.
Yeah, the big thing is actually we're really hoping that he is quite vocal throughout this. I mean, generally speaking, when you look at when BaiSha come, N9's pulling a lot of the strings, but he can be a really important secondary voice in this side. He knows protocols, he knows strats, he knows ideas that this AG side like to throw in towards the game. So I'm really hoping that he does become that sort of secondary caller in a sense, despite being new on the roster, and obviously it's quite a big step to take as a whole, especially for him relatively early in his career. But I really hope that being that known quantity and knowing what exactly they like to do, he has to get very vocal to get this side across the line and really to give BaiSha a lot of advantages here. I mean, N9, he'll know these guys like the back of his hand because they play against each other so often, but any little 1% can go such a long way in a series like this.
What about Lai, Kyle? You know, Lai obviously an integral part to this team, but let's face it, he doesn't necessarily have the most eliminations compared to the other roster.
Yeah, I think his role's more so being a support player, I think. And you obviously need that at this level of competition. Someone you can rely on who's kind of always there putting up the consistent kills, but also he's been really valuable along YDSS in the clutch as well. And that's going to be extremely important in a match like this because those clutch factors could make all of the difference.
What about Zhao, Sneaky? Obviously a player that's made great headway throughout this entire event, and obviously he's going to be an integral part to the success, even though we talk about N9 and co. But Zhao, I mean, what does he bring to the table for BaiSha?
I mean, it's that aggressive sniping, the amount of space that he can create with his with his aggression. But at the same time, not gonna lie, I'm kind of worried about Xiao at the moment because you do know the Xiao tilt win condition. Once you kind of tilt him at the start, he kind of tapers off a bit. But if we do not see that, we're gonna see space creation, mind-blowing shots, and so many clutches. I mean, he's done this year after year.
Yeah, I think one of the big differences as well, when you actually compare the two AWPers, I think you know, we were touching on it, he's that a consistent factor. Numbers are relatively similar, has these pop-off maps, but he never really goes completely missing. Xiao started the tournament very slow, but one of the big things is, and one of the reasons I think why BaiSha love him, is because you get him on that game at the right day, the right time. This is a guy that can push 30. This is the guy that can really completely take over, and it's actually stylistically very different in the way they like to snipe. Do is more than happy to turret. He can sit back, invite in a lot of pressure, soak it up and punish, whereas Zhao creates opportunities for himself and for the team. So they're vastly different in how they play, and I think it's also how the rifling core support them too. But I think, generally speaking, in a game like this where they know each other very well, I'm probably banking more on a Zhao to step up here than a Do. Do is a known quantity in where he likes to play and how he likes to play, the timing of his peaks, the timing of his shots, where Zhao, he's such a wild card. You know, sure, sometimes he can drop 6 kills a map and we're wondering where he is. Other times he can give you 30. So I think in a game like this where both of them know each other so well, you need that wild card up your sleeve, and that's what I think Zhao brings to the table.
Well, there's a total of 10 players that will enter the battlefield. Let's hone in our attention on 2 of those very players, one from AG.AL and then the other coming out from this side, of course, BaiSha Gaming. YDSS, we highlighted them going opposite of Do. Sneaky, these 2 players looking to be the highlights for their rosters.
Oh, for sure. And the fact that YDSS is also capable of pulling out the sniper, I mean, Do is going to have to deal with not just YDSS, not just Xiao, but also Lai at the same time. So it's going to be very interesting how Do is going to try to operate around all of the scopes around him.
Well, I got to say, Kyle, I mean, if I'm looking at these stats, though, YDSS wins in some regards, but Do, I mean, he's got that KD that I think is going to hurt, of course, the other side quite a bit.
Yeah, he honestly has been the more consistent player, I think, in this head-to-head across the entire tournament, and that's what you've got to be ready for. This guy seems to be everywhere across the map, always kind of lurking in the shadows, but not only that, he's amazing in the clutch.
Amazing in the clutch is what you're going to need. I mean, there's so many highlight plays here. We've given multiple Sony MVPs to multiple of AG roster as well as BaiSha too, but the question is who's going to get it for today. You know, Sneaky, one of the things that we do cover, or we haven't covered at least often, I believe day one we mentioned it, there is in fact a Sony MVP $10,000 up for grab right to the winning team.
That is a lot of money for one person, not gonna lie. I mean, that's well, just like I said, whole year's of rent, or you could treat your boys to some food. Hey, you can do a lot with 10K.
Okay, wait, where'd Neo? Famous. Okay, welcome to the desk. I was like, where'd Neo go? He's out. Famous is in, a legend to the scene. I got to say, I'm very new to CROSSFIRE, brother, but I was watching the Western side of things, and you were one of the consistent names Sneaky Kyle Neo was like consistently saying. So one of the players I actually first did research on. It's great to have you here, brother.
Thank you. I'm sorry that research was for nothing, you know.
Don't say that.
I did try my best to make it here, you know, the good old-fashioned way, but we had to make a little back alley avenue for me.
I
Still
like
made it
right?
somehow.
You made it, baby. What does CROSSFIRE mean to you? I mean, you've been around for so long. You're regarded as one of, I think, the best player, right, when it comes to the North American side of things. And obviously, you can go anywhere you want. You choose to stay in your own region. We don't know what your future holds as of yet, but I mean, come on, CROSSFIRE. It's been around for so long. You have as well. What does this tournament mean to you?
Well, look, if you're going to call me old, I mean, that was many creative ways to say it. I prefer experienced, but we'll take it. CROSSFIRE, honestly, to me, it's kind of half of my life.
Sure.
You know, ever since I became a man, I guess you could say, I've been really playing CROSSFIRE professionally, traveling the world. It's been probably the ultimate source of fun for me, and I love this game. I love everything about it. I think it's one of the most competitive and fun to watch and fun to play games, FPS games that exist. I've tried them all, and I've always come back to CROSSFIRE. So, I mean, honestly, going to the real main thing, though, for me, is I love visiting these foreign countries. I love going to China. I love going to Saudi.
Sure.
The people everywhere, you just get to see the genuine people there and the fans of the game and just experience the love for the game that all these people have.
The love for the game, indeed. And speaking of the love, man, AG.AL, BaiSha. Is it any surprise that these two teams meet in grand finals?
A little bit. So, BaiSha, no surprise at all. I think all the pro, you know, I talk to the pro players all the time, whether it be West or the international ones. I'm cool with all of them. BaiSha is no surprise, but I think the majority of teams thought that Al-Qadsiya or maybe, you know, one of the other foreign teams might surprise was kind of on a similar level to AG and EP. And I think AG was kind of like a third, fourth pick there. But you know what I do love? It is an absolute classic matchup of the ages.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to agree, right? I mean, before the tournament, Alcat looked so good in CFBL. I mean, they were so perfect. Their sub base especially was squeaky clean, and all of a sudden, I feel like there's something that ticked wrong in the quarterfinals, especially against Stallions. I was just surprised that they played that bad.
Well, I mean, Stallions, though, played that good. I was really happy with the way that they performed. And Kyle, obviously, you've known Famous for quite some time.
Yeah, honestly, and I'm curious from your perspective as well, because the one thing we talk about on the desk all the time is who's going to be that key player in this matchup. I know N9's talked about a lot, but who would you say is maybe the most underrated player coming into this matchup?
See, underrated is a tough word when it comes to this level of players, and all of them are just so good. I would say if we're going to talk about a dark horse to come for like an MVP, let's say, everybody expects N9 to come for it. Everybody kind of expects ZQ or Do to be fighting for it, maybe even a ZY. But Jway, I've heard it said many different ways, honestly, at this point. But Jway or 1222 on the AG side of things, both are kind of they're also talented. But I would say Jway is like a dark horse on that side. If it's BaiSha winning, I think a dark horse for them it might be Lai.
Yeah, Lai's been
coming up huge.
We've had a big conversation about Lai.
Yeah, I mean, young guy Lai, I mean, being the rookie, I wouldn't say rookie of the team, he's kind of been in and out of the team for a bit, but I feel like he's kind of just found his stride this year in 2024. I feel like 2023 was a bit of a struggle for him, especially in CFBL, but with him getting the system now of BaiSha Gaming, I feel like now is the time to maybe get that MVP, my man.
Yeah, I would agree. I feel like he's really overlooked on this lineup so far, but he has a lot that he can provide this team, and especially in the clutch, these young players are severely underrated, I think, and they're going to prove a lot today in this matchup.
Might just do that. Yeah, Jway's great, Lai as well. So many in contention whenever it comes to, obviously, the overall event MVP. In order to earn that, though, you have to win the event. That is the overall goal for AG.AL. Obviously, they're going for it in BaiSha as well. We've been talking, Famous, about this rivalry between these two rosters. I mean, it goes back literally a decade. And, I mean, come on. That's a long time, dude. I mean, you want to talk about old. I'm 33. A decade, I'm 23. I'm still young. My knees aren't cracking. My back is okay, brother. I see you tapping the heart. We feel each other. But, I mean, a decade-old rivalry, you know, it's nothing to play around with.
No, not at all. This is the storyline of CROSSFIRE. If you want to pick any storyline, this is it.
So this is the El Clasico.
This is the El Clasic, and that's actually what I was alluding to earlier when I said I'm excited for this matchup because it's been only a year since the last time the AG and BaiSha came face to face. But at that point, it was I want to say 3 or 4 tournaments in a row. AG BaiSha. It gets old after a while, but when it goes away for a year, it's the El Clasico that's coming back. Everybody loves it. Everybody wants to see it.
Yeah, and this time with $2 million on the line, okay, which is pretty crazy. $750,000 for first place. A lot that you can do with that, obviously. There's been a lot whenever it comes to EWC. You know, of course, the club championship race, which $20+ million. Falcons, they win that, taking $7 million for themselves. For AG.AL, though, there was something we were talking about. If they can, in fact, win this series, like, they could jump up themselves, potentially win, I don't know, an additional $1 million.
Yeah, it would be a crazy difference for this organization, but it would be well earned. I mean, all gamers, when I think of that roster, it's CROSSFIRE at the top of my mind always, so it would be kind of kismet for these guys to finish it off with a huge CROSSFIRE win to propel themselves all the way up in the club standings.
Yeah, club standings was important, and it always is when it comes to the club championship race here at EWC. Again, man, 7 weeks, 25 titles, 3 to 4 finals taking place each and every week, and it really is an event on the scale that's unlike anything I've ever seen. I've been doing this since 2012. Man, I got to say, came here last year, was just blown away. This year is even better and bigger, and there's even plans now, of course, to I don't know, guys got to go see the announcement. I don't know if I can talk about it officially, but there's been some announcements made, right, that's going to run in conjunction with EWC that may be bringing in some nations against each other, which is just incredible. I can't wait to see what the future holds from that. And as far as the future for CROSSFIRE goes, not necessarily for you, Famous. I'm not asking your plans unless you want to discuss it. The floor is you. Hey, this is your stage, but for the future of CROSSFIRE, what do you want to see?
Ooh, what do I want to see? That's a big question. So all throughout the years, one thing I've always wished for, and there's only one year where this came true, I want tournaments to be so dense that it's back to back to back, and you're not home for at least a month or two all in a row. LAN events, yes, sorry, LAN events. That way, you know, it's enjoyable for the viewers. It's not just once or twice a year that you really get to watch a big tournament, but you're inundated with it. Not too much, but not too little. You know, I want to see at least a big event every probably month and a half, 2 months, I think would be perfect. That's what I want to see.
Okay, well, maybe, I don't know, in the future we might be able to see that. I mean, after all, that's why CROSSFIRE came to the EWC stage, to show globally what this game is about.
Yeah, it's definitely a strong step in the right direction, and I'm hoping we continue to see more and more at the regional level as well. I'd love to see, you know, maybe a West League LAN or something like that would be very cool to see, you know, teams within their own region duking it out all live for these big moments so that they can actually have, you know, the strongest LAN team in every region coming in for an event like this as well.
Sure. I mean, it's always the goal to have multiple LAN events, right? As many as you possibly can. I think, again, like you said, Kyle, this is a step in the right direction. And for at least the future, again, I think it's bright. I really do. You know, you don't get a prize pool of $2 million and then say CROSSFIRE isn't heading in the right direction. You know, I think it very much so is. And I do wonder what region is going to be dominant in the future. I mean, you know, you look at Stallions, right? The Philippines, okay? I mean, the performance from them is just wild. We've been waiting for the Western side of things to kind of reach that energy too.
Okay, I will say first of all about the Stallions. I really got to sit down during their last match, the one that they just played and the one before that, the semifinals. And I got to kind of study their team and just see how they operate and see what it is that just makes them as good as they are.
Sure.
And I will say, they, to me, play style-wise, play very similar to a Chinese team.
Okay.
Chinese style. And the reason why is because, as I know and I've known for a while, they get to practice against the Chinese teams all the time. So it's kind of made, they play very different than last year, but also they bring that little bit of themselves to that Chinese style.
Okay.
And so they're more aggressive, they're more unpredictable than the Chinese are, but at the same time, the way they fill the gaps, the way that their timing works, how tight they are together whenever they push, I think truly, in my opinion, Stallions are the best at pushing sites.
Okay.
They stay so densely packed together, it's very hard to trade them. It's hard to get more than one, and it's just so impressive to see at such a young age as well.
Well, Cano, 16 years old. I mean, come on, dude. That is young to be a competitor. I don't know how old you are. I'm not going to even ask. 20...
32.
32?
32.
And you're still competing at this high of a level. How do you do it?
Hey, to my credit, you know, at 32, somehow, some way, I've gotten the top kills per round at the last 2 CFSs.
No way.
Didn't matter too much though, because we placed like bottom 4 in both. But I can still brag some way, somehow.
Don't worry, we remember the Mexico game, man.
Yeah, or the Eagle Eye game of 2023. 30 kills, come on.
There you go. I'm actually curious now. You know, at 32 years old, still playing at the top level like you do, how do you manage it? Because I mean, honestly, you're like a unicorn. It's very rare to have somebody at 32, and I hate to keep harping on age. You know, excuse me, but it's like Cano, for example, like 16 years old, doing what he's done, right? And you know, the future, what does it hold for him? You know, for me though, I've been watching multiple esports over my career, and for you to be still at the top of the food chain is really, really impressive.
Well, to me, it all comes down to this. And it's actually, I mean, I have questions like this all the time, even from other players. They want to know how you stay at your top level for so long.
Sure.
And it's just never stop playing. The second you stop, I did have a time where I retired for a little bit and I actually stopped playing video games completely for about 6 months to a year. I'm telling you, when I came back, I was trash.
Yeah.
But it took me a while to get back up to that level, and I did. So it's really just not, you don't stop playing. You got to keep yourself a kid at heart and just got to have that love for competing. And that's it.
That's it. Kid at heart, love for competing. That's it's pretty special, pretty spectacular. I mean, really, it's impressive, and I mean that fully, to be able to compete like that. You know, at 32, and I think at least for esports, it's still young. Like it really is. You know, I started back in 2012, and it was very, very young back then. I mean, there wasn't, for me, at least as a commentator, I was traveling to events for free because I just wanted the exposure. Right? Things had developed quite a bit to where they are now, where it's $2 million up for grabs, right, for at least one event whenever it comes to CROSSFIRE. But you know, now to be where we are, it's like those who were born like in the 90s, early 90s, it's kind of like, man, I wish we were born a little bit later, because then I think our gaming careers might have been a bit different, right, as competitors, for example. So that's why I'm just obviously interested whenever it comes to that discussion. But I do want to go back to your discussion about Stallions consistently scrimming against other Chinese teams. What stops other regions from doing that? We can have a group discussion about it.
So honestly, it boils down to the ping. So I will say that the CROSSFIRE China server is amazing. I can even play on it from North America with very high ping, and it's almost like I'm playing on North American server. They have very good servers. So I could go scrim the Chinese teams if I wanted to. But the difference is the Chinese teams don't want to play people that have higher than probably about 60, 70 ping from what I've seen.
Right.
They're willing to, the furthest they're willing to go is about where the Vietnamese are. And the Vietnamese get about that ping, 40, 50, 60 ping. And that's about the limit that the Chinese are willing to play against. So it's the only thing stopping everybody is who the Chinese are willing to play.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand the perspective from them, because 60 ping from any other game would feel all right. 60 ping in CROSSFIRE doesn't feel good. That's for sure. Your shot's got to be, you know, maybe just slightly off, but I do see that perspective coming in from them. But you know, playing 200 ping in EU does sound fun, not gonna lie.
But let me ask it, what about like relocation though? Like, is that a thing? Because I know that happens in other esports. You know, players will travel and leave like with their country to go and compete in a different country just because they're passionate and they want to be at the top level of CROSSFIRE or other games.
Yeah, I think one thing that, you know, has been really helpful to see over the years is there has been a number of teams that have been invited out to CFPL, and I have noticed a lot of those players from other regions that get a chance in the Chinese Pro League do come out a lot stronger. And actually, I know, Famous, you actually had a run with Q9 for a little bit, and I even noticed in your gameplay as well, you definitely came back stronger and learned a lot. So what was that experience like for you, you know, playing with the Chinese roster for a little bit?
So that is one of my story times that I always go. I'm not going to give you guys the whole spiel. Don't worry. I'm not going to take up all the time. But that is one of my favorite times of my life. I look back on that very fondly because of the memories I had there. And to go back to your point, though, about the improvement you make, I will tell you this. It's hard to get a stat in your head of how much improvement you made or anybody made. But I want to say I was at least 2 or 3 times better when I left Q9 and came back home to the USA and played there. I was dominating. When I came back, before I came back, actually, I was already joined a North American team, and I was practicing with them from China with very high latency. We were playing tournaments, and I was still dominating, even with high ping, because I had just gotten so much better being around those high-level players, those the Chinese players who are just a level above everybody else, getting to see the meta that they have, the heart that they have. They're just there every day, getting 2,000 kills a day. way, which nobody else does. And when I'm sitting there getting 2,000 kills a day, of course I'm going to improve. Of course anybody's going to improve. And being around that high level of gameplay makes you improve.
Without a doubt, man. And I hope to see, or I can't wait to see, what the future is. We already have one player who came out of retirement for AG.AL. Now he's in grand finals, which is spectacular. We're about to get it started. $750,000 on the line, and the first ever CROSSFIRE EWC champion is about to be crowned. It's going to be a best of 5 series, so it's going to be a gauntlet. Stamina is going to be a real thing. The question is, who wants it more, AG.AL or BaiSha? Two Chinese teams, they have much respect for each other, but they have to put it aside because there's a rivalry that needs to be decided. It dates back to, of course, 2023 when they faced off against each other. BaiSha gets the win. This time around, AG.AL, they want revenge, but this is a decade-long rivalry that's been taking place since the beginning of time when it comes to CROSSFIRE Esports. It's about time to get it started. The first ever grand finals, CROSSFIRE EWC. Let's get it going.
我们的目标就是进入决赛嘛，现在目标已经达成了，我们非常的开心，希望总决赛继续努力。
我觉得打进总决赛对我们队伍来说特别重要吧，因为第一我们俱乐部参加的项目也比较多，然后第二也是这个比赛也是第一次举办，我觉得打进决赛能去享受决赛的舞台是特别爽的一件事情。进入总决赛的队伍应该是实力都是特别强的，然后大家也应该会打得比分比较焦灼，希望我们把那个残局还是给打好吧，然后少点失误，觉得就够了。
不管遇到什么样的挑战，我们都会打出我们自己的风采，打好每一回合。
我觉得我们队到总决赛最能爆发的点应该是个人爆发吧。
我觉得会打到3比2，会很纠结。
因为我们队的人都打过很多次总决赛了，我觉得其实也还好，不会压力特别大。我们大家一起享受这个舞台就很爽了，我觉得大家都发挥出自己的实力，然后来一场精彩的比赛。
打出一场精彩的总决赛。
Written in the history of CROSSFIRE and the Esports World Cup. But one page remains empty, waiting for the champion to be etched in that history. 4 teams fought all the way to this moment, but only 2 made it. Over the course of the past 4 days, relentless battles raged across the competition, and 2 made it to the top of the mountain. They took every single opportunity and now 1 step away from this trophy. on this final day, in this final hour, history is written by the victors. So rise above now or be forgotten when you fall.
Yeah, 16 teams began this competition, all with hopes and dreams of reaching this moment, the grand final of the first ever CrossFire Esports World Cup competition. All of them desperate to make it a sniff of that $2 million prize pool, $750,000 going to the first place, but also the trophy, the glory as well. 2 teams remain. It's now a case of the duel of the fates.
Presenting our first contender. Make some noise for AG.AL. Facing a familiar foe on this stage. Can they take that one final step and etch their names in history of CrossFire and the Esports World Cup?
And their opponents, BaiSha Gaming! BaiSha are the behemoths of the deep. Seated first in this competition for a reason. They can go all the way and reach the grand final. It's not been easy, but they've done it and they've deserved their place. Will they be the victors? Will they be the ones to lift this trophy and be crowned as EWC champions? Oh, we welcome Wendy and Jin, our translators, as well, for a quick word with our players carrying the trophies.
You have made it to this grand final. You've been here many times before, but I ask you this. How are you feeling? Nervous? Excited? Do you think you can take it all right here, right now?
终于是来到了我们总决赛的舞台，你曾经无数次驻足在这个瞬间，但这一次，告诉我你到底是什么样的感受？是激动吗？是紧张吗？你将会有如何的自信拿下这场比赛？
现在心情肯定是非常开心嘛，因为上午4进2刚进到决赛，然后这也是第一次参加 EWC 的决赛吧，然后肯定是非常高兴的。
So I'm so happy right now because we got the victory at our very first match of the day. And right now I finally make to this grand final stage, and I'll try my best to do that.
I asked BaiSha Gaming as well. Expectations for this were very high. Of you making it to the grand final, you have. What's your experience been like here at the Esports World Cup, and how do you ensure that you defeat a familiar foe?
BaiSha 同样在这次来到这个舞台上，每个人对你们的期望都非常非常的高。能不能跟我们分享一下你来到这次电竞世界杯整体的体验是怎样，以及在这个总决赛的舞台上，你们将如何保证你们能获胜夺冠呢？
这次 EWC 比赛就是我们感受特别好，因为第一次来沙特，也是第一次参加这个比赛嘛，都非常开心。这几天其实我们准备比赛也比较辛苦嘛，因为 都是一直高强度的比赛。今天这场总决赛我们已经准备好了。
Coming to Riyadh for the first time ever on the Esports World Cup stage, I mean, this has been an absolute amazing journey. It has been a very exciting, and we are all very jubilant. That being said, we are very, very tired because it has been, you know, we have spent so much effort into preparing for this tournament, preparing for this grand finals, and I'm sure that our preparation will pay off right here.
One final question. Do you have any words for your opponent?
还有一个问题想要问到你，有什么话想对你的对手说的吗？
其实也没什么说的吧，就希望我们双方打一场精彩的比赛，然后给各位观众看。
Nothing special, just I want to have the wonderful performance with our opponents to show all the audiences.
I'm going to ask exactly the same question to BaiSha Gaming. Are there any final words you'd like to say to your opponents across the way ahead of this epic battle?
那在这场恶战之前，有什么话想跟你对手说的吗？
我们准备好了，放马过来吧。
We are absolutely prepared, so bring it on!
I love the energy between these two. Well, Jin, Wendy, thank you very much for joining us. Gentlemen, take your seats. The grand finals are about to begin.
Go take your seats. Thank you so much. Best of luck to both teams. This is going to be huge, epic. I love the fighting words there as well. The energy in the room is electricity here. I can't wait for this.
Yeah, neither can I. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, the rule we live by at the Esports World Cup. Nothing is granted and everything is earned. And it's their time to earn their names in history of CROSSFIRE.
Yes, it is. This is a best of 5. Who will be the CROSSFIRE EWC 2025 champions? For now, we head to our casters to bring us all the action on Mount Olympus. It's Laz and Elfish. Fellas, let's go.
Let's go indeed. This is going to be a big one. It is the largest prize pool in the history of CROSSFIRE. Of course, the Esports World Cup standing and delivering. But once again, we have AG.AL and BaiSha Gaming taking one another on in yet another grand final. Laz, it was 3 years in a row that we saw these two teams meeting at the CFS Grand Finals. 2021, 2022, and 2023, it was dominated by AG and BaiSha. Those plans were disrupted a little bit last year by the likes of Wolf Empire, Evolution Power, who were able to find the 2 international wins. But here in 2025, we are getting back to our regularly scheduled programming with yet another AG versus BaiSha final.
Yeah, for anybody that's been around for a long, long time, you definitely know that this is like the powerhouse matchup. This is exactly where you want to be. Like you said, a long history for AG.AL. They've always been in the grand finals. They were always the team that seemed to just get the trophies and be in those first place conversations. But like you said, the last 2 years has really kind of been a change in the wind. Something is now kind of shifted where now BaiSha, a team that bottomed out in the summer champs last year, has now made a statement here for 2025, and they are now looking to solidify their legacy for what they've been able to achieve thus far here in this best of 5.
Yeah, we saw in the interview as well, I think it was 9 that said he expected this one to go the distance. Ankara, Black Widow, of course, we're going to be getting those two in the pool. It is a best of 5, so as far as going the distance is concerned, we're expecting to see Port. And I have seen no shortage of series between BaiSha and AG on an international stage. And I'm racking my brain to try and remember one which was even at 3-0. I think at the very least we're expecting to see 4 maps out of this personally.
Yeah.
Both teams look great on the stage today, so I think we're going to have a banger final. I think this is going to be an awesome one, and of course, you know, it better be, right? With the amount of money that's on the line here. Again, like I said, I'll reiterate, the largest prize pool we've ever seen in CROSSFIRE history for these two teams. $750,000, the first place prize. Prior to this, it's been $500,000. So, you know, you're almost a 50% jump. So for these two teams, I mean, I think there's a lot to play for, obviously, that goes beyond just the prestige of winning yet another tournament over your oldest rival.
Yeah, no kidding at all. And there's definitely a lot to ride for in this. And again, history in the making. But like you said, the fact that we get to start on Ankara is definitely a bit of a landmark. I mean, a map that we've been talking about this entire tournament, where both these powerhouse teams have been able to showcase what they can bring into it. What a way to start this off here for the best of 5. And we're not messing around. We're going to get right into it. It is going to be AG.AL taking on BaiSha Gaming. BaiSha will be on the defense. AG will be taking the blacklist side. And let's get it going.
Yeah, and just to throw a couple more stats in as we look like we're going to have a little bit of a slower start to this one. I mean, these are the 2 most storied organizations in the history of CROSSFIRE. In terms of achievements, it's All Gamers 1, BaiSha 2 in overall earnings and medals. And then talking about players as well, we've got 4 of the 5 top-rated players in the history of CROSSFIRE as well. 9 ZY, ZQ, and Zhui obviously involved in this matchup, and the only one missing out of that top 5 is Even, who is a former AG player. So let's get it on as AG start to make their way in toward that A site, and 577 has an answer for them. A nice double kill from him. 9 doesn't have to do too much work. He's easily waiting for that 3rd kill to come through for BaiSha, and it's a great start for BaiSha, isn't it? A 3-on-1 to close out this initial round. AG not quite finding their success on the entry into A.
Yeah, here we go again, though, right? I mean, this is where we get to see, you know, someone like 577 that's just putting up some big kills, some big entries, and that's exactly where you want it to be. And that's where I felt like in the beginning of this tournament, that's what we were seeing a lot, is that he was really just, again, kind of being a showcase on this and really just being able to get some good things moving. But look, I mean, it is a good start here for BaiSha. We'll see who's going to be able to find a little bit more of this. I definitely expect to see YDSS putting himself in a lot of positions where he can get these duels, but let's not even excuse the fact that, 1-2-2-2, he was somebody here in the semi where he made a bit of a landscape. Himself and Jue, both these players, really did pick up a lot of the slack, did a lot of the heavy lifting to get themselves here in this grand final.
Well, it slows down for round 2. Winning kill going the way of AG, and now they're trying to figure out how they're going to negotiate the rest of this round to close it out. Kara, choice of BaiSha, so throwing AG's map pick back at them. Confident start from BaiSha, no doubt, but this round they are going to have to take a bit of a risk. They lost the opening player, so they're going to stack 3 over on B. YDSS is also going to have a little bit of a look here in through mid-con. His timing could be pretty dangerous. He catches Jue in the back. It's only a 1-for-1, but that's going to be some important information for BaiSha as they do start to rotate 577 off of the A site to have a little bit of a look into GR spawn. Unfortunately, he's a little bit too late. The map's now been cut in half.
Yeah, really good play, though. And the fact that, they're able to kind of push through this, and now the fact that AG have been able to, like you said, just kind of cut right down the middle of the pie, and they can make a decision which side do they want, which piece looks a little bit better and more tasty. I don't know. They're going to decide to try to make a bit of a decision, but 1-2-2-2 does go down early. Still with a minute, or still with 38 seconds, I should say. They have a little bit of time they can work with, but they cannot mess around. This is where they have to be a bit more decisive. And it does look like that B site is going to be up for grabs, and they should be able to get this plant done. But really, you have BaiSha that are close on the heels.
Yeah, may be able to make a difference if he can connect a shot here. AG not going to give him that chance. That smoke keeping ZQ safe on the cross. Plant's gone down. Rotation coming through here for BaiSha. 9 not too eager to challenge this angle. He's spotted Do out, and wisely, I think, backed away. He's going to try and find a different avenue of attack and close the distance a little bit better behind this smoke. Actually, a bit of chip damage onto ZQ through that smoke and through the box. Time is slipping away here from BaiSha. That's an important kill to start to get the back into the mix. CY also going to fall. BaiSha on for 2, and it's Do that will go down to secure it for BaiSha. 2-0 the lead.
This is exactly what I was talking about, is the fact that, someone like 577, he's been just instrumental this entire tournament. It feels like any game, any person he plays, he's going to put up these big, big numbers. A situation like this, now he's putting himself at a 5-1 scoreline this early on. This is exactly what BaiSha need. We said that, they had a little bit of a hiccup earlier in the group stage. It's been full steam ahead since they had that little bit of a loss, but that's where we expect to see everything at the full effects here from both these teams. But BaiSha really are just coming out the gate quickly on this, and they're trying to make a statement on this GR side.
I mean, it's wild that BaiSha was able to win that round. That was definitely a favorable one for AG at multiple points in the round. The opening pick, the post plant as well. I mean, a 3-on-3 post plant, that should be your round most of the time. So we're already getting bit of an idea that maybe BaiSha are bringing the heat a little bit more here on Ankara than what AG have been able to so far. Nade's going to go over the top and Shui and 1-2-2-2 a little bit of a tickle. Resmoke in for A main as well. This is a decent hold thus far for BaiSha. The util usage has been good, but they've only got 2 players over on A to defend. So if the pop comes through now from AG, 9 will be a dead man. Then open. And he backs off. The resmoke again for A main. Nade over the top from AG. And they just contact playing their way out onto the site. 9's got no idea. He's not seeing anything. He's flashing middle. And 577's gone down in the meanwhile. Now it's on to 9, who needs to double down and can't. And that will be the A site taken. So now the question becomes, will Do survive? And of course he does. He goes one better.
He does one even better. Looking for a little bit more. He will be able to find that secondary kill here for the back lines of the attempted flank. And now Joao is the only one left. And Do's got a bit of an inkling, and there you go. Lands the utility, gets himself the triple in this round, and my oh my.
Yeah, it doesn't take very long to get back into the game here for AG. It probably should have happened a round earlier, but you know, 2-1 at round 3 is a good spot to be in. And historically speaking, I know, you know, I sort of continue to allude to the Summer Champs final of 2023, but that was just such a historic match between these two teams. That was probably my favorite match of these two teams because it started off so well for BaiSha. It was 10-2 and I think 10-3, something like that over the first 2 maps. Both going the way of BaiSha, and I thought, okay, AG's out of this.
Yeah.
But then AG won that series 3-2. And that's very much been the mentality I feel that we've got between these two teams time and time again. Even if it's not going all the way to 5 maps, you very often see a really highly competitive game between these two lineups, regardless of, you know, which iteration of each lineup we're talking about as well. Obviously, these two teams vastly different, even despite the fact that they've still both got core rosters from that 2023 match. So I don't think we can expect to see one team just come out here, dominate, run away with a quick 3-0. That's not going to happen.
Exactly. No, you're exactly right, Elfish. And I mean, that's the thing. And we talked a lot about the storylines of both these teams. And now BaiSha goes for a massive swing from YDSS and finds that stubble already. So now AG, some more problems awry here. You have Do and 1-2-2-2, the last 2 remaining players. And a 2v5 with 1:15 is not great. You still have to pick up the bomb in the back and middle. This is clearly a favorable situation here for BaiSha. This is looking very good for them already on the GR side.
Yeah. I mean, it's their map pick, so I guess there's something to be taken note of there. But I will say, I, in the past, have always favored BaiSha personally. You know, I'm someone that's kind of like looked at the cores of the roster, and I've always been a little bit more keen on Nine and Xiao as a duo, as opposed to, you know, maybe the core roster of AG being ZQ, ZY, and Do.
Yeah.
577 also worth noting for BaiSha, having been part of the core for a very long time. And I just think there's a little bit of a higher peak typically for BaiSha's individuals than there is for AG. I know a lot of people, you know, will have high opinions of the likes of ZQ and ZY particularly. But yeah, I've always been a fan of Nine. He's my GOAT, and I think Xiao definitely inspires me a little bit more than Do does as well on that sniper rifle. So if anyone is going to do it, and I've been waiting for it for a multiple number of years, for BaiSha to like kind of claim a solid first place in the world kind of position. It's never really happened. It's always been quite back and forth between these two teams. But yeah, again, my take is BaiSha edged slightly. We'll see if that proves to be true today. So far it is. It is very, very early days here. 3-1 start. It's nothing to really get too excited about. You're not going to be writing home about this one just yet. Resmoke into main. It's the same kind of setup for BaiSha. 2-2-1 or 2-1-2. Constant resmokes on A main, trying to keep AG at bay. And you know, we've been seeing the A bomb site be a really priority position for both teams on Ankara throughout this tournament.
Absolutely. And that's the thing too, is that, you know, BaiSha, they were the ones that were able to kind of sit back and watch a little bit more, because the last semifinal was with AG, right? I mean, that's where they were able to get that victory, like we said, about over EP. So, you know, for BaiSha's sake, they were able to kind of, you know, make some very quick notes and just kind of realizing, okay, look, this is some of the things that we're noticing that AG are doing on this map. That's probably even why that BaiSha went for this pick regardless. So that's a little bit of a favorable situation, and N9 just finds himself, why not a quad, and shuts down the door. They are not allowed to enter.
Yeah, that is a dangerous look now for AG as BaiSha start to pull ahead with a great degree of significance. It'll have to be timeout time soon for AG. And that is why, like I said, I'm a fan of Nine. He is the guy that can step up in those big moments. I think he's the best rifler in the world, or at least in the past has been the best rifler in the world. I think now there is probably a bit more of a conversation around a couple of other players, but certainly at points in his career, Nine has been unstoppable. And if he can find that form again, this will be a very hard grand final to get through for AG. And that is the quintessential Nine round.
Exactly. No, I'm definitely on the same page with you. I think there's a lot of really good points you bring up. Nine definitely, you know, I think that Kyle mentioned this at the desk and saying, you know, one of the first people that could have you know, five championships under his belt, you know, and if they could be able to find themselves in an EWC, you know, the first time champions, that's just adding another notch to his belt of what he's been able to accomplish in the game of CROSSFIRE. Wait and see. AG do have a lot of work cut out for them though. their game plan that worked against EP is clearly not the same thing against, you know, a BaiSha that's really playing well now. This is where I think we're starting to see this championship level team, the team that has been, you know, again, just taking every single tournament, any sort of competition in their name.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you can't fault either of these teams for the run that they've had. They've both had, you know, really, really tough opponents that they've had to face. BaiSha in Group C, obviously playing against Evolution Power and Team Falcons, and AG having to play Evolution Power and King Zero throughout the playoff stage. But there is only one team that's in this grand final at the moment, and their name is BaiSha. So AG are going to have to find a way to fix this pretty quick smart. Otherwise, map 1's going to be in the books easily for BaiSha. And it may not be fixable here for AG over the course of this map. It may have to just be, look, it's a best of 5. We need to sack this map and think about map 2, which is our map choice. Let's just get what we can out of this. If it goes well, it goes well. If not, obviously it's a best of 5. There's still a lot of time to come back into this series. They are going to call attack timeout here, though, AG.AL. This is the time now for them to try and figure something out, to try and stem the flow of blood. Otherwise, this game is going to be over very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, we're not seeing, you know, the same abilities of someone like Du or someone like, you know, Jouet that was able to put up some big numbers. I mean, Jouet, you know, in the first half alone, I'm pretty sure he dropped like 16 and 5. Like, he was just running around rampant, just getting all these kills. It's the other side of this now. It's BaiSha that's doing it. It's N9 that's able to do it. It's YDSS. It's 577. Like, everybody is hungry for this trophy that you can see on the screen, and that's the biggest thing. And AG, you know, a little bit of a tactical timeout that they need because, again, like you said, nothing is working. This game plan of just taking it slow and defaulting, that's not going to work in this situation. You can tell that they're just getting squashed on all the ideas that they're trying to work with. So we'll have to see what kind of creativity they want to run with. What are they going to be able to have? The coaches, you know, speaking a lot of things here, but they have to know there's got to be some kind of a gap. But I feel like it's hard to know because BaiSha, I feel like anything they've done it's just been almost perfect. I haven't even noticed a gap.
I don't even know if BaiSha have necessarily had to work too hard in this one. I feel like the individuals are just having such a great display. You know, you've got guys popping off on A, you've got guys popping off on B, like 9 hits a 3K spray down on A, and then the next round they go B, and Xiao's there, and he's just hitting everything with the TRG, and it's like, well, you know, what are you going to do? These are like 2 of the best players in the world, and they're both having an on day. Sometimes that's just how it be, and, you know, not to mention the fact that 577 is also 9 and 2. So there's only so much you can really do in that kind of circumstances, AG. You can throw everything you've got at the wall. Sometimes it's just not going to stick, right?
Exactly.
Sometimes your opponent is just that good. And I think we're kind of in that position right now. Obviously, the half's not over just yet. We'll see if AG have any kinds of curveballs. But, you know, they've, I imagine, kind of run the setups, run the strategies that they came with and prepared with for this BL side already, you know, and none of it's worked. So it's time to figure something out, something more plan B-esque, or even just if it's an individual has a pop-off moment here and gets us, you know, a cheeky round or 2, at least then we'll have something to play with and hope that the half swap is going to make a difference, because it can make a big difference moving over to the GR side here for AG. They'll be comfortable there as well.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I mean, this is where we actually did have 9 that was available on the site. He actually does rotate off a little bit, though. So now, 577, if he can just survive as much as possible. But look at this, they don't clear him. Oh, he just gets away with murder and takes down 3, sitting himself at the 12 and 2. And now it's due to pull up a clutch, but again, nothing.
It's just such a clean setup, again, from BaiSha, and it's reminiscent of the name of the game, CROSSFIRE. That was too strong of a CROSSFIRE for BaiSha. You had 577 down the bottom, you had a teammate up on top, the teammate's watching main, 577's watching vent. 577 lets a couple of players out vent, but he peeks at the perfect time, and he doesn't even have to worry about main, because his mate on top of site is covering that angle.
Exactly.
All he has to do is focus in on the back of the 2 players of AG that are walking their way through to the stairs position, and he gets an easy 2-man spray down, and at that point the round is pretty much done and dusted. So AG just having some real trouble. They're not able to clear out the positions that they need to. Like 577 needs to be checked there, and he's not. And that's pretty much the end of the round for AG, and potentially we're getting to close to the end of the map here for them as well. I mean, 12 and 3 for 577. Have to continue to sing his praises.
Yeah, honestly, it's hard not to ignore it, because again, just everything he's doing is just, he's got so much intuition, and he just feels like, you know, he's just finding all these opportunities to get these big kills, and It's a meal deal, man. It really is. Now, I kind of mentioned it. Du finally gets himself that first opening duel. So something goes in the benefit here for AG. But do they really want to commit to this plan again? With 1:28 left remaining, they still have lots of time. They don't have to commit to this plan if they don't want to. Because you have to remember, BaiSha have 3 players that are committed to this. A double player on the lower side. You have N9 that's, again, just making sure nobody's just trying to be, for the lurk. But AG, trying to burn the clock. They're trying to burn the candle just a little bit to see if they can throw them off guard and maybe get their own heads.
I feel like AG's kind of burning the candle at both ends with this half at the moment. They've got to make something happen. They've got to do it soon. The setup is actually really good from BaiSha, though, as they've brought a third player across. This is going to be a really well-defended site. Xiao for a couple will fall, but now it's on to 9, and he is the GOAT of the game. YDSS coming across as well. The spray on the
How is he alive?
It's so long, YDSS with a big old whiff, but he finds himself in the 1v1. He's got 11 bullets still in the chamber there in the M14, and ZQ wants none of it. He is on his way over to B. I think YDSS is just going to chase him down. He just wants to take the fight. He might have even seen him on the exit there, and he's just going to continue to charge his way forward. He is fearless, as you should be right now for BaiSha. Smoke's going to go up, but I dare say he might even just go through it.
Yeah, is he actually even going to clear it, though? Look at ZQ. He's got the ramp control. Is he going to be able to find? He does spot him, and there it is. YDSS will still put the nail to the coffin just when things look okay for all gamers. An opportunity to get a second round. No, it's going to be the rug pulled right underneath you. And it's still just going to be BaiSha Gaming once again with a massive chomp as they are just trying to close this off in the first half with a dominant performance.
I don't really know what to say about this. AG just don't seem to be able to get anything going. BaiSha are turning water into wine at the moment and just absolutely dominating. I mean, anything they touch turns to gold. Seven and 1. And AG cannot find an answer right now. Even a second round in this half, Laz, it's just not going to be good enough.
It just feels like, again, BaiSha, like an amazing amount of counter strats that they've been able to make on this, right? I mean, they've really just taken the advantage when they finished the first semifinal and really have just made it so much of a difficulty here for AG. 5-7-10 only gets the one and done meal. Maybe now I might be able to find something. No, AG finally get themselves a bit of a pry open moment here with a 4-on-2 advantage. You have Zhao and now YDSS, the last 2 players here from BaiSha for this last round of the first half to see if they can get themselves an 8. And it's a full aggression, but how does he get away with that kind of shot? And again, he finds a second kill. No. This cannot be happening. AG, let it slip away. You've got to be kidding me. BaiSha Gaming are just trying to make an absolute statement so far here for the championship.
I don't know what to say about this one, Laz. I don't think there's anything left in the tank at all for AG. That is an unlosable round, and they find a way to lose that round. They are grasping a victory from the jaws of defeat in that one, BaiSha. And this is reminiscent. Again, need I remind you of that match that I've been referring to so many times where BaiSha won the first couple of maps, something like 10-2, 10-2, at the Summer Championship of 2023, and then proceeded to go on to lose the series. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. This is fantastic for BaiSha, but it's a best of 5.
It is. And that's a really good point because you have to bring that back up in the fact that this isn't just a best of 3. This is a BO5 where you have to make sure you can have enough gas in the tank that you can be able to withstand going the full distance and preserving your energy as much as possible. But man,
yeah. Don't want to come out the gates too strong.
Exactly.
Dump it all on Ankara and Black Widow and then come into Eagle Eye and just fall flat.
Exactly. And that's the thing where, but for a team like AG, like, I don't know if you're at the point now where maybe Ankara is just, it's not a write-off necessarily, but maybe just you're mentally kind of getting prepared for Black Widow to go, you know what, it's fine. We don't need to be able to get this win right here. We have that other opportunity.
Nine's just cracked open a couple of heads in this round as well, so it's started very nicely for BaiSha. It doesn't seem as though the half swap's going to make much of a difference. With a bit of an aggressive maneuver into mid, he's managed to set himself up in pit and try and catch any rotations if BaiSha made the decision to go back over towards A, but don't really see why they would make that choice. It does eat a bit of nade damage, and Xiao also kind of watching, see whether or not AG are up to any funny business. I mean, BaiSha have a good setup outside of B right now. They just have to wait for this smoke to fade, and then they can make their way in, and I think they will do that. I think they'll just back themselves here. I mean, they're just taking fights and pretty much winning them all over the map. They've smoked off mid, they've smoked off GR spawn. Now it's time to start to make their way into the B side as the smoke outside of Hotel does fade. Nine's on his way forward, 1-2-2-2 behind the box, copying a bit of spam. Wasn't actually properly checked there, but easily traded down. Now we're into a 2v1, and this is where ZQ is going to have to show his veterancy. AG needs something, and they need something big, and they need it now. That's a nice shot, but ZQ down to a one shot, and Xiao will be well aware of that. He's going to go for the swing with the XM and gets it done.
Well, I mean, all gamers really just getting a taste of their own medicine. We talked about this in the semifinal that you and I were covering, where it was all gamers that were able to get that 8-1 when they were on the GR side, and that's where we were just talking about the dominant performance. But now BaiSha getting themselves in the map point here, which is their pick, of course, but this last round means this could be a 10-1, and maybe, like you said, Elfish, like, could be going back to that situation where BaiSha were able to get a 10-2, a 10-2, but in this kind of a experience in 2025, BaiSha really just trying to rewrite something, maybe getting this 10-1.
Yep, 10-2, 10-2 on sub-base and then Ankara. And then they lost 10-8, 10-7, 10-8 for the next 3 maps. So, hey, Ankara, once again, not working out for AG in this matchup against BaiSha. 1 round away. This would be one of the most dominant maps of the tournament. We did have a 10-0, so I can't really say it's the most dominant map, but it certainly has been one of the most dominant. There hasn't really been much in this one for AG at all, though ZQ will give them an opener in this round as 577 just kind of tries to poke his way through A main.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a nice little bit of a kickstart here for all gamers, but can it be enough? I mean, we've seen that position where it was a 4-on-2 and it just falls away from them. And they know that. They have to make sure, again, that they just play this in the normal circumstances. And now YDSS just trying everything to clear all the angles, just spamming the boxes. And now it's going to be Live that's able to find that first spot. AG here on the rotates. But look at, they're just getting dominated again. They can't seem to win the frag department. Oh. It's just BaiSha that's able to do it.
BaiSha are just deathmatching at this point, and they are running through AG. That's the end of map 1. Blink and you'll miss it. A 10-1, and BaiSha have thrown that glove down in front of AG and said, pick that up and bring the fight to us, because that was certainly nothing from AG and everything from BaiSha. But of course, it is a best of 5, so there's still a long way to go before we can crown BaiSha as the Esports World Cup champions here for CROSSFIRE. In saying that, though, those 5 players on the stage there may be, in a couple of hours' time, quite a bit richer and quite a bit happier, because it's certainly heading in that direction at the moment.
It really is. And I mean, it's just like I said, that's a real tough pill to swallow here for all gamers. Yes, I mean, it's a 10-1. That's just a domination. That's just an absolute massacre. But now for all gamers, are going to have to reset this, with the few minutes that they're going to have. But the thing that just makes it interesting to me as well, Elfish, is that, like just kind of going back even for the CFPL and, the earlier summer portion where these guys did go to a 3-2 circumstance in the upper bracket final, and actually still was BaiSha that was able to get a 10-6 victory on Black Widows. So, like, again, does AG have something new that we don't know? Have they been able to readjust their game plan? Have they figured out that BaiSha doesn't have the perfect, execution? I'm not sure, because this just felt like they weren't even here. It just felt like it was a totally different weight class.
Jue, I don't think, got a single kill that game until the very last round. Literally the very last round, and pretty much an irrelevant kill as he was about to die. Like, you're basically playing 4v5 at that point. That's really, really rough for AG. I just think everyone on BaiSha was on, and no one on AG was. So they've got to figure that out here before we head into map number 2.
This land is calling.
Said that you miss me and you want to catch up sometime soon. It might be a trick, but now I know that I meant something to you. I thought it was real. I thought it was real. I thought it was real. I thought it was
The Sharks are circling and the waters are getting dangerous for all gamers. BaiSha Gaming with a dominant display on map number 1. AG.AL certainly have some work to do to come back from that one, but obviously it being a best of 5, they've got the time to do that, and they are also moving into their map choice. So can't get too far ahead of ourselves, and I think BaiSha have to sort of be aware of that as well. You know, they've been in this situation a number of times. Just because you win map 1, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win the series. So time to lock back in after the break.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. I mean, the one thing I feel like you can argue this on 2 different fronts. I mean, there is history where, like you said, there's been 10-2, 10-2s, and then a reverse sweep. And you're right, that is something we cannot ignore. But at the same breath, it's like a 10-1, and the way that they lost, it was just, they weren't able to do anything. Like we talked about quickly, that Joey was able to get his first and only kill at the very last second of the game. And it was essentially an irrelevant kill because it didn't bring anything. And he was one of the beast players that was popping off in the semifinal. Like him and Du together with this kind of this 1-2 combination that allowed them to get that 2-0 over EP. So I just feel like the way that we saw BaiSha, you know, kind of circling the waters, they got the blood in the water, and they were just that ferocious. I just wonder how much AG can really recover from it, but we are about to find out.
We are indeed. Time for Black Widow, and this certainly has been home ground territory for all gamers in the past, and hopefully for them it will be again, as they do desperately need to find a map under their belt. Otherwise, BaiSha will have them with their backs against the wall. We'll jump on into it. It is BaiSha that will kick things off on the BL side. Couple sniper setup for AG, so Do and ZY. We've seen that from them throughout this tournament so far. ZY pretty handy with the TRG. Just the singular sniper for BaiSha. That's a little bit more standard when you're on the attack.
Yeah, this is really just kind of hit a bit of a slower approach on this, especially just how fast, you know, the first game really did go. But I actually don't mind that, though. I love that, you know, BaiSha don't like get in their own heads. They're not just trying to, you know, repeat it and maybe getting a little bit careless on this. I love that they're coming in focus with this game plan.
Yeah, a map can make a big difference. This, though, is a good start for BaiSha. You'd assume Xiao almost getting blocked out. I think he's a little bit scared. I think he did spot them and just decided he didn't want to take a fight there. I actually think it would have been a good fight for BaiSha to take. It was a 4-on-2. They more than likely would have traded effectively.
Yeah.
They back away from it. And that's information for AG as well. They also decide that they don't really want a bar of it. So they have kind of given that space over to BaiSha, which I guess at the end of the day is a small win for BaiSha, regardless of the fact that they don't actually end up getting any kills out of it this time.
But at least they got this short control. So, I mean, the fact that they might even just try to split onto this is important. But actually doesn't look like it's going to be the 3-2 that you normally see. It actually just could be this 4-1 commit. They might even just have the lurk of one player, which will be N9, that might just try to cross a rotator off guard through middle, and even just looking on the other side towards B. So very interesting indeed, because you do have ZY that's close on here with the sniper. He's going to be the first one to get the shot off, but he's not able to. 1-2-2-2 is able to get the double entry now after finally getting Zhao to be able to activate the sniper, but is it a little too late?
Yeah, it's a bit of a dry hit from BaiSha, really, isn't it? Now Xiao looking for a trade in the middle as well. He's going to end up being the one that will, in fact, actually be traded. This is still winnable for BaiSha if they would have found a couple of quick kills there, but not going to happen. And immediately, all gamers on top in map number 2. I would say, looking at this, at least based on that round, you know, BaiSha, I don't know how much they've got for us here. If that's what their best BL round is,
yeah,
it's going to be a rough half.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, because when you kind of look at it for like all gamers, like they really do have some of the best record on this in the CFPL. Like they have been able to beat pretty much everybody in the division, and they have themselves like a 9-3 record, which is great. Whereas BaiSha, it was definitely a lot more lackluster. It wasn't as great, so it doesn't necessarily paint the full picture, but it really does give you a lot of hope. Where in the sense for AG fans here, where they know that this could be an opportunity to bring the series back to the 1-on-1, given that, you know, all gamers, this is really the comfort pick. Like this really is their map that they love to play.
Both teams smoking off mid. Neither interested. I'd like to see BaiSha, instead of just committing to a fight like that one, trying to find a little bit of information before they full send it. Yeah, last round they may have been better off taking long control and then doing the drop down from bridge. Just draw a bit of attention away from that. As you can see, AG happy to hold their positions for now. They're not really feeling under too much pressure at all. Do almost caught in transition here, but working his way back over to the window. And again, it's going to be an A hit. This time, though, some presence coming through from long with YDSS. Probing a little bit. Smoke down on top of Do. He peeks right into the crosshair of Xiao, and now it's onto ZY, who will have to solo hold the site. Of course, rotation coming through in mid, but BaiSha dropping in from bridge are able to trade that down effectively. 1-2-2-2, though. Inside of that smoke, that's a BL smoke, by the way. Oh, not going to have any success. YDSS just knocks him over. BaiSha will not be denied for very long.
No, it's a good rebound, though. It really is. And the fact is, I'm really happy to see for all gamers as well, is the fact that we're seeing 1-2-2-2, like putting himself back into these bragging ways. Like he's a guy that's sitting at a 4-1 scoreline right now. He was pretty quiet on the first map. Now he's the one that's top fragging in this round 3 situation. This might be enough where, again, these guys are going to have to find some way to elevate their gameplay. and squeezing themselves back into this series and not trembling to the pressure and the dominance that we saw here from BaiSha, but long control going to be grabbed up for AG. This is really good in the sense now that Jouet can just play in the hot position. Now they can focus on the 2-2, or if they really want, they can go a little bit more adventurous, risk things out a little bit, because you can see BaiSha, they have different plans in store, and it looks like they might even try even a 5-man commit.
This is great map control for AG, that's for sure. And everything being given to them.
Exactly, and that's the thing that they did very well in the first or back in the semifinal, right? That's when they were playing active on the GR side, running around and just getting control. That's what allowed them to get into that 2-0.
See what Nine's going to get up to here as the smoke fades in the middle. If he catches 1-2-2-2, that's a good timing as this hit comes through onto B. That could be a difference maker. Nine actually will end up falling, so they've got to clear out this site comfortably, and they are able to do so. BaiSha, it'll be a 3-on-3. The post plant should be favorable for them. 1-2-2-2 being spotted out, also very low, so has to be careful with his positioning. BaiSha have been given the opportunity to work their way back out of the box room. They'll play the post plant from there. Anything that YDSS can get is a bonus, but he is tucked very deep on the site, and that's actually quite a difficult angle to clear. You have to cross the whole site to clear YDSS's position, and he can just jiggle like this and play safely. Of course, you have to be worrying about crossfire there if you're AG. Actually decides to swing the angle. 1-2-2-2 will shut him down, but time becoming a bit of a factor here. 5-7-7, he's that insurance fund. What a great shot, though, from Shui. Will keep this one in the bag from AG. 2-1. They hold on in that round, and I think BaiSha, just on an individual level, making a couple of mishaps there, a couple of over peaks, don't necessarily need to be taking those swings as aggressively. That just gave AG enough time for the defuse.
Yeah, just. But now we're seeing Jouet again being optimal level. This is right back to the winning formula that they had themselves before. For any All Gamers fans. So maybe the crowd has been able to get him a little bit more excited because now he's even able to find that opening duel. Yeah, he goes down early, but it's an instant trade back, but it's something still.
1-for-1 will be favorable for BaiSha. Splits the defense a little. Xiao's also already got quite an advanced position. Not seeing anything on bridge, so it's going to be a good setup for an A take if and when BaiSha take this long control. Push coming on the bridge. Xiao's got an 8 in hand. That is a very weak death for Xiao. So a lot more work to be done by the rest of the BaiSha lads. The riflers trying to make their way up long. A 1-for-1 thus far, but again, Xiao's freebie in the back of my mind. Wow, may not make a difference. 5-7-7 and 9 have been able to get the job done. It's just do solo, and it's a case of bringing that C4 and planting it. The round will be well and truly in the favor of BaiSha.
Yeah, and that's the situation where it actually was more favorable for AG, right? They were able to find that opening duel in the cat. Then you were like, okay, look, they can put all their attention onto long. But it's really the fact that 5-7-7, the guy that gets taken out, he was the one that was able to find that double, so now he gets removed. So this leaves the captain here for BaiSha now getting tested here for a clutch situation against Do.
Perfect positioning from him, but spotted out by Do. And that is a huge clutch to win for all gamers. BaiSha are looking a shadow of themselves here on map 2. Xiao getting caught with a grenade in hand is a serious mishap.
It really is.
And then the 2v1 going that easily to Do is going to be a cause for concern for BaiSha. So again, you know, if you're the coach of BaiSha here, you'd be looking at, you know, a couple of these rounds and thinking, might be time for attack timeout. These guys need to be whipped into shape. This has been anything but clean from BaiSha. They should have probably had another 1 or 2 rounds at least, and can't be affording to let those kinds of rounds slip by the wayside. ZY starting to feel confident, AG feeling good. Double kill comes through. And this map is in danger of going the way of AG, similarly to the way the last one went the way of BaiSha, which is just going to knock the wind out of the sails of BaiSha, that's for sure.
It definitely is. Yeah, you're right. You're definitely onto something here, Altish, because I think that AG they're starting to feel a lot better. That break has allowed them to just recharge and play their game a lot better than we were wondering. And again, this veto is so interesting in the sense that, you know, a strong map for BaiSha going into a strong map for all gamers. And BaiSha haven't really been giving us a good demonstration of what, you know, the deep strat book that we've been talking so much about this entire tournament. But we will definitely see what's going to happen. And you know, it is BaiSha that does have the timeout. We do have that confirmation. We were pretty confident, but it's good to know. But this is going to be a 4-1, you know, in the hands of AG, being on the GR side. And I'm just curious what N9's going to have to say to his team and just, again, figure out a way to, you know, turn things around a little bit before it gets out of control. Otherwise, like we said, this best of 5, it turns into the 1-1 tie.
Well, like I implied, these two teams generally pretty evenly matched.
Probably couldn't have got a better final, honestly.
No, I mean, look, if I had to choose my ideal final, it was probably BaiSha AG or maybe BaiSha EP.
Yeah.
EP would have been a pretty good final, although what they showed today wasn't quite up to scratch, I guess.
I agree. And that's what makes this like such an exciting storyline. Like, again, it's just like this team on the screen, you know, of all gamers, a team just so dominant for such a long time, has kind of a little bit fallen behind and have tried to reinvent themselves and tried to, you know, get back to the glory of what they've been able to do. But BaiSha, like, the fact that they were a team that had us all wondering what was going on in Summer Champs, and now they've turned it around, and just any tournament finding a win left, right, and center. You just love to see it. So there's just, it's such a fun storyline for both these teams on two different perspectives.
It's just such a battle back and forth. Now it's time for BaiSha to lock back in. It's not a great feeling to be on the receiving end of what you've just done to your opponent. You end up kind of looking a little bit silly. You're like, man, we were screaming and shouting like 30 minutes ago, and now we're the ones that are getting dumpstered.
And they look pretty flat too, right? I mean, it's hard to know, like, based on the body language, but it does speak a little bit, right? I mean, this is where we also said for BaiSha, like, the crowd is heavily favored for, you know, an all gamers lineup here. Like, this is where you know, as soon as a round's in favor, we can hear it through the audience, right? Like, we can pick this up. So that's the thing you have to work against. And you know, the fact that now the crowd's getting behind them and rounds are going for their favor, that's how you have to kind of go, okay, look, what do we do differently to get more of a spark? Like, how do we get that flame back?
These guys just need to lock back in, turn back on. I don't think strategically it's necessarily been a bad game from BaiSha. They've been getting plans. They've been finding themselves in, frankly, favorable post plans, actually, a lot of the time. There was the 3v3 on B, which they lost. There was the 2v1 on A that they lost. So it's not as if BaiSha are playing incorrectly. It's just that they're executing on it poorly. This round, obviously, starting poorly. Still onto YDSS, and so BaiSha are just going to try and send it out of the box room. Shui lucky to be alive right here. Flash, I think, keeping him safe as the guys in box room couldn't see him. Nade's going to go through onto the box that ZQ's holding, and he'll be tagged down a little bit, but trying to walk your way into a meat grinder like this one is never going to go well for BaiSha. This feels like a Hail Mary, and that has so far not quite worked out. A couple of trades coming back to make it a little more interesting for BaiSha, but nothing in that one at all.
Yeah, it's just so surprising. Again, like, even, you know, I made this quick comment before we got started, is that, like, you know, for the CFPL in the upper bracket, that was a best of 5, and BaiSha was able to come through. They did get themselves a 10-6 on this map against all gamers. So, but I'm not convinced right now. Like, I don't feel like this BL side, we haven't seen like a lot of map control. We haven't really seen the strategy looking that great. It kind of feels like, you know, you made a good comment about Hail Marys. They're just like, yeah, okay, well, let's try a rush. Let's try this as a 5-man unit. And that's concerning for a championship level team of BaiSha and what they've been able to do so far this year.
I do think they are running out of ideas. You know, I think earlier in the half, things were looking a little bit more strategically minded, let's just say. But that round certainly was not anything to write home about. Again, they're going to walk into the crossfire that's been set up here by AG. You've got a bit of a contest over middle with Jue and 1-2-2-2 having a bit of a look. ZQ's in there as well. BaiSha, they just need to hit some shots, win some duels, and they've done just that. A 2-for-1 trade up short is going to work out nicely for them, but Jue quickly bringing it back to a 2-4-2, and there's still a player on the site, but Xiao will dig him out.
Yeah, that's a great kill from Xiao. The fact that he's able to just go for that long control quickly.
Plant denied.
Still lots of time, though. Nade doesn't do too much damage, but Du's trying to, again, just be aggressive.
Yeah, but you can just see that it's not as clean from BaiSha. You know, they don't have that intuitive sense that they did on Ankara. It's a nice kill from Xiao as Dude tries to repeat the same angle. Zhui, almost in for the 2v1. He's going to toss that grenade through. It won't actually connect onto Leah, who has a serious advantage now. In this 1v1, he's going to take the fight and lose it. No way. It's just like the shoes on the other foot. Everything that could go wrong for AG went wrong on Ankara. And now you can say the same thing for BaiSha. There's now been 3 rounds on this side that BaiSha should have won. If you would freeze frame it, you would say BaiSha has the advantage here. They've not won any of those rounds.
Exactly.
And AG are storming away with the first half.
They really are, and like it felt like that should have been the round. Like Zhao was able to play the positions perfectly, getting the first kill along. He was able to find that secondary duel and window. You're thinking, okay, look, this is looking good for BaiSha. They're finally able to get something moving. Their sniper's getting a little bit more active. He's making these proper connections that he needs to do, but again, just some misplays, and it just, like you said, I think that's the perfect analogy, is just saying that the shoe is on the other foot now, and it really does feel like that. And we're going to do a deja vu almost, it feels like, in this situation.
Yeah, the BO5 speed run, apparently. BaiSha are going to give it a crack into the box room again. Early nade would indicate that AG are aware of the possibility. Here come the flashes. In fact, it's not the box room, it's actually the B site. They're going to go charging their way out. 577 with a very important couple of openers, but still the frags coming through for AG. YDSS will start to seal the deal with that 3rd kill for BaiSha. 2 remaining defenders of AG somewhat locked out of the site now by Util. Should allow a plant to go down, but BaiSha are not rushing it. Do get YDSS across, and they are getting that plant down. ZY catches him on the plant, but trades are good. BaiSha have at least a second.
Yeah, and a desperate second round indeed, and it really feels like if they wouldn't have been able to find that, I don't know what would have. So not bad at all. Last round of the first half we go. And an ordeal to get to this situation here for the BaiSha fans, but look, I mean, for all Gamers fans, they got to be picking up a sigh of relief onto this one. Zhui has been able to just turn things around. Someone that was absent on first map is now really just taking the top fragging position with 11-5, and has created so much impact, and he's trying to make amends of what has happened on the first to bring that pain here for the second. Leah now waiting things out. A double player commit from AG on the catwalk. They're close on by. And BaiSha, do they split this off? And the trade is instant. ZY is able to find that first duel though, but it is going to pan out nicely for the BL side for the time being.
Yeah, the AG fans tense watching along. They don't want to see a 3rd one here for BaiSha, because that would just give them a little bit of an inroad back here into Black Widow that they can start to think about maybe making some magic happen. Well, 1-for-1 there. Not hugely favoring either team. I am a bit concerned about this recontest into mid from AG if it does come. 1-2-2-2. Close by the doors. Winging. Somehow getting too unreasonable again for AG. Everything just going their way. And you've also got that push coming out from Zhui on short. YDSS with the C4s trying to make his way back across. He's going to be contested on the way. So not able to find the trade. We're back to 2-on-2. This is just so back and forth.
It really is. Just feels like a little bit of a ping pong match in this, some retrospect. And now that 45 seconds that's about to hit the clock here. I mean, BaiSha do have an opportunity to go for this hit, but you still have to worry about Du. He's close on by. Still that nuisance a little bit, and ZQ is still playing this mid-connecting piece. This is a strong position because he's got that intel. Not sure if he's been able to hear them yet. But if he gets moving the way he is, oh, this could be a problem. This is becoming an AG sandwich.
He's going to try again and go as that plant occurs. That happens so many times. 9 has just completely neglected the possibility that ZQ's behind him. There'll be another round for AG. So many mishaps for BaiSha in this half. And it has resulted in a 7-2 lead for AG.
Love to see the passionate fans in the stands. And AG, you know, they're not giving up without a fight. They like you said, this could be a story where we have some very quick, you know, couple rounds, or maps, I should say, here for the best of 5, and then kind of just turns into a BO3 essentially, right? It's just like a fresh restart. We'll have to wait and see. A 7-2 first half has been done. Now things are switched over. And it's trades back and forth we go. And YDSS going down early, that is troublesome, I would say, for BaiSha. He was somebody that put up some magnificent numbers on that first map.
Still a forward hold from 9. Knows that he kind of needs to take this game by the horns and run with it. He wants BaiSha to come back into this map. Star player, standout player, in-game leader. The best players in the world. He needs to activate on this GR side alongside Xiao, who's actually been pretty good in this map so far. Those would be the two that I'd look to for BaiSha. Leah, interestingly enough, was the MVP in their matchup in the grand final of CFPL, which was a 3-0 the way of BaiSha. It's not as if there isn't firepower across the board for BaiSha.
That is true, yeah.
Here is Leah, will requiring a bit of a job from. Take that secondary sniper role. He's waiting for this very push from AG. Not quite ready to go for it. They need to send that second player up on long, and then there's going to be a commitment on A. We have Leah and 577 here to try to defend for BaiSha, and it's a good line for Leah to be on. As long as he gets his timing right, he doesn't want to peek in after that space has already been taken by BaiSha. It's in fact going to come down to 577 opening the account. Leah finding a trade in there as well, but it is back to 2-on-2 as AG swarm their way through, and Shui with the C4 decides to do something absolutely mad. He jumps through the window right onto Nine's head. Now Xiao has spotted out Du. Both these GR players are isolated, so the solo duels can be taken, but BaiSha will win this one at least.
Yeah, that's I don't know if that was a miscommunication or that was just, you know, the call in the mid-round and a split-second decision from AG to say, you know, I think that was Shui, if I'm not mistaken, that went with the bomb and was just like, look, I'm going to try to go through window. I might be able to get through the other window and just get that plant through and try to be a little bit sneaky beaky, but that felt super risky for what they were trying to go for. But, you know, N9 was at the right place at the right time, able to find that double kill. And Du really put in a bad situation in that. Not sure if the risk was worth the biscuit, but it is for BaiSha fans, that's for sure. Now we pump the brakes just a little bit more. AG have really just, again, gonna have to just use this a little bit for more cleaning things up. And again, just getting those communications a little bit more crisp, I would say.
It's not really quite at that point where the alarm bells are ringing yet for BaiSha. 7 rounds, obviously the lead is there for AG, but they're not quite within striking distance of closing this map out. So as long as BaiSha can just kind of keep on winning here, slowly but surely claw that scoreline back, they don't put their backs against the wall just yet.
I definitely agree with you. Like, this shouldn't, AG should not be in the position of panic. This definitely is not a scoreline where you're like, okay, hang on.
Well, I mean, it's both sides really. Like, still a bit of work to do here for AG. Leah, though, missing that shot. That's going to be crucial. YDSS still trying to jump up onto the box. It's fantastic work again from 577. And Du is just definitely not expecting YDSS there. After the way that 577 was playing, he goes charging out in the box room and loses his life. So overall, a favorable enough exchange for BaiSha as they get one more courtesy of Xiao. Now AG may be starting to get a little bit worried that this retake or return or this comeback, I guess, can happen. Maybe ZQ can conjure a bit of magic here. He's seen the head of YDSS. He's going to try and make it happen, but he's going to put himself in a crossfire that he's unaware of. So 7-4, BaiSha. 2 on the trot here, starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, and AG called attack timeout. They want to unsettle that.
And I don't blame them. I think that this is a good time for it. I mean, the scoreline does still have a little bit of padding onto it. This is where AG.AL, they can get themselves, you know, just again, we got to tighten the things up here. Some of the screws are a little bit loose. This is like, let's not ride on something that's this wobbly, right? I mean, this is where comebacks can happen. This is where BaiSha are kind of, you know, really hoping for an opportunity like this. And this is where BaiSha now, I feel like, Yeah, you know, we talk about CROSSFIRE being such a high momentum game, and like all it really does take is that 1-2 rounds in a row that really does kind of pick up a lot here. So I'm actually all in favor for all gamers calling this. I think it makes complete sense.
BaiSha looking pretty locked in though.
And you know, I know we talked a lot about this, but it still is important because even with the history of the 10-2 and 10-2, if we get to this situation, if BaiSha finds a way to pull into this game and to win this map, you know, is that it? Like, is that enough out of AG that the wind is out of the sails? Because when you have a big lead like that, there's all this emotional drain, it's the mental drain, like there's all these variables you have to worry about. So when you're in like a power position like this and you let it slip, I'm not saying that's the case, but if it does get there, that's when I start to really worry for all gamers.
I would definitely be concerned for all gamers if they lost this map. Obviously, you know, we'll be going into BaiSha's pick next. So we'll see us onto Eagle-Eye. That'll be a big problem, but still a bit of a ways away from that one. Leah going to change up his position, playing long this time around, sends a shot off. Misses it obviously, and now has to back away as a result. So a little bit of map control, bit of territory being taken early on by AG. They're not too eager to explore up long yet. Knowing that they've pushed BaiSha away is a small win already.
Yeah, it's definitely a good play. Just again to making sure that defense isn't getting this map control. They're the ones that have to be active. They're the ones that have to be able to do something. So AG do get that opening duel. AG.AL is going to be removed from this. So they still have the sniper here for Leah, but the question is, where does Leah want to play? Was actually playing towards just on green truck, now is kind of repositioning. You can see BaiSha, they've actually come up with a bit of a plan here. So N9 really is an inkling on a potential of something, but this is a pretty risky though, to be honest. It's playing pretty much essentially a retake if they don't go A.
You do have to take that risk when you're down a player.
That is true.
Doesn't look like AG are going to fall into the trap of going B. This could be the round that AG have been looking for, the straw that breaks the camel's back. It's been a decent defense so far from BaiSha, but all it is that's required is one round to start to get that momentum back for AG. And the setup of this round is looking really good for them. Free A site. Nice job from AG. Shot from Leah again. That could have been 4v4 for the retake, but not the case. BaiSha have to start making their way across all the meanwhile being wary of middle. Bit of spam in there from 9, showing his experience. Easy kill onto Zhui. Back onto 4v4, but time ticking away. Shots need to be hit by BaiSha on the way through. 1-for-1 from the two snipers, but 577 and Leah have some space with that smoke. CY low, scared, sitting underneath that window. The shot's coming through. It's ZQ to try and hold on. Solo, he drops back down. Time a factor.
No way!
SS can't get it done. 8 and 4. AG will hold on by the skin of their teeth.
It looked so good for BaiSha too, right? They, like you said, N9 was able to get that easy spam kill in the middle. Then you saw that Do, he drops down from Cat, which was a really questionable play in my opinion. Like he felt like he was gonna get some big play, but he only got the one and done. But ZQ is able to save the day, putting himself at a 10-7, getting the double digits here in the score line. And now an 8-4, a 4-round buffer here for AG. They've been able to have some clutch moments here, Elfish, and I really do think that's got to make them feel good, right? I mean, I talked about the energy level. That is definitely going to just make them feel refueled and right back into a competitive best-of-5.
Yeah, especially with the opener in this round onto 9 as well. It just doesn't seem like BaiSha can find a way to have a 5-on-5. That's obviously such a massive advantage for AG. Re-smoke though, on short, will keep them at bay for the moment. And there's Xiao that's over here on A this time around. It was Leah earlier. It's both the snipers holding A. Both the riflers over on B. Where does AG end up? They aren't committed to either site just yet. C4 in transition in middle. Two just spotting outside of B. It does look like an A finish here with the progression up long from 1-2-2-2. Who's going to keep all those defenders honest over on B with the util that he's going to toss in here. Smoke and a flash. Should mean that the rotation does not come through, but AG actually going to call to go back over to B, and then Do gets picked. So this round's starting to get a bit awkward.
Yeah, this I don't love how, again, AG are not really trying to, again, progress through the map. They're really just taking a lot of time and being stuck in the mud a little bit. And it kind of giving an opportunity here for BaiSha to be able to find some of these duels. Now they're starting to get things activated a little bit better. Within, what, few seconds, we see them just load the kill feed. Xiao does actually deny the plant, but now it's all down to him here for the 1-on-3. This should be over. Should be over. Okay, it will be.
I was about to say winnable for Xiao.
Yeah.
Seen him do it before.
Uh-huh. It's like the exact same thing.
Spacing was good enough for those two AG players coming out of box room. So 9 now for AG as they're 1 round away from securing Black Widow. Map 1 and Map 2 have been really non-competitive. BaiSha are going to try something a bit different. They go quickly out of B and try and take that fight to AG already. Having lost 577, who's been somewhat of a standout. 9 should be traded down here. Lucky to be alive at the moment. 1-2-2-2. Sticking around for the fight, and Xiao is also here. Trying to reinforce this. Feels like a bit of an overstretch, an overreach from 1-2-2-2, but he'll survive.
Yeah, no snipers available right now for AG2, so this is just going to be all rifles. 5 HP remaining here for 1-2-2-2. So this puts BaiSha in a little bit of an advantage situation for some degree, but and 9 does have himself in a prime position here. Really good, little bit of an off angle. Is he going to get cleared? Does get spotted. Double player commit from BaiSha. Waiting things out along. Now regrouping and changing up and mixing up this defense a little bit more. AG are still working the clock. They're trying to figure things out. YDSS in a position that he absolutely needs to get these kills. It needs to be careful about it, but AG, they have really just hit the E-brake and they are not moving.
Which is surprising because you'd think they want to close this one out. But similarly, they don't want to make a mistake and have this linger on any further. It's going to be a long BO5. A lot of work to be done today. ZY is going to drop. IDSS got to be getting traded down right here. 1-2-2-2. He's able to get 9. They still know that they've kind of got YDSS trapped here. Leah's going to work his way out of the box room just to reinforce that position. Shui did not want to peek. He's the one holding the bomb, so he kind of has to leave the rest of this job up to his teammates, and wisely done from him. It's going to put AG in a stable position here, but only 20 seconds left to work with, and Leah tucked on the side.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah, it's not exactly the angle that you're going to check, especially with the rotation coming across. AG have to be perfect. Xiao in the window. They're not checking the angle. Shui, luckily, gets it done in time, and Xiao will try to deny them on plan, but can't. That is that. 10-4, and all gamers will secure map 2. So we are at least going to go to map 4 here in the BO5. It wasn't quite as clean as the win that BaiSha was able to get, but you'll take it. Well, I now 1-1 in yet another best-of-5 grand final between AG.AL and BaiSha.
Yeah, it's really great to just see for all gamers, right? I mean, the fact that they were able to use that little bit of a break from the stompage that we got on map number 1 and just getting back into the winning formula, the way that they're able to play. That's what we were talking about here so far in the semifinal, where we saw them being a lot more active. They were starting to get some good duels in their favor. Their star players were just finding the right duels and getting those multi-kills that was required, but it's a good little bit of work from AG, and now BaiSha, I mean, look, it wasn't the best performance tactically, and also kind of felt like, to me, the firepower wasn't nearly the same of what we saw from map 1. It really just felt like there was these little glimpses of it. We saw these kind of like quick moments, but it really just wasn't the same with someone like, you know, YDSS or 577, where, again, they put up monster numbers in the very first map.
It's funny how different a map change can make, really, isn't it? You know,
Yeah.
it just completely fell apart for BaiSha in that break, and AG turned it back on. I do think there was a couple of instances where BaiSha kind of made life difficult for themselves in the first half. Had they had probably another 2 or 3 rounds out of that first half, which felt very doable, this would have been a far more competitive map. But end of the day, you know, you miss those kinds of opportunities, and your opponent, if it's a really strong opponent, which in this grand final it will be, is just going to run away with things. So credit to AG for keeping the mental strong. But now it's time for BaiSha to show us just how strong their mental can be, because they'll be taking a break here and working on things as well. So lots to talk about as we head in towards map 3, which will be Eagle-Eye.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
I know this world can get a little bit crazy. Everybody's moving so fast. That ain't the way it's supposed to be. There's a better way for you and for me. Everybody's hustling, all the wheels in motion. Where's everybody going to? That ain't the way to be living life. There's a better way starting tonight. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby,
scoreline is poised at 1 apiece here for the grand final of EWC CROSSFIRE, and it would indicate that we are going to get another legendary grand final between AG.AL and BaiSha, as we have seen so many times in the past. But quite a lot riding on this match, not just the $2 million prize pool here at the EWC CROSSFIRE, $750,000 of which will go to the winner of this very match, but also the club championship is still in contention for all gamers, and they want to leapfrog themselves up into top 6.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a definitely a big opportunity for AG.AL. You know, if they can be able to climb that, that would be really great. But that is the factor that they have to win this, right? I mean, this is the factor that they have to win the CROSSFIRE aspect of it, making sure, like you said, leapfrog probably the best way to talk about it, because if they can, then, I mean, look, that's not a bad chunk of change.
Yeah, so a win here for AG.AL not only would net the players individually, obviously, a large portion of the prize pool for CROSSFIRE, but also an extra $500,000 on top of that for the organization for AG, assuming they would jump up into 6th over Gen G in the club championship ranking. So there's quite a bit to consider for AG, and obviously for BaiSha, well, you know, they kind of just want to get themselves a dub here as well. There's a lot for both of these two teams to be gunning towards, and we will be heading into our third map momentarily, where nothing is granted and everything is earned. As we can see there on the trophy, I tell you what, nothing is going to be granted in a best-of-5 final, and you are really going to have to earn it, because these games can last a long time. These are multi-hour marathons in some cases. Obviously, both teams have already played a best-of-3 today, so today is a big day. Today is a day of tenacity for both teams on the stage, and they've got to try and really pace themselves throughout this best-of-5.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and that's the thing where, you know, it's easy with best-of-3s because it only does take that 2-1 scoreline, but in this aspect, it definitely is about more of a grueling aspect where it can take a lot of time, and depending on how the games are going and the overtimes or anything like that, there's all these different things that can just extend it. And we always talk about, you know, teams that exert all the energy, and that's kind of where both these are veteran teams. Like, these guys have been through every situation that you can name, except for the fact that nobody has been crowned as an EWC champion yet. But the fact is that these guys have been able to play countless best-of-5s, and so they definitely know what they need to do. But it's just a question, can they execute the game plan? Can they really deliver it to being that first crowned champion here today?
Yeah, that's another good point. This is the first EWC CROSSFIRE event ever. No one will ever be able to take that away from you. You'll never not be the inaugural event champion if you do win this one. It'd be another accolade in the history book for either AG.AL or BaiSha, who, to be fair, probably don't need any more accolades. These two teams, again, like I've said, historically are the most storied teams in CROSSFIRE. They're meeting once again in another grand final. We are going on to AG.AL, and this is where we start to get a little bit deeper into the map pool. You know, we've kind of done away with the 2 best maps of each respective team, right? That's how it works in a BO5. You'd be putting your best foot forward. So obviously, BaiSha think, well, Kara was our best possible map, and AG think Black Widow was their best possible map. They've put them as high up in the priority as they can in the veto. Now we're starting to get a little bit deeper in the map pool, a little bit, maybe a little bit messier, maybe a little bit closer.
Oh, wow.
As we get a very aggressive round out here from AG to start off their defensive side.
Yeah, they have no idea. I don't think they have any clue on this. I mean, really, if we saw that it was Zhui, I was going to say he needed to be the guy to kind of make some noise. He had to make that distraction a little bit.
Wait, what is this? Nine's just gone around the corner with a nade in hand. That is craziness from him. Zhui's found a double do in there as well to make a bit of magic happen, and he is going to fall. It's a fantastic start for AG. BaiSha, yeah, a little bit of sleep at the wheel in this round.
Yeah, it really was. It felt like, you know, I got a little bit nervous in the sense that they allowed, you know, a player like 1-2-2-2 to be able to push into deep side into mid like that. It felt like they were able to, you know, make a quick reaction onto it. But then again, like you said, Zhui able to put himself in a nice little bit of a double kill, and then Du able to find himself that as well. Now putting Zhao in a clutch situation with the 1-on-2 with a minute and 15 still remaining, and he does have that C4 in his back. So again, doesn't need to be overzealous on this, can wait things out a bit more. Just going to try to see if AG make a bit of a mistake on this and over peak it, and he can take full advantage of that situation, but they are not moving a muscle. They're going to allow him to go for the plant. But how do they react to this? How do they want to play this together? They do have a nade in the hand of ZQ if they want. Oh, he's got that intel now.
Yep.
Oh, he knows both are there.
He's seen both of them. Gonna eat some damage off of that grenade. Needs a quick scope right here. Do not going to give him that chance. Xiao trying to find the space that he can, but not going to be given over to him. And AG maintain the momentum from map 2 into map 3.
The one thing I really love about this pick, you know, in my opinion too, is that, you know, a very good map, you know, statistically for BaiSha.
Right.
But the one thing I think that's been beneficial, which I'm sure they were able to do a lot of studying, is that when AG actually played this map earlier in the group stage, they got 10-3'd by Stallions. Like, they did not have any success on it. They got just dumpstered on it, really. So we talked a lot about Stallions were able to accomplish here for EWC, making that top 4 statement, but that's got to feel good for a team like BaiSha that might are trying to do some anti-stratting, but oh, I don't even know, but 122 can only get this 1 kill, and now the rifles are starting to make a bit more of a dueling factor, and now Zhao by himself on the 1-on-4, and surely they don't feed him here. They're trying to overwhelm him. Oh, this is awkward. This is bad.
You shouldn't be allowed to get away with that one. ZY caught on the reload. C4 has been dropped though, so Xiao still got a lot of work to do to try and catch that one up. I don't know if he knows that ZQ's here, but ZQ certainly knows he is.
I guess not. I thought he would have spotted his leg. I mean, it was really close, but yeah, like you said, as soon as he kind of turned away, I'm like, well, like, I guess not, but all right. Boy, oh boy. The action still unfolds, and we said, going to be interesting to see how well AG can still bounce back. And like I said, I mean, getting 10-3'd on this map earlier on in the group stage before they made that qualification.
I will give some credit though to Stallions. They were pretty good on this map. If I'm not incorrect, this was the map that they really took it to Evolution Power as well. Lost it in Golden Point.
Yeah.
So yeah, they've really taken it to a couple of the top name teams in this event. I think you can put that down a little bit more to Stallions being really good on AG.AL. So much AG being bad as they doing pretty well for themselves here. Of course, that's probably exposed to them a couple of the things that need to be fixed, and those have been discussed, and we're in the grand final. Will not be a concern against BaiSha. There's another good opener from Du, who is having a map. That's a nice double from him. Goes for a little bit more. Might have been a little bit overzealous, and now a couple of individual aim duels being given back over to BaiSha that take the control of this round away from the hands of AG. After such a stable start, to see it go this way is a little bit disappointing. I think AG could have been cleaner there. Dude doesn't need to keep on fighting.
Yeah, and it's a tough one. I think I would agree with you, but you know, I can understand from Du's perspective that he's like, look, he gets a double kill, he's feeling it, he thinks he's flowing,
but that's where the discipline
exactly
is really important in a grand final like this, because look at how quickly this round just slips back away. This was a 5-on-3.
And it's now turned in favor for BaiSha, which really it shouldn't have. And now ZQ has to put up a pretty gigantic feat here where he has to get the clutch. Good reposition he's going to get on this, but no utility. It's all a gunfight. He might not know he's here. He might have been able to get some decent timing on this.
It was pretty quick.
Got the laces going. They're grouped up together.
They're just going to play for the trade, which is not a bad shout at all, but both YDSS and Xiao are low, so this is doable for ZQ.
Wait, did he spot him?
I don't know if anyone's seen anybody just yet. Now ZQ's been spotted out. USP in hand. It won't matter. YDSS will finish him off. So BaiSha steal the round away from AG.
Yeah, and I do agree. Like, I think, you know, it's hard to just pinpoint onto somebody, but I feel like Du, if you could have had that discipline and just felt a little bit better to play a little bit more conservative, that actually possibly could have changed the round here for AG, but that's a tough one. I can definitely understand it from Du's perspective. Like, he is putting himself in some good fighting form right now. He's starting to play quite well, but like you said, the discipline and has to be above top notch. It has to just be maximum scale here. So, but AG, we'll see what they can do a little bit differently to learn from their mistakes as the game goes on. But ZQ actually still kind of putting some pressure onto Long B here. Oh, does he actually want to commit to it? No, he's going to pull back. A 3-man commit here on the A site from AG. That does raise an eyebrow. I'm thinking if he wants to kind of commit to this peak, he looks like he's kind of jiggling for it. And he does get the better of it, so he bests Zhao. I was just thinking it was a matter of time before he went down. So now this gives AG the man advantage they want. They haven't been traded out yet.
Going to continue to try to push the issue down long. Do like that proactivity from AG on the GR side, but it needs to be restrained. GQ fighting solo over on the B-long side of things, and Leah able to get 1-2-2-2, which means Shui is in a bit of a spot of bother, has to fight his way out of trouble and can't quite manage that. Lot of damage done though.
Yeah, they're
to the BaiSha members. I mean, look at all three of them super tagged up. Do here with the pistol in hand. He'll get a freebie. And ZY in there as well for another. They know where 9 is. He was last spotted by Do. C4 out in no man's land. So 9 hoping for an opportunity. Not quite going to get one just yet. And the forces of AG encircling him will finish it off comfortably. Big change of pace after map 1. Map 2 and 3 are looking quite AG-sided so far.
Yeah, and I love it too because you're seeing Do, he's talking a lot more. It just feels like he's getting into the right rhythm, how he can be able to play his game, and that was a lot of the conversation at the desk. It's just saying, you know, Do is always somebody that we talked about that is so scary as a sniper. And now he's starting to play back to that championship level form that we talked about years and years ago. Now in 9, maybe he's going to be able to catch this timing. Yes, he will. So now they slip through this. AG now, a little bit of a scramble here on the defense. Some nice aggression from M9. This is classic M9. He loves to just get in the face and try to get the timing off guard, and it's working nicely.
Yep, smoked off as well. AG aren't really going to be able to do anything about this B-take at all. Eating some grenades as well. ZQ's down to a sliver of HP. Way tagged up. 1 for 2. AG actually starting to make this happen. It's an aggressive retake attempt before the bomb plant's even gone down, but they put Do in a winnable position. 1 on 2, can't catch Xiao. So it goes back and forth a little more so here on Eagle-Eye.
Just felt like he knew he was there. Like he just had full read of it. He's just spamming different corners, pre-firing everything, but yeah, unfortunately, you know, I'm just getting a little nervous in some degree that Do has to be this almost like kind of one-man army in some retrospect, right? I mean, some players are definitely contributing, but he's sitting at a 7-2, and I feel like a lot of these kills he's been able to find in this game, they've been very impactful. N9 again, look what he's able to do. He might be able to find the timing. He just runs on in. He doesn't even care at all. They don't want to play discipline anymore. They want to be off the chain.
I think that is sometimes when BaiSha does their best work, when they are playing confidently and on the front foot, that proactivity working out for BaiSha a couple of rounds in a row. All right, AG need the riflers to step up. Do can find the pick. He can't hold down a sight on his own. See why. Give them a chance back in. What a shot. ZQ saved. 2 on 2. May well be doable here for AG now. They need this to maintain control of the map, and they are slowly but surely getting there. ZY now tasked with the 1v1, will miss the shot, and N9 finishes it off for BaiSha. So a much, much closer affair here on Eagle-Eye, as I sort of expected and alluded to. Once we get a little bit deeper into the map pool, neither team quite strong enough to just be dominant from the outset.
Yeah, exactly. But it just, you know, it just for AG, it just, that's such a tough feat because again, like it was ZY that was able to put up some really good kills with the sniper. You know, I think that was a triple kill if I'm not mistaken. And then at 9, like on the other side of the coin, he was the one that was able to really just be the playmaker. And now BaiSha really have just kind of put an extra couple peppers in this meal. They want to make it a little bit more spicy. They've been playing a lot faster. They've been just trying to get this map control quickly. But on the same breath, same with AG, Najway's been able to push through this. Another aggressive control. Does BaiSha really get the right idea? Can they pass the sniff test of this? Are they going to know that he's close on to this? But oh man, he gets taken out, and BaiSha, they actually pan on top in this situation.
Yeah, a little bit messy, but get the job done in the end. Do with a forward hold here. YDSS was not prepared for that one at all. This is quite a chaotic map thus far. I think BaiSha really throwing a fox among the hen house, and AG kind of trying to do the same, trying to fight fire with fire. They are playing a pretty unorthodox round here as well. These forward fights are working out though. And 577, despite having taken so much map control and territory, can't really do anything with it because he doesn't have the C4. He's going to be given it. Oh, he's going to go have a look. Mid doesn't see anybody, no one there.
Yeah, he's just kind of, again, investigating a little bit here, but I don't love this setup from AG, though, because they are a little bit spread thin. I mean, you're kind of committing one player on each site, having one just kind of extending a little bit. Like Do right now, you can see he's all the way pushed up. So this isn't that great because they don't have any info. Now, if ZQ joins Do, that's different to me because then you can kind of clear things off and go the path together. Do some exploration that way, but 577, he's got a lot of footing here by himself. And that's a free site. It's a free plant.
Yeah, it's very doable here. I'm not such a fan of the way that AG have played this one. You could have just grouped up and held the C4. They have given him opportunities, and they don't matter.
Yeah. But it's true, though. I mean, really, when you're kind of basing it, like, it feels like AG could have, I think, played that a little bit better. But, I mean, thankfully, Do, once again, you know, say his name a few times and he's going to appear because he was able to get a quick kill as soon as the ball went down. So it's kind of like a moot point. But that was definitely an opportunity where 577 could have gotten himself in a situation with the post plant. If he would have been able to get that reposition, to me, that is definitely more of a coin toss in that situation. Despite them, you know, being the man advantage for AG.
Well, deep smoke from AG. BaiSha just going to completely disrespect it and walk their way into hotel anyway.
That's good. I like it. Disobey it. Smoke's making 1-2-2, kind of unsure maybe, but BaiSha do get this control if they want it. They're going to have that hotel. But they leave. It's a quick stay. A B&B. They don't want to be there. And off to new adventures they go. Oh, look at this commitment from AG. They have put 4 players at that B site. If BaiSha go now, they might have a chance, but that rotate's coming in quick.
Even if they would have gone there, Do so stellar on this map, you can't imagine he's going to let them in for free. That shot, though, will miss, and some space being taken by BaiSha. They're actually going to go back and forth around the map. Do's finished off by 9, who is still going to be looking for more alongside 577. The X Factor will be 1-2-2-2. He's around behind, and he's got himself a freebie. ZQ still managing to hold on to the site as well. There is still a way forward for all gamers in this round. 1-2-2-2 needs to really pick his timing well, and he needs to get involved to help ZQ out, or maybe ZQ can get it done himself.
Yeah, I guess so.
Gonna have to.
Yeah, and now 1-2-2, like, you know, there was a lot of, you know, needing him to go for the flank and hurrying things up, and now this is where A.G.A.L. does have an opportunity with the time remaining. Go anywhere he wants. He can't wait too long. He does have to make that decision. ZQ is going to commit to this. He's going to hold his ground. He's not going to let go of it. He's going to risk this one. It's a 50-50 chance on this. A.G.A.L. has actually been able to creep through. Does ZQ get the read? They spot each other, surely.
Yeah, 100% they've spotted each other with 20 seconds left here. BaiSha has no option but to commit to the A site and the A fight, and that's going to work out. A.G.A.L. gets it done. Big clutch.
That's a gigantic clutch. That's a little bit of a slip here from AG. And let's not forget, that was a really strong half that was happening, and now it's fallen to the wayside a little bit on this one. AG, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that was a 4-1 at one point, 3-1 at least, but now things are back to an even Stevens.
Yeah, this has been a much, much more back and forth map. It's hard to draw a line in the sand between these two teams and say this one's better than the other. Obviously coming down to a couple of clutches as well. And that, I think, will be a big deciding factor in how this best of 5 plays out. Individuals that can step up at important times certainly going to be needed in a grand final like this one. BaiSha making some decent space. And they'll take that fight to 1-2-2-2 as the forward holder on the B-bomb side. He's getting the info. And a bit of assistance on its way. ZQ coming across. They're going to try to recontest. Yeah, 1-2-2-2 up onto the top of the stairs. BaiSha again not pulling the trigger.
No, they really just trying to check things off here. They're just kind of holding things through. I'm never a big fan of teams that kind of just wait things out because you're not being active. You're not really clearing things out. You're really just kind of clustering in on this. And now at 9, it doesn't even matter. And you get this guy a rifle, he's able to just clear things up on his own. And now AG on a retake scenario, you have someone like Jue that's coming in from all the way in the back lines. And he's often going to go for a sprint here. He can't wait. He has to go. He needs to get there quick.
Yeah, AG might have needed to have been a little bit more active earlier on in the piece. This is going to be too little too late. He may get the freebie onto Xiao, who thinks he's cleared out behind him. But unless those two players retaking the site do work well, then it won't matter. But of course, as you can see, the kills are coming through for AG. Du gets a double. Jue's in there as well. Now it's onto Leah trying to hold solo. But in fact, again, maybe Jue just a little bit too little too late. He pulls out the peak from Leah, who doesn't quite hang on long enough. The defuse is going to come through. AG are going to win the round.
Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Again, you just see these quick kills, and it's like AG just load the kill feed in their favor, and then BaiSha just, they like flick the switch and they just put on this clutch mode situation where they just pull through these just random situations where they're almost able to make it in their favor. But a 5-4 ends the first half. We switch things over, so AG are able to get themselves the lead, but man, it was grueling, and man, it was very tough here, and BaiSha made it very difficult. This scoreline definitely does not paint the picture here for AG.AL. This is, without a doubt, it could have been a totally different scoreline with these clutches and how this game's been going.
Yeah, 100%. Really could have been one way or the other. But that's the nature of the beast. That's the nature of these grand finals. A number of them, and you can probably name a couple of the more important clutches here and there throughout the history of CROSSFIRE in grand finals, such as this one. It's a $400,000 game, this one. Difference between first and second. You think about what the value of each clutch might be.
Oh, man.
$50,000 per clutch.
That's not bad.
100,000. I don't know how many clutches do you reckon there is over the course of a BO5.
I ain't doing the math live here. This is
maybe 10.
No, I'm not doing it. You're not making me do it. But it's a lot of money.
That'll be $40,000 a clutch if there's 10 clutches.
Okay, well there you go. That's quick math here for Elfish Guy. Not bad at all. This round is. This is just weird. This is just.
It is a little bit. It's a little bit chaotic. The positions that have been taken. AG though, not going to be too disappointed with the fact that they have control of the B-bomb site right now, and they've managed to find the equalizing, in fact, favoring frags now with YDSS and 577 tasked with a clutch. He gets his timing right. Yeah, gets that's
a triple
freebie into the side of YDSS, and it's going to put AG with their noses pretty significantly in front, more significantly than what we've seen so far throughout this map. If they get a 2-round lead, that's about as good as it's been. And that'll instantly mean the tack timeout from BaiSha. So first round in the half does come through. Tack timeout here will be called. I mean, I'm assuming it's from BaiSha, but obviously being down 6-4 is going to be a cause for concern for them.
Yeah, confirmation that it is BaiSha calling it, which makes, again, a lot of sense. Look, I mean, I feel like at this moment, I feel like I keep talking about him, but look, like I feel like for BaiSha, the conversation has to be, like some of the positions have been a little bit questionable at times, but I feel like the basic thing is, how do we shut down Du? How do we not allow him to run around, getting these doubles, getting these triple kills? Because if I'm not mistaken, he's sitting himself in a position right now where he's 17-5. Like the guy is just putting up a masterclass performance right now for this third map. So if BaiSha can find a way to use this timeout and say, look, this is what we need to do to remove Du so that he doesn't just do what he's been doing, That could be the winning thing. That could be this big, factor, the X factor in this situation. But that's not an easy thing to do. I feel like Do has been doing a great job, like running around the map, playing many different spots. Like he's been trying to be spontaneous, and that's perfect. Like when you're playing the way he is and being the sniper like that and that versatile, it is the best thing. But BaiSha and N9 need to figure that out right here and right now.
Bit of a conference amongst the team, you can see, going back and forth. Similar to what I said about BaiSha on Ankara, sometimes someone's just having one of those games and there's not really much that you can do about it.
That's a good point.
Dude is getting away with a lot. I mean, he's 17-5. He is a hard carry player when he's on. We've got 9 also performing, 14-9. So 2 of the big names, 1 for each respective team, putting in work. AG getting a little bit more out of their carry player at the moment. Change up here from BaiSha with 3, even almost 4 players stacked on A. They've really got to read that AG may be headed A in this round. And it's actually not going to do any damage, but it will further reinforce to BaiSha that AG are interested in A.
Yeah, and we've seen that sniper duel all the way down long A like that, where it's it's been Xiao and also Do, where they kind of go this back and forth a little bit. But I think Do is actually bested Xiao a few times on this, but you can see they were both almost close for going that shot. Like it was just, if Xiao would have just made a little bit of a shuffle in his position, that could have been that little bit of a duel to happen, but nothing yet. Still lost at sea here for both these teams, and a lot of time has been thrown away on this one, but oh, look at this aggression from N9. Oh, you sneaky devil, you. And now he's been able to find himself in a prime spot.
I find it so ironic that the sign there says win $50 when they're playing for 750,000.
Yeah, let's multiply that by a lot.
Here comes 9. Cheeky little push from him. You did say earlier he likes to get involved, and he does. That's certainly true, but he's going to have to do a bit more as the A side is starting to crumble. BaiSha's defense not good enough this time. They got the opener from 9, but they just could not hold the other side of the map.
Yeah, it just feels like, as soon as they got that opening duel, that they felt like BaiSha was like, okay, this is where we go, this is what we do something, but AG just held their composure. They didn't really get too reactive on that. So them holding their positions allowed them to be in this great position of the 3-on-1, make it down to the 2v1, but now YDSS, a retake needed here for the A site. No more utility, he has nothing to work with except for the M4, or the M14. Now, warning shots here for Do. Do just gonna hold the tight angle, and man, this guy with the USP, you name a better combo?
Not on this map.
Yeah, I feel like he's got to, I'd love to pull that stat if we ever could here, because I really do think that Do, throughout the series, clearly the best USP player, but I am almost kind of wanting to put it on the line, like throughout the tournament. Like, I've never seen someone just get so many pistol kills than him, truly.
Xiao's had a lot. I mean, it makes a lot of sense that the snipers would be the ones that are having to pivot over to their sidearm in a lot of cases, but it is such a powerful weapon. And it's just so good. A lot of players have been utilizing it well. Again, another opener for AEG. This is starting to get a bit out of control for BaiSha. 9, again, taking matters into his own hands. I think he needs to press forward. He needs to continue to try and find these fights, and he does well to get 2. He's got to look at the rest of his team now to pick the scraps up in this round. It can't just be 9. He is pulling off a monumental effort on this map, and it doesn't seem to be enough.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Like, again, you have, a player like Leah, you talked about being an MVP before, not really performing in the fragging department as well as 577. Like, let's not forget what he was able to do on the second map. And the fact that these guys have, sitting at 5 apiece, it really does make a difference. And that is the one thing about N9 that is so exciting, like him being an AG.AL and a veteran and a massive champion, is that it doesn't really matter. He's going to play every single position. He's going to be the one that just still goes for all these big gunfights. And he does it well. Like, it's not even like he's just sacrificing himself. There's always a big probability he's going to be able to win it. See if that's even the case here for BaiSha now.
3-2. Very quickly goes back the way of AG. So just as you get a little bit of hope for BaiSha. It is ripped away from them unless Leo can do something pretty impressive here. He's got to work his way through the smoke. 1, 2, 2, 2. What has he got? That was crazy. I'm at a loss, but it's worked out.
I'm with you. I'm very much with you. I was just
full sent it into a smoke.
I know. My jaw was hitting the floor. I was like, what are we doing?
Winning the round, mate.
Well, I guess so, but I mean, that turned into a situation that shouldn't have happened. Thankfully, ZQ in that position, you can see it right there in the replay. Just good reaction, but boy, oh boy.
Oi, Du's just got no idea that Nine's going to play aggressive in this round, and I think now AG's getting that info, going to have to start to set themselves up like a turret. Shui will catch 5, 7, 7, but Nine is going to continue to press forward. He's got quite a lot of space here in middle.
That's a nice kill earlier on here against Du. So sniper threat is gone. And I talked about how does BaiSha find a way to take him out? Well, that's going to do. So can they use that to get them back into a round favor? Because let's not forget, this was a 5-4 half here for AG. BaiSha have not been able to find a singular round here. It's been all gamers all day long. See what I did there?
Well, it actually has. You're right.
Look at this. This setup from BaiSha.
There's so much space being given to AG, isn't it?
Yeah. With the cluster of players in the site. Oh, it's going to be the right read, though.
It is, but they still need to hit their shots, and that has been a bit of a problem for them throughout this map so far. AG have just been better. YDSS up close behind the smoke. He's not going to get anything. I don't know how both Nine and YDSS go down essentially for free there, but they do. And it's now a 1-on-3 for Xiao, who was isolated away in middle, just holding down the flank. Now he's got a big responsibility on his shoulders, trying to stave off map point. Won't quite be series point, of course, yet, because there's another map to play regardless, but this map has not gone well for BaiSha, and the momentum certainly still with AG. Map 2 was clean. It's looking like map 3 is also going to be clean. And BaiSha, it feels a long way away from a grand final victory, and certainly a long way away from what they were doing on map 1.
Yeah, and I think I wish we were able to capture it, though, but I was wondering, though, for YDSS, he was the guy that was their first point of contact. He was the one that was kind of watching that B ramp, and that smoke was there, and actually you could see that all gamers kind of went around it, but I don't know if he was blind or he misheard it, because the fact that they were able to cross beside him, get into that stairway, that's where N9, you could see his angle. He was he wasn't even ready for it. He thought YDSS was going to be able to find it, but he didn't. So that really did kind of allow all gamers to get onto the map point. Again, just a small detail, but it just pans out very, very nicely. And that's a mistake that, I feel like I haven't really been able to criticize BaiSha for a lot of mistakes in the entire tournament, but that's a big one, though.
A bit of toing and froing to start this round off. Both teams tossing some util back and forth. AG not really utilizing their smokes here, though, have they? They've put a deep smoke in mid and a smoke up for progression on B. Now starting to make their way into hotel. Actually dissuaded by a flash, and I don't know, maybe seen something. Maybe someone else on the A side of the map called the rotation in, because there wasn't really much there that would indicate that AG should cancel that B hit. Yeah, they have, and it seems like it's going to work out. ZY, this time with an opener. Leah holding strong for the shot through the smoke, but again, you just look at the kill feed and it lights up in the favor of AG. That is that in the blink of an eye. Again, another round goes their way. 10-4 on map number 3. The scoreline now 2-1, and AG go clamoring towards another international victory. They need one more map on this journey. Again, best of 5. It will still give another opportunity over to BaiSha Gaming. There'll be at least one map in this series, lads, and who knows where we'll go. Here we go, we'll be all the way.
Yeah, I guess this is the thing, is where, this was BaiSha that went for the pick of this map. I mean, this was the one that I kind of wondered if they thought that they were able to pick up some of the mistakes that AG made against Stallions on this map, but it feels like AG, they were the ones that were able to play their game. They were the ones that were able to, essentially, as they got into that second half, it was full steam ahead. I mean, it was a 5-4 first half, and then it felt like AG were just able to run away with it. But now that we get to move on to Compound, like you said, this just puts AG in a really good position that they could potentially close this thing off, and they can finally get themselves the taste of gold.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite eager to see whether or not AG can keep this momentum, because I do find them typically to be a very consistent team. I mean, the way that I would describe the two teams is BaiSha, you know, they have the higher peaks, but AG, I think, do bring a better level on a more consistent basis, and that may be all that's required, you know. BaiSha, they came out of the gate so strong, they had their individuals popping off, but now feeling like it's a little bit too few and too far between, and maybe that base level coming through from AG is going to be enough, unless BaiSha can dig deep in this, you know, sort of break between Game 3 and Game 4. These teams are so familiar with one another. So, I don't know. I'm still not ready to crown AG just yet. I want to give BaiSha one more chance, and I think they're definitely keen for that chance as well. We'll take a short break here before heading into map number 4 and see if BaiSha can make a comeback happen.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Like I guess the sky is not so black and white. It's like I told him. Things that I can't fight, I just.
AG.AL are one map away from that $750,000 prize and the trophy and 1,000 club points here at the Esports World Cup CROSSFIRE. There's certainly a lot on offer. And they do seem like they're the team to beat at the moment, Laz. BaiSha came out the gates so strong on map number 1, but maps 2 and 3 have been actually quite comfortable victories for all gamers. And they're a team that once they get going, they're pretty hard to put away. So all eyes are pointed towards BaiSha after that break to see whether or not they can recover some of that momentum that they had on map 1.
Yeah, it really does feel like, you know, this is a good path, and the conversation that AG.AL might be able to have themselves back into a championship form. But like we talked about, it's a best of 5. It's a situation where anything can happen. The fact that I do like here for, you know, the aspect of AG fans is that you win the map pick against BaiSha with, honestly, pretty much ease. Like I said, it was a 5-4 first half where it's still in favor for AG, but let's not forget, like, they won it clean sweep. Like, as soon as they got to switch things over when they were on the BL side, BaiSha had 0 response. They were able to make rounds close, they were able to get themselves in some okay situations, but they could not find the win factor. So now the question can be, with that break that we've had, can BaiSha be able to bounce back into this, or do we finally get to see the EWC champion here today and right now?
I'm just kind of wondering, when will Nine run out of steam, because he's been pretty good throughout this grand final so far, and sooner or later, you know, he's got to have a bad map. The thing is, though, lads, actually, if you go back in the annals of history with CROSSFIRE, we are moving on to Compound, and that is the map that Nine was almost infamous for. I remember watching so many maps of Compound at CFS events, BaiSha playing, and Nine would be dropping like 20+ kills every single time. It just seemed like he had this like intuitive sense. You know, you sometimes associate a certain player with a certain map, and for me, Compound, it was Nine, and he just popped off every single time I watched it. So I wonder if he can do that again, and if he does, will that be enough to dislodge the stability that AG have brought to the table? I don't know that it will be, right? I think we're going to need a little bit more out of some of the other members here on BaiSha. Well, it's time to find out, as indeed we are headed toward Compound. A lovely satellite in the background.
Picking up all the receptions and signals. But yeah, it is a good question, because, you know, I think we saw for Eagle-Eye, it was really a Nine that put himself in a lot of the fights. He was the guy that was trying to, you know, pick up some slack. He was trying to wear the backpack with the extra couple weights, but it just wasn't enough. But now maybe can he do it here? A map that historically he's been able to do, we don't know, but we will find out. And now we'll see. It's a big moment of truth if this thing can be the 3-1, or we go the absolute full distance of this best of 5 here at EWC. But BaiSha going to be on the GR side. When these guys last played each other, you know, back in CFPL, it was AG that were able to get themselves a 10-7 victory on this map. So that does not fully paint the picture, but it does kind of give you a little bit of an appetizer of, you know, we know they play each other all the time, but AG, like, it is going to feel good.
Yeah, that was in the upper bracket final, right?
It was, yes.
They didn't actually play it in the grand final. So, I don't know, we'll see. But shout out Carl one time, we were talking about the map a little bit earlier on in the green room, and he said the meta on this map is the blacklist side sits in mid for a little bit. And that's exactly what's happened. AG take mid. And it's been smoked a couple of times by BaiSha. AG happy to just wait that out. And now, as the timer starts to tick away in the round, they will look for a little bit of map control. 1-2-2-2 over by Pillars. Just spotting to see whether or not there's going to be any push coming through from BaiSha. They've been able to set up Do here. Or a bit of a progressed line at A long. I would say this looks like a pretty good setup to try and make an A split happen. You know, have your riflers go in through mid, have Du just watching the A long line. Make sure that no one from BaiSha can back off into that safe space. Find out what the option of choice is going to end up being here for AG as they go pushing their way into mid. Clear out towards GR side, flash through there as well over towards B to try to draw the rotate, and they've been successful. This has been an awesome take from AG. That works out perfectly. ZY gets the one entry that they need. The rest of BaiSha have been pulled away by the util and now have to try to retake the site 5-on-4, and that is never going to be an easy task. 577 battling his way forward, some damage being done. Du and ZQ both falling, and in fact the exchange is favorable for BaiSha. Zway on the forward line needs to get a quick kill in here. Maybe ZY can do it, but it doesn't look like he's in a position of any real agency. In fact, he decides he's going to jump up and take the fight himself, but 577 will secure it. And AG will be disappointed with how that round has played out. They had all the eggs in the basket, and they've been smashed by BaiSha.
They really have. And the one thing that really interesting in terms of the weapon composition is that, you know, for BaiSha is that they have all these M14s, is that you can just play this situation where you can just kind of play the different angles, you can just kind of spam throughout the site, and that's exactly what we saw, right? There was, I think, 2 or 3 players from BaiSha that were just spamming different, you know, the cubicles. They were just trying to clear everything out, and it actually did work out nicely. And I think it was actually 577 that was able to find the first, then his teammate was able to get that second kill, so not too shabby. But things are looking a little less shabby here for BaiSha as they go on a bit of a trek here, Elfish. They try something different here through along A. Back to the old analysis desk of sitting in mid.
That's it, mate.
Just hang out.
Take mid control. See what happens. For about a minute or so. Then you have to do something.
Then you're forced.
Yeah. I'd be quite interested to see what a map rework would look like for Compound in the same way that maybe we got one for Mexico. I think New Mexico's, at least to me, far better than the previous version of Mexico. I think there's been a lot of positive changes to that map.
Absolutely.
I think Compound will be next on the list.
Yeah, I definitely would be in favor if this map was able to get a little bit of a rework. There's some little modifications to mix things up just a little bit more. We'll see. Never know. AG now. Ooh, YDSS. Oh, yeah, I was going to say, is he going to jiggle it or is he going to commit? And he does commit, so.
Gets deleted by Du. AG not going to commit to the A side off the back of that, though. He has been tagged down as well by 1-2-2-2-2. The grenade's not quite going to go deep enough. With 45 seconds left on the clock, AG are not really showing much of an indication as to where they want to end up here. They are going to smoke off 9. It's going to be another mid push. But, you know, you could go A or B here, really. Kind of depends on where the entries get hit. So I think AG, again, are going to just call that in the mid round, depending on what's working or what's not. There is a creep forward from 1-2-2-2 over towards B. He's had some success over there, but the commitment is toward A, and 9 making the difference here until Du arrives, but he can't get 577. And now 1-2-2-2 has to just go scurrying over towards A and see if he can try to find 577, but you're right. He will not have any impact as 577 escapes and survives, and the round will go the way of BaiSha.
Yeah, and honestly, it just comes down to me like that, you know, we're seeing these mistakes of clearing the site. Like it was N9 that plays in that kind of that L hall where he likes to just play with the rifle, and AG were kind of committing to it, but they only half did it. Like they just cleared like partially of the corner, but N9 was just sitting on the other side waiting, and if they would have swung out just a little bit more, they would have been able to find that kill. But when they ran away, N9 was able to get a double kill. Like he was able to find the 2 in the back, and that's just a really silly mistake, and it just, again, just neutralized the game plan for AG, which that should have been their round. It was a perfect execute considering up to that point.
Yeah, 2 rounds in a row, it's looked like AG have made the right call or hit the right side or had the correct start to the round and just have not converted on it. Which is something that we said kind of about BaiSha in the second map, which was Black Widow, right? They had a couple of good sort of starts to rounds and just weren't able to convert on them. And you know, it's not the kind of thing that you really want to see happening too much, because that opens the door back up here for BaiSha. It lets the inroads back in. AG have to kind of nip that in the bud pretty quickly. Unless we start to see some momentum go back the way of BaiSha and 5-7-7, 4-0. He could be the one to make this happen.
Could be him. Not just N9 picking up a lot of the work like I talked about. Now, you know, a big fragger like it, or 5-7-7. It's had a phenomenal time here in the tournament. Him and YDSS were definitely, you know, some really good spotlights for both these players. Joined with N9, so not to take anything away from the rest of the squad here for BaiSha, but definitely those guys stick out to me. But now AG back to mid control. Just getting overwhelmed with utility, and look at CY, like his screen is white, like he doesn't know where to go right now.
Yeah, can't see a damn thing. AG gonna work their way into GR spawn and try and find the entries that they need, but those are feeling few and far between here. YDSS and 9 too strong in this round so far. Leah will be overwhelmed on B. The C4's been left in GR spawn, and that is enough of a cause for concern for the AG coach to call for the tack timeout here, I imagine. I mean, this round not done and dusted just yet, but it's more than likely going to go the way of BaiSha. DQ down. That is 3-0. And it's time for AG to have a chat.
Yeah, very much needed. And I'm glad AG does decide to call it right here, right now, because it feels like they were, again, doing the right things in the beginning, and now it seems like things are really slowing down, and they got to slow down this momentum here for BaiSha because they're picking up these rounds pretty much a lot more convincingly. It feels like they're starting to get in the right groove that they need to. And now AG, like, we haven't been able to see, you know, really being able to find, you know, the sniper abilities and getting that opening duel. We haven't been able to see, you know, Zhui being able to find the entries that we saw before. 1-2-2-2, like, again, an MVP player in CFPL where, I think, like I said, it was like 15 or something. Like, just so many ridiculous MVP statuses. You need to hear. Like, it almost just feels like AG needs to just need to exert everything now. Like, they're at the point where they get this map, they're done. Like, there really is no holding back.
Music almost sounds like a heartbeat.
Yeah, thought it was my heart for a second. I was like, I know I've had a lot of coffee. I'm like, is this bad or what's going on here?
It's beating pretty quickly.
It is, yeah.
I suppose if you are AG, that might be just how quick the pulse is, because they are not that far away from walking away with the trophy, but maybe it's kind of blowing up in their face over the next 20-30 minutes or so on this map. We'll see whether or not this tack timeout can make a difference. It is a GR-sided map, so we'll keep that in mind, but not the start that AG would have wanted. And it's going to be a bit of a grind to close this map out from here, I'm sure. Once again, mid-control will be the name of the game for AG, and they take that easily. There's no contest from BaiSha so far for any kind of aggressive mid-hold. It's getting past this sort of brackets area that it becomes a bit of a problem. Nice crossfire for BaiSha.
Yeah, this is different. It's a nice readjustment here for the defensive side. AG. A lot of thought process into this. Smoke's going to get thrown. That's going to be a deep smoke that's going to land right in front of B door. Does kind of create a little bit of a lurk opportunity if they want to go that way. YDSS, though, he's by himself. Like, I don't love this now. Like, this is where 5-7-7 should be here. And he joins back with his teammate.
Yeah. YDSS, though, apparently doesn't need any help because it's just CY that gets sent out in the mid, which is really surprising. I think if you're gonna send someone out window, you probably need to have another player or two go with him. CQ does a good job of wrangling back a kill there. That's a bit of a freebie to give up for YDSS. Now 9 for the fight over towards B. It's a very messy round from AG, all over the place. They're just taking individual duels. I don't like that at all. If that's what you're going to come up with after the tag timeout, I think that their BL side is going to leave a lot to be desired. Zhui, luckily, will win his fight, and they need a couple more of those to go their way if they want to win this round. C4 was spotted.
It's only 33 seconds, too, so they can't mess around anymore.
Still go B here, AG.
Well, they got to go now.
Zhui's been able to get that bomb back out. The smoke's up here. 9 Looking for it, but won't see anybody on that cross. BaiSha, though, preempting this move. 577 will be flashed out. Leah has to go ducking back as well. And all three AG players make it into B.
Yeah, that flash honestly just was a saving grace here for AG. That allowed them to get the kill, but now can they get the post plant? BaiSha are just going to go through these waters, and now it's just down to the 1v1, and it's N9, and puts up a 4-0.
What did I say about N9 on this map?
Yeah, I know you did.
He's 4 rounds in, he's 7-2, he's on his way to a 20 bomb. There's no doubt about that. It's just something about this guy and this map.
Yeah. It's just meant to be. It's the right shoe. Look, I mean, I definitely, I agree with you. I think the early portion of this round was, it was so scrambly. Like, it felt like AG they're doing one thing, they're backtracking, they're going to another way, they backtrack, and then they really just burn the clock, right? Burning the midnight oil a little bit on that one, and then the utility was decent. It allowed them to get some control on the map. That was a good thing to see. A moment of brilliance, but it falls short. But I can't take that away from BaiSha. They are playing a solid GR side right now, really. It's again, everybody is playing up to the standards they should be.
Yep. Just got to keep putting one foot in front of the other, BaiSha. They cannot afford to rest on their laurels. This AG team is definitely good enough to make a comeback happen on their own GR side. Just keep putting every single round on the board that's possible here. Make it as easy for yourself to close this map out as you can. Go to port. Map decider.
A lot of rotations happening right now for BaiSha, so this was something I gave a lot of kudos for AG earlier on here in the semis and getting to this point where they're on the GR side and they move. Now it's BaiSha that's doing it, which does mix things up. Cocktail is going to be a little bit different in AG. Getting a nice taste of a surprise on it. Less than a minute remain on this one.
Yeah, AG have really weighted down the timer again. Now starting to dump their util into middle. Similar kind of approach. It'll be a B split this time though. 9 spotting that out. Just going to back off. Leave the rest of that job over to Leah. Flashes in through mid into GR spawn. Is it a fake out? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. 577. Going to clean up all three as they try to work their way into GR spawn. And that was the C4 drop. So even if the rest of this entry works for AG, they are not going to have enough time to win this round. And 1-2-2-2. We'll just take the opportunity to have another 10 or 15 seconds of chatting. Everybody knows AG needs it.
Yeah, they really do. This is not a good sight to see right now. Like, I thought that AG, like, they were gonna be able to push a different boundary on this. I thought that this was their map pick and their BL side. There's just nothing here.
It's crumbling.
I don't get it.
Well, and this is the danger that I was sort of talking about at the start of this map where, AG made the right read twice in a row. Let's be real. Round 1 and round 2 should have been won by AG. As soon as you don't win those rounds, you start to second guess yourself. You start to, give a bit of momentum over to your opponents. They're feeling a bit more confident. You're losing confidence. And then it kind of ends up like this. And that's why it's so important to win those crucial rounds at the start. This could have been a completely different story. If AG gets off to a 2-0 lead, think about how that changes the course of this map and potentially this series. But yeah, that didn't happen. And now BaiSha are taking that opportunity and they are running with it.
They really are. I mean, and I know, like, this is a very poor BL side, statistically for AG, but I just didn't think it'd be a 5-0 kind of a circumstance. But this so far has looked like a better round, but now Leah's been able to find it, and Zhao's right there to join him. The snipers singing a great lullaby, but they haven't been put to sleep yet.
ZQ, nice kill onto Zhao. Very important to be able to grab that C4 back, but 9 has a fast flank. ZQ not expecting that one, though. Jump spot. We'll give it away. What a shot onto Doom.
Can't believe it.
How is 9 able to do it once again? Well, now it's onto the veteran of ZQ. See if he can give the first round over to AG. Has now been spotted out. Quick kill onto Leah. And he maintains most of his HP.
Nine's low.
The two of the most experienced players in the game on either side of this clutch, and Nine is taking it slowly. He's trying to fake ZQ out, make him think he's on the flank. ZQ certainly is thinking about that as a possibility as Nine takes the opportunity to creep his way in onto A, but he has completely lost ZQ, and he has completely lost this round. It'll be the first one on the board for AG, unless ZQ, I don't know, somehow monstrously throws that round. I think it would be impossible.
I think it was. Really good though. Again, just like you said, ZQ was clearing up a lot of information. He was trying to just making sure he could clear up everything in his path, and I love that because with the repositions that just put N9 in a full guessing game, like he had no idea where he could have been. Now we see all gamers getting themselves back into this game with at least a round. It's just been bleeding, and now it's finally getting a little bit more of a stitch here and there, but can that be enough? Can that be something to turn this around for AG to get themselves something on this BL side when they just to lean into their stronger GR?
It needs to be more than just one, doesn't it?
It really does, and even the factor of again, AG winning it by to a 1v1.
Yeah.
Doesn't really give me confidence, or...
No, definitely not, but if they can continue to work hard throughout the rest of this half, maybe get up to 3. Be a stable platform for them to work with. Flashes going everywhere at the moment from AG. They're trying to indicate that they're going B. In fact, they're going A. 577 only got to be good for 1. Xiao, nice quick jump up, gets himself one more, nearly loses his life, but holds on to maintain the player advantage. Do on the flank somehow has pulled one back. This is just a mess all over the place. It's a 2-on-3 post plant. 1-2-2-2 though. The forward smoke trying to play around that one. Was spotted out by YDSS and loses some of his important HP.
I like that he was trying to use that little bit of more of a lurky smoke, and he was trying to hug that right wall, but like you said, now he had to play more of a passive setup. They're getting tenderized here. They're getting caught with a lot of damage. They've been taking some bruises. Now ZQ gets spotted, him and M9, and this time it's going to be Zhao that's going to be able to find that 2-piece.
Nothing in that one again for AG. It seems like we are destined for a 5th map. BaiSha will not be denied on compound, apparently. They want their key to remain intact. They want their key to be put into the trophy. Only one key survives here at EWC CROSSFIRE.
That's true. Last key crushing to commence. Now we see AG with a 4-1 split, due back into the top tower. Rapunzel. Waiting things out one more time. A lot of second guessing. The thing I'm just so surprised about is not even clearing for generator control. They don't entertain it. They're kind of just on the outside. They're like, you know what, I don't want to go to this party. I want to go see 577 instead, and now that might be the wrong party, but now, maybe not. They've been able to pay the bouncer, and they get themselves in the door.
It goes back and forth, doesn't it? AG kind of going back to basics, just deciding to hit the A site with pace and brutality and trade down, and it's worked out for now. Take is still a conversation for Leah and YDSS, though they'll try and get out the smoke here. They're not going to be allowed to. It has been re-smoked by AG, so YDSS is going to have to go through it. Time is coming into play. There's a flash for Leah to try and set him up, but it's YDSS that actually claims first blood. Oh, the spam through onto 1-2-2-2, and he knows exactly where 2 is. It's not going to be enough. AG with another.
I love that from Do. Honestly, the fact that the timer was quite low, I love that he doesn't just overcommit on the swing. He realized, okay, look, it's probably going to be a fake. He's going to try to clear me out. Surely is not going to commit to this defuse. And honestly, I mean, even more to it, he gets the kill. But even if he would have gone down, I don't think there would have been enough time. It would have been very, very close.
Yep. So you're right. So AG hold on for another one. A very, very close round, but one more, and this becomes a pretty par score of a half for AG, even if it was a massive struggle to get to 3.
It's something, though.
It's something.
It's 2 in a row, let's not forget, right? I mean, this is where I was kind of thinking BaiSha could have easily gotten more just the way they were playing and how, you know, conservative and passive, you know, AG were playing on this. Same setup we saw in the previous round 8. Ooh, did he? I don't know if he spotted that, actually. I don't think he did.
I think Du saw him.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. I can just see him kind of chattering away there in the player box. Usually that means he's seen something that he's trying to communicate, and there is a bit of a rotate coming through. ZY with the contact play onto A. That's worked out perfectly. They just need to dislodge 577. It should be a formality, and it is, but 9 somehow gets himself 2. Again, the goat of compound still having an impact, but this time maybe not enough. AG lining up for their 3rd.
Yeah, they got the man advantage, so this is where they just need to be able to get this thing done, and they can get it to 6-3. It's still the advantage for BaiSha, but at least it's something to work off into the second half. And Shui, oh, it's a labored spray, but it works. And now Lee is trying everything in his abilities, but he just can't seem to do it. So that will put a 6-3 for the first half. 6-3 for the first half. Still here for BaiSha, but AG. That's got to be a boost of confidence. It's got to be a boost of momentum to get them something moving here for the second.
Yeah, let's see how much of a difference the half swap is going to end up making here. Most teams typically a little bit more comfortable on the GR side of the map, so that could be favorable for AG, but will it be favorable enough to put together 7? They have opted to go for the double sniper setup themselves, Du and ZY. Du situated over on A, ZY and B, both the snipers respectively, watching mid. Which tends to be a pretty focal point of the map. Funnily enough, Xiao's kind of being sent here as the entry man, the point man. Spotted anything out. So, a bit of territory being taken by BaiSha. They're being very careful about this, though. They must be expecting something aggressive from AG. It's not coming.
Yeah, I don't feel like in a round like this, AG would really want to risk it, you know, in the opening round. I could play aggressive on the GR side. I mean, not to say they win a little bit later on, but it feels a bit risky considering there's a nice 3-round, little bit of a buffer here for BaiSha. BaiSha stuck right in the middle. They've hit the trap card, and now they're going to try to break free out of this if they can. They run into 1-2-2-2, and ZY and him together are able to find themselves that double. 1-2-2-2 again finds that second kill.
Yeah, and instantly the game has changed. Comfortable on the GR side here, AG. They're looking for their 4th in a row. Bit of a drought building here for BaiSha, and of course they are creatures of the water, so running out of water will be a bit of a problem for the Sharks. It is Xiao solo here in a 1v3. He doesn't have a lot of HP to play with, and he's got Du on the flank, so that'll be that. AG get themselves 4. BaiSha starting to mount for BaiSha. I reckon if we get a 6-6 equalizer, that'll be where the timeout does get called here.
Yeah. Crowd's getting rowdy. Getting excited now. You know, Elfish, I just kind of go back to the sake of, you know, last in the Summer Champs last year. And this was the map that was, interestingly enough, this was the map that, you know, AG lost to, you know, against Team Falcons. That was, if you remember, that went the full distance, and AG,
right,
like, they were the
favorites, the heavy favorites.
They were heavy favorites in that tournament.
That was actually a really, really bad tournament for pretty much all of the Chinese teams. AG was the only hope. He made it to the grand final. We thought, okay, well, you know, normalcy will be returned here. And then Wolf Empire went on to win it.
Yeah. Wild times.
Can't win them all.
That's
Could
true.
win this one. This might be one of the best to win. Ooh. ZY, you've seen Xiao's noggin. Bumped a bit of the util out from AG to try and dissuade BaiSha from making their way towards B, but it is a fairly weakened B bomb side in terms of that defense, unless ZQ can double down here. Should be getting traded pretty comfortably, and he does. 1 for 1 so far. That means 1-2-2-2 has to come scrambling across, but he's got 9 to worry about as well. Not a good setup for AG this time around. BaiSha have cracked their way into the B site.
Oh, and even Jouet tries to do something, puts matters into his own hands, but no. Picked up. Taken away, and now Do just going to run away. They're going to allow this extra little bit of a conversation because they're the ones that called the timeout earlier on. Rightfully so. They got to figure things out. This is turning into a 7-4 affair. Now in favor for BaiSha. 3 rounds, sorry, to go to the last and final map. If needed. It's starting to look like that could be the case, and it's going to be on port too, which is even more of an interesting tale. But
yeah, Do just waiting out that timer. AG having a yarn with one another. Try to figure out how to win this game on the GR side. I think that round they just really do enough to unsettle BaiSha early in that round. They let BaiSha have so much territory, themselves in all sorts of trouble, sort of scrambling to come back across to the B site. Well, they're too little too late. Will be another slow approach from BaiSha. That nade stack from AG keeping them a little bit wary. Sometimes when you see that nade stack, you'll also see that combined with a couple of players pushing their way down mid from the GR side and trying to hold behind the big box. So BaiSha concerned about that, but now having cleared it out, can continue on their merry way.
Now they've been able to make it across here, so BaiSha, actually this 2-3 split is nice because pulls Xiao, and I believe that's going to be 5-7-7. They might be able to find it. That's a good opener. Yeah, look at this. They get caught. This is not good at all. Oh, man, hang on, all gamers. They've been able to play some mind games. And Do's able to find himself this double kill. This might be just enough at 5-7-7, 5 HP. Despite with him in the bomb, it doesn't even matter. A favorable situation.
Very similar approach this time around from BaiSha, but the protocols are there from AG on the rotate. The side defense went a little better as well. That was, I would imagine, how AG envisioned the previous round going as well, but they claw one more back. It's 7-5 now. The coach is frantically trying to comb some information across in the freeze time.
Yeah, and it's so short, right? Like, I think, what is it, like 8 seconds or something like that? It's pretty short.
Definitely not a lot.
Yeah, it's under 10. Hopefully Kyle can correct me later, but I'm pretty confident. Maybe a little sleepy and delusional at this point here, Elfish, but look, we still know a few things or two. We'll see if AG do as well. That was a great round, especially with that, you know, timeout, not timeout, you know, whatever you want to call that. Team chat.
Fake timeout.
Fake timeout.
Yeah, different approach this time around from BaiSha with 4 players dedicated toward the pillars push and just Xiao watching in middle. They want to seem like they keep some degree of interest in the B site. So a bit of a mishap there from 1-2-2-2, who just goes strafing out onto the line that Leah has been allowed to set up on. Once again, AG going to have to be doing this from a numbers deficit. ZY patient on the trigger finger, but missing the shot onto Leah, and now really under pressure. Has to get back up on that line, take the risk. Doesn't see anybody. Smokes up now as well. BaiSha have enough. BaiSha have got what they wanted out of that engagement, and they're going to back off. They know the rotation would have been coming through from AG, so they're going to test middle now instead.
Yeah, it's a good rotation here from BaiSha. Like you said, they're just kind of pushing around and a lot of commotion happening, and now AG down the player now has to kind of, again, this is where they have to readjust their defense quickly. They have to take more of a gamble in this kind of a situation. Now they've readjusted appropriately. but can they execute the game plan? You have a player that is wounded, a player that is very low, less than 20 HP. He's the one that's going to be anchoring this B site. This could be a lot. He misses the first shot. That's not good. That allows an opening, but he does get redemption twice. He's been able to do something at least, but now his teammates have to make a connection. Zwei does get it with the last moment, but it's all just out to ZQ by himself. He's pushing fast, ferocious, and fearless, but no, it's going to be Leah that does better.
Oh, that round was madness. That was crazy. ZY almost does enough to keep it alive there for AG. You could see both teams just frantically throwing bodies at the B site. And BaiSha know how big of a round win that was. They got absolutely pumped up. I think they half fell out their chairs winning that round.
I don't blame them.
My goodness. Up to 8 now.
2 more and we go to port. Unless AG can find a second wind and bring it back into a closer affair here for Compound. I should definitely have a very interesting read that they want this B site. You know, we've seen this over and over again. It has been quite good for them. You know, the A site, it is harder because there's a lot of different angles you have to clear. But as soon as you get in that B site, like we say, it's so much stronger on the BL side. It really is. I don't mind this game plan. It's been working out very nicely for them.
Yeah, and AG are kind of playing a little bit weaker on the B side as well. It's typically been a 3-2 split between A and B. A lot of it falling into place for BaiSha on this BL side at the moment. 1-2-2-2 cannot afford to be getting picked for free here, which is what happened last round. You saw how close that last round was. An extra body for AG probably wins it for them. Does have ZY here to trade him if he does go down. That's a 1-for-1. ZY close behind the doors, unexpected. We'll be able to double down. And ZY really is being the difference maker right now on this GR side for all gamers.
It's a bomb. Yeah, that's just big. Holding the tightest angle too. Now AG.AL does finally put him to rest. A 1-on-4, but this is a little scary for me.
It's losable. It's definitely losable. I mean, if Do goes down, then all bets are off.
Do has to stay alive.
He's been patient, really patient there from Do.
Good discipline.
So here's Xiao on his way past, and so he's going to continue with this flank. Players in mid are not going to peek Xiao, so he will be allowed across mid. But you can kind of see that BaiSha have this net around him, or AG rather have this net around him. And he's kind of walked into the trap. They've got all the information from that flank, and so nothing to be done there for Xiao as 6 goes up for AG. Still 2 the deficit.
And I'm around like that. I mean, lots of conversation here to bring this back to a tie game. Again, you gotta think ZY to be able to hold it down like that. 2 rounds needed for a tie game scenario. Good flash is thrown. ZY now going to put a little bit more pressure onto this. So actually, this is one of the rounds AG. They actually try to get a little bit more aggro. Do they want to keep pushing on it? Look at BaiSha. They are sitting back. They are caught in the cage, and they don't have the key yet to get out. They're trying to pry it open. They're trying to do something with this, but they're going to sit and wait things out, and AG will do a reset onto this situation. I love it, though. I love, again, this is putting a lot more guessing here for 9. A lot more hesitation, a lot more cautious behavior that has to happen. Now you look at this, you can see he's clearing every single angle.
Definitely quite concerned, and it is taking a bit of time for BaiSha to work through the map in this round. Mid control and wait. Mid control and wait. Mid control and wait. Patience a virtue here for both teams on Compound, that's for sure. 2-2-2, having a little bit of a look through his smoke, not seeing anything. There's a responding smoke as well from AG. GR spawned BaiSha onto the left side of mid. What's the call? B again. And this time, ZY not there to back up 1-2-2-2, who has been having a bit of a difficult time. See if he can hold it down this time. Just jump spotting. He spotted out Leo's going to tuck himself behind the box. That gives time for ZY to come across. They're going to have to fight him together. ZY, where's the swing? Maybe it's not required. In fact, it is. It's two from both. And 1-2-2-2 will finish it off with a third. That was such beautiful patience from all gamers, and they close the gap to 1.
Oh my goodness. And this is exactly, you know, we talked about 1-2-2-2, what he's been able to do, and what a way to come alive into this. Locking it down and throwing away the key, possibly. We'll see if BaiSha are going to be able to find it in the deep waters here. Now AG have been able to find something that's working for them here on the GR side. And 1 round needed to bring this back to a tie game where now the conversation could be wide open for where this could go. What did BaiSha want to do with this? Now they're the ones that are trembling in the boots a little bit.
Yeah, certainly feeling that this comeback is slowly but surely getting some power behind it. If B is not an option anymore, which it doesn't really feel like it is. I mean, AG have held that B side a couple of times quite well. That throws a bit of a spanner in the works of the game plan of BaiSha, who have really looked to exploit the B side of the map. So probing a bit more towards A this time around. Again, ultimately, they may just decide to finish on B. Got that long control. Some of it. Shui a little bit forward on long, not seeing too much. 1-2-2-2 again. Has been given a lot of responsibility over towards pillars, essentially kind of solo holding that area of the map. There's a lot of forces from AG over on A. ZY waiting for the peek into GR spawn is going to be greeted with a grenade. Here comes the offensive onto A. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Shui does a good job onto Zhao, but the rest of the hit coming into A might prove to be a little bit too much.
Oh, no.
BaiSha getting all the entries that they needed. AG had the numbers there. They had the players. They just crumbled.
They just couldn't make a shot. You could just see so many whiffs and just, again, just not able to land any connections at all. And now 1-2-2-2, like, I was thinking maybe a moment where you can go beast mode, not at all. And now BaiSha on the map point to push this thing to the absolute full distance of a best of 5. And AG, they got to put everything on the line here. They have to be able to find these two to push it into overtime for redemption. A map that was theirs. This is their pick.
Yeah, this is going to have to be an overtime victory for AG if they want to get it done here and now. Xiao having a look over at his teammate's screen. Figure out something, I'm not sure, but either way, BaiSha teetering on the precipice of a port appearance. Said he wins the race on compound once again. BaiSha mid-control and wait. Same util sets out from both teams. Delaying smokes in through middle, over towards pillars. 1-2-2-2 still holding on to all of his util, so he's trying to keep as much for the late round as possible. Not be super relevant, but he does smoke now. Real offensive is coming in through mid. BaiSha have not made a call to go anywhere just yet.
No, they're really just staying true to this mid control and just kind of waiting things out, maybe hoping that AG might overswing on this or something, but are they going to use Leah to be able to a distraction maybe before they go for it? I don't know. This doesn't feel like likely. It's just this round is, I don't understand it.
Both teams just dumping util. Seems like on a whim. ZY though for the double again continues to try to be the hero here for AG. And it's resulted in a 4-on-2. I mean, a lot of these kills just happening off screen and not really too much to say about it, but BaiSha need a miracle from 577 and Xiao to win this round. Xiao has that C4 in hand. 577 is actually getting quite deep out onto the A side, too.
Great trade.
Does need to be traded back down, and Xiao in with a chance here. That's a little bit lackluster on the A hold from AG, but they do still have ZY and 1-2-2-2 to try and close it out. Now, they are isolating themselves into 2 1v1s. ZY has spotted Xiao out. I'm a little bit scared that if Xiao gets a bit of space, he could make some magic happen. It won't happen this time around. AG will take it to 8. And they may well still take it all the way to overtime.
You can't help but laugh because you just don't know. Like, it's just been the abyss. We've been trying to figure out, like, what is the answer here? You think that it's all over. You think that BaiSha have been able to seal the deal and put it in the envelope and put it in the mailbox, and then we go to port. But no, it's AG. But count their lucky stars that ZY's been able to find himself that multi-kill that's put this into round number 18. A big moment here for all gamers to see if they can push this to overtime for a second crack here on Compound. Otherwise, it is going to the 5th. And BaiSha sitting back and waiting in the wins again.
This is a change in pace from AG, certainly. They want to throw a spanner in the works for BaiSha. I like it. I'm not sure how much I'm going to like it in 30 seconds or so, and AG thinking the same thing as those smokes are going to start to fade. The forward smokes, they will back off. It is going to mean it'll take BaiSha quite a bit of time to work their way through the map now. You can see how far back they're playing. They have 0 map control. 1 minute into the round, 0 map control for BaiSha. So by the time they do inevitably get to one of these sites, they're probably not going to have a lot of time for that take. That's where the mistakes will start to creep into the gameplay, and we'll see whether or not they can be exploited by AG. Boosting up towards A long to set up there alone. Bit of a one and done position for him, especially as a sniper. He doesn't have anyone here to back him up. If he misses the shot, he's dead. He doesn't. But he's still going to have to try and fight his way out of trouble here. I mean, just not really the gun that you want. Rifle could have been a little bit more useful. A bit more flexible, certainly. Thank God he's hit the shot as far as AG is concerned. If he doesn't hit that shot, that position looks ludicrous.
Exactly. And look, I mean, this is where we're kind of seeing, you know, he's putting himself in these positions where all the way to this point, he's just been instrumental. He's the one that's been able to find a lot of influence in the game, but it's a little bit more of a slow approach from him. But at least when he can get that kill, that's something. And now, CY again, man, he's able to find this double. How does this happen?
You can see why he's put in such a pivotal position. Here comes Xiao,
No
looking for 2. He's got it. He's got the double. Leah, will he chance the plant? 1-2-2-2 has now been spotted out. Leah almost taken down. Xiao here to back him up. 1-2-2-2 trying to hold on for AG. It's looking like map number 3. Timer factor certainly, but it's not going to be enough, and BaiSha will push it through to a 5th.
BaiSha just able to get themselves out of the hole. They were able to get themselves dug up, and now we're back on the ground. This is where this is going to go. The maximum distance of the best of 5. It is going to be port. Somehow, some way, when you think that all gamers were able to get the job done and to rewrite a little bit of this history against these two teams, it ain't over yet. It has to go all the way.
Just seems to happen time and time and time again, doesn't it? Every single time we see these teams play against each other in an international competition, it goes the distance. It's not normally the case back in CFPL. The games there actually do tend to be a little bit quicker. It was 3-0 in the grand final of CFPL, but here they meet final of EWC, and 3-2 will be the scoreline. We just don't know which way it's going to go. Port coming up next. It's a big question mark. It's so deep in the pool that neither team wanted to pick into it. It had to be left as the remainder. So who knows? I mean, the starting side will be a big differentiating factor as well. Valiant attempt, though, it has to be said for AG, and the deeper we go into this series, the closer the maps are going to get. So that's as close as it's going to be on map 4. What does that say for map 5?
I have no idea. That's the thing. Like, I don't even feel like Port is the best map for both these teams. I don't really think it's a map that they really, you know, puff the chest or they try to flex and, you know, really brag about. Like, now I feel like this really is a coin toss. I have no idea. Like, just considering how these teams have been playing, you think that AG has it in the bag, then BaiSha comes back, then you think BaiSha has it, and then AG comes back. It really is just that circumstance. But look, we're gonna have to take a little bit of a break as we get locked and loaded here for the final map here at EWC.
Picture impossible. Lenovo Legion.
One map remains here between these two teams and that very trophy. It's the Esports World Cup CROSSFIRE. It's AG.AL and BaiSha taking one another on in yet another international grand final. And yet again, Laz, it has gone to a fifth map. It is familiar territory for these two teams. For us, we very much expected a close matchup, and that is what we are getting. What we expect from here, well, I have no idea. I don't have the answers for you. Once it gets to this point in a best of 5, it really is anybody's guess as to where we'll go.
No, I'm with you. I couldn't agree with you more. I'm 100% with you in this situation. It really is just now who's going to be able to just put that extra 10, 20, 30% into this game. I don't think The statistics are going to matter. Nothing really matters at this point. It really is just going to be who can play the best Crossfire in this last and final map here at EWC to become the first champions ever at this tournament.
Yeah, the first and only inaugural champions. They will never be unseated from that particular throne, but as is inscribed on the trophy, nothing is granted. So you need to work for it. Everything is earned, and that is very much a way of describing this grand final, right? It has been a very long journey to get here for both of these two teams, all the way obviously from China. I've flown from Australia myself, so I kind of know how long of a distance that is for those players, and then not to mention the time zone difference, not to mention the week of Crossfire they've played, and not to mention the 4 maps that they've now already had to play in this particular game. Also, a best of 3 each today.
Yep.
And now 1 more map requested of them as we go on to port to close the day out. And in about 45 minutes time, we will have our victor. We will be aware of who the champion is. It is AG that do get the favorable side to start the map off. They need a strong start to this map to get themselves a bit of momentum back into this grand final. But here we go. Map number 5 of the Crossfire at EWC Grand Final.
It's a great point you bring up, and again, for people that weren't aware, it's like, look, we had the semifinals earlier today, and yes, both these teams, you know, with the respectful 2-0, but it definitely wasn't an easy, you know, circumstance. Like, BaiSha were the ones that had to go to a 13-9 to, like, you know, really seal the deal to get there. You know, it felt like AG, they were the ones that were able to get a 10-7, a 10-5, but that's a lot of games, and now you're talking about a map 5 for the grand final. Like, that is going the distance. That is really just playing just so many games. So that's where I was kind of saying the statistics of this, I'm not even going to talk about it because it just doesn't matter at this point. I'm just now curious really again about the energy and who's going to be able to have it. I saw Do is a little bit more quiet in this 4th map. Does he have his chance to maybe get a little more redemption to do what he did on AG.AL or what he was able to do in the 1st map? I have no idea.
Well, this would be the map to do it. It is a sniper's paradise, and we have many a time seen Do and ZY taking that double sniper setup into this map. Typically, it will be ZY here over toward B, but he's actually holding mid this time. So 2 riflers for the B hold, and 1-2-2 and ZQ just going to play for the retake here. Happy to let BaiSha out initially, and that's kind of gone wrong for them. The exchange is favorable for the Sharks as Shui tries to get ahead of the retake, and that has blown up in his face, and we've got that bomb plant going down. Do in a 1v3, you highlighted him having to be impactful. Well, this would certainly be a pretty impactful way to win the opening round. A 1v3, that's a quick shot, doesn't quite land it onto Xiao though. And BaiSha off with a good start, a great start in fact, when you consider it is a blacklist-sided round.
A really good round though, especially from BaiSha, like you said. Again, just getting this opener. The BL side is, you know, this is where I am going to wonder about N9 and how well he was able to just make some big plays. He was able to just kind of, you know, Rambo his way into certain situations and into certain, you know, bomb sites and just creating a lot of openings. We'll see if he can do that again here. But AG, one of the things that, you know, I loved about watching them so far in this tournament, like I said, is the fact that when they're moving around the map and when they're able to just kind of, you know, keep their constant pressure onto the site here, that's when it's been good. But N9, like I talked about, now he's the one that wants to be able to find the openings. And now you can see the BaiSha, they got the 3 alive, and 577, and Zhao now able to maybe seal the deal. But Do, how does he do it? Best USP player, I'm telling you.
They've lined up for him, and they've given him the round.
It looked like it was all over. I think even he was a little bit surprised. His face was like, yep, okay, let's go.
Yeah, me too. I don't think he expected that one at all. AG very happy with it, though. That extra round could be all the difference. We saw how close things went on map 4. 1-1 the score. BaiSha, the wind out of their sails after that. It's been a 2-0 lead on the blacklist side. And
yeah.
It's starting to look very scary for AG at that point, but not over yet.
Oh, wow, look at the utility.
Yeah, have a look at those smokes on the A side. I mean, you've got to commit to this. If you're going to throw that many smokes, you really do have to use them.
Yeah.
That's your entire contingent of util pretty much expended. Nade up over the top. You see BaiSha making no secret of what they're doing in this round, and so the rotators come across from AG. Zhui happily taking that double kill before eventually being brought down to heal, and it needs to come down to these refrags from BaiSha. They were not concerned. They didn't feel the pressure even after losing those opening 2 players because they had faith in those refrags. And now they have themselves a 3-on-2 lead, but they still don't quite have the control of the site that they want to be able to get that plant down. The C4 in Leah's hands, forward on ground floor. They need another kill and they get it. That's going to start to stabilize things. There is a trade back from 1-2-2-2, but it gives away the information as to where this last remaining player is. Xiao swings alone. YDSS goes after him in the macro, falling apart. AG get themselves a second.
Look at how excited they are. They know that they have an opportunity to win this as well. Winning that first round for them, maybe that just allows them to get the ball moving. And again, for, you know, BaiSha, I love that full execute into it. It looked like it was decent. There was a lot of damage that was inflicted onto them, but they were in a prime position to have that round in their hands. But again, somebody like 1-2-2-2 that's able to, again, just put up these multi-kills. Now the duel of N9 able to find this entry once more. It costs them a lot of HP, but at least it puts them in advantage.
Yeah, big misplay from the 2 BaiSha members in that 2-on-1. How big of a difference that could make. To find out. Disadvantage in this round though for AG. But they've been pretty clutch so far on the map. So I'm not sure that the 4-on-5 is necessarily the biggest of concerns for them. BaiSha not pressing the advantage, happy to slow it down, give AG a bit of time to stew. At some point, someone from AG is going to want to look for information. That is what BaiSha is hoping for. 1-2-2-2 wisely, instead of peeking into warehouse, is just going to smoke it off. So BaiSha heading in a different direction.
And they leave from it too, right? I mean, that smoke just really pushes them back, and you could see they were kind of vacating the premises. They didn't even want to really go for it at all, and now maybe they might entertain it again. A lot of thought process on it. Now it looks like that is going to be the plan of attack. The last just under 50 seconds remaining. They're going to swing into this. Perfect pop flash here from AG though. That might buy them some time. A reposition from all the defensive players. He gets a nice little bit of a dueling frag into middle. Do they clear this player in big pit? It is 1-2-2-2 and now 5-7-7. He does get the best of it. But look at how fast that AG just pounced on it.
Xiao alone. If he can do something with the USP, not quite. Apparently Do is just better. AG have another. And that was from a 4-on-5 deficit. So this GR side is really starting to get rolling now. Been touch and go, definitely. BaiSha have been close in a lot of these rounds, but kind of highlighted how important it is to get off to a good start in a couple of these maps. I mean, Black Widow and Compound, respectively. AG have that good start. What does that mean for the health of this grand final for BaiSha?
I'm just looking at the scores, like 10-1, 10-4, 10-4, 10-8. Boy, oh boy. What a journey to get here. This grand final, it barks and it bites. And now BaiSha once again, full execute into the site.
Yeah, this will be one of those grand finals that we're going to be talking about in the future come CFS 2025. At some point, there'll be a conversation between BaiSha and AG, and this one will be a big discussion point. He's over the top onto the A side. Don't really do too much to unseat Do, but of course he can't see a damn thing. There's smokes everywhere. A lot of this falls onto the shoulders of Zhui, and this time he can't find that double that he was able to get earlier on in the piece. So BaiSha, their A offenses have been looking a little better than the B hits. This time though, starting to swing back in the other direction as quick couple of frags come through. And Xiao is left alone. The pause will come through. BaiSha desperately need it, and I mean, Xiao could kind of just give them a free pause here if he sat down behind the box. They didn't actually need to call the tack timeout.
Yeah. I felt a bit premature in my opinion because right now he could literally just sit there for the minute.
Yep.
And have that conversation, save it for later, but nonetheless they do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the protocol is, like whether or not the players are calling the pause or if the coach is calling the pause. If the coach is calling the pause because he wants to say something, then fair enough.
I do kind of wonder that because you like the gadget he's holding in the hand, like it's quite big, so I don't know if there's like a button to like spam for it, but nonetheless, AG, a big catapult start here. All thanks to Do getting that pistol, and then things have just been full steam ahead. These guys have been able to go on the highway, and the rubber has hit the road, and now BaiSha trying to do a bit of a pit stop to see if they can kind of change the track a little bit here. But I mean, I really liked BaiSha's, full A exec. I like the utility that they're throwing into it, but you can see that AG, they're reacting to it well. They got the perfect pop flashes. They're making it not the easiest situation for them to get into this site. So this is where BaiSha, they're gonna have to, again, go through the strategy book. They need to find something different now. The A hit is just not favor for them.
I know exactly what he said there. I can read his lips. He said Pialiang, which means brilliant or amazing or beautiful, or depending on the context.
That's pretty good.
In this context, it's like, yes, let's go. It's like awesome, amazing.
Well, it is. It really is amazing. Like, that's the thing. Like, we were talking about it before, but I'll say it again, is the fact that there could have been a conversation where BaiSha was going to get the first opening 2 rounds. Do was able to get himself, I think, that double kill at the very end, which made it the 1-1, and then it's just been AG this whole time. Like, this could be a 2-2 scoreline. But right now we're talking about a 4-1.
The math ain't mathin', mate.
Well, you know what I mean. Yeah, you're right. Look, it's been long. It's been a long day, all right. Like, that's why I said you don't do math live. Like now I'm just gonna get trolled forever about this.
Yep.
We'll talk about it at CFS 2025.
2 + 2 = 5.
Oh dear.
We're into round 6. AG dominance on display at the moment here on Port. Double sniper setup again from Do and ZY. It hasn't even necessarily been the focal point, frankly. I think the riflers have been really quite outstanding for AG. 1-2-2-2 and ZQ. A big clutch out from 1-2-2-2 as well earlier on. What is the option of choice here for BaiSha? What have they cooked up in the lab? If it's a hit towards B, they're gonna have to go through the smoke. It looks like they want to, and ZY waiting on the other side, not quick enough with that shot, but continuing to play close. He knows he's got backup. Now it's his turn to drop back and start to dump some util. BaiSha have decided not to go. They've just taken the space and slowed down.
Yeah, but I think they really are hoping that AG might, second guess themselves, get an extra rotate on there. That just creates an extra player to be gone here on the defense. But now the nades are going to get thrown. ZQ's just trying to spam away here with the M14. Can't seem to find it. But good nade, though. Does do a little bit of damage. Not going to stop them in their tracks a little bit here.
Yeah, happy to play again for the retake here, AG. 7-7 with a misthrown grenade is going to make it not quite as potent of a hit into the side here for BaiSha, but they will get the plant down. There is a flank happening as well. There's a fight in middle. That is Shui and YDSS.
Oh, this is a good
kind of
boost.
jostling for position. ZQ trying to boost back up to the boxes. He's really having trouble.
Need to get it
really having trouble. Time such a factor here as ZQ decides to give up on that boost.
They're just posted up. They're just holding all these corners. They're not even peeking at all. They're just playing the lines here. Look at how well it's working out. AG just get punished for it. Again, like the mechanical error. They were just stuck. But lovely work from BaiSha.
It looked like such a great start to that round for AG, right? Like when the initial entry was happening for BaiSha, they sort of backed off. They dumped a bunch of util. There was a really nice grenade into warehouse that kind of hit a couple of the BaiSha members. I thought this was a great setup actually for AG, but they never really got themselves settled for that retake in the end, and they didn't also find a pick on the entry either. So 5v5 for a retake leaves you with a lot of work to do with, 30 seconds or so, let's say, to sort of play with. So yeah, tough one for AG. BaiSha find the success that they were looking for off the back of the tack timeout, and now have to rush headfirst into another round. This is round 7.
there's the one sniper here for Do as well for AG. So ZY is actually kind of mixed up the weapons a little bit. There's times where he likes to equip it, sometimes he doesn't. I do like that they're mixing it up a little bit though. See how well that can work out. N9's going to be able to get this cat control. Leave the smoke. Should be able to cross things off here on the sense here on the A site, or onto GR spawn, I should say. And they might try to split into B on this. Oh, but ZQ overextends his welcome a little bit on this one. Look at how cluttered they are. They're still not even committing to this.
Just waiting for that long player Shao to get himself sorted. They're going to go. Nine also. Look to see if he can get a freebie here, which he will be able to do. Not quite a freebie in the end. It ends up being a 1-for-1. Do in all sorts of trouble up on the site. Can't lock it down. BaiSha coming back with a vengeance now on the BL side, but 1222 says, this is my site. You can't have it.
No.
Runs out of bullets. Oh, he had Shao dead to rights. Won't be the case this time. Now again, on to ZY, who has been stellar in this series. Not for this round.
Well, I feel like that was just a round of AG just missing a bunch of shots, right? Like, Do, I think he took 2 or 3 before he hit the grave, and then you see that 1-2-2-2, like, again, no more bullets in the chamber, so they give up 2 kills right there. So it just puts ZY in a really unfortunate position that he has to clutch. And again, when you're in that kind of a position, you have so many different angles you have to clear. You have to go in the high, you have to go in the low. So all of a sudden, a 4-1 lead is now turned into a 4-3 scoreline. And all gamers, they are having a difficult time right now. But see if they can get their head off the swivel a little bit on this one, because BaiSha only need this one round to tie things up as we get into the last round of the half after this.
BaiSha would be happy with 4. Not too disappointed with 3. Been a bit of a back and forth half, and that's more than enough when you're on the BL side. It was a phenomenal start for AG, but it has started to slip a little. This B site has been exploited once or twice, and it seems as though BaiSha are looking to do so again. They're clearing out warehouse as we speak. Why? Holding some counter util here, and ZQ the same. I think again, the approach from AG here is just going to be dump a bit of util, not necessarily going to look to fight. Of course, BaiSha are going to chump their way forward and do just that. Ends up being a 1-for-2 now as the reinforcements come through for AG, but a fast flank in from YDSS is going to be enough to pick up Shui, and that leaves it down to just a couple of remaining members tagged up here for AG to try to hold on to the site. C4 was dropped forward. Shao holding that line, missing the shot. That could be crucial. Whips out the sidearm and just walks right into Do's crosshair. I'm not sure what that was from Shao. YDSS certainly didn't seem to get the memo. I don't think he swung with him. And that leaves YDSS alone. So, again, a little mishap, and again, off the back of a Shao peak, leaves YDSS a lot of work to do.
And honestly, I was getting pretty nervous for all gamers there, because you had the one player in Big Pit, you had the player that was kind of hugging the hard right side there with the counter flash, but the jump spot, it felt a little bit late. And I guess the timing was, thankful here for Do and also ZQ to be able to, close the deal, bring in the big guns, and they get it done. So now they've been able to get themselves this 5th round, which means they do guarantee the half for sure. But a 6th round going into the BL side, that's going to feel really good here for AG, just considering the BL side is not always the easiest on a map like this. But at 9, does he want to lead the charge on this? No, it's going to be 5-7-7 instead. They're actually going to cross into mid, but look at ZQ. He's able to get the kill, able to run away, and 1-2-2-2 at least can find one before he goes down. And they have just annihilated this competition here in round number 9.
Yeah, it looks like equilibrium is going to be restored, and we're going to end with a 6-3. Very pass score at halftime of Port. It doesn't necessarily tell us a lot, of course. You'd probably rather be in the shoes of AG just because you're out in front by a little bit. Smidgen. Doesn't necessarily mean this is a foregone conclusion. This could really still go either way.
Yeah, this is still up for grabs. No clear favorite in this one.
Single sniper set up for BaiSha. A change in approach from them in comparison to AG on the defense. That reliance on the shoulders of Xiao.
And this is kind of the AG thing, right? This is where we say they like to play this slow. This is, you know, exactly what they were doing before. When they were playing on AG, we were saying, like, look, they like to play this extremely slow setup where they just like to wait things out, hoping that maybe the GR side's going to bait some utility. Maybe somebody's going to just kind of go for a bit of a swing on it. But this is where, I do want them to have a little bit more mixture on it and not just rely on this gameplay the whole time. But it's a 2-2 setup here for BaiSha, though, on the defense. So if they actually decide to commit to this A site, this could really be a bit of a nuisance here, Elfish.
Well, no massive indications one way or the other, apart from the fact that ZY is holding this C4. And he is very much situated on the A side of the map. Ash will pop in the face of Shui. It's not going to really push him away. AG being so patient. Sub 45 seconds now for the take on the site. BaiSha are going, hunting for a bit of info and positioning, and 577 has been allowed to cross deep into long. If he wins this duel against Shui, then the game is going to get a lot harder for AG. Maybe they've waited a bit too long. Refrag does come through from ZY, but C4 now known. And AG are going to have to scramble to get into one of these sides. That's a nice kill from Do. Puts a lot on the shoulders of YDSS as he has to hold the B site solo, and he knows they're coming from mid, so he takes the fight to them. But he can only get himself a 1-for-1. It's not enough to really trouble AG. They're on their way to 7.
These are really good positions here for the post plant. Because again, the thing is whoever goes through B warehouse, like, are they really going to clear this close of an angle? Yeah, indeed they will. Leah's going to be able to find it. I didn't know if they would actually do that protocol. I didn't know if they would actually check it, considering how much of the distance we've been in. But not being lazy and being disciplined. Now Du goes for a big swing. He goes down. It's all down to the 1v1 now. Things are starting to go through, and Zhao's just hunting, but he doesn't clear underneath. ZQ still just being the mastermind. He's just jiggling around. He's dancing, and he still is going to be able to win this round despite not getting the kill, and AG will keep themselves in a winning way.
Yeah, nice movement from ZQ, ducking his head down. Stone-faced on the side of BaiSha as this starts to get grimmer and grimmer. We've only got 3 rounds to play with right now. AG closing in on yet another CROSSFIRE title. This one might be the biggest of them all. And what a bounce back that would have been from 12 months ago. AG in this very position in a grand final at the mid-season event, which is the Summer Championship previously, now the Esports World Cup. They lost that grand final to Wolf Empire. It was a massive moment for Vietnamese CROSSFIRE. But now we are back to the usual Chinese dominance, and AG are the team that may be flying the flag at the end of this game.
It really is, like you said, it's really the biggest question of which logo is going to be on the flag on this one, right? We both know it's Chinese teams, but is it going to be the AG logo, or is it going to be the BaiSha stamp here to being your champions here at EWC? And AG are now, again, taking it slow and steady to see if they can win this race. Leah now just pushing back a little bit more. The triple setup, double on bridge and double on A. So BaiSha once again, an anticipation here that the A hit is the problem, and they're going to put a lot more resources there. Not necessarily the plan of attack here from all gamers. They're still even kind of pondering the idea of what do they want to do.
Well, they want to take their time about it. That's been the approach in these first couple of rounds on the BL side from AG. He worked out last round, but they did get themselves a couple of crucial kills on their way through. This is interesting. It's a fake over toward the A side. It has pulled most of the rotators. If the entry onto B is clean, it will be big. Leah will go down. And that is a C4 plan on offer for AG, not to mention a bunch of frags popping up in the kill feed there as well. YDSS is stuck behind a smoke. He's got Xiao behind him. He has to go for it, and it's not going to happen. Xiao spotted out as well. ZY letting out a roar as they get ever closer. AG.AL are 2 rounds away.
2 rounds away, and they could get the job done, but they know that they cannot just be composed in this moment. It's taken a lot of grit to get to this situation. And BaiSha, they're getting caught here on the rotate, so AG are doing a phenomenal job right now on the BL side of catching the timings. And they are starting to work against the mastermind of N9, which I never knew that could be possible, but it's proving to be it could be. Double setup here in the B main here from BaiSha. They're going to mix it up. They feel like they have to change up the setup, and I agree. It's something new has to happen here and now before it's a little bit too late.
AG don't seem to be worried about anything being too late. They are really playing this at their own pace. 5-7-7 with a little bit of a jiggle peek. He could really spot AG out here. He's not going to be able to do much about it. Nade will land on the head of AG, but that's not a concern. They have what they want. An opening pick. And is that going to be enough to get them a 9th, to get them onto series point? Slow it down again.
Yeah. And this is a good thing too, is like, again, what we see is that AG, even if they win this fight, they're not committing to it. They're gonna wait things out. BaiSha, they kind of figure that out. They're like, look, don't over-rotate. Don't just, assume it's happening. We don't know yet. They want more information. 45 seconds now hitting the mark. Actually, he's been able to make it through. He might be able to find the timing. It's not even him that has to get that kill. It's actually ZY. So now at 9, he does take the bomb carrier.
Yeah, the bomb out on its own, not going to be traded down. Spacing a bit of a mess here for AG. Maybe they're losing their heads at the final hurdle. 1-2-2 and do, though, will make the difference. That's a big clutch out from them. And they're being told to calm down. It's not over yet. Listen to the coach. We still need one more round.
Yeah, you can even see Du's hand. He's kind of like putting it down. You're like, no, okay, hang on. Just don't over-celebrate. Don't pop the champagne, it's not happening yet.
They've been here before, lads. They know exactly what they need to do. All 5 of these players, seasoned veterans. I can't imagine that they won't be able to close it out from here. A 9-3 lead is monumental. BaiSha haven't really thrown a spanner in the works in this round. They've set themselves up normally. Do finding that opener. Jouet at the trade. The A site, the focus of attention, and ZQ has slipped through middle. Oh, if YDSS maybe spotted him out, it certainly seems like he's looking for him. 9 will fall. Leah coming in late from long, but may not be much of a factor. It's down to just YDSS solo in a 1-on-3 against all gamers. Bomb has been planted. The time is ticking. The EWC trophy is waiting for all gamers. They are waiting to claim it. They will take their thrones. 10-3, and it is a victory for all gamers. You can see what it means to them as they become the inaugural Esports World Cup CROSSFIRE champions.
AG hasn't been able to taste, the glory for a number of years. They've been so close. They've had so many second placements. They've been able to get right to the grand finals over and over again. But now they've been able to do it. They've been able to rewrite the history books here for Chinese CROSSFIRE. And they've been able to do it here and now at EWC.
And once again, it's against their old foes of BaiSha. How many times these two teams have met. And I wonder how many times in the future they will meet again. It is just another step on the journey. Another chapter in the history book for both of these two rosters. But of course, for all gamers, it will be a particularly exciting one, given that they've been able to do it here in Riyadh, but also in front of a, I would say, home crowd. There was a lot of all gamers fans there. Very keen to see that victory finally get slotted in. It's been a long day of CROSSFIRE for both of these two teams, but AG have just picked up $750,000 as the winners of CROSSFIRE here at the Esports World Cup. But not only that, that also, I believe, is going to be enough to bump them up into 6th on the club championship, eclipsing Gen G. And that's another $500,000 for the org. So a big win all around for all gamers.
Yeah, it's a big victory right now for all gamers in so many different avenues. Like we said, they finally get a first place here, where BaiSha has been able to run through this 2025 year, winning every single competition. They've been able to take everybody out, but now all gamers have been able to get themselves a big victory, meaning so many different things.
Well, here they are, ready to claim their trophy. First, of course, they need to put that key in. But here we have all gamers once again standing ready as champions of yet another CROSSFIRE tournament. This one particularly special. Your champions of the Esports World Cup, all gamers.
A sensational end to the first CROSSFIRE competition here at the Esports World Cup. Congratulations, incredible performance, 3-1 to this lineup. Adam, what an ending.
What an incredible way to round out this competition, and AG.AL have been absolutely unbelievable from start to finish here. Questions to ask you first and foremost. I want to talk about the fans first. We've had constant noise, so much support from these incredible fans here, and the fans at home as well. Is there anything you want to share with your fans?
第一个问题就是你们来到这里，有这么多粉丝大老远的飞过来支持你们，包括在国内，现在也有很多人一直在就是这么晚还在线上看着你们这夺冠的时刻，有什么话想跟他们说的吗？
谁说？我说吗？谢谢大家千里迢迢过来支持我们吧，我们不会让你们失望的。
Now, this question, ZY, I'm coming to you.
Let's give a translation quickly.
Oh, that's true, actually.
So, a big thank you to all my fans out there, to the fans who have flown all the way across thousands of miles to come and support us. Huge thank you to every single one of you, both here and online.
Isaac.
ZY, what does this mean to you and the team to finally, after time and time again, getting second places? This time, you get crowned the champion, and you have beaten one of your demons in BaiSha Gaming here in Riyadh.
ZY 想问你，因为知道今年你们好几次就是差一点，就是离冠军就是咫尺之遥，就每次都拿一个亚军，然后这次终于你们重新登上了冠军这个顶峰，就想问你感受怎么样？
哪有小孩天天哭，哪有好人天天说？哪有小孩天天哭，哪有好人天天说？
No. Every dog has his day. Every child, no child cries forever. Everyone, every bit of effort eventually pays off.
Well, we have one more prize, and it is the Sony Tournament MVP. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Do!
The MVP, my dudes! Congratulations! The MVP as well here. Do has been sensational from start to finish in this competition and deserves every single part of being the MVP. I must ask you as well here. You can see everyone is so excited for you. The MVP, what has it been like for you to compete in this competition at the EWC? How much have you enjoyed it, and how much have you enjoyed playing with your teammates as well?
都，你这次不仅仅是冠军，你还荣获了本次比赛的 MVP。能不能跟我们说一下，就是来与这个战队一起战斗、一起奋斗，走到这里，你是什么样一种感受？你一直这一路程全部一直到你现在站在这个位置，这个路程对你来说代表着什么？
因为在国内大家都说我只会换人嘛，然后这次裸装也是对我自己一个证明吧。
A lot of the community back in China, you know, they say that as an AG.AL, I can be pretty toxic and I can, you know, pressure my teammates a lot. And well, I think right now, right here, I've proved everybody wrong. I've proven myself, and I've proven that our team is the best in the world.
Excellent. We can see how emotional this is for you as well here, and rightly so, an incredible achievement. We should ask you as well, which keys are you going to pick of the teams you've played against as well here to put inside your trophy?
也想问你，你准备选哪3支战队的钥匙作为你们的底座呢？
我可以商量一下吗？我们选哪3个底座？
He wants to discuss with his team.
And rightly so. I'll move out the way.
I like, you know what, that right there, that's an AG.AL. That is a true AG.AL right there, making sure he gets everyone's opinion before such a choice. And honestly, I'm curious to see who he's going to pick, Adam.
Me too. Go ahead.
我们选择白沙 EP 和 STS 战队。
So Team BaiSha, Team EP, Evolution Power, and Team STS, Stallions.
As well here. On that note, it's been absolutely incredible here. We're going to ask the team to go to your trophy one last time. Fellas, head on over to the trophy for one last trophy lift here as we celebrate our champions.
将奖杯举起。
That's it, come around here. I will ask you to raise the trophy one last time. Would you please make an enormous amount of noise for your CROSSFIRE Esports World Cup 2025 champions, AG.AL!
History has been made. Our first ever CROSSFIRE EWC champion, AG.AL, securing $750,000. The champions before you who made a major roster shift, hadn't won since, but finally are on top of the CROSSFIRE world. A job well done. The AG.AL do the Sony tournament MVP, earning an additional $10,000. It means the world to him that this team right before your eyes put their trust and faith for him to lead this roster to a championship, beating BaiSha, their rival for the past decade. Boys, what an event this has been. What a historic moment for AG.AL, who had their struggles throughout group play, who had their doubts, especially us, right, throughout even their first matchup yesterday. Coming into today, BaiSha was looking like the #1 team, but as the day concluded, it was nothing but AG.AL.
What a result. I mean, I said this as we headed in towards this finals, that the scriptwriters were cooking, but they couldn't have cooked any harder with that final, all the way to a map 5. And that's the sort of result that we want out of this sort of matchup, right? These two sides have such a storied history. So many times they've played off against each other. We've got players who have swapped between the two rosters as well. So you come in towards a game like this, the first ever inaugural EWC for CROSSFIRE, and now that's something that nobody can ever take away from AG. So an incredible result from them. And, you know, even you kind of touched on it a little bit, roster changes that come through, but also roles that have changed. I didn't even know that dude was calling. We also on this assumption that ZY. So talk about leading by example. example, a fantastic series, a tournament from him as well, and doing it while also AG.ALing on top of that. Mammoth tournament from AG.AL.
And showing emotion as well, which you told me, right? Pretty stoic. For him to show emotion means how much this moment means to him.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been casting dude for a while now, and you know, he's pretty stoic even in the successes and the wins. He kind of just keeps it cool, calm, and collected. But I think that is really an indictment on just how much this means to him and his side. I mean, like we said, they came in towards the tournament and they would have known themselves, right? Regular season, BaiSha have had our number. Literally not even that long ago, BaiSha 3-0'd us in a best of 5, and it wasn't really even very close. So coming in towards this tournament, they would have expected to have made a deep run in playoffs, but can we topple our kryptonite, the one team that have had our number for the last few years now, since like about 2022? Yes, they finally have. So I think it's a flood of emotions for him, finally doing the one thing they've been aiming to. If we can beat BaiSha, we can be the best, and now they are the best.
Yes, they undoubtedly are, Kyle. ZQ comes out of retirement, comes back into the fold. A lot of doubts on him. How can he perform? Did the time off make him rusty? Well, clearly not. Comes out of retirement and earns not only a championship, but the bulk of $750,000.
Yeah, honestly, when we talk about players' legacies, this guy has to be close to the top of that list as well. Obviously, on the other end, it's unfortunate that N9 won't be able to lift his 5th World Championship, but we'll go ahead and hop to the stage here.
Yeah, look at this. They look at the keys. They go ahead and decide what keys do they want? What fragments do they want for their own trophy? And Sneaky, we've already known who they're going to pick. BaiSha, right, has to be EP and then Stallions.
I mean, shout out to the homies, man, for picking Team Stallions. I mean, you know, we may have not have gotten in, but at least we're going to be part of a legacy-defining run that AG has had. And legacy-defining it is, because I feel like for the years from 2023 until 2024, I feel like AG wasn't realistically there to be found. I mean, there was the rise of EP, the rise of KZ, the rise of other Chinese teams, but it's nice to finally get some vindication for the squad because they have been waiting for so long. And you saw that emotion on his face.
That's right.
He's been wanting that.
That's right. Kyle, 2022. That's how long they've been waiting to get a victory.
Yeah, honestly, just well earned. And we talk about legacy. I mean, the legacy for me isn't just one team over the other at this point. It's the story of AG BaiSha. I think it's proving time and time again to be the legacy of CROSSFIRE. And both of these teams, I think, have stapled that in. But for the moment, AG gets to wear the crown. But I love the way this rivalry's been unfolding.
Yes, it's been unfolding for quite some time, and it's never going to get old. The El Clasico, as we deem it. Neil, let's take a look at our bracket. Start walking through, of course, the route that not only AG.AL, but BaiSha and others had to take in order to get to their position.
Yeah, it was a really cool tournament as a whole as well. You know, we had upsets from the get-go. Team Stallions taking on Alcadzia was never really on the docket for us as well. And then even to a degree, King Zero pushing AG the distance. AG.AL did look a little rocky in that opening quarterfinal, but they were able to overcome that. A swift 2-0 over Evolution Power, which I really understand as well why they want to pick them as one of the keys. They have really become, as much as we talk about this BaiSha AG.AL rivalry, Evolution Power have really been punching up and starting to enter in towards that fray time and time again. And now it's no longer a 2-horse race. It has been a 3-horse race for at least the last year and a half. So a lot of respect shown there as well. Also respect for AG for picking Stallions. I think this is a side that really earned their stripes in this tournament and have a really bright future. Of course, they beat them in the groups over in Group D, but I'm really excited to look what the future looks like for all of these sides. And of course, this is the prize money they're walking away with.
That's incredible, isn't it? $750,000, Sneaky, for first place going to AG.AL.
Yeah, and that's going to be very big for the team, and not just the team. I mean, the entire club as well. The fact that they increased in the ranking, I mean, the players are going to be very happy. They're going to have quite the big dinner right after this.
That's right. That's right. Increased in the ranking. It was funny. I just happened to run into the CEO and COO of AG.AL, and when I tell you they were on the edge of their seats, each and every elimination, each death, each round, trust me, this win means a lot to those two. Great people and a wonderful organization. And of course, speaking as an organization, Kyle, they jump up, I believe, from 7th to 6th place. Doesn't sound like much, but it definitely is. $500,000 additional dollars.
Yeah, really massive for this organization, and honestly, it's just icing on the cake. It ends with CROSSFIRE for them because that's where a lot of the history of this organization comes from, and it's a big shout out for not only these players for pulling that off, but in the fashion they did it as well, because I feel like if you would have asked the desk at the beginning, nobody would have picked AG as the #1 team here.
No one, I don't think, but now we do. We undeniably have to, and what we talked about do, okay? He is your Sony MVP of the tournament. tournament. And Neo, again, that response that he had, the tears flowing down, such an emotional moment, due as a player, well-deserved.
Absolutely, and I think as well, the fact that he has taken over the reins as the AG.AL in towards the side at quite a young age, sure, a lot of experience, he's been playing for a while now, but he's still young. You know, ZY as well is obviously sort of being this father figure in this side. He's taken the reins and wants to push this side to more and more success. He's also doing it while being the primary sniper on this side too. So he has to get a lot of information, gather it, and also still hit his shots too. So a fantastic series, a fantastic tournament all round for him. And of course, you know, just as we were talking about, right, there was probably a lot of pressure on his shoulders. They would have 100% known that we win this game, we jump up and we gain $500,000 for our organization, the organization that stood by them through thick and thin, from a side that at one point were looking really, really weak and there was changes on the horizon. They stuck by them, kept this core together, kept him in this side as well when he did struggle in terms of his individual form. So, man, he overcomes this pressure, does so well, and of course, walking away with that Sony MVP, real credit to him, man. It's not an easy thing to do at his age.
Not at all. And Sneaky, what does this mean for Du's legacy, right? To be the Sony Tournament MVP, to be the AG.AL of a roster that comes out and overthrows BaiSha, right? Something that hadn't been done for this organization since 2022.
Oh, for sure. He goes up the ranks of being the best sniper possibly in China. I mean, he is kind of going at the legacy of Xiao by a bit. He's like inching closer to be the best Chinese sniper of all time. Granted, you know, 70 kg is kind of hard to beat, but at the same time, I mean, in the modern era of CrossFire, being called the best sniper in China is insane.
Yeah, honestly, I think he's putting himself close to the top of that list. I would say maybe even the front runner in my mind to be the best sniper in the world, because a lot of people in this event were saying it was Gokhan, but Gokhan was very quiet this event, and Du, time and time again, always there in the clutch. And for me, that puts him currently in that #1 spot.
And I think you've got to look at consistency as well. He was good all tournament long. It's something that we brought up on the desk that, you know, while Xiao maybe has these pop-off performances, consistency has been an issue for him. So I think it's better to have that, you know, stability factor for Du coming through. So I'm right. I think it's pretty easy now to say for me, at least in current form, this is the best sniper that we've got in the world, right? Yeah. You know, with changes probably on the horizon for plenty of other snipers, he's one of the very, very few that's got their spot absolutely secure.
Yeah, what did it for me was watching Du not only clutch up, but getting those opening picks. You know, that's so critical to get the man advantage early on and shut down a potential push that might be happening. And he was doing that so consistently in the early maps, naturally in the last map as well. But 1222 was an incredible player in his own right as well. Talk to me about him as a player and what this win might mean to him.
I mean, 12-22, I mean, winning at such a young age, it's like the perspective of Du back in 2022, 2021, where it's like all this limelight being mechanically gifted, but with all the pressure that is on him being on the AG squad. I mean, and glad that such a young player with his, you know, with all the pressure on him. I mean, you saw AG.AL leave as well from the team, so you know that the pressure is on shoulders. But overall, 1222, very effective in the backline, does all the dirty work for his squad, but can also clutch as well, which is very impressive for such a young player.
That's it. And let's talk about Jue, right? Getting a lot of attention out there, not only on our desk, but also from the crowd. A wonderful player that did his job.
Yeah, honestly, in the group stage, Jue was a little bit shaky, but you put him in the playoffs under the pressure. This guy steps up in a massive way, starts putting together
and then even for their first matchup in the playoffs. But slowly but surely, they defeated their competition. And I want to say, Neo, when they really elevated who they were on that stage is when the crowd showed up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we had this sort of same narrative and conversation with Falcons earlier in the tournament, right? That 6th man goes a long, long way. And I think what they do is they give you motivation and energy in tough situations. You lose a map, they're the ones that fire you back up heading in towards that 2nd or 3rd map kind of coming through. And I think, you know, for them, you know, big clutches, it's nice to have that fans that can sort of, I guess, fuel you going forward, right? You know, using that adrenaline as a resource in this tournament and in this series. And, you know, real credit to the AG fans. I stood for that final half, really, of the series, and they were loud all the way throughout. And you can see them really feeding off it, especially every single close round one. They're standing up, they're getting energy off the back of the crowd and starting to really realize that it was a doable thing to win this series. So, I mean, real credit to AG.AL for bringing out these fans as well. They were fantastic.
You're fantastic indeed. It was fun watching them. They had the Panda mascot out there, full force, and just getting into it. Seriously, that crowd buff goes big. And, I love that you said that six-man on the roster really is a six-man at points. And for the AG.AL, I guess, future, Kyle, I mean, what does it look like? Now champions, where do they go from here?
Honestly, I think this team is only going to get better. If you look at some of their runs, it was actually almost every single match they had a very shaky start and still bounce back. If they can polish those first map situations, this team could actually get even better. To think that this grand final started with a 1-10 loss is insane to me that they still win it.
It is. And, Sneaky, sometimes it takes an org winning a championship to truly reach the next level of who they are as individual players, but also as an entire roster. Winning this championship, I think, is going to send them into the stratosphere.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the momentum that they're going to have going into the CFPL season 27 is going to be insane, right? I mean, AG, you're all happy. And the fact that this is not just the first win for EWC, this is the first win in the modern gun meta. We are already in the future. The AK-47 CFS and the M4A1 CFS and the AWM CFS, they're in the past. And it's actually quite the achievement for the side of AG that the fact that they adjusted so quickly in the patch, granted, they have been playing with the VIP guns this entire time, but still, I mean, with such a fast meta that we have got now compared to before, I mean, they just adjusted better.
That's it. Well, here comes the long road over to the totem to put their name up on the totem and immortalize their names as champions for CROSSFIRE at EWC 2025. The phones are out because they're already tweeting it out. They're getting it on the timeline. They're letting everybody know we're the champions. We're #1, and rightly so. This moment, I've watched this live before, I'm telling you, it's so cool. You get up there, you see all the different teams from across 25 different titles that have cemented their names in the history of EWC. And, well, you get to be joined by the best of the best, of course. Mike McCabe up there, the COO of Foundation. He gets to meet them. And, of course, everybody else who chooses to be in this moment. You get some necklaces, you get some trophies, you get the handshakes. This is what you live for. If you're a competitor in CROSSFIRE, it is your goal to become a champion. And for this team, bringing in somebody out of retirement in ZQ, taking the chance on due as the AG.AL, making it work, and it all paid off. Such a historic moment for this roster, for this organization, to beat their decade-long rival of BaiSha, and to do it on the biggest stage with the biggest prize pool CROSSFIRE has to offer. You gotta give respect where respect is due. A tremendous job well done, and done so with the crowd at their, just with them, right by their side, is that sixth man, as we like to say. And of course, their name's immortalized. They're feeling good, and they must be feeling proud because this is such a big moment for the history of CROSSFIRE and AG.AL.
Man.
Only getting started when it's midnight, keeping it tight. If a nigga wanna go to war, it can get dark, but we stay bright. Coming like a night, it's on sight, ever touch my sleeve. Niggas around there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. Man like me, you know I'm proactive, never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flats.
Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. Off-white whip, need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. Bro like that, and we're back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base. How I can never act. Been trying to stack up racks on racks. Boys in the back wearing all black, staying on track. Better chef, show you gun, and that's on me. Out here getting this beef, if you work for the devil, better retreat. Coming too icy, come too clean, could never move shady, ain't no fiend.
Shotgun, London, what's the outcome? You know, I'm a madman, just can't stick to the program. Raise up the heat, keeping the tension, shifting the gear to a different dimension. Red light, speed up, take off. Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. Off-white whip, need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. What? Throw like that, and we're back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-biz, come on, new one's better. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-biz, come on, new ones better. Moves like Jagger, this come on, new ones better. We ain't in the mix, no grabber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Explain me real, that's a real bone capper. Pass don't matter, build strong still, pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watch where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some big game like snakes and ladder. My ex-biz, come on, new ones better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some big game like snakes and ladder. My ex-biz, come on, new ones better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl, same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said, please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you for the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-biz, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-biz, come on, new one's better. Playground.